I'm Mu Fengyan, and I'm in a strange situation. It's the winter of the 50th year of the Tianqi era, and I've just been buried in a lonely grave at the foot of a mountain. According to the rules of the Zixing Kingdom, if a girl dies before reaching adulthood, she can't be buried in the family tomb. So, here I am, in a simple grave, surrounded by darkness. I'm supposed to be dead, but I suddenly wake up in the coffin, confused. I can't see anything, but I realize that I'm trapped inside a stone coffin. Panic sets in as I try to break out with a small dagger, but it's not enough. The coffin is too thick, and I'm running out of air. My head starts to hurt from all the thoughts flooding my mind, and eventually, I lose consciousness. Just as I pass out, a man, poisoned and near death, collapses onto my grave. He's a royal prince, and his attendant, Qingfeng, is panicking as the prince vomits black blood. The snow hides the grave, and they don't realize it's not just a small hill but a grave. The prince's condition is dire, and as he struggles, he begins to hear strange sounds coming from below. When I wake up again, I realize my soul has somehow crossed over to another world, into the body of another girl named Mu Fengyan, the daughter of a powerful official. I'm angry and frustrated. I've already died once, and now I'm stuck in this strange body, in a time I don't understand. The prince, still poisoned, remembers a prophecy about a woman who could save him, one who had been buried and would rise from the grave. He decides to have the grave dug up, despite his attendant's objections. Qingfeng is terrified, worried about offending the spirits, and tries to pray for forgiveness, even jokingly asking the spirit inside the grave to spare them. I'm furious as I continue to try and escape, and it seems my fate is about to change again. I've got to figure out how to get out of this mess, but things are getting more complicated by the minute. The body I've taken over has been poisoned since childhood, and it's not easy to recover. But I've got to get out of this grave. I'm not going to die here again, especially not after getting a second chance at life. I've been using all my strength to carve my way out, but the coffin is thick and hard to break. Outside, the prince and his guards are trying to open the grave. The ground is frozen solid, and it takes them a long time to uncover the stone coffin. Finally, after what feels like ages, the coffin is exposed, and I'm able to create a small opening. At that moment, I feel the air shift and light filters in. I can finally escape. I climb out of the coffin, but the sight that greets me is a group of guards staring at me in shock. They think I'm a ghost, or maybe a zombie, and they panic, stepping back. I can't help but feel annoyed. I've just crawled out of a coffin, and now I'm being treated like some kind of monster? Then I see him, the prince. He's standing above me, tall and cold, his gaze sharp and commanding. I can't help but think he's ridiculously handsome, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let him intimidate me. I've had enough of being weak. I snap at him. What are you staring at? Can you stop with the cold stare? I'm already cold enough. His guard, Qingfeng, immediately jumps in to scold me, but the prince tells him to step back. He's curious about who I am, and I can tell he's intrigued by my boldness. I ask him to help me up, and despite his icy demeanor, he orders Qingfeng to pull me out of the grave. As I'm pulled up, I make a sarcastic comment about his rough handling, but I'm secretly relieved to be out of that coffin. Finally, standing in front of him, I realize just how intimidating he is. But I'm not going to back down. He asks me who I am, but I'm still processing everything. One thing is for sure, I never thought my second life would start like this. I'm just glad to be out of the grave, but now I have to figure out what to do next in this strange world. When I look at the prince standing before me, I notice he's been poisoned terribly. Yet, he doesn't show any signs of pain. His strength is impressive. To repay him for saving me, I offer him a detox pill. However, Qingfeng, his guard, tries to stop me, saying the famous doctor, Sun, is on his way to treat him. I scoff and tell them that by the time the doctor arrives, the prince may already be dead. The poison will take his life in less than an hour. Qingfeng is furious and threatens me, but the prince stops him, asking me how many poisons he's been affected by. I quickly check his pulse and discover that he's been poisoned with 20 different toxins over many years. Some of these were poisoned into him as a child, and now the balance of his body is on the brink of collapsing. If nothing is done, he'll lose control, become violent, and eventually his body will be ruined. I tell him that I can temporarily stop the worst of the poison with this pill, which should give him relief for about 6 months, but it's only a temporary fix. The full cure would take more effort and time. He eats the pill without hesitation, and immediately, the pain in his chest eases. He feels lighter, and the poison seems controlled. The prince asks my name, but I don't give it to him. Instead, I ask for a token from him so that I can find him again if I need help in the future. He gives me a token from his manor, telling me his name is Yi Ju. I'm surprised, though, because that name seems familiar. Isn't he the regent of the country, known for being ruthless and unpredictable? But today he saved me, so maybe the rumors about him aren't entirely true. Afterward, Qingfeng offers to escort me to the city. I'm too weak to travel on foot, so I agree. On the way, I almost fall off my horse, but Qingfeng catches me. Once we reach the city gates, his token lets us in, and I'm finally in the city. As Qingfeng leaves me at a busy street, I can't help but feel relieved. I've survived this ordeal, but now I need to figure out what to do next. As for Yi Ju, I can't shake the feeling that I've just stepped into a much bigger world than I thought. Right now, my main goal is to find the Mu Manor. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, I know she had a mother who loved her very much. Her mother's only hope was her daughter, and if she died, her mother might do something extreme. So, I need to hurry and find my way to the manor to protect her. As I ask around for directions, I feel a strange shift inside me. The resentment that had been lingering in this body seems to fade away, and I finally feel at peace. The original owner's lingering soul is gone, and this body truly belongs to me now. I promise myself I'll live for her and take care of her unfinished business. Soon, I reach the Mu Manor, and as I see the white flag still hanging, I can't help but feel a bit sarcastic. I knock on the door, and the servant who answers the door is so startled when he sees me that he faints right away. I find this odd but don't pay it much attention, stepping over him and entering the manor. I head straight to the quiet courtyard where my mother lives, but there's no one there to guard the door. It looks like, since she's lost favor, even her servants have left. I rush inside, only to find a shocking scene. My mother is standing on a stool with a rope around her neck, about to hang herself. I'm terrified and quickly shout, "Mother, please get down." She doesn't seem to recognize me and murmurs to herself, thinking she's seeing hallucinations. I spot a burning coal brazier in the room, and to my shock, I notice there are silver notes burning in it. My mother, in her grief, is burning money, 10,000 silver notes, believing she's preparing for the afterlife. She tells me she has more money and that someone named Lu, who works for her, will continue to burn money for her every month. I'm completely stunned by how my mother is planning to take money with her into the afterlife. I rush to her, clutching her legs, and beg her to get down, telling her that I'm truly alive, not a hallucination. After a long moment, she finally believes me and comes down, touching my face and confirming that I'm real. She cries hysterically, overwhelmed with emotion. She then runs to the door and bows to thank the heavens for bringing me back. Her behavior is so dramatic, especially her tendency to burn silver notes at any moment. I can't help but feel a bit amused inside. After a while, I manage to calm her down and get her to rest on the bed. She's exhausted and clings to my hand tightly, not wanting to close her eyes, afraid that I might disappear when she wakes up. Her love for me is overwhelming, and I promise to protect her, ensuring that this time, I won't let her face any more pain or loss. I had no choice but to use my skills to put my mother, Lady Han, to sleep. Soon, she was deeply asleep, and I couldn't help but feel a deep pain seeing how much she had withered in just 2 days. I knew what it was like to lose family, having lost everyone I cared about in my past life, so I couldn't bear to see her suffer alone. I couldn't help but think about my father, the Prime Minister. Where was he? As a husband, He should have been here, comforting his wife, who just lost her daughter. But he was nowhere to be found. My heart filled with anger. He was a scoundrel who had forgotten his old wife for a new one. But it wasn't the right time to act. I had my plans, and everyone involved in my mother's suffering would eventually pay. As I lay beside my mother, I couldn't sleep. My mind wandered, thinking about the Mu family. My father, a well-known prime minister, had grown up with my mother. They were childhood sweethearts, and after marriage, they were deeply in love. However, a business failure ruined the Mu family, and it was my mother who financially supported my father during his time in the capital, where he later passed the imperial exams. But as my father rose in rank, he began a secret relationship with a noblewoman and even had a daughter with her. After he became the prime minister, he openly brought his concubine and illegitimate child to my mother, telling her it was for his career. My mother was heartbroken. She had spent years supporting him, only to be betrayed. Fortunately, she had kept her dowry, or she might have been left with nothing. My father, to avoid scandal, called the concubine and the main wife equal, which was unheard of. His affairs grew more numerous, with more concubines entering the household, but none were as favored as his second wife, Wang Yimin, who was wise and understanding, and later gave birth to the first son. Then I thought about the old lady of the family, my grandmother. She had always been snobbish, and would have abandoned my mother if not for her dowry supporting the Mu family. She always looked down on my mother's humble merchant background. Exhausted, I fell asleep, thinking about all this. Meanwhile, in the second wife's quarters, she and her daughter were happily discussing how my death meant her daughter, Shushue, was now the only legitimate daughter of the Mu family. Shushue was pleased, especially because she thought her marriage to the third prince was now a sure thing. The second wife was proud, knowing that her daughter had the favor of the third prince, who was the most likely candidate for emperor. As they talked, Shushue praised her mother for keeping her father's love all these years, despite the younger, more beautiful concubines. The second wife smiled, confident in her power within the household, knowing she had kept her position despite all the rivals. Shushue, curious about the past, asked why the third prince had been engaged to me, since I came from a merchant background. The second wife, with a mysterious smile, promised to explain everything later. I heard about this matter from your father. The Empress asked Mr. Qin from the Imperial Observatory to divine based on the birth date of the third prince. He said that the little witch was extremely compatible with the third prince and had a unique fate, with the appearance of a phoenix girl. Mr. Qin divined for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally concluded that if he got this girl, he could rule the world. The Empress was overjoyed after hearing this, and asked the Emperor to draft an imperial decree, and they could get married after Mu Fengyan reached the age of 15. Who knew that the little witch didn't even live to reach the age of 15? The second madam finished speaking with disdain on her face, thinking that this Mr. Chun from the Imperial Observatory was really unworthy of his reputation. It was wishful thinking for Mu Fengyan, with her sickly body, to rule the world with a third prince in the future. Mu Shushue seemed to have heard a huge joke. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and giggled non-stop. After a while, she asked with a smile on her face, "Mother, that Lord Chun is already over 60 years old. Are you sure he is not senile? Still in charge of the world? That little witch is so sick that her maids can't even order her around. Who can she control?" After Mu Shushue finished speaking, she covered her mouth and giggled non-stop. The second wife also sneered with disdain. "Yes, she has been bedridden for many years. Who can she control?" Report to the second wife. The master has returned to the mansion. The maid outside reported outside the door. "Well, ask the master to come to my yard and tell him that I have prepared sobering soup for him." "Yes, madam." The maid took the order and left. "Mother, I'll go back first, and Dad will be here soon." "Mother, remember to ask Dad about the engagement of the third prince." "Don't worry, Mother has remembered it in her heart." "Then Mother, daughter will go back first." The second wife looked at her gentle and sensible beautiful daughter and nodded with a smile. Mu Shushua bowed to her mother and returned to her Zhaixing pavilion. At the gate of the Mu mansion, Prime Minister Mu staggered down from the carriage. He went to drink wine with his colleagues tonight. His colleagues' compliments to Prime Minister Mu made him even more arrogant. In the end, he waved his hand and said that he would pay for all the bills tonight. As expected, there was another wave of flattering compliments than before. Prime Minister Mu hugged the girl in his arms while listening to the flattery of his colleagues, feeling a sense of accomplishment. With a warm and soft jade in his arms, how could Prime Minister Mu miss this great time? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he returned to the mansion drunkenly. Who knew that as soon as he walked to the gate of the mansion, he saw the door of the Prime Minister's mansion open and the servant fainted on the ground. Wang Shu, Prime Minister Mu's personal servant, walked up to look at the servant at the door, squatted down and pinched the servant's philtrum, and soon the servant woke up slowly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he woke up, the servant's face was full of fear, his whole body was shaking with fear, and he was still muttering, "Miss, it's Miss who is back. She's coming into the mansion." Prime Minister Mu, who was originally drunk, sobered up halfway after hearing the servant shouting. Uncle Wang looked at the servant's appearance, and it didn't seem like he was pretending, but rather like he was possessed by a demon. Uncle Wang raised his hand and slapped him hard. The servant regained some of his rationality because of the pain, and when he saw the two people clearly, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "I greet you, Your Majesty." Prime Minister Mu looked at the servant and asked directly, "Look up. What did you say you saw just now?" The servant didn't dare to answer again. He was not sure whether what he saw just now was real or just his hallucination. He could only kowtow repeatedly. Uncle Wang saw the servant who kept kowtowing and came to the rescue. "Your Majesty, maybe the servant guarding the gate is too sleepy. Today is the day when the eldest lady is buried. He may be hallucinating due to the fatigue. Your Majesty, don't bother with him." "Yes, Your Majesty, I may be too sleepy and hallucinating, so I fainted. Please let me go, Your Majesty. I won't dare to do it again." Prime Minister Mu only remembered now that his daughter was buried today. He looked up at the white sail hanging at the gate of the mansion and felt it was very unlucky. He said directly, "Since she has been buried, remove the white sail. And you don't have to be on duty at the gate in the future. Uncle Wang will arrange other work for him." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will arrange it right away." After Prime Minister Mu gave the order and just entered the gate of the mansion, he saw Xiao Chui, the personal maid of the second wife, coming to him. Xiao Chui bowed to the Prime Minister and said respectfully, "I am here to see you, my lord. The second madam has sent me here to tell you that she has prepared some hangover soup for you. Please go and sober up. You won't have a headache tomorrow, and it won't affect your morning court tomorrow." Prime Minister Mu looked at the second madam's personal maid with great satisfaction. What more could a husband ask for with such a virtuous wife? "Well, the second madam is thoughtful. Let's go and lead the way." The maid led the way, and the two soon arrived at the second madam's Rui courtyard. When the second madam Wang saw the Prime Minister walk into the courtyard, she hurriedly stood up to greet him. When she walked in front of the Prime Minister and smelled the smell of rouge in addition to the alcohol, the smile on her face froze, but soon returned to a dignified and generous smile. "Prime Minister, you have worked hard outside. I have prepared a hangover soup for you. Then drink a cup of stomach-nourishing soup and take a rest. You will definitely not have a headache tomorrow. Madam is thoughtful. I am very pleased that you have made me wait for you so late at night. I will rest in your room tonight. Tomorrow is a day off. You don't have to work so hard tomorrow morning." The second wife was very happy. She ordered the maid to bring the hangover soup and let the Prime Minister drink the stomach-nourishing soup. Finally, she told the maid to prepare the jade soup. She wanted to personally help the Prime Minister bathe and change clothes. Prime Minister Mu was served by the second wife, and they fell asleep contentedly. In the Prince Regent's mansion, the prince's study, agarwood was lit in the room, and the curling smoke filled the entire study. At this time, he closed his eyes and frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. The scent of agarwood filled the room, calming his mind and making him fall into deep thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the peace of the room. Your Highness, I have something to report.
Come in.
After Qingfeng got his permission, he pushed the door open and closed it. Your Highness, I have found out who sent the people who are chasing us. Regent Yi Lijue seemed to be not interested in this question. He asked in a low and magnetic voice, "Are they my good brother's people?" This was not a question, but an affirmation. In the entire Purple Saint Kingdom, apart from my suspicious brother, who else has the courage to challenge me? If I am not eliminated, my brother will not be at peace. Then, my lord, what should we do now? Kill all the people who are chasing us, and then send all the bodies to the Dali Temple and say that I was assassinated on the way back to the Holy City. Isn't the Dali Temple minister my brother's minion? In less than a cup of tea, I believe that my high and mighty brother will know. Yes, my lord, I will do it right away. Wait, how is the investigation of the girl tonight? Yi Lijue has been waiting in the study since he returned to the mansion, waiting for this news. Qingfeng's eyes were full of disbelief. When did his lord take the initiative to inquire about that girl? This was the first time he took the initiative to ask. In the past, those girls who wanted to marry the prince could line up from the regent's mansion to the city gate, and the prince didn't even give them a glance. This was the first time the prince took the initiative to ask a girl. Qingfeng thought he had misheard, so he didn't answer Yi Lijue, but he stood there without moving. Yi Lijue was a little impatient, and he looked over and asked directly, "What? Is there a problem?" Qingfeng was so scared that he immediately came back to his senses. "I dare not, but I just thought I had misheard. Your Majesty, I have already found out about that girl. She is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Mu. She has been sick and bedridden before and rarely goes out. Her mother is a wealthy merchant in Jiangnan, so the whole holy city knows that Prime Minister Mu has a merchant daughter, and she is a legitimate daughter, but no one has ever seen her." Yi Lijue didn't expect that she was actually Prime Minister Mu's legitimate daughter. "And your Majesty, this Miss Mu had an engagement with a third prince before, but Miss Mu suddenly passed away. I heard that the palace meant to replace Miss Mu with Miss Mu too to continue the engagement with the third prince." When Yi Lijue heard that there was an engagement with a third prince, he unconsciously let out a chill. Qingfeng, who was standing by, shivered from the cold. He thought that Miss Mu's detoxification pills were really effective. Now the prince's martial arts not only recovered, but also showed a tendency to strengthen. "Prince, when I was trying to find out the news tonight, I heard that the queen had asked the emperor to draft an imperial decree. Tomorrow, he would announce the dissolution of the engagement with Miss Mu, and then issue another imperial decree to assign Miss Mu heir to the third prince. They can get married when they reach the age of 15. Yi Lijue sneered after hearing this. He just wanted to get the support of the Mu mansion. Everyone knew that a lot of money in the Mu mansion came from the mother of Miss Mu, who was dug out of the grave. Thinking of Mu Fengyan, who didn't suffer any loss at all, I was afraid that the life of the Mu mansion would not be peaceful in the future. Yi Lijue was looking forward to the next days of the Mu mansion. If Qingfeng knew about it, he would definitely be so shocked that his jaw dropped. The prince, who had always been uninterested in everything, became interested in the family affairs of the Mu mansion. "Qingfeng, do you think people who die can be resurrected?" Yi Lijue seemed to be asking himself, and also seemed to be asking Qingfeng. "Your Highness, I feel it is very strange. According to the information I have found out, Miss Mu was completely breathless that day. The madam of the Mu mansion even cried and fainted several times. She was on the verge of collapse even after Miss Mu was buried. But who knew that Miss Mu was actually alive again? I wonder if the Mu mansion will be in a state of panic after knowing this. Yes, it is indeed strange that a dead person can be resurrected, but it happened." Master Xiancheng's words kept lingering in Yi Lijue's ears. Maybe she would go and see a good show tomorrow. The night passed quickly. Yenner, my Yenner, come back soon. Mother can't live without you." Mu Fengyan was awakened by a burst of rapid shouts. She sat up immediately and saw her mother beside her with wide eyes and unfocused eyes. She quickly grabbed her mother's hands and whispered, "Mother, Yenner is here. Yenner is by your side." The eldest lady Han listened to the whispers in her ear and slowly turned her head. When she saw her daughter, she was sure that she was not dreaming. She sat up quickly and hugged her daughter into her arms. Yenner, you are really back. Mother is not dreaming, not dreaming. My poor Yenner, mother's baby. After the eldest lady finished speaking, she began to cry again. The joy of a mother for regaining her child after losing it may not be understood by outsiders. When the eldest lady's mood calmed down a little, she looked at her well-behaved daughter in front of her and regained her reason. Yenner, how did you come back? And your mother watched you being buried, so how did you get out of the grave? Mu Fengyan sighed in her heart. Her mother finally woke up, and now she finally knew the crux of the matter. What should she say at the beginning? If she said that she was resurrected from a dead body, wouldn't she scare her mother to death again? She might even be scared silly. Well, I can't say it. By the way, my mother likes to worship Buddha and believes in those illusory things. Mu Fengyan cleared her throat, coughed, and began to tell a story seriously. Mother, I don't know what happened. I felt like I had a very long dream. In the dream, an old man with a white beard took me to a place that was completely different from here. Moreover, the old man passed on his medical skills to me. After the old man with the white beard took me to travel around that world, he sent me back and said that I was not destined to die and that I still had a mother who loved me and needed to be taken care of. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a sarcophagus. I was so scared that I knocked on the sarcophagus hard. I was rescued by a prince who happened to be passing by. I was dug out of the grave by this prince. The more Madame Han listened, the more frightened she became, and the happier she became. This meant that her daily worship of Buddha was effective. Didn't God return her daughter to her? Thinking of this, Madame Han hurriedly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran to the small room inside. She kowtowed to the Buddha statue 3 times and lit 3 incense sticks before she was done. Mu Fengyan, who was following closely behind, had a headache. Her mother was really honest. Didn't she have a headache? Yenner, come on, kowtow to the Buddha statue with your mother. Buddha, if you don't do this, I will hate you. Mu Fengyan looked up at the Buddha's statue. I don't know if it was her illusion. I felt that the 3 wisps of green smoke seemed to shake at the same time. Yenner, what are you mumbling about? Madame Han looked at her naughty daughter and was very happy in her heart. She really wanted to worship Buddha devoutly in the future. Not only did her daughter come back, but she was also more smart than before. Mu Fengyan helped her mother to the bed again and let her continue to rest. Yenner, do you know which prince rescued you? We have to thank him very much. Mother, it was the regent. What? The regent? Isn't he said to be ruthless and murderous? Is he so kind? The eldest lady Han's eyes were full of disbelief. Mother, those are just rumors. Everyone is spreading rumors. Who has actually seen him killing people like crazy? The eldest lady Han felt that what her daughter said made sense and nodded. You're right. Maybe the rumors are not credible. The regent is not someone we can see whenever we want. If we have the chance in the future, we must thank him very much. Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance in the future. Mu Fengyan looked at her mother's face and asked carefully, Mother, do you still like father? Who would have known that the eldest lady, who was so happy just now, was now full of anger? Maybe I liked him when I was young, but now I'm disheartened. If it weren't for the money that mother still has to help support the family, I'm afraid your father would have divorced me long ago. Your father hasn't set foot in mother's Jingya courtyard for 3 years. This courtyard was named by your father. He told mother affectionately that he would only be good to mother, but now there are concubines in the whole house. He didn't even show up when you were buried. Mu Fengyan saw that her mother's eyes no longer had the love and admiration for her father in the past, but were replaced by indifference, chill, and alienation. Maybe she was heartbroken, so she no longer had any expectations. Mu Fengyan knew it in her mind. As long as mother no longer liked the so-called father, she wouldn't have to worry about her mother's feelings when she took action. Mother, from today on, you can no longer give money to the family. You have to keep it for yourself. Don't worry, Yenner. Mother has long been disappointed with this prime minister's mansion. She won't give out another ounce of silver. The power of the housekeeper is no longer in your hands. In the past, the second lady would ask the servants to ask for silver when she was short of it. I won't give it to you in the future. Mother will save all the money and leave it for you as a dowry. How much do Mother and the others ask for each time? Not much, maybe a few 100,000 taels. Mu Fengyan almost dropped her jaw in shock. Mother, a few 100,000 taels a month isn't a lot? Whose pocket is this money going into? Silly child. Mother knows the numbers. Although Mother doesn't take care of the household, she is very clear about the accounts. Although they asked me for this little money, your father's monthly bill for treating colleagues to meals and drinks is as high as 100,000 taels. Although he also has a salary, his salary can't support the entire Prime Minister's residence. There are also those concubines who are well fed, and the son and daughter in the second lady's room are even more expensive. Although the second lady is the daughter of an official, she is a concubine after all. How much dowry can a concubine have? It all depends on the money in my hands. Then if it weren't for Mother's subsidy, they wouldn't have much money. Of course, the second lady has been a housekeeper for so many years. Maybe she has saved some silver, but Mother estimates that it would not exceed 50,000 taels. Mu Fengyan had to admire her mother's business ability. She really inherited her grandfather's business acumen and could calculate the small accounts very quickly. The reason why I gave them money before was because I was afraid of trouble. The other reason was because you were always sick and Mother didn't want to play those tricks with them, so she just gave them money and sent them away. Mother, do you know? Since I learned medical skills, I found out that I was given a chronic poison, and the poison finally entered my heart, which is why I lost my vitality.
What?
You were given a chronic poison? Madame Han was so shocked that she sat up from the bed and looked at her daughter carefully, with disbelief and fear in her eyes. Mu Fengyan quickly comforted her. Mother, don't worry. I have been cured by the white-bearded old man. He gave me a pill. After I took it, I felt relaxed and not uncomfortable. I am just thin. I just need to take more care of myself in the future. Okay. Mother will try her best to restore your health. By the way, Madame Han took out the pile of banknotes from her arms. Yenner, take this money. Just buy whatever you want. Mother is not short of money. This money is just a drop in the bucket for Mother. Just spend it. All the money Mother earns in the future will be yours. Mu Fengyan looked at the banknotes in her hand and didn't know how to answer. So did this banknote finally fall into her hands? She still clearly remembered what her mother said last night, that this was taken to the underworld for her to spend, so she didn't go to the underworld, and it was transferred to the world of the living for her. Mu Fengyan was a little bit amused. Finally, she hugged her mother, who cared about her daughter so much. She felt warm in her heart. It turned out that it was really great to be loved by her mother. She was so happy. Mother, I will treat you well in the future and love you as much as you love your daughter. Silly child, Mother has nothing left, only you. The eldest lady's eyes were a little sad. The flowers and the moon, the husband and wife, the love, all disappeared like a puff of smoke. Mother, don't worry, you have a daughter. Everything will be fine. The eldest lady Han looked at her daughter, who was so much more lively and naughty than before, and she shed tears of joy again. Okay, Mother, don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you keep crying. When we have time, we will go buy some handy maids and let them serve you well. I want you to be the most beautiful and luxurious mother in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom. The eldest lady Han Shi was amused by her daughter's naughty words. Mother, wait a moment. I'll go out and find a maid to help you wash up. Then I'll go to the kitchen to get some food. Yenna, you have to be careful. If you feel unwell, come back quickly. Don't worry, Mother. You forgot that there is no poison in my body. Except for being thin, I can walk without any problem. Okay, go ahead. The eldest lady Han was relieved when she thought of the white-bearded old man. Looking at her daughters leaving back, and then thinking of her daughter being corroded by poison since she was a child, she said, how could her daughter, who was so good in Jiangnan, start to get sick not long after arriving in Chengdu? Mu Fengyan followed the memory in her mind and walked towards the second wife's Rui courtyard. At this time, there was a warm and peaceful atmosphere in Rui courtyard. The three of them were eating around the dining table, and a bunch of maids were serving them. It was a scene of loving father and filial son. This was the scene that Mu Fengyan saw when she came in. The reason why no one came to report was because the maid at the door had been frightened and fainted. When the three of them looked up and saw the person coming, Mu Shushue screamed first and fainted. Mu Fengyan clicked her tongue twice. This was too useless. But it was also true. A 13-year-old girl, who used to show off her health in front of her bed all day, suddenly saw a person who had been buried standing in front of her. The shock was indeed a bit too great. Prime Minister Mu was so scared that he sat down on the ground, and the second wife was also terrified. The maids serving in the room were squatting trembling. On the ground, Mu Fengyan walked directly to Prime Minister Mu, looked at his face carefully, and couldn't help but sigh again. He had dark circles under his eyes, swollen eye bags, and a pale face. These were obvious signs of excessive indulgence. He had slept with at least 2 women yesterday. This Prime Minister Mu was so overindulgent that he was not afraid of dying. Mu Fengyan looked at the somewhat dumbfounded second Madame Wang again. Her face was full of spring colors, and the charm in her eyes could not be suppressed. It seemed that the spring night last night was very nourishing to the second Madame. I just don't know what will happen to the second Madame if Prime Minister Mu is impotent in the future. Thinking of this, Mu Fengyan took out a poison from the space. Everything in the space could be taken freely according to her thoughts. Under the cover of long sleeves, she picked up the teacup in front of Prime Minister Mu and sprinkled the powder into it. The powder dissolved in water and walked to Prime Minister Mu. "Father, why are you so careless? Look, you have fallen to the ground. Come, father, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Prime Minister Mu was even more horrified when he saw his daughter in front of him. He didn't know whether the daughter in front of him was a human or a ghost, and his mind was blank. Mu Fengyan handed the tea to her mouth and drank it, subconsciously. Looking at the empty tea, Mu Fengyan was very satisfied. She was a good daughter who cared about her father's health. Looking at the second wife Wang next to Prime Minister Mu, he stretched out his hand to help her straighten the crooked hairpin. Following her movements, another kind of poison powder was scattered lightly on the second wife's face. This kind of poison powder was colorless and tasteless and even transparent, but if you don't look carefully, you can't find it. Mu Fengyan was satisfied. When she saw Mu Shushue, who had fainted, she walked up to her again. How could she forget this good sister when such a good thing happened? She still loved her sister more. There was much more powder on her face than on the second lady's face. Mu Fengyan looked at these frightened people and felt very bored. She just waved her sleeves and left. She still had to visit her grandmother to let her know that her granddaughter was alive and well. Mu Fengyan hummed songs all the way as she walked to her grandmother's Jifuyuan. Wherever Mu Fengyan passed, the maids and servants she met either fainted or threw away the things in their hands and ran away screaming. He was still shouting, "There's a ghost. Someone come quickly. There's a ghost." A prince hiding in the tree found the scene very interesting, and he said that as long as the people in the Prime Minister's mansion saw Miss Mu, everyone in the mansion would be in chaos. Although he couldn't see clearly from a distance, he was sure that there was something wrong with the water that Miss Mu gave his father. Every move she made in that courtyard was very purposeful. I don't know what the consequences will be, but a certain prince's eyes are filled with anticipation for the first time since he was a child. Mu Fengyan followed her memory all the way to Jifuyuan. When she saw the plaque at the gate, she smiled sarcastically. Is such a snobbish old woman worthy of the word Jifu? If she were asked to write, it would definitely be Ji Sha Yuan, and the evil spirit would directly kill the old woman. There's no need to inform them. The maid guarding the gate had already been scared away. In this way, Mu Fengyan arrived at her grandmother's main hall without any obstruction. Grandmother was having meal, and Mu Fengyan started cursing in her heart again. Everyone was having meal, but who thought of her mother? She was eating and drinking her mother's food, and she didn't even take her mother seriously. She was bullying her mother because she had no one to rely on. When she comes next time, let's see who dares to bully her mother. Mu Fengyan bowed after she came in. She still had to be polite and not let outsiders talk about it. "Grandma, are you fine? I'm having dinner." Then there was the sound of chopsticks falling. After a long time, about a cup of tea, the old nanny beside the grandmother asked tremblingly, "Mississippi,
You.
you are a human
Or a ghost."
Mu Fengyan was speechless. The reaction arc of these two old people was a bit long. She almost fell asleep waiting. Mu Fengyan glanced at the old nanny and raised her eyebrows. She had information about this nanny in her mind. She had been with her grandmother for a lifetime and had a high status in the mansion. Everyone called her Li Mama respectfully, but there was a kind of master and there was a kind of servant. This Li Mama was also a master who flattered the high and trampled on the bottom. Mu Fengyan went directly to Li Mama and took her hand. "Mama, touch my hand, whether it is cold or hot. You will know whether I am a human or a ghost." Li Mama touched the little hand in her hand, and it was cold to the touch. She was so scared that she closed her eyes and fainted. If she saw clearly what was in her hand, she would definitely not be so scared. She saw that there were still drops of water dripping out of Li Mama's hand. Mu Fengyan sighed in her heart. This is too frivolous. She fainted just like that? She just wasted a little bit of affection. She thought it was someone who could fight with her for half a round. Mu Fengyan looked at the grandmother with joy again, wondering if the old lady could give her any support. There was only a sound of thump, and the old lady sitting on the stool fell to the ground. Yi Lijue on the tree watched the scene, and the corners of his mouth slightly pulled an arc. This is really a bold and naughty, but also smart girl. He believes that there is no such interesting girl in the whole Purple Saint country. He can see clearly that what Miss Mu stuffed into the old nanny's hand was a snowball. How could it not feel cold to the touch? Mu Fengyan in the main room looked at Li Ma and grandmother, who fell to the ground. How should she punish them? "My mother almost hanged herself last night, and no one cared, and the maids in the yard were even bribed." Mu Fengyan touched her chin and fell into deep thought. "Give her poison, but it doesn't seem appropriate. If this old grandmother can't withstand the poison and dies, who else can she play with? It's the coldest time of the year now." Mu Fengyan put out the brazier in the room, opened all the windows, and lifted the thick door curtains. Well, she estimated that it would take only 2 cups of tea for the maid to come over. Such a short time will definitely not freeze people to death. In order to freeze people thoroughly in the shortest time, she dragged the grandmother and Li Ma to the door directly.
"Well,
it's cooler this way." She stretched out her hand and lifted the thick door curtains out again, and a breeze blew in. Mu Fengyan patted the non-existent soil on her hands. It's done. For the 2 old people, they can still catch a cold, and it's absolutely no problem to lie in bed for another month or 2. Let them also taste the feeling of the original owner lying in bed. After Mu Fengyan finished all this, she left in style. Yi Lijue, who was on the tree, felt that he had watched enough of the show. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. "Sir, are you happy after watching the show, all the way?" Yi Lijue looked at the little girl below in disbelief. Didn't he expect that his kung fu would regress so much? He could actually let a little girl find his whereabouts. Yi Lijue had no idea that the little girl in front of him was not the same little girl as before. She was once a leader in the ancient martial arts family, and her judgment of breath and sound was no worse than that of martial artists in this era. "What? Don't you dare to come down? You have the courage to follow me and peek, but you don't have the courage to come down?" Yi Lijue no longer hid, and flew down from the tree in a black robe, floating down. His handsome eyebrows and eyes were like a banished immortal from the sky falling into the mortal world, which made Mu Fengyan a little dazed for a while. When she saw the face of the person, she frowned. She never thought that the person was the Regent Yi Lijue who saved her last night. When she thought about following her all the way here, she couldn't help but ask angrily, "I didn't expect that the prince also had the hobby of peeping into the houses of officials." Yi Lijue looked at the woman in front of her. She didn't have the admiration and worship of other women, nor did she have any respect in her eyes. It felt like everyone was the same in front of her, and there was no difference between superiors and inferiors. This discovery made Yi Lijue, who had lived in the royal family for a long time and accepted the difference between superiors and inferiors since childhood, very interested. The more he contacted, the more he found that there were many differences and shining points in this woman. The more this happened, the more he was interested in exploring. Mu Fengyan was very dissatisfied with the person who kept staring at her and didn't speak. If you have something to say it quickly. You keep staring at me. What's going on? Aunt, I haven't had breakfast yet and my mother is still hungry. Yi Lijue saw the impatience in the little girl's eyes and said directly, You are very different. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes to the sky. Isn't this nonsense? Can this lady be from the same dynasty as you? Yi Lijue looked at the little girl, who was doing such an indecent gesture as rolling her eyes without any scruples. It was very novel. Every lady from a noble family would smile with her teeth showing. In front of him, those women from official families wanted to follow the most standard etiquette. The girl in front of him was nothing like her. She was so casual and free and easy, and she exuded a chic temperament from the inside out. This is a kind of freedom that no other woman has ever had. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue, who was in a daze, then turned around and left. This prince couldn't be poisoned or beaten, so she could only ignore him and leave. Yi Lijue looked at the little girl leaving and was about to speak when a few maids came running over from a distance. He glanced at Mu Fengyan, who was leaving, and quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Mu Fengyan glanced back with some envy in her eyes. His martial arts were really good. She also wanted to recover her body and restore her martial arts from her previous life, but she would need another 2 months of recuperation. She could only endure the current situation. Mu Fengyan looked at the maid who was running hurriedly to the old lady's room and clicked her tongue twice. She didn't expect that the maid came earlier than she thought. They discovered her just after a cup of tea. But a cup of tea is enough to make these two old guys feel uncomfortable for a while. Mu Fengyan walked towards the kitchen again. She and her mother had not eaten yet, and after running around for a long time, she was already starving. As soon as I entered the kitchen courtyard, I saw everyone running away in fear. The people in the kitchen just heard someone shouting that the eldest daughter's ghost had returned and had already looked for the second wife and the old lady. The servants were all scared. Some even said that the eldest daughter was buried alone in the wilderness and was very lonely, so she wanted to pull a few people over to keep her company. For a moment, the servants of the Mu mansion were all in danger, fearing that they would be killed by the ghost of the young lady. Those concubines didn't dare to go out, and even asked the servants to keep the door closed tightly. This was the scene Mu Fengyan saw when she came to the kitchen. Either someone had run away, or they were huddled in the corner, shivering. Mu Fengyan ignored them and went straight to the stove to see if there was anything delicious. It's no big deal to take a look. Wow, it's really rich, with all kinds of birds' nest supplements and even ginseng and deer antlers. It's obvious that they are from his so-called father. Yes, if he didn't eat these ginseng and deer antlers to nourish his body, how could he linger on the beds of various women? Mu Fengyan seemed to have thought of something and showed a fox-like smile. It would be useless for his father to make up for it in the future, as he would become known as an infident. Mu Fengyan put all the things she liked into the food box and secretly put some into the space when no one was paying attention. She sprinkled the remaining supplements with various poisons. Although these poisons would not have names, they would definitely make those concubines uncomfortable for a while, and those in their eyes would be disfigured. The people in the Manga mansion ate and drank her mother's food, but no one brought food to her mother. There was not even a maid to serve her. She really wanted to beat and kill the servants in the Manga mansion, but now was not the time. Her skills had not recovered yet, and she could not be too ostentatious. She could only endure it for a few months. Mu Fengyan put all the best things into the lunchbox and left with the lunchbox. The people in the second wife Wang's room also began to regain their sanity.
Old master.
Just now, what did we see just now? Was it a human or a ghost? Prime Minister Mu looked at the maids huddled in the corner and shouted angrily, "What are you doing there? Hurry up and help me up." The maid in the corner then trembled and walked to Prime Minister Mu and helped him up from the ground. Prime Minister Mu thought about the cause and effect. He was too frightened just now, and didn't think carefully. Now that he thought about it carefully, his sick daughter was not dead at all. He could be sure that it was a human and not a ghost. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The teacup was smashed to pieces. The eldest lady is not dead. Why didn't anyone come to report this matter? And when did she enter the mansion? How come I don't know anything at all? What do you do for a living? Prime Minister Mu scolded the maids in the room, and finally scolded away the anger and fear in his heart. Second wife Wang heard what the master said, and then she came to her senses. Yes, if it was a ghost, how could it possibly hold the teacup? Besides, it was broad daylight now, so where could there be a ghost? Well, this little witch actually ran into her room to play tricks. Let's see how she will be dealt with in the future. This little witch is really lucky. She has been taking chronic poison for so many years, but she is still alive. What's more bizarre is that she crawled out of the grave. She was being watched, but the person who came clearly reported that the person had been buried. The second wife walked up to her daughter and pinched her philtrum. Mu Shushua woke up slowly, and when she woke up, she looked terrified and shouted, "Ah, someone, there is a ghost. Mu Fengyan's ghost is back. Daughter, wake up. It's mother, your elder sister is not dead. It was not a ghost just now. It was your elder sister herself. She came back without informing your father in advance, so that everyone could be prepared. Who wouldn't be scared by such a sudden appearance?" The second wife comforted her daughter, while applying eye drops in front of Prime Minister Mu. Sure enough, Prime Minister Mu slammed the table again in anger. This rebellious girl might as well just die. She's pretending to be a ghost in broad daylight. Are you trying to scare me to death? The second lady looked at the deep disgust and dissatisfaction in Prime Minister Mu's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up in satisfaction. Mu Shushua's eyes widened in disbelief and asked, "Mother, what did you say? Eldest sister is not dead? Hasn't she been buried? How can a buried person come back alive?" The second lady took a look at Prime Minister Mu's face and continued, "Yes, she can come back alive after being buried. Could there be something unclean attached to her body? And she just walked here. The eldest lady has been recuperating in bed for many years. How come she can suddenly walk?" The second lady looked at Prime Minister Mu's increasingly ugly face and added fuel to the fire. It's so unlucky for someone who is buried and then resurrected to enter the mansion. I don't know if it will bring bad luck to the Mu family, and I don't know if it will affect the master's career. Master, what should we do? The more Prime Minister Mu thought about it, the more he felt that the second lady's words made sense, and he was thinking about this matter in his heart. At this time, the maid in the old lady's courtyard came hurriedly to report. When she saw Prime Minister Mu, she knelt down directly. "Your servant greets your majesty." "Get up. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened to your mother?" "Prime Minister, the old lady fainted." "How could she faint? How are you servants serving the old lady? Where is Nanny Li beside the old lady?" Prime Minister Mu hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the old lady's courtyard. The maid also got up quickly and followed closely. "My lord, Li Ma has also fainted." The second wife Wang and Mu Shushua in the room looked at each other with excitement, and hurriedly followed the Prime Minister to the old lady's yard. Prime Minister Mu frowned. How could they all fainted? Thinking of a certain possibility, he asked directly, "Who went to the old lady's yard this morning?" "My lord, the gatekeeper said that he saw the eldest lady enter the old lady's yard early this morning." The maid's voice was very low at the end, and she was also afraid in her heart. It was said that the eldest lady came back to claim lives and wanted to take away several lives. I don't know if the old lady was taken away by the eldest lady. When Prime Minister Mu heard that it was indeed the work of the rebellious girl, he quickened his pace. He wanted to see if the old lady was okay, and then go to settle accounts with the rebellious girl. The second wife Wang and Mu Shushua behind were even more gloating. This was Mu Fengyan asking for death. Everyone knows that Prime Minister Mu is a filial son, and he is especially filial to the old lady. Any good things in the mansion are used by the old lady first. The things that the old lady doesn't want will be distributed to other small courtyards. Prime Minister Mu quickly came to the old lady's Jifuyuan, and after entering the room, he saw the palace doctor there. "Dr. Zhao, how is my mother?" Zhao's palace doctor glanced at the second wife Wang behind him, then looked at Prime Minister Mu and shook his head, saying, "The old lady is not in a good condition. She has a high fever now. She is a little old and can't stand the cold. Now the cold has entered her body. In addition to the daily soup and medicine, she also needs the best tonic to warm her body." After listening, Prime Minister Mu looked at the maids in the old lady's courtyard and asked sternly, "The old lady stayed in the room well. How could she get a cold? This is how you usually take care of the old lady." Uncle Wang sold all these maids who can't serve people to the brothel. Several maids were frightened and pale, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The maid who first discovered the old lady said unwillingly, "Prime Minister, when we came in, we saw the old lady and Li Mama lying at the door of the room. The windows of the room were all open, and the thick door curtains were also lifted." After hearing this, Prime Minister Mu's eyes were red with anger. This rebellious girl. It must be this rebellious girl who did this. Uncle Wang, sell all these maids. They didn't take good care of the old lady in the yard during their duty. The old lady fainted at the door, and we didn't find her in time. Yes, Prime Minister. The second lady had watched the show for a while, and it was time to show her gentle and generous image of a lady. She stepped forward and comforted him softly. "Master, be careful, that anger will hurt your body. These maids are also scared. You sold them, and you have to recruit new ones. How can the new ones be as familiar with the old lady's situation as these old ones? Besides, the old lady is used to them. If you deal with the maids in her yard without discussing it with my mother, what if my mother is unhappy when she wakes up?" Prime Minister Mu thought about it and felt that the second lady's words made sense. He softened his tone and said, "Madam is thoughtful for your husband. Otherwise my mother will blame me when she wakes up." She turned to the maids who were kneeling on the ground and said, "You all get up. I will punish you after the old lady wakes up. And thank you very much, second lady, for pleading for you." The maids kneeling on the ground were grateful to the second madam, so they kept kowtowed to thank her. Because of the second madam's consolation, they were spared the fate of being sold to the brothel, and they had a deeper affection for the second madam. Dr. Zhao wrote a prescription and asked the servants to boil it. Prime Minister Mu took the boiled medicine and fed it to the old lady himself. He was relieved when he saw the old lady fall asleep. But when he thought of the rebellious girl who pretended to be a ghost early in the morning, he was so angry that his teeth ached. "Dr. Zhao, you watch here and wait until the old lady's high fever subsides. Then you can leave." "Yes, Prime Minister." Prime Minister Mu turned around and walked out of the yard angrily, heading for the Jingya courtyard of the eldest lady. Second Madame Wang and Mu Shushue followed closely behind. How could they be absent from such a lively event? It seemed that he had not stepped into that small courtyard for 3 years. This was the first time he had entered this small courtyard in 3 years. Prime Minister Mu thought of the past, and his heart was very complicated. He and the First Lady used to be very loving, and they grew up together. The second lady beside him has been paying attention to Prime Minister Mu's face. Seeing that the Prime Minister's face has eased a little, she even missed him a little. The jealousy in the second lady's eyes flashed. "Master, why don't you just forget it? After all, the eldest lady did it unintentionally. I don't think she didn't deliberately not inform us. Maybe she came back too late last night, so she didn't inform us, which frightened us early in the morning." At the suggestion of the second lady, Prime Minister Mu really remembered the shock he received this morning, and his face was stained with anger again. "I think this rebellious girl did it on purpose, wanting to scare me to death early in the morning. Let's see how I punish her." Second Lady Wang saw the anger on the Prime Minister's face again, and her mouth curled up. In Jingya courtyard, the mother and daughter were happily eating. "Mother, let's go out of the house to buy some maids after dinner. You see, I couldn't find a maid to serve you early in the morning. I went to the kitchen to get the lunchbox myself." When Mrs. Han heard her daughter say this, the coldness in her eyes deepened. She really didn't expect that she, the wife of the Prime Minister, would actually let her daughter go to get the lunchbox herself. Looking at her gentle and well-behaved daughter, her face warmed up, and her eyes were full of gentle smiles. Okay, mother, listen to Yenner. We will go out to buy maids after dinner. The fierceness in Mu Fengyan's eyes flashed by. He came much later than she expected. TSK, he is really useless. If her skills hadn't recovered yet, she really wanted to run out and kick this scumbag father out of the door. Mu Fengyan looked at her mother and saw that in addition to anger, there was also disappointment in her mother's eyes. Could it be that mother still had any expectations for this scumbag father? That won't do. At this time, Prime Minister Mu and his second wife, Mu Shushua, followed closely into the room. Prime Minister Mu didn't say a word, and when he saw Mu Fengyan, he went up and slapped her hard. The slap sounded, and there was silence in the room. Mu Fengyan's mouth was bleeding, and she didn't go to see Prime Minister Mu first, but to see her mother first. The eldest lady came back to her senses from her shock and quickly ran over to hug her daughter. When she saw that her daughter's already thin face was swollen because of the slap and there was blood at the corner of her mouth, she was extremely heartbroken and could not stop her anger. Mu Fengyan took this slap on purpose. This slap broke the relationship between the original owner and Prime Minister Mu. She had to use this self-torture trick in order to make her mother completely give up on this scumbag father. Sure enough, besides anger, there was also chilling coldness, indifference, and hatred that could hardly be concealed in my mother's eyes. Mu Fengyan was satisfied. If her mother didn't harbor hatred towards her scumbag father, it would be bad if she was soft-hearted when she dealt with her mother in the future. The second Madame Wang and Mu Shushua who were standing by were so excited that they wished the master would beat the young lady to death. Prime Minister Mu was so furious at the second madame's anger that he used all his strength to hit Mu Fengyan. He never considered that his daughter was still ill and whether she could withstand his slap. After the fight, his mind became somewhat clearer, and he quickly turned to look at the First Lady, Mrs. Han. Seeing the indifference in Han's eyes that he had never seen before, as if she was looking at a stranger, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. But when he thought about it, Han was just the daughter of a wealthy businessman. What did he have to worry about? Without him, she would be nothing. After calming down, he reprimanded the First Lady. How can you be a First Lady? Why didn't you tell me that your daughter was back? You made the whole mansion panic so early in the morning. He turned to Mu Fengyan and reprimanded. What happened to your grandmother? Is it your fault? Your grandmother fainted. Why didn't you send someone to ask for the manor doctor? Instead, you opened the windows and ran away. Your grandmother is still having a high fever. You are an unfilial daughter. If anything happens to your grandmother, you will be buried with her. The last sentence was vicious, and the little expectation in the heart of the First Lady Han was also ruined with this sentence. Prime Minister Mu became more and more angry, thinking that it was all the fault of the First Lady Han, who didn't know how to teach her children. The second wife hurried forward and said softly, "Master, calm down." Sister may have forgotten because she was so happy to see the eldest daughter coming back. Don't blame her. Sister may be too happy. The first wife Han looked coldly at the loving couple in front of her. Maybe she used to be so foolish to like the man in front of her, but the slap on her daughter and the words that she would be buried with her daughter made her completely recognize the hypocritical hypocrite in front of her. Get out of the way. I am talking to the Prime Minister now, and you, a concubine, have no right to speak. The second wife looked at the first wife Han in front of her in disbelief. She never thought that the person who usually spoke politely, asked for money and gave money, and was very easy to control, would speak so impolitely today. The First Lady Han laughed before she spoke. Ha ha, concubine? Ha ha. In the entire Purple Saint country, only Prime Minister Mu's family has a concubine, and the concubine is a concubine who is not favored by the Shangshu family. Only Prime Minister Mu treats her as a treasure. After the First Lady finished speaking, she looked at the two people with sarcasm. Then she sneered. Do you know what people outside say about the Prime Minister's mansion? They say that the Prime Minister took the concubine who was raised outside back home and made her a concubine. This is not a new thing in the Purple Saint country. If the concubine is the official daughter, it's fine, but she is a concubine who can't be on the stage. Prime Minister Mu is really a freak in the Purple Saint country. If he is not the prime minister and is not easy to approach, they all want to admire the prime minister's appearance and are curious about what kind of person has such a freak idea that has never existed in the entire Purple Saint country.
Ha ha ha.
The First Lady Han laughed so hard that tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Mu Fengyan hurriedly supported her mother. She could feel that her mother was half angry and half extremely sad. Prime Minister Mu's face turned red, and he pointed at the First Lady with trembling hands and said with anger, You are simply crazy. It is unreasonable. The Second Lady was even more furious. She was a concubine's daughter, and this was the pain in her heart, but there was no way to change it, so she tried her best to make her children become legitimate sons and daughters. This method was taught to her by her aunt. There was no affection left in the eyes of the first Madame Han for Prime Minister Mu. Instead, she said in a flat tone, Yes, I am crazy. I have subsidized so much money to the Mu family over the years. For your face, Prime Minister Mu, I agreed to your unreasonable idea of having a second wife. An illegitimate daughter and illegitimate child raised by a concubine has suddenly become the legitimate son and daughter of the Mu family. Prime Minister Mu, tell me, am I crazy? Your daughter came back to life, but as a father, have you ever asked how she came back? How did she crawl out of the grave? Have you ever cared? You didn't. Since you entered the house, you have been scolding your daughter and even slapped her. May I ask, Prime Minister Mu, do you have any place for me and my daughter in your heart? Prime Minister Mu was a little overwhelmed by what the First Madam said, but he didn't know how to refute. Ever since you slapped my daughter, our relationship as husband and wife has ended. From today on, I will not give a single cent to the Prime Minister's mansion. I will take my daughter to the other courtyard to recuperate tomorrow. My daughter's body needs rest. There are too many beautiful women in the mansion, and it is not suitable for recuperation. The eldest lady thought that the most important thing now was for her daughter to recuperate. After her daughter recovered from her illness, she would come back to deal with these people. If possible, she really wanted to leave the Mu mansion, but in order to find a good home for her daughter, she had to endure it for the time being. After her daughter got married, she wanted to divorce and kick out the hypocrite in front of her. If Mu Fengyan knew her mother's idea, she would definitely agree with it. Her mother's idea was very avant-garde. In this era where husbands are the most important thing, it is not easy to have such an idea, and it might even be said by those old antiques to be against the moral code. Prime Minister Mu's face turned red after hearing what the First Lady said, but when he heard that the First Lady said that she would not subsidize the Mu mansion, he became anxious. How could he not subsidize the Mu mansion? The family property of their Mu family had been lost long ago. The Second Lady was a concubine and had no dowry at all. His meager salary could barely support the Mu mansion, and it was just enough to support them. They could not live as comfortably as they do now. Moreover, he had to treat his colleagues to dinner and drinks every month. The second wife was also a little anxious. If Han stopped taking out money, she, as the housekeeper, would not have so much money on hand. Prime Minister Mu's attitude softened a little. Yurong, I know you've worked hard these years. Yenner's illness is thanks to your care. You've worked hard alone, but the entire Mu family can't do without you. I'd better put the family power in your hands. Prime Minister Mu thought that if the housekeeping power was given to Han, if there was not enough money, she would make up for it. Han had been soft-hearted since she was a child, and Prime Minister Mu thought he knew the temper of the First Lady very well. But this time Prime Minister Mu was wrong. Prime Minister Mu touched Han's bottom line, that is, Mu Fengyan. Her daughter finally came back alive, and she didn't have time to feel distressed, but was slapped hard by Prime Minister Mu. The second wife and Mu Shushue were a little anxious. If the housekeeping power was taken away, how could they benefit from it? The second wife's dowry was pitifully small, not even enough for her son's food and clothing, not to mention that she had a pampered daughter to support. Yurong? Han listened to the name that she hadn't heard for more than 10 years, and the mockery in her eyes deepened. It turned out that when she heard this name from the man in front of her now, she no longer had the happiness and shyness she had when she was young, but instead had more disgust. The proposal of Madame Han was very much in line with Mu Fengyan's mind. Her current physical condition really needed to be well rested. If some women came to disturb her from time to time, she would be annoyed. Besides, wouldn't it be more convenient to do things outside? Okay, Prime Minister Mu, I have made up my mind. Don't say anything more. Prime Minister Mu listened to Madame Han calling him Prime Minister Mu directly. The tenderness in his eyes when he called him Prime Minister with admiration in his eyes was no longer there. Prime Minister Mu was about to say something when he saw the servants running over in a hurry. Your Majesty, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict from the palace has arrived. Prime Minister Mu hurried out when he heard it and also ordered everyone to kneel in the front hall to listen to the imperial edict. Mu Fengyan looked at the few people who hurried out and asked, Mom, are we going too? Yenner, we have to go too. After all, this is an imperial decree. If some people with bad intentions spread gossip, it will be bad for you.
Mu Fengyan nodded. She didn't want to go.
She had knelt before heaven and earth and her parents since she was a child, but she had never knelt before a broken imperial decree. Mu Fengyan and the eldest wife Han also walked to the front hall. The people who listened to the imperial decree were the old lady who was bedridden, the first wife, the second wife, Mu Fengyan and Mu Shushua. The eldest young master was studying outside, and the second young master was in a private school. The other concubines were not qualified to come out to listen to the imperial decree. When the eunuch Wang beside the emperor saw Prime Minister Mu coming over, he hurried forward to flatter him. Oh, Prime Minister Mu, we are here to congratulate Prime Minister Mu. Congratulations to Prime Minister Mu, great joy. Eunuch Wang, thank you for your trouble. May I ask where this joy comes from? The Prime Minister will know in a while. Is the Prime Minister here? We're going to read the imperial edict? Prime Minister Mu looked at the first wife Han and the eldest daughter, who had just stood up, as well as the second wife and the second daughter. Then he turned to Eunuch Wang and said, The old man is here. My mother is sick and can't get out of bed. Everyone else is here. Okay, then everyone kneel down to receive the edict. After Eunuch Wang finished speaking, Mu Fengyan saw everyone kneeling down. Mu Fengyan half squatted on the ground with the cover of her skirt, and then her extremely uncomfortable duck voice sounded. By the providence of heaven, the emperor decrees that the eldest daughter of the Mu family has passed away due to illness, and the engagement with the third prince is cancelled. After listening to the eunuch's reading, Mu Fengyan remembered that the original owner had an engagement with the so-called third prince. But fortunately, it was cancelled. It seems that they don't know the news of her return yet. I wonder what the eunuch's reaction will be when he sees her. Then Eunuch Wang said, Everyone, don't worry. I will read the second imperial edict now. Mu Fengyan's legs were numb from squatting, and she cursed in her heart. Why is this emperor so troublesome? It's just a few words. Can't he write an imperial edict? It can also save some expenses for the palace. Another duck voice sounded, and Mu Fengyan frowned a little uncomfortably. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims that Mu Shushua, the second daughter of Prime Minister Mu of the Mu Mansion, is virtuous, gentle and generous, both virtuous and talented, outstanding in appearance, gentle and honest, and is a match made in heaven with the third prince. Therefore, Mu Shushua, the second daughter of the Mu Mansion, is betrothed to the third prince as a concubine, and the wedding can be completed when she reaches the age of 15. This is the order of the emperor. Listening to the content of the imperial edict, Mu Fengyan wanted to ask the emperor directly, Are you blind? The second young lady, with a black heart, praised her like a flower. Besides, why was her imperial edict of revoking the marriage so simple, just 2 sentences, but why was the imperial edict of granting marriage so long? Mu Fengyan expressed her dissatisfaction. The second lady and Mu Shushua next to her kowtowed excitedly, especially Mu Shushua, who would be the concubine of the third prince in the future. I don't know how many young ladies from official families envied her. Prime Minister Mu was also very happy. Their Mu mansion still had an engagement with the third prince, and their Mu family was still a royal relative. Prime Minister Mu was so excited that he burst into tears and kowtowed to thank him. Mu Fengyan looked at all this and curled her lips. Was she the only one who noticed this? Didn't anyone else notice this? The imperial edict said that the third prince should be betrothed as a concubine, but it didn't say whether it was a principal concubine or a concubine. Aren't the imperial concubines the same as the concubines of officials? And the prince can marry 2 concubines. Mu Fengyan looked at the excited people again. She really didn't know why they were so excited. Didn't they know there was a trap? Congratulations, Prime Minister Mu. Please take the imperial edict quickly. We still have to go back to serve the emperor. Prime Minister Mu quickly got up from the ground, took the imperial edict, and winked at his personal servant Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang quickly took out a silver note from his sleeve and handed it to Anuch Wang. When Anuch Wang saw the face value of the silver note, he was overjoyed. The rumors were true. Prime Minister Mu was really generous and lavish. Didn't the queen just fancy the prime minister's rich family background? Mu Fengyan looked at all this with sarcasm in her eyes and walked forward slowly. Father, I will keep my imperial edict. Mu Fengyan didn't care about Prime Minister Mu's expression and directly reached out and took out her own imperial edict of breaking off the engagement from Prime Minister Mu. Anuch Wang didn't know Mu Fengyan, let alone Mu Shishue, and just thought that the little girl in front of him was Mu Shishue. He quickly complimented her. The second miss is indeed unique. Her temperament is a perfect match for the third prince. We would like to congratulate the second Mississippi. The people around him were a little embarrassed, but they didn't know how to explain. Before Prime Minister Mu could speak, Mu Fengyan looked at Anuch Wang with a smile and said, Anuch Wang, you've got the wrong person. I am the eldest lady of the Mu family, Mu Fengyan.
We know that you are the second young lady of the Mu family. What?
You said you are the eldest lady? Anuch Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Because he spoke suddenly loudly, his voice became sharper, which made Mu Fengyan feel uncomfortable again. You said you were the eldest daughter of the Mu family? Wasn't the eldest daughter of the Mu family buried yesterday? Anuch Wang looked at Mu Fengyan with horror, stepped back, and asked Prime Minister Mu, Prime Minister Mu, what's going on? We can go back and report it to the emperor. Prime Minister Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that this matter was a bit unbelievable, but he had to report it truthfully, otherwise the emperor would punish him for deceiving the emperor, and he couldn't bear it. Prime Minister Mu sorted out the words in his mind and said, Anuch Wang, this is it. My daughter was indeed buried yesterday, but for some reason she came back to life. I only learned about this morning. I hope you can say a few good words in front of the emperor. Anuch Wang was even more horrified after hearing this. Some reason? Coming back to life?
Can it be more bizarre?
Prime Minister Mu winked at his personal servant Uncle Wang, and Uncle Wang quickly took out another silver note and handed it to Anuch Wang. Anuch Wang put away the banknotes, looked at Prime Minister Mu, and then looked at Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan looked at Anuch Wang with a smile in her eyes. Anuch Wang was frightened. Anuch Wang did not stay any longer, and hurriedly took the banknotes and left. He almost ran away. First, the matter was too weird. He had seen a lot of things in the palace for so many years, but it was the first time he had encountered the matter of the shogun's daughter. He was very scared. He was a little unsure whether the shogun's daughter he had just seen was a human or a ghost. And the look in Miss Mu's eyes really frightened him. In the Fingi Palace of the Imperial Palace, Empress, Miss Mu is dead. Does that mean that the phoenix fate that Lord Chen from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau mentioned before no longer exists? A middle-aged woman was dressed gorgeously in a bright red dress that dragged on the ground. The phoenix on the dress looked lifelike. As the woman gracefully served the tea, the phoenix seemed to spread its wings and fly high. The woman had a delicate face and wore a phoenix crown on her head. She looked graceful and elegant. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she was well-maintained and looked like a young girl. The woman took a sip of tea and was very satisfied. A gentle voice sounded, Mammy, Miss Mu is dead, but there is still Miss Mu. I just want the emperor to choose her as a concubine, not to make her Aoer's main wife. Miss Mu's mother is a concubine. With such a mother, how can she be worthy of the position of my son's main wife? The financial resources of the Mu family can still bring benefits to Aoer. With the support of Prime Minister Mu, I believe my third prince will not lose. Mammy Su, who was standing next to her, gently pinched the back of the queen's shoulder while listening to the queen's plan for the third prince. Mammy Su was an old woman who followed Queen Su and was also Queen Su's wet nurse. Naturally, her status was higher than that of other servants and palace maids in the queen's Fingy palace. Queen Su liked to tell Mammy Su anything she had to say. Mammy Su was also a person who had experienced all kinds of conspiracies and calculations. Naturally, she saw more clearly than ordinary people and often made suggestions for the queen. Your Majesty is right. Do you have a candidate for the position of the third prince's wife? I haven't thought of which family's daughter it is yet, but I have some ideas in my mind.
But don't worry.
I will observe slowly and make a decision. Your Majesty is really thoughtful for the third prince. If the third prince knew, he would be moved and look for rare things for you, just to make you happy. When the queen thought of the third prince, her eyes were full of motherly smiles. This child has a pure heart and is very filial to me, his mother. It's worth my love for him. Your Majesty is right. In my opinion, the third prince is a good one. He will never be wrong in the future. He is better than other princes in terms of strategy and scheming. After listening to Suma's words, the queen nodded with satisfaction. Her son is naturally the best. Inuch Wang in the imperial study had hurried back and reported everything about Miss Mu in the Mu mansion to the emperor. The emperor narrowed his eyes after hearing this, feeling that something was unusual. Inuch Wang, call Mr. Chun from the imperial observatory to me. I obey your order. I will go and ask Mr. Chun to come to the emperor. Inuch Wang hurried out. In the imperial study, besides the emperor, there was only a little Inuch helping the emperor grind ink. The emperor glanced at him and said, "You go down first." I obey your order. The emperor was the only one in the study. He was thinking about this matter. He knew that Prime Minister Mu's daughter died of illness. He just heard the report from Inuch Wang, which said that even Prime Minister Mu didn't know how his daughter came back alive. If it was the daughter of another official, he would not ask about these things, but Prime Minister Mu's eldest daughter, Mr. Chun from the Imperial Observatory said that this girl had a phoenix destiny, and if he got this girl, he could get the world. That's why he gave Miss Mu a marriage to his favorite son, the third prince. But Miss Mu is back alive, and the imperial decree to cancel the engagement has already been issued, so there is no reason to take it back. While the emperor was thinking, Inuch Wang came back quickly and told the emperor that Lord Qin was waiting for an audience outside the door. The emperor nodded. Inuch Wang shouted directly to the door, "Master Qin, please come to see me." Lord Chun from the Imperial Observatory walked in trembling. Kneel down and greet the emperor. "Master Qin, please stand up. I have something to ask you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lord Chun stood up and listened to the emperor's questions respectfully. The emperor looked at Lord Chun, a man in his 60s with white hair and a shaky gait, and asked, "Lord Chun, have you ever heard of someone who came back from the dead?" "Your Majesty, I have never seen such a person, but I have heard of such a person from my teacher. People who come back from the dead will either be very lucky or very unlucky." The emperor frowned and asked, "What do you think?" "For those who have died, the cause and effect have been broken. If they are resurrected, the cause and effect will continue, but their character has been changed. This person may be violent and kill all living things, or be kind and save all living things." The emperor looked at Lord Chun with some suspicion. Miss Mu from Prime Minister Mu's family is a weak woman, sickly, unable to lift her hands or shoulders. Can she kill all living things? Can she save all living things? The emperor did not believe what Lord Chun said. "Then I ask you again, if Miss Mu, the daughter of Prime Minister Mu, comes back from the dead, how do you explain it?" Unexpectedly, Lord Chun was so scared that he knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, if Miss Mu comes back from the dead, it will be a great disaster for our Purple Saint country. If Miss Mu comes back from the dead, her fate will be changed, and it will bring great disaster to the people around her." The emperor became a little impatient after hearing this. What kind of disaster could a weak woman bring? Then can I just kill her directly? No, your majesty. This is destiny and cannot be defied. If your majesty insists on doing so, the entire Purple Saint Kingdom will be doomed to failure. The emperor didn't believe it even more. If it could really bring about a disaster, it would be better to marry her off to his younger brother, the regent who kept him awake at night, and let Miss Mu bring all the disasters to him. The more the emperor thought about it, the more he thought this was a good idea, and he said to Lord Chen, in that case, let's marry Miss Mu off to the regent as his concubine. After hearing this, Lord Chen was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, no, absolutely not. The regent's horoscope. The emperor had lost his patience. Okay, stop talking, Lord Chen. Go down, I have other things to do. Looking at the emperor's determined look, Lord Chen did not dare to stop him, for fear that the emperor would be unhappy and chop off his head again. He could only kowtow again helplessly and said, I'm leaving. Lord Chen walked outside the imperial study, looked at the sky, and murmured, the Purple Saint Kingdom is going to change. No, the whole world is going to change. The Phoenix Girl has returned to reconstruct the world. The destiny cannot be violated. The Purple Saint Kingdom will no longer exist. Master Chen sighed, and tremblingly walked towards the Imperial Observatory. What he didn't finish saying in front of the Emperor was that the fate of the regent was incompatible with that of Miss Mu before her rebirth. Master Chen knew what the Emperor meant. Didn't he want Miss Mu to bring all the disasters to the regent? If it was Miss Mu before she died and came back to life, it would definitely be possible. As long as the Emperor married Miss Mu to the regent would die within half a year. But after the resurrection, Miss Mu's fate had been reversed. Her current fate was extremely compatible with the regent. Miss Mu not only reversed Qianquan and could reverse the fate of the regent's untimely death. Lord Chen knew that destiny could not be violated, so he could only let it go. In the study, the Emperor, sitting on the dragon chair, was furious when he thought of the secret report he received from the Dali Temple this morning. He did not expect that the regent who was poisoned could escape the pursuit of the secret guards. It was really unwilling to think about it. As long as the regent was in power, he would not be at peace, and his princes were also in panic. Because the regent had 100,000 elite Jilin troops handed over to him by the old emperor. The emperor hated the old emperor so much that his teeth itched. If it were not for the regent, Wang is too young, so his father will definitely let his youngest brother Yi Lijue be the emperor. Yi Lijue is his father's son born in his old age, and he dotes on him very much. For the safety of his youngest son, he even gave him the Jilin army to protect him. The emperor became more and more unwilling to give up. Thinking of what Lord Chen said about the eldest lady of the Mu family bringing disaster, he took the imperial edict and sent it to the regent's mansion. At the same time, the eldest lady of the Mu family also issued an imperial edict. After writing it, he asked Inuch Wang to read the imperial edict. Inuch Wang took the order and left. He went to the regent's mansion first. That was a big man. He didn't even listen to the emperor. How dare he stay in the regent's mansion? The regent Prince Yi Lijue was also listening to the report from his subordinates. As early as the moment the Inuch left the palace, Yi Lijue knew about the emperor's decree to grant marriage. If it was any other woman, he would have refused, and even asked the Inuch not to let him enter the regent's mansion. But if it was Miss Mu, he thought of the girl he saw this morning who was so bold that she even dared to drag her grandmother to the door. He wondered what else she would not dare to do. It would be very interesting to let her be his princess. Qingfeng observed the prince's expression while reporting the matter. Your Highness, why don't we not open the door and not let the Inuch in, and say that the prince is out on business and has not returned to the capital yet? Qingfeng had just finished speaking when he saw a flash of smile in the prince's eyes. Qingfeng was stunned. Did he see it wrong? When he looked carefully, it was still the prince with a cold face and inhumanity. It turned out that he really saw it wrong. He said, how could his prince smile? Ever since the prince's mother died in the palace, when the prince was 10 years old, the prince went to the military camp and never smiled again since then. Qingfeng. Qingfeng quickly came back to his senses and replied, I'm here. Go take the imperial edict from Inuch Wang and give him some tips. Don't let outsiders say that our regent palace doesn't know the rules. Qing Feng was dumbfounded. Is this still their prince? When has the prince ever understood the rules? What are you doing?
Go.
I obey your command. Qing Feng still went out with some confusion. When he thought about the content of the imperial edict, he suddenly understood a little. Then he thought about what the prince had asked about Miss Mu last night. He thought that the prince had taken a fancy to Miss Mu, and he was very happy. His prince was finally interested in a girl. Qing Feng took the imperial edict and asked the butler to give Enoch Wang some tips before letting him go. Enoch Wang left the regent's mansion in a daze. He thought he would be harassed by the people in the regent's mansion as he had been before. He didn't expect it to be so smooth today. Could it be that the regent was not in the mansion? Who cares? Anyway, his mission has been completed, and he happily went to Prime Minister Mu's house to announce the decree. Mu Fengyan and his wife Han, who returned to Jingya courtyard after receiving the imperial edict in the shogunate, were packing up their valuables. They would go out to buy a maid in a while. This courtyard didn't even have a maid to watch the door, so of course the valuables were put away. After Mu Fengyan sent her mother back to Jingya courtyard, she went to her own courtyard first. When she saw the Qinshin courtyard above the courtyard, her heart was warm. The original owner had the origin of the name in her memory. This was the mother's full of love. In the past, the courtyard was full of flowers and plants. She hoped that her daughter could grow up healthily in an environment that was intoxicating, elegant, fragrant, and warm. But in the end, things did not go as she wished, and the original owner still went, letting her soul from another world grow in this body. Mu Fengyan put away her thoughts and walked directly to the yard. Because no one had cleaned it for a long time, the yard was full of snow, and there were dead branches blown down by the cold wind. Mu Fengyan glanced around sarcastically. The cold wind was whistling, blowing the dead branches on the ground. There was really a picture of the master as dead, and the yard as withered. Mu Fengyan walked into the room and looked at the original owner's room. The layout was very warm. It was obvious that the mother had done her best to make her seriously ill daughter feel better. No wonder Mu Shushue was always sarcastic every time she came. The original owner might not understand, but she knew that it was Mu Shushue's full of jealousy. She had nothing to compare with the original owner, so she could only show off her healthy body to the original owner. Mu Fengyan looked at the room and put everything into the space. These were all her mother's hard work, and they couldn't be cheap to others. Although some valuable things were taken away, she was not in a hurry. When she recovered, she had a way to get them back. Mu Fengyan put all the things in each room into the space and looked at the empty appearance of each room and was very satisfied. Mu Fengyan took advantage of the fact that there was no one in the yard to enter the space and take a look. Her space is very large. In addition to the classic medical books and poison books left by the ancestors of the Mu family, there are also advanced medical equipment she brought in from later generations. All kinds of medical equipment, scalpels, and surgical instruments are all available, but they cannot be taken out in this era. She thought of this backward, ancient time, and she should be able to play with her own medical skills. She suddenly saw water seeping out of the clear spring pool before, and her eyes were full of joy. The pool is not big, only about 5 square meters. In her previous life, she used many methods but never got water out. Unexpectedly, when her soul came to this strange world, the clear spring water came out instead. I don't know where this space touched. Anyway, she was very happy that the spring water came out. It is mentioned in the ancestral handwriting that if a spring comes out, the spring water can cure all diseases and detoxify all poisons. If a healthy person drinks it, he can strengthen his body. If a person with a hidden disease drinks it, he can recover. And if a person has only one breath left, drinking this spring water can save his life. Mu Fengyan summed it up in one sentence. It can revive the dead, flesh and bones, and can bring people back to life. Mu Fengyan named it spiritual spring water. With this spring water, the regent's 20 kinds of poisons are not a piece of cake, but she can't cure the regent all at once. Otherwise, how can he owe her a big favor? Mu Fengyan felt that the time was almost up, so she hurried out of the space with a small bundle in her hand. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to her mother. Mu Fengyan came directly to the yard of the eldest Lady Han. Han had more things, so she took the valuables with her and piled the other things together. Mu Fengyan was stunned. Her mother had so many things, and they were all exquisite and valuable. Yenner, pack them up. Don't take away those worthless things. Just pack the valuable things. Mother will redecorate them when we get to the other courtyard. Mother has decorated the other courtyard before, but she has been there less often, so they are not as exquisite as here. Mother, why don't we go to the other courtyard today? Is it far away? The other courtyard is not far away. It is just on the outskirts of the city. The environment there is beautiful. It is the property that Mother bought for your recovery. I thought it would not be used, but it came in handy today. Mother is afraid that you can't bear it. It will take at least half an hour for the carriage to go there. It's okay, Mother. Let's go today. After we buy the maid, we will take her there directly. I don't want to stay in this mansion anymore. Mu Fengyan thought to herself that it would only take half an hour, or an hour, not very far, and we will definitely get there before dark. The reason why she asked her mother to leave the shogunate today was because she wanted her mother to temporarily leave this sad place and go to the other courtyard to relax, so that she would feel better. The eldest lady also wanted to leave the Mu mansion early, so she readily agreed to her daughter's proposal. The eldest Lady Han took some valuable things with her, and she decided not to take the rest. Anyway, she had plenty of silver and could buy them later. Mu Fengyan's mouth twitched when she saw this. Her domineering mother was really rich. The furnishings in the house were all worth thousands of taels of silver. Even the bed curtains on the bed were made of brocade fabric. She felt that there was no one in the entire Zixing kingdom as domineering as her mother. The eldest Lady Han thought that her daughter was reluctant to part with these things, and said directly, Yenner, these things are just external things. When you recover from your illness, Mother will buy you better things. These things are worthless. Mu Fengyan twitched her lips again. Well, her mother has money and everything she says is right, but she is not happy to leave these things to the Mu mansion, to the second wife and his scumbag father. Mu Fengyan helped her mother to the gate of the yard and asked her mother to wait for her at the gate on the pretext that she accidentally left something in her mother's room. After saying that, she also winked at her mother mischievously. Madame Han looked at her naughty daughter lovingly, touched her head, and let her go. No need to rush. Mu Fengyan quickly returned to her mother's room, waved her little hand and put all the things into the space, and then put all the things in other rooms into the space in the same way. In the end, every room was empty, and even the pots and pans in her mother's small kitchen were put into the space. Mu Fengyan nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the door. Mother, I got it. Let's go. Well, Yenner, let's go. Those things are not valuable. Just throw them away. Don't worry, Mother. No one has taken those things away. They are all in her space. Who has the ability to take them? The eldest Lady Han smiled indifferently. Whoever wants to take those things can take them. Anyway, she has enough. What the eldest lady didn't know was that her things had been put into the space by her daughter a long time ago. The two had just taken a few steps when they saw a maid hurriedly coming over. She bowed and said, Madam, Miss, the Prime Minister asked you to go to the front hall to listen to the imperial edict. Mu Fengyan and her mother looked at each other. Why did the imperial edict come again? Didn't they just receive it? Anyway, the two came to the front hall with the bundle. Prime Minister Mu first saw the eldest Lady Han and the eldest lady. When he saw the bundles in the hands of the two, he asked directly, Madam, where are you going with the bag? Prime Minister Mu, I've already told you before that my daughter needs to rest. I will take her to the other courtyard to take good care of her body. Before Prime Minister Mu could say anything, Inuchwang said happily, Congratulations, Madam. Congratulations, Madam. Miss Mu's wedding has come. What does Inuchwang mean? Madame Han asked puzzled. Even the second Madam and Mu Shushiwe who were rushing overlooked at Inuchwang in confusion. The mother and daughter were happy in the room for a long time, chatting happily when they heard the servants report that Inuchwang had come to pass the imperial edict again. As soon as the two walked to the front hall, they saw Inuchwang congratulating Madame Han. Madam, you will know in a while. Inuchwang smiled and answered Madame Han's words, and then turned to ask Prime Minister Mu, Prime Minister Mu. Everyone is here. Let's start reading the Imperial Edict. After listening to the reading of the Imperial Edict, everyone knelt down again, and Mu Fengyan squatted down again helplessly. In compliance with the will of heaven, the Emperor proclaims that Mu Fengyan, the daughter of the Mu family, is intelligent, kind, skilled, generous, gentle, virtuous, outstanding in appearance, and in good health. She is a perfect match for my younger brother, the Regent Prince Yulijue, and I hereby grant her marriage to the Regent Prince as his principal wife. She can be married after she reaches the age of 15. I decree this. Mu Fengyan was furious when she heard this. She was sure that this dog emperor had issued this imperial decree to annoy her. Everyone in the Purple Saint Kingdom knew that Prime Minister Mu's eldest daughter was frail and sickly and had been bedridden for years. The dog emperor actually said that she was in good health. He was really blind. The more Mu Fengyan thought about it, the angrier she got. Since the dog emperor looked down on her so much, she had to grow up according to the Imperial Edict. Wasn't it just to make fun of me? After half a year, I'll show you how I look like when I get well and become a person who is intelligent and kind, skilled and generous, gentle and virtuous, outstanding in appearance and healthy, as the dog emperor said. He was so angry. Miss Mu, please accept the order. A duck-like voice sounded above her head.
She really wanted to strangle this Anuch.
She had just broken off the marriage with a third prince and was still happy to be free. Now there was a marriage granted by the regent. Did she still have human rights and freedom? Mu Fengyan was very upset. Everyone else looked incredible. Why did they suddenly let Mu Fengyan marry the regent, and as a princess? Mu Shushue only remembered at this time why her imperial edict did not specify whether she was the main wife or the concubine. Moreover, Mu Fengyan became the regent princess, which meant that she was one level higher than herself in terms of generation and became her imperial aunt. A few hours ago, she felt that she had surpassed Mu Fengyan and married the third prince. How come in just a short while, Mu Fengyan became her imperial aunt? Mu Shushue looked at the second wife, Wang, with panic in her eyes. Wang patted her daughter's hand to comfort her. When Mu Fengyan caught a glimpse of Mu Shushue's expression, she felt happy instantly. That's right, she would be Mu Shushue's imperial aunt in the future. If they were unhappy, then she would be happy. Mu Fengyan took the imperial edict. Prime Minister Mu, who was still in shock, came back to his senses instantly and hinted that Uncle Wang gave Anuch Wang a banknote, and Anuch Wang accepted it wholeheartedly. Inevitably, he said a few more words. Madam, congratulations, where are you going with the bag? Anuch Wang, my daughter is not in good health. She has to go to the other courtyard to recuperate for a while and come back when she is really healthy. Madame Han said neither humbly nor arrogantly. She was not a fool. Of course, she heard the ridicule of her daughter in the imperial edict. Anuch Wang coughed awkwardly. Thinking of the content of the imperial edict, he didn't know what the emperor thought of it. The emperor's intention was unpredictable. He could only smile reluctantly. Yes, what the madam said is very reasonable. The peace of the other courtyard is very suitable for recuperation. Anuch Wang didn't say anything more and took everyone in the palace to leave the prime minister's mansion. What Mu Fengyan didn't know was that the news that the eldest lady of the Mu mansion had come back to life and crawled back from the grave had spread like wildfire. The whole Chengdu knew about it. There were several versions about the resurrection of Miss Mu. Mu Fengyan didn't care about that and walked directly to the gate of the mansion with her mother and the bag. Prime Minister Mu wanted to call them, but he didn't know how to start, and he looked anxious. The second wife and Mu Shushue were still in shock about Mu Fengyan's marriage to the regent. Just like that, the two walked out of the prime minister's mansion. As soon as they walked out of the door, the first wife looked back at the Mu mansion. She had lived here for more than 10 years, but she didn't expect that she didn't even have a carriage to go out, let alone a maid. Although she could ask the mansion to prepare a carriage, she didn't want to have any involvement with the prime minister's mansion, so she simply took her daughter and the banknotes to buy a carriage and a maid. Just as the two of them took a few steps, a luxurious carriage drove towards them and stopped directly in front of Mu Fengyan and Han. A young man jumped out of the carriage. When Mu Fengyan saw who it was, she raised her eyebrows. This regent got the information very quickly. He knew about it as soon as they left the house. Qing Feng said respectfully, "My humble servant has met Miss Mu. This is the carriage sent by our prince, who said that Miss Mu might need it." Mu Fengyan looked at Qing Feng in front of her. The arrogance that she had yesterday when she was called upon to kill her was gone. Instead, there was only respect in her eyes. Qing Feng thought, how could he not be respectful? You might become a princess in the future, and you will be his master in the future. How could he not be respectful? Madame Han looked at her daughter with some worry. She didn't know what her daughter thought about the imperial decree granting marriage. If her daughter disagreed, she would resist to the end even at the cost of her life. Mu Fengyan looked at the worry in her mother's eyes, knowing what she was thinking, and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Since the prince has sent a carriage, let's go in the carriage. It will be faster." Han saw that there was no resistance in her daughter's eyes, and she felt relieved. No matter what, the regent is also her daughter's lifesaver. He is a grace of rebirth for her daughter. If it weren't for the regent, her daughter might die in the grave again. The two got on the carriage, and after they were seated, Qing Feng drove the carriage away. When Prime Minister Mu remembered that the mother and daughter had not prepared a carriage yet, he felt that he had a reason to stop them and hurried to the door. When they left the Prime Minister's residence, they could not see the figures of the First Madam and the First Mississippi. They asked the gatekeeper, "Where are the First Madam and the First Miss?" "My lord, they left in a carriage." "Whose carriage did they take?" "My lord, look at the logo on the carriage. It seems to be the carriage of the Prince Regent's residence." After hearing the servant's reply, Prime Minister Mu stood there in a daze for a long time. The expression in his eyes was unclear. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, he turned around and went back to the residence. In Rui Courtyard, Mu Shushua said irritably, "Mother, what's wrong with Mu Fengyan? Why did she marry the Prince Regent? Then she will become my imperial aunt in the future, right?" "Mother, I don't want her to become my imperial aunt." "Silly daughter. Mother has taught you so many times that you should be calm and composed in the face of things. Don't be impatient, and think about things first." "And Mu Fengyan, do you really think she can live to see the day of her wedding?" The second madam looked disdainful. "Mother, what do you mean?" "Silly daughter. Think about it carefully. Everyone in the Purple Saint Kingdom knows that the Emperor and the Regent appear to be friendly on the surface, but they've been fighting secretly for so long without a winner. But why did he marry Mu Fengyan to him at this time? It is said that the Regent is violent, moody, and murderous. How could he obediently listen to the Emperor's arrangement and accept the imperial decree of marriage? Maybe one day he will be unhappy and kill that little witch and be done with it. Then, Mother, we don't have to do anything. We just have to wait and watch the show. Maybe one day the Regent will be unhappy and kill that little witch." Mu Shushua said excitedly. "Well, daughter, we can't just wait. We have to be prepared. The slow poison we gave her before brought her back to life. This time, let's ask Dr. Zhao to get some strong poisons that will definitely kill her." The second wife looked into the distance after she finished speaking. "As for how to poison her again, we need to think about this matter carefully. Mother, the first wife is gone. I see they didn't take anything before they left. Can we take the valuables in their room? The decorations in the first wife's room are worth at least 1,000 taels." Mu Shushua's eyes were full of greed. "Well, since they are gone, it means those things are no longer needed. Wouldn't it be a waste if no one uses them?" The mother and daughter looked at each other, and both smiled proudly. The second wife called out, "Xiao Chui, come in for a moment." Xiao Chui came in through the door curtain and bowed. "Second wife, I'm here." "Go to the first wife's yard. She has left the Prime Minister's mansion now. Bring all the valuables in her yard here. I'll see what to do with them, whether to sell them or keep them for the old lady. As you wish, I'll go over and take a look. Well, take a few more maids with you so you don't have to run back and forth several times." "As you wish." Xiao Chui took the order and left. The second wife and Mu Shushua waited happily. After a while, Xiao Chui came in, knelt down and kowtowed. "Second madam, there is nothing in the first madam's yard. Every room is empty.
What?
How could it be? They only had a small bag when they left. Are you a blind captive who can't see it? Replying to the second lady, there is indeed nothing. Every room is empty, even. What do you mean even? Why are you hesitating? If you don't say it quickly, be careful of losing your life. Xiao Chui kowtowed repeatedly, replying to the second lady, even the beds in every room are gone. All the utensils in the small kitchen are empty. The second lady and Mu Shushua looked at each other, full of disbelief. Didn't they rest in Jingyao courtyard last night? I didn't see anyone moving things in the morning. It's really weird, and it's a bit scary to think about it. You go down first, daughter. We'll go find your father. The mother and daughter hurried to find Prime Minister Mu. Mu Fengyan and the First Lady Han sat in a carriage and walked on the street. At this time, Mu Fengyan's stomach growled. Mu Fengyan glanced at her mother awkwardly. They were busy all the time and seemed to have not even had lunch yet. Han gently touched her daughter's head. Yener, are you hungry?
Mu Fengyan nodded embarrassedly.
Han looked outside and saw that it was not far from the restaurant under her name. Yener, how about we go to Hui Tower for lunch at noon? That's my mother's restaurant. You can order whatever you want. Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up. She wanted to see what her mother's restaurant looked like and also taste the ancient food. She nodded happily and shouted outside, Qingfeng, let's go to Hui Tower for lunch first, and then go to the human traffickers to buy maids after lunch. Okay, Miss Mu. Qingfeng turned the horse's head and drove to another street. After a while, he arrived at the door of the restaurant. Mu Fengyan got off the carriage first, and then helped her mother get off the carriage. Mu Fengyan looked at the restaurant, which had 2 floors and was decorated in a luxurious style. It was one of the best restaurants in the entire holy city. In the private room on the 2nd floor of the opposite tea house, 2 men by the window were watching Mu Fengyan and the eldest lady Han getting off the carriage. Li Ju, isn't that the carriage from your mansion? And isn't that the eldest lady Han from the Prime Minister's mansion? The one next to her is. The man didn't look like a maid, but he said Miss Mu was too thin. He had never seen Miss Mu before. That's Mu Fengyan, Miss Mu from the Prime Minister's mansion. A cold voice answered the question from the other side.
Ah?
This is your future princess? She's too thin, isn't she? But those lively eyes are really beautiful, as if they can speak. Li Ju, from the moment Miss Mu jumped off the carriage, you can tell that she is a skilled person.
I just don't know how skilled she is.
The man opposite glanced coldly at the talkative man in front of him and continued to taste the tea in his hand without saying a word. Before Mu Fengyan entered the room on the 2nd floor opposite, she glanced at the room on the 2nd floor. As soon as she got off the car, she felt 2 pairs of eyes staring at her. Although the eyes were not malicious, she felt uncomfortable being stared at all the time. However, the windows on the 2nd floor were covered by curtains, and the faces of the people inside could not be seen clearly. Mu Fengyan ignored it and went directly to the private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant with her mother. Li Ju, what did I say? This little girl is very alert. She can sense it even when we are looking at her through the curtains. It seems that you have found a very powerful princess. The man joked. How can she not be powerful? Even Dr. Sun couldn't find the poison, but she can tell by taking the pulse. So powerful? Li Ju, people outside have several versions of the story about you, the princess coming out of the grave. What do you think of this matter? The man opposite raised his eyebrows, his voice still cold and indifferent. What versions are there?
Tell me.
You don't know? The man's eyes were immediately filled with gloating and gossip, and he said, if you don't know, let me tell you. Some people say that your princess has a strong life and the king of Hades won't take her. She went to the king of Hades' palace, but was driven back by him. Some people also say that your princess crawled out of the grave and is here to bring bad luck to others. The emperor even asked Lord Chen from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to divine, and he said that your princess is a very unlucky person, so the emperor was eager to marry her to you. Some people also say that your princess is not dead at all, and it was a rumor deliberately spread by Prime Minister Mu. The more outrageous statement is that the eldest daughter of the Mu family was dug out of the grave. Originally, these people wanted to steal valuables from Miss Mu's grave, but they didn't steal anything and woke Miss Mu up. Those who stole things were scared to death next to the grave and reported to the king of Hades on behalf of Miss Mu. Yi Lijue frowned as he listened to the messy rumors spread by his good friend and subordinate. Hey, Lijue, I didn't say these things. They were all spread by the people of the holy city. None of these rumors are correct. My future princess was dug out of her grave by me personally. The man opposite was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He felt that none of the rumors were as shocking and frightening as what Yi Lijue said to him. Yi Lijue glanced at the man opposite and then slowly tasted the tea in his hand. After a long while, the man asked, Lijue, is what you said true? This is too unbelievable. It's true. When she crawled out of the tomb, Qing Feng and the others were scared. After pulling her out of the tomb, she gave me a pill to cure the poison in my body. If it weren't for her, I might have died and sat with you again to drink tea. The man was shocked again. He was also a man who traveled all over the country and had seen many strange things, but there had never been a thing like this that overturned his previous knowledge. The man quickly drank a sip of tea to calm down. It was too shocking, too unbelievable, and too shocking to him. Yi Lijue still looked calm, looking out the window and looking at the restaurant opposite. He knew that this restaurant belonged to the eldest Lady Han. He estimated that they would come here for lunch at noon, so he made an appointment with his friends here. He was getting more and more curious about the little girl now. He didn't know how she felt after receiving the imperial decree of marriage. After Mu Fengyan and Han entered the private room on the second floor, Manager Liu hurriedly followed them in. Miss, what's going on? Why is there so much talk outside? It's said that the young lady is back alive, and she was married to the regent. Uncle Liu, don't be anxious, talk slowly, we are all fine. Yenner, come and meet Uncle Liu. Manager Liu then noticed the little girl next to the young lady. Mu Fengyan walked forward and bowed. Hello, Uncle Liu. Shopkeeper Liu quickly waved his hands. Hey, young lady, you can't do that, you can't do that. How can a servant like me accept a gift from the young lady? Uncle Liu, you deserve this gift. I have taken care of Yenner in the mansion all these years, and you have been taking care of the business outside, so I don't have to worry about anything. Uncle Liu, thank you very much for your hard work over the years. Miss, please don't say that. My life was given by the old master. Before they left, you were the one they were most worried about. Let this old servant help you manage these businesses. Otherwise, I won't be able to see the old master when he goes to the underworld in the future. Speaking of the old master and the old lady, Han was also in tears. At that time, she was in the holy capital and her parents were in Jiangnan. She never saw her parents for the last time before they left, which became an eternal pain in Han's heart. Han endured the pain in her heart and said, Uncle Liu, you'll be our family from now on. I will take Yenner to the other courtyard to recuperate for a while today. If there is anything, just go to the other courtyard in the suburbs to find me. You know that place. Hey, okay, miss. I believe that the master will be very happy to see that the young lady is alive and well in heaven. Shopkeeper Liu also wiped his tears happily. When the eldest lady told him to burn silver notes for her every month, he had an ominous premonition, knowing that the eldest lady had no hope of living. Now that the young lady is back, the eldest lady has hope of living again, and he doesn't have to burn silver notes every month. Yes, it will. Dad and Mother will be happy too. Mu Fengyan stepped forward and held Han's hand. Mom, don't be sad. You will still have me in the future. As long as I am here, no one dares to bully you. Okay, as long as Yenner is fine, Mother will do whatever she wants. Shopkeeper Liu hurried out and went to the kitchen to ask the chef to prepare a few dishes that the eldest and young ladies like to eat. Mu Fengyan suddenly remembered that there was another person and looked downstairs. Qing Feng was waiting downstairs. Mu Fengyan took a small stone from her pocket and threw it at Qing Feng's back. Unexpectedly, Qing Feng took a step to the side and easily caught the small stone. What a quick move.
Mu Fengyan muttered.
Qing Feng looked in the direction of the stone and saw Miss Mu waving at him. Qing Feng immediately went upstairs. Miss Mu, do you have any instructions for me? We're going to eat. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Qing Feng was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. I dare not. I will just eat downstairs for a while.
Mu Fengyan sighed.
The ancients were so troublesome that they couldn't even eat at the same table. Uncle Lu came in with the waiter to deliver the dishes. Uncle Lu, please help me take care of this. Mu Fengyan almost said this handsome guy, but she thought it was inappropriate. How to address him? Young master? Young brother? You can't call him mister or comrade. They will be scared to death. Got it, guard. Isn't he lead you as guard? It's always right to call him guard. Then he said, this guard of the regent, please help me entertain him well. When Uncle Lu heard that he was from the regent's mansion, he hurriedly and enthusiastically invited Qing Feng to the private room next door. Qing Feng was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of shopkeeper Lu and hurriedly followed shopkeeper Lu to the private room next door to eat. Mu Fengyan and her mother Han finished lunch and were resting. Mu Fengyan glanced out the window casually and saw a man sitting at a corner of the street. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Mu Fengyan looked into the distance again and saw several people walking towards the man in the corner. Mother, I saw a man selling candied haws outside. Wait a minute, I'll go by too. Mu Fengyan said, and walked out. Child, slow down, don't fall. Don't worry, mother, I'll be back soon. Han shook her head as she looked at her daughter's back. She thanked the Buddha again in her heart for giving her a lively and healthy daughter. She brought the Buddha's statue with her. When she got to the other courtyard, she would clean a special room to worship the Buddha.
Mu Fengyan had come to the man.
The man was dressed in black, and the scarf covering his face had slipped off. There was black blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked about 20 years old. When he saw the little girl in front of him, he immediately showed a vigilant expression, his whole body tensed, as if he was ready to attack at any time. I advise you to save your energy.
You are too deeply poisoned now.
If you use martial arts again, you will die directly from the poison. Don't worry, I won't take your life. I see those people are about to catch up with you. I can give you two choices. No matter which one you choose, I will help you detoxify and save you. Miss, why do you want to save me? Because I see in your eyes that you refuse to admit defeat, refuse to resign, and refuse to give up. Also, you have been poisoned, but you can still hold on for so long, which shows that you are strong, have perseverance and great patience. Miss, tell me your choice. My choice is very simple. First, I will detoxify you, and you will follow me to do things. Second, I will detoxify you, and you will leave. The man pondered for a moment. Is following you, miss, a lifelong commitment? Of course not. Do what I want you to do for 3 years. If you want to leave after 3 years, I will let you go. Within 3 years, I will make you grow up to the point where you can easily kill the people chasing you. After 3 years, you can go and take revenge. As for whether to stay or leave after taking revenge, it depends on your wishes. The man stopped thinking and knelt down and kowtowed, saying, I am willing to follow the young lady. Mu Fengyan threw a pill to him.
Take it.
It can cure the poison in your body. I will give you medicine for other wounds after we go back. You are not in danger of life now, and you will not die. The man took the pill and ate it without hesitation. Mu Fengyan was very satisfied and asked, Do you have a name? I asked the young lady to give you a name. Well, you will be called Mushan when you follow me in the future. Mu Fengyan suddenly thought of the beautiful mountains and rivers, so she said casually, Thank you for the name, young lady. The man knelt down and bowed. At this time, Qing Feng came over, looked at the man kneeling on the ground, and asked, Miss Mu, what happened? Oh, nothing happened. I just recruited a subordinate. You hide him in the carriage first so that those people won't find him later. Qing Feng was surprised. In such a short time, Miss Mu recruited a subordinate? At this speed, why doesn't it feel like recruiting a subordinate, but more like buying vegetables? Mu Fengyan looked at Qing Feng, who didn't move, and thought he didn't want to let this person hide in the carriage.
Just about to speak.
Qing Feng quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly responded, Okay, Miss Mu, I'll take the man to the carriage now. Qing Feng easily carried the man on his back and quickly rushed to the carriage. Mu Fengyan was relieved. Just as she turned around, she saw several people walking over here. Several people saw the blood on the ground and asked hurriedly, "Little girl, did you see an injured man appear here just now?" Mu Fengyan looked at these people and nodded. "Did you see which way she went?" Mu Fengyan raised her hand and pointed in the opposite direction. Several people hurriedly chased in that direction. Mu Fengyan looked at the back figure running away and showed a fox-like smile. Then she walked to the stall selling candied haws at the entrance of the restaurant, happily bought 2 strings of candied haws, and happily walked to the private room on the second floor. Yi Lijue and the other person in the tea house saw everything Mu Fengyan did clearly. "Fiske Lijue, your princess is not an ordinary person. Which lady dares to save an injured man? Not only did she save him, but she also subdued him. It's not simple. Of course, can my future princess be an ordinary person? Besides, ordinary people are not worthy of me. Also, check the origin of the man just now as soon as possible." The man opposite widened his eyes in shock. Is this still the regent he knew, who was not close to women and avoided talking about women? He actually took the initiative to care about a woman? How come he feels like a different person after not seeing him for a few days? Don't look at me like that. I didn't like those women before because those women from official families were taught by the maids who came out of the palace and were like being cut out of the same mold. They were very boring. My princess is very different from them. The man laughed out loud after hearing Yi Lijue's answer. Which woman from an official family doesn't pride herself on the most standardized palace etiquette? They want to step out of the golden lotus step by step and even take pride in the most standardized etiquette. The Holy City also rated the 4 beauties of the Holy City because of their standardized etiquette and appearance. Among them, Lu Lingwei, the leader of the 4 beauties, wanted to marry the regent. Everyone in the Holy City knew that she was in love with the regent. If it weren't for the secret discord between the regent and the emperor, her grandfather, the emperor's imperial tutor, would have asked the emperor to issue an imperial decree to grant the marriage long ago. Now, most of the young men who have reached the marriageable age have been engaged, except for the imperial tutor's granddaughter, who is still unengaged. She is already 18 years old and is said to be a talented woman. This makes the imperial tutor very worried. I wonder how sad she will be after she knows that the regent king already has a princess. Okay, stop laughing. Have you done everything I asked you to do? Don't worry, prince. It's all done. Even if the emperor doesn't allocate money to us, our Jilin army will have no problem eating and drinking for 3 years. Well, continue to expand the scale. Remember not to let the emperor find out about this. Don't worry, we are doing it very secretly. That's good. The man's serious face just now showed a gossipy look again. Prince, the whole holy city, no, the whole purple holy country is afraid that you have been granted marriage. Do you think that the most beautiful Lu Lingwei will be very sad? Yi Lijue frowned and asked a question that almost made the man spit out the tea he had just drunk. Who is Lu Lingwei? The man was speechless. After all this time, everyone in the holy city knew that Lu Lingwei liked the regent king, but he didn't even know who Lu Lingwei was. Mu Fengyan, who returned to the second floor, had just sat down when she heard a voice coming from downstairs. Have you heard? Miss Mu from Prime Minister Mu's family is alive again and is betrothed to the regent. What? Is it true? I saw with my own eyes Miss Mu's coffin being carried to the outskirts of the city. It's absolutely true. The servants of Prime Minister Mu said so. How could it be false? But it's too strange. Why can a buried person still be alive? Do you think she is possessed by a ghost? The person next to him immediately knocked on him and reminded him, "You don't want to live anymore. If Prime Minister Mu finds out, he will punish you." Yes, I'll keep my voice down. But why is she betrothed to the regent? The regent is like the god of war of our purple saint country. How can he marry a woman who has been buried? That's right. Our god of war deserves a better woman. The common people don't know the twists and turns of the royal family. They only know that the regent not only has great power, but also sent troops to fight back the invaders from enemy countries. He is very popular among the common people, which is one of the reasons why the emperor cannot tolerate it. That's right. The granddaughter of the emperor's tutor is a woman of both talent and beauty. Only such a woman can be worthy of our regent. The people around nodded in agreement. Mu Fengyan upstairs still handed a string of candied haws to her mother with a smile on her face, as if what those people said had nothing to do with her. Han took the candied haws handed over by her daughter and looked at her precious daughter with a worried face. Mom, you don't have to worry, I know, and besides, I don't know what kind of person the regent is. If I don't know and don't know what kind of person he is, how can I marry him? Han felt that her daughter's words made sense, and nodded. Her daughter was still too young, and there was no rush to get married. She had plenty of money to support her daughter, and even if she supported her daughter for a lifetime, it would be enough. Han put aside her worries and ate candied haws happily with her daughter. What Mu Fengyan was thinking at this time was that if the regent fell in love with another girl, she would let him write a letter of annulment, and they would not interfere with each other's marriage in the future. She didn't want to share a man with many women. She had an obsession with emotional cleanliness, and she didn't like the drama of women in the ancient harem fighting for a man, especially the women in the palace. For the emperor, everyone was fighting so hard that they almost became cross-eyed. The emperor was still happily enjoying the drama of everyone fighting for him. If she became one of the concubines, she would first castrate the emperor, then escape from the palace and live a free life. Although it was ancient times, the man she wanted must be the kind of man who would be with her for life. If she couldn't find one, she would never marry in her life. After Mu Fengyan and her mother finished lunch, they went downstairs and took a carriage to the human traffickers. When Han saw the man in the carriage, she was shocked. Mother, don't be afraid. This is the person I rescued when I went downstairs just now.
Her name is Mu Shan.
She follows me now and will do things for me in the future. Han has been doing business for so many years and has seen all kinds of things. She quickly accepted it. She nodded to Mu Fengyan, meaning that she was fine, and got into the carriage and sat aside. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but admire her mother. This mother really suited her taste more and more. There was no dogma of the ancient so-called 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and men and women could not ride in the same carriage. Mu Fengyan also followed her mother into the carriage, lowered the curtain, and shouted to Qingfeng outside, "You can go." She looked at Mu Shan, who was sitting beside her in the carriage with an injury. "Mu Shan, this is my mother." "My dear little lord, I'm here to meet you, madam." "Well, are you seriously injured? How about we find a place to treat your wounds?" For the first time in a long time, Mu Shan felt that someone cared about him. His eyes were slightly red, and he said hurriedly, "Madam, I'm fine. They are just superficial injuries, not serious." Han looked at her daughter. "Such a serious injury is not serious?" Mu Fengyan took out another pill from her sleeve, handed it to Mu Shan, and said, "Take this. Your wound will heal quickly." Mu Shan took it and ate it without hesitation. After taking the pill, Mu Shan felt warm all over his body, and he no longer felt the pain that was like a knife cutting all over his body. "Thank you, Mississippi." This time, Mu Shan was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He was very glad that he was saved by the young lady when he was in the most dangerous time. Otherwise, he would be a corpse now. Madam and the young lady were both good people, and he vowed to follow them to the death. Soon they arrived at the door of the Human Tooth Regiment, and Qingfeng said, "Miss Mu, the Human Tooth Regiment is here." "Okay, I got it." Then he turned to Mu Shan and said, "Just wait for us in the car. It's still suitable for you to show up now." Mu Shan nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Mississippi Mu Fengyan and her mother Han got off the carriage and went straight into the human trafficking place. The steward saw the 2 people coming in and hurriedly greeted them. Judging from their clothes, they were the ladies of a wealthy family. "Madam, miss, do you want to buy a maid or a servant?" Han said, "We can choose a few." When the steward heard that it was a big business, he hurriedly asked someone to go into the main room and take a seat. He smiled and said, "Madam, miss, please take a seat. I just got a group of high-quality maids and servants here." It is said that they were also maids and servants from a wealthy family in the past. Unfortunately, their family fell into trouble and suffered disasters, so the maids and servants in the mansion were sold. These people are used to doing things in the mansion, and they're also smart and easy to use. Mu Fengyan and Han sat down, and the servants immediately served tea. Butler, please call the people here first, so I can choose. Okay. Madam, please wait a moment, I'll go and call people right away. The butler hurried out. Yenner, this time, pick a few more maids around you, pick the smarter ones. Mom, don't worry, I'll take a look and tell you when I'm ready. Okay, Yenner, pick as many as you want. Mom is not short of money.
Mo fungerande smart twitchet.
Mom is so cute. Mom is not short of money. It has almost become her catchphrase. Mu Fengyan nodded to her mother with a smile on her face. After a while, the butler led the maids in. Fortunately, the main hall is relatively large, and there are at least more than 20 people, which makes the living room crowded all of a sudden. The steward asked them to stand up, and then walked quickly to Mu Fengyan's mother, smiling as flatteringly as possible. Madam, miss, look, these are the batch that was just bought yesterday, just arrived last night, and you are the first batch to choose. Mu Fengyan looked at these maids, and some of them were indeed delicate and tender, and they were also very valued in the original master's family. Mu Fengyan saw that they were all dejected and lowered their heads, and said, "You all raise your heads and let me see." Everyone who heard the voice raised their heads. Mu Fengyan looked around, and these people were not very old, and their eyes were very clear, but she didn't know what kind of trouble the master's family had. Mu Fengyan saw a little girl, not much older than herself, with a gentle appearance, and she dressed herself very neatly. Although she was wearing coarse linen clothes now, it was difficult to conceal her temperament, and her eyes were also open, without the twists and turns in the hearts of those women in the Prime Minister's mansion. Mu Fengyan nodded, raised her hand, and pointed at the woman, saying, "Stand out." The woman saw that she was pointed at and walked out without being humble or arrogant. The rest of the people knelt down together and asked Mu Fengyan to buy them together. When the woman saw Mu Fengyan frowning, she knew that she had misunderstood. She hurriedly said, "Miss, don't get me wrong. These people were once my servants. Now their families are in trouble, their parents have been killed by villains, and I have been reduced to being sold. They also pity me and hope that you can buy them so that we can take care of each other." The kneeling people also nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, miss, this is the former young lady in our mansion. She is kind and usually takes care of the old slaves. We just pity her in our hearts. She is alone and helpless. Miss, please don't think too much." The others also nodded and said yes. Mu Fengyan looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and then looked at the woman in front of her, who was neither humble nor arrogant and had clear eyes, and decided to buy them all. Even after being sold, these slaves were still so good to their former masters, which shows that they are loyal. Now that they have been rescued from the fire pit, they are grateful and will work even harder in the future. Mu Fengyan glanced at her mother, and Han knew what her daughter meant. With a wave of her hand to the steward, all these people were bought. These people kowtowed repeatedly, thanking the young lady. Even the former young lady they mentioned knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. If it weren't for the appearance of this lady and the young lady today, she might have been bought by someone, or a brothel, or someone else's concubine. She kowtowed to the young lady again, thanking God for still having eyes, and there were kind people in the whole mansion who took them in. Mu Fengyan asked everyone to stand up, and then asked the woman in front of her, "Do you have anyone else?" "Miss, yes, there are some loyal servants standing outside the door." Han asked directly, "How many people are there outside?" "Madam, there are about 10 people." "Well, steward, I want all of them. Bring me their indentures." The steward nodded happily and agreed. Today he really met a big customer who bought all the new maids and servants yesterday. The steward gave the indentures to Han, and Han asked the steward how much silver it was in total. The steward said with a smile on his face, "Madam, the price of these maids is higher because they are all top-grade maids. One maid is 20 taels of silver, and there is another." Han said with some dissatisfaction, "Stop talking nonsense, just tell me how much silver it is in total." "Yes, madam, I have already calculated it, and the total is 936 taels of silver." Han directly gave the steward a 1,000 tael silver note. The steward happily took it, gave the extra money to Han, and sent the person out with a smile on his face. Mu Fengyan and Han took the newly bought maids and servants, about 50 people, and walked to the suburban courtyard in a mighty manner. On the way, Mu Fengyan gave some silver to Wang Bo, who used to be a housekeeper in the mansion, and asked him to buy some bedding and clothes. There were so many people going to the courtyard at once, and the things were definitely not enough. Everyone walked for about an hour and a half before they arrived at the courtyard. Mu Fengyan got off the carriage and took a look. It was indeed a good place with beautiful scenery and outstanding people, very suitable for recuperation. He looked at the towering mountain next to him. It was very nice, very suitable for cultivation, and even more suitable for cultivating his own secret forces. Mu Fengyan helped her mother out of the car. Qing Feng went and knocked on the door. The door creaked open. An older man came out and was shocked to see so many people. When he saw Han clearly behind him, he walked over happily and wanted to kneel down and kowtow. Han grabbed him and said, "Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Are you and Aunt Han in good health these years?" "Miss, I am fine. I am relieved to see that you are fine." He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It's not like he didn't hear the rumors outside. He was worried about it these days. He couldn't enter the Prime Minister's mansion, so he and his wife could only worry.
Onkel Hen, Lisis Yenna.
He turned around and said to Mu Fengyan, "Yenner, come and meet your Uncle Han. When you were little, he often took you to play. Your Uncle Han came to the holy capital with us back then. So many years have passed in a flash." Han was a little emotional. With the passage of time, things have changed and Uncle Han is so old now. Mu Fengyan came over and bowed. "Hello, Uncle Han." "Young lady, no, I can't accept your gift. I just know that you are all fine, and I feel at ease. Uncle Han, Yenner and I will live here for a while. Yenner is not in good health and needs to be well taken care of. Also, please arrange for the people behind us. They are all the maids and servants I bought today. Take them to have a meal and rest today, and arrange the rest tomorrow." "I understand, young lady. You take young lady to rest first." "Okay, Uncle Han, by the way, Uncle Wang, come here." Uncle Wang walked forward quickly. "Uncle Han, this is Uncle Wang. These people used to work in the same mansion. You can ask Uncle Wang for details. You can arrange it as you see fit. I will take Yenner in first." "Yes, madam." "Okay, young lady." The two agreed in unison. Mu Fengyan looked at Qing Feng and asked, "Qing Feng, would you like to go in and have a cup of tea?" "No, Miss Mu. I have to go back and report to the prince. If there is nothing else, I will go back first." "Well, go back and thank your prince for me, and you have worked hard too." "Don't worry, Miss Mu. I will definitely tell our prince. This is what I should do. It's not hard. Miss Mu, goodbye."
Mu Fengyan nodded.
Qing Feng drove the carriage away quickly. Mu Fengyan followed her mother into the small courtyard first. Although it was not as big as the Mu mansion, it was quiet. There were pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water inside. It had the feeling of a Jiangnan garden. Mu Fengyan liked this courtyard very much. The mother and daughter walked towards the main house. "Yenner, do you like it?" "Mom, I like this courtyard very much. I think it is much better than the Prime Minister's mansion." Seeing the sadness in her mother's eyes, Mu Fengyan knew that she was thinking of that scumbag father again. "Mother, I will always be by your side in the future. During this time we are in the courtyard, let's forget all the troubles and enjoy the quiet time." Hansha heard her daughter's words and smiled very freely. She thought her daughter was right and that she should not be sad for someone who is not worth it. The two happily entered the front hall. Soon, Uncle Han's wife, Aunt Han, and her daughter, Han Mei, came in. As soon as they entered the door, they knelt down. This old servant greets the young lady. "How have you been all these years, young lady?" Hansha hurried forward and pulled Aunt Han up.
"Aunt Han, I am fine.
"Are you all right?"
Aunt Han wiped her tears.
"Young lady, we are all fine. This is my daughter Han Mei. Mayor, come and greet the young lady." Mayor, who had just stood up, pretended to kneel down again, but was stopped by Han Shi. "Okay, don't be polite. Yenner and I will live here for a while. We have plenty of opportunities to meet." "Miss, is it the young lady?" Mu Fengyan came forward and bowed. "Hello, Aunt Han." "Miss, is this really the young lady?" Han nodded with a smile, but Aunt Han burst into tears again. That's great. That's great. The master and the mistress will be happy to see that the eldest lady and the young lady are fine in heaven. Han also nodded with red eyes. It seems that her daughter's affairs have shocked everyone, and they are worried about her. Mu Fengyan looked at Aunt Han and Han Mei and knew that the two were her mother's dowry at the time. This concern was not fake. Aunt Han, I want to eat the food you cook. I have been thinking about it all these years. Aunt Han wiped her tears quickly and said happily, How difficult is that? I will go to prepare dinner for the eldest lady and the young lady. Aunt Han and Han Mei said goodbye to the two and happily went to prepare dinner. Mu Fengyan could feel that everyone her mother brought here cared for her from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at these loyal servants, she knew that her grandparents must be kind people. Yenner, take a rest first. Mother will call you for dinner later. Your room is next to Mother's. Aunt Han and the others have been cleaning it. Okay, Mother, I'll go to rest first. Mu Fengyan was really tired. She walked to the next room, took off her shoes and went to bed, all in one go. Empress Su of the Fengyi Palace in the Imperial Palace looked at Nanny Su in disbelief. You said Mu Fengyan is alive again? How is that possible? Wasn't she buried? Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Just now I saw Inuch Wang hurriedly go to invite Lord Chen. I asked the person who went to the Mu mansion with Inuch Wang to announce the decree, and he confirmed that it was true. He also saw Miss Mu with his own eyes. How could this be? I have never heard of such a weird thing. Empress Su fell into deep thought. This Mu Fengyan suddenly came back to life? But she had already broken off her engagement with Aoer. And is what Lord Chen said about the Phoenix girl still true? If it is still true, then she can be made a concubine to Aoer. Empress Su thought about the feasibility of this matter. Before she could come up with any result, she saw the personal maid hurriedly walked up to Empress Su, knelt down and said, Your servant greets the Empress. Well, Xianglian is so flustered. What happened? Your Majesty, I just came back from outside, and I heard that the Emperor granted a marriage to the Regent. Oh. Which girl did the Emperor betroth to the Regent as a concubine? It can't be that Lu Lingwei. Your Majesty, it's not her, it's Prime Minister Mu's legitimate daughter, Mu Fengyan. The maid said. She was out of confidence at the end. Wasn't Miss Mu dead?
What?
Who did you say it was? Empress Su was not calm. She hadn't figured out why the Emperor granted the marriage. To answer your Majesty, it was Miss Mu Fengyan. Empress Su couldn't guess what the Emperor was thinking. The Emperor knew about Mu Fengyan's divination at the time, so why did he grant the marriage to the Regent? The Emperor and the Regent didn't get along, and they were already at the point where they wanted to fight to the death. Empress Su was a little confused and said directly to Nanny Su, Go and get some information. It's best to ask Inuch Wang about the situation. I obey your orders. Nanny Su took the order and went out to get the information. Xianglian, bring me a cup of new tea. I obey your orders. The more Empress Su thought about it, the more she couldn't guess what the Emperor meant by this move. It was really hard to predict the Emperor's mind. She could only wait for Nanny Su to get the information back before she could know something. An hour later, Nanny Su came back. How is it? Did you find out anything? Your Majesty, I found Inuch Wang and secretly gave him some silver. Inuch Wang revealed a little information, saying that Lord Chen said that people who come back from the dead may be very bad or very lucky. The Emperor thinks that Mu Fengyan is very bad, so he gave her marriage to the Regent, hoping that she can kill the Regent. After hearing this, Empress Su breathed a long sigh of relief. She said, How could the Emperor give him marriage for no reason? Fortunately, she has not made any decision yet, and she is also glad that her son has broken off the engagement with Mu Fengyan. In Xianlin Palace, concubine Li was admiring the emerald jade bracelet that the Emperor had just given her this morning. The Emperor stayed in her palace last night, and the Emperor thought of her service last night, so he asked someone to bring the reward early this morning. It seems that the Emperor still has her in his heart, and concubine Li was smiling. At this time, the maid came in to report, Your Majesty, I heard something.
Oh.
What's the matter? Concubine, Li asked while admiring the bracelet in her hand. Your Majesty, I heard that the Emperor gave the regent a marriage, and the person to be married was still the dead Miss Mu Fengyan of the Mu family? Concubine Li thought she had heard it wrong, put down the bracelet, and asked, "Who did you marry the regent?" Your Majesty, it's Miss Mu of the Mu family? The Emperor gave the dead a marriage to the regent? The more Concubine Li thought about it, the less likely it was. Isn't the Emperor afraid that the regent will rebel? Your Majesty, I heard that the dead Miss Mu is alive again.
What?
Alive? Concubine Li was full of disbelief. Yes, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. The eunuchs who went to issue the imperial edict saw it with their own eyes. She also knew about the divination that Lord Chen had done for Mu Fengyan. Her fourth prince Yi Chenjun and the third prince Yi Chenao were only 1 year apart in age, and their abilities were similar to those of the third prince, but the Emperor liked the third prince more, which made her feel a little unconvinced. Later, she heard that Lord Chen's divination for Mu Fengyan said that if she got this girl, she would get the world, which made her unwilling for a while. Who knew that Mu Fengyan would die later, which made her happy for an unknown period of time. What kind of Feng girl? A Feng girl who couldn't even live to the age of 15? The queen didn't have to rest easy now. How could she get the world if she was dead? But what was the situation now? Mu Fengyan was alive again? And the Emperor also gave her the title of regent. Concubine Li asked her personal maid to find out what happened. In the Mu mansion, when the second wife and Mu Shushue found Prime Minister Mu and told the first wife and the eldest lady that the yard was empty, Prime Minister Mu naturally did not believe it and went to check it out himself. Sure enough, there was nothing left. It was so clean that even the broom used to sweep the floor in the yard was gone. Weird, really weird. Prime Minister Mu also fell into deep thought about this phenomenon. If someone moved things, the housekeeper would not be unaware of it. Such a big noise would not attract the attention of the people in the mansion. But no one knew what the housekeeper had just asked. Prime Minister Mu thought of his eldest daughter who had crawled out of the grave, and the more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. Could it be that his eldest daughter was really possessed by something unclean? Prime Minister Mu had some cold sweat on his forehead, but fortunately he was not in the mansion for the time being. At this time, the servant hurried to report, "Master, the old lady is awake." Prime Minister Mu, the second wife and Mu Shushue hurried to the old lady's Jifuyuan. Prime Minister Mu walked to the old lady's bed and said softly, "Mother, are you feeling better?" "Ming'er, I saw the soul of your eldest daughter come back," the old lady said to her son with some fear in her eyes. After hearing what his mother said, Prime Minister Mu said angrily, "Mother, that rebellious girl is not dead. She scared us so early in the morning and caused chaos in the house." The old lady looked at her son in disbelief. "She's not dead? How could she not be dead? Didn't the servants see her burial with their own eyes? She should have been rescued by someone. Don't worry, Mother. That rebellious girl is not dead. You don't have to be afraid." When the old lady heard that she was not dead, she immediately perked up. She got up and sat up. Her body instantly didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Her face was full of anger, and she asked with gritted teeth, "Where is that rebellious girl? Ask her to come and kowtow to me and confess her crime. She scared an old woman like me so early in the morning. She is so unfilial. I will make her kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and 3 nights. She can't come out. Mother, don't worry. She and the First Lady have gone to the other courtyard to recuperate for a while. They won't come back to anger you in the near future." The old lady thought she was driven out by Prime Minister Mu and felt a little relieved. Then she heard the second lady at the side say, "Mother, before the First Lady left, she said that she would no longer subsidize the mansion. She said that the eldest lady needed to take good care of her health and needed a lot of money." The old lady's anger, which had just subsided a little, rose again. "What? That Han doesn't want to subsidize the mansion anymore. Who gave her the courage to do this? Call her over, and I will ask her in person. Is she still the First Lady of the Mu Mansion?" The old lady was also anxious. Without Han's subsidy, how could she have so many good things to support her every day, and how could she live a comfortable life? The second wife said embarrassedly, "Mother, The first wife and the eldest daughter have already gone to the other courtyard.
How dare she?
The old lady fainted again before she finished her words. She fainted because she was so angry and her fever had just subsided, so she was weak. Prime Minister Mu glared at the second wife with dissatisfaction.
What kind of subsidy is this at this time?
He roared directly. Why don't you go and ask someone to invite the palace doctor? The second wife, knowing that she had caused trouble, quickly asked the maid to invite the palace doctor. The Mu mansion was in chaos again. Qing Feng returned to the mansion and knocked on the door of the study. Yi Lijue, who had returned a long time ago, was handling official business in the study. Hearing the knock on the door, he shouted directly, "Come in." Qing Feng came in and reported directly, "Your Majesty, I have sent Miss Mu to the other courtyard." "Well, did she say anything?" Replying to Your Majesty, Miss Mu said thank you for the carriage. Yi Lijue's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that this little girl had a conscience. "Your Highness, today Miss Mu accepted a subordinate and named him Mu Shan. Your Highness thinks that Mu Shan has some skills, but he is not very strong. Well, I have asked Dongfang Xian to investigate his information. If there is any problem, we will make a decision." Qing Feng was shocked. When did the prince know about it? And he has asked Master Dongfang to check the information? Is it necessary for Master Dongfang to check this kind of information?
Go down.
Yes, Your Highness. Qing Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and went out directly. He thought that he would have to be more polite to Miss Mu in the future. It was obvious that the prince cared about her. Mu Fengyan was awakened by her mother. After a short nap, Mu Fengyan was full of energy at the moment. Han Mei served Han, and Mu Fengyan on the side. In fact, she mainly served Han. As a soul from the future, Mu Fengyan was used to doing everything by herself. Suddenly, there was a maid by her side, and she was still a little uncomfortable. Mu Fengyan and her mother finished dinner happily. After chatting for a while, they went back to their room to rest. After returning to her room, Mu Fengyan closed all the doors and windows and entered the space directly. She hadn't had time to take a good look at this space that had been following her in her previous life. So how could spring water suddenly emerge? Mu Fengyan walked to the side of the pool, looked left and right, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. This pool was boring in her previous life, but she tried every way to make it flow out of water. Unexpectedly, it actually flowed out of water in this different world. Is this God's will? Well, no matter what, as long as it flows out of water, it's good. She looked up and looked around again. The small clinic she built was still there. Although it was small but complete. There were all kinds of advanced medical equipment and equipment inside, which was comparable to the small hospitals in later generations. Mu Fengyan looked into the distance again. Her small medicine garden was still there. It seemed that a large piece of land had appeared next to the small medicine garden. Mu Fengyan walked over happily. It was indeed a planted field, which was different from the geology of her medicinal herbs. She had tried in her previous life, and found that food would not grow long in a place where medicinal herbs were planted. Mu Fengyan was furious. Was it really God's will that brought her to this place? Fortunately, the things in the space can be operated according to her thoughts. Just plant them. Anyway, you can harvest them as soon as they mature with a thought. The free food means that she will not starve to death in this world, so why not have fun? What's more, the time in her space is 10 times that of the outside world, so she can do whatever she wants. Mu Fengyan, who figured it out, didn't think about it anymore. She went directly to the small pond, found a cup in the room, filled half a small cup of spiritual spring water, and drank it. Well, the spring water tastes sweet, and after drinking it, the lower abdomen feels warm and comfortable. It is even more beneficial to this weak body. Can't drink too much. I'm afraid the body can't bear it. After doing all this, Mu Fengyan left the space and fell asleep again. There was no way the original owner's body was not strong enough. What Mu Fengyan didn't know was that not long after she fell asleep, the spring water began to nourish her body's 7 meridians and 8 vessels because her lungs, which had been eroded by toxins since childhood, were also repaired, and her body's bones began to slowly change. At this moment, the third prince's mansion was brightly lit, with singing and dancing. The third prince Yi Chenao sat in the upper seat. He was entertaining the noble sons of the ministers in the court, talented scholars, and princes. Third prince, congratulations, the emperor has issued an order to marry the third prince and the second lady of the prime minister's mansion, Mu Shushiwa. When the second lady of the Mu mansion comes of age, you can get married. The person who congratulated was Wang Bo from the Shangshu mansion. He and Mu Shushiwa could be said to be cousins. The third prince also seemed very happy to nod to Prince Wang and raised his glass. Wang Bo was flattered and raised his glass. Yi Zicheng glanced at the third prince and said, "Third brother, have you heard? After Mu Fengyan broke off her engagement with you, she was betrothed to the regent." Yi Zicheng's father was the current emperor's younger brother, Yi Yinshuan, now Prince Sun, and Yi Zicheng was called Prince Cheng. Yi Zicheng had a very good relationship with the third prince. They were of the same age, and privately, they always called the third prince third brother. Prince Cheng also knew something about Mu Fengyan's affairs. "Zicheng, I think the whole Purple Saint Kingdom will know about this tomorrow." The resurrected Mu Fengyan was betrothed to the ninth uncle. After the third prince finished speaking, he took a sip of the wine in his glass. Yi Zicheng sat on the right-hand side of the third prince, and the two were very close. Prince Cheng leaned to the left and asked in a low voice, "Third brother, the divination you mentioned before, it would have been fine if Mu Fengyan had died, but now she is suddenly alive and betrothed to the ninth uncle. I wonder if the prophecy is still true? Father has summoned Lord Chen. News has come from the palace that Mu Fengyan's resurrection may mean either great bad luck or great good luck. Father thought it might mean great bad luck, so he gave it to the ninth uncle." After listening to the third prince's narration, Yi Zicheng pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "But third brother, have you ever thought about it? If it means great luck, wouldn't that be a bargain for the ninth uncle? The ninth uncle has great power to begin with. If Mu Fengyan becomes his assistant, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous to you in the future?" The third prince understood what Prince Cheng meant. That is, if he ascended the throne, he would not be able to topple the ninth uncle. The third prince narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. "Third brother, I think it's better to take advantage of Mu Fengyan's young age. If she can die once, she can definitely die a second time. The second time, she must die thoroughly. I heard that Mu Fengyan and her mother went to the suburban villa to recuperate today. Now is a good time to take action." It must be said that Prince Cheng is a decisive and ruthless person. Although he is only 18 years old, he is already experienced and has a unique vision. He usually supports the third prince. Many good strategies and plans are thought up by him for the third prince. After listening to the third prince, he shook his head. "Don't act rashly for the time being. I don't think the ninth uncle will really accept this marriage. When has he ever let his father manipulate him? The imperial edict is like a vain thing to him. I think we don't need to do it. The ninth uncle will personally deal with Mu Fengyan." Prince Cheng thought about it, and it made sense, but he still felt that it was best to get rid of Mu Fengyan now, otherwise he would definitely regret it in the future. The third prince went on to say, "If the ninth prince doesn't solve it himself, we will solve it for him. It's not too easy to solve a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken." The third prince's tone was a little disdainful at the end. In the end, Prince Cheng still agreed with what the third prince said. Yes, what can a weak woman be capable of in the future? What they didn't know was that they missed the best time to kill Mu Fengyan. When they wanted to kill her again in the future, Mu Fengyan had grown to a height they couldn't reach. In the imperial master's mansion, Lu Lingwei was wiping tears sadly. Why did the emperor grant the regent a marriage? She had been begging her grandfather to let the emperor decree that she betrothed to the regent, but her grandfather strictly prevented it every time. She also knew that her grandfather was the teacher of the current emperor and followed the emperor. It was impossible for him to marry her to the regent whom the emperor had always wanted to overthrow. But since she saw that handsome man with a kingly aura when she was 13 years old, she has been in love with him. When she knew that he was the regent, she was even more excited. He was below one person and above thousands of people. How glorious it would be if she became the regent's wife. But she never expected that the regent and the emperor were not in harmony. Although she didn't understand the affairs of the court, she understood many principles. The regent was like a god of war in the Purple Saint Kingdom. How could the emperor allow such a person who is more powerful than the emperor to exist forever? So her grandfather had been blocking her and not allowing her to marry the regent. Her grandfather valued the third prince. Although the third prince was outstanding among many princes, he was still far inferior to the regent. Lu Lingwei wanted to marry the best man in the world. Apart from the current emperor, only the regent met the requirements. She was the best in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom in terms of appearance and talent, so she was always very arrogant. She looked down on ordinary officials. Even the princes praised her highly. But she only had a crush on the regent. But now the emperor arranged for the regent to marry Mu Fengyan, who had died and come back to life. How could the man who was like a banished immortal in her heart be defiled by such a woman? Lu Lingwei hurried to her grandfather's study. Imperial Master Lu and his son Lu Ji were also discussing the matter of the regent's marriage. Imperial Master Lu's son Lu Ji was already a fourth-rank official. With his father's relationship, he had a certain status in the court. Father, what is the purpose of the emperor's granting of marriage to the regent? The emperor's mind is unpredictable, but I have heard about the rumor that Mu Fengyan is the phoenix girl from Lord Chen, the astronomical inspector. Father, what phoenix girl rumor? Humph. It was one time when Lord Chen was drunk and said that the eldest daughter of Prime Minister Mu had the appearance of a phoenix girl and that if he got her, he would get the world. That's why the empress was so anxious that she asked the emperor to decree that Mu Fengyan be married to the third prince, who knew that Mu Fengyan was disappointing and actually died. But, Father, isn't Mu Fengyan alive again? This matter has been all over the city, and there have been several rumors about her being alive. Yes, she is alive again. How she crawled out of the grave, perhaps only the parties involved know, but that is not important. What is important is that since she was alive, I heard that the emperor summoned Lord Chen, and not long after Lord Chen left the imperial study, the emperor issued this imperial decree. Father, what did Lord Chen say? The emperor is so anxious. Lu Dishi looked out the window, as if thinking, and said after a long while, I don't know what he said specifically, but I guess it must be something bad. Otherwise, according to the emperor's temper, if Mu Fengyan was a good person, why would he be so anxious to marry her to the regent? Father is right. As soon as the two finished speaking, they heard a slight sound outside the door. Who? Lu Ji immediately got up and opened the door to check. Lu Lingwei, who heard everything at the outer door, accidentally stepped on a dead branch, making a slight sound. When Lu Ji opened the door and saw that it was his daughter, he was relieved. He asked, Where? Why are you outside the door? Lu Lingwei glanced at her father, her eyes slightly red, and said hesitantly, Father, Lu Ji sighed and said, Don't stand outside, come in. He knew his daughter's thoughts. When Master Lu saw that it was his beloved granddaughter, he asked in a gentle tone, Wei, it's so late. What's the matter with you, Grandpa? Lu Lingwei burst into tears before she could say anything, which made her father and grandfather feel distressed. Grandfather, Lu Lingwei simply closed her eyes and knelt down, saying, Grandfather, I want to ask you to help me ask the emperor to issue an imperial decree to grant marriage. I want to marry the regent. Unexpectedly, Master Lu, who had been gentle just now had a frighteningly gloomy face and directly scolded, Do you know what you are talking about? Besides, the regent already has a princess? Don't even think about it. Grandfather, a concubine is fine. Wei will not marry anyone except the regent. When Master Lu heard his granddaughter's words, he coughed in anger and almost couldn't breathe. Lu Ji hurried forward to help his father calm down and comforted him. Father, calm down. Wei is still young and doesn't understand the importance of the matter. Don't get yourself hurt by anger. Lu Lingwei was so scared that she knelt on the ground and didn't move. She had never seen her grandfather so angry. It took a long time for Imperial Master Lu to calm down. However, he was still furious when he saw his granddaughter kneeling on the ground. Do you know what you just said? I am the granddaughter of the imperial master, and you want to be the concubine of the regent? Where do you put your grandfather's face? Where do you put your father's face? All the civil and military officials in the court laugh at your grandfather and your father, and you are satisfied? No, grandfather, I didn't. Lu Lingwei explained hastily. You didn't? You are thinking of doing that now. Okay, stop talking. You have passed the age of marriage. You and the third prince are a perfect match. The third prince is also interested in you. I will ask the emperor for permission to marry you to the third prince tomorrow. Lu Lingwei was dumbfounded. She didn't expect her grandfather to be so tough this time. As if she had thought of something, she hurriedly said, But grandfather, the third prince already has Prime Minister Mu's second daughter as his concubine. Imperial Master Lu sneered. The second daughter of Prime Minister Mu will not be the principal concubine. The position of principal concubine is now vacant. Tomorrow I will ask the emperor for permission to marry you to the third prince as his principal concubine. You have passed the age of marriage, and you can choose a date to get married. Lu Lingwei panicked. No, grandfather, I have only had one person in my heart from beginning to end, and that is the regent. If you marry the regent, have you ever thought about our entire Lu mansion? You have pushed our entire Lu mansion to the opposite side of the emperor. Do you want our entire Lu mansion to be buried with you? If the regent falls in the future, it will be the day of the demise of our entire Lu mansion. Where have you ever thought about all this? After hearing what her grandfather said, Lu Lingwei collapsed to the ground, her heart in a mess. She wanted to marry the regent, but she didn't want to joke with the future and fate of the entire Lu family. Seeing her granddaughter, who seemed a little desperate, Master Lu softened her heart all of a sudden. Where? The regent is not a good match for you. This man is cruel and ruthless, and he doesn't like women. Even if you marry him, you won't get his heart. I heard that in the regent's mansion, except for a few maids and old women who cook in the kitchen, the rest are guards. Lu Lingwei just lowered her head. Master Lu couldn't see her expression, nor did he know what she was thinking. Master Lu waved to Lu Ji, who understood and called the two maids at the door in. Take your young lady back to the boudoir and serve her well. I obey your command. The two maids helped the somewhat distraught Lu Lingwei back. Emperor Lu looked at his granddaughter's back, feeling helpless. His granddaughter had excellent vision. There was no man better than the regent in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom, but their positions were different. Even if she was better, it would be useless. It might ruin the entire Lu mansion in the end. He would never use the entire Lu mansion to test the emperor's heart. Father, look at where. Lu Ji asked worriedly. It's okay. I'll ask for her in order tomorrow. The emperor also intends to let her marry the third prince. Lu Ji nodded with relief. Once his daughter got married, she would think about her husband wholeheartedly. The next day, Mu Fengyan was awakened by the stench all over her body. Mu Fengyan hurried into the space. It was so smelly. If the maid Hanmei knew about it, she would be so embarrassed. Take out a bathtub from the room of the small clinic and put some spiritual spring water in it. Mu Fengyan looked at the pool, and soon, the spiritual spring water reached the same height as before. Mu Fengyan was overjoyed, so this spring water was inexhaustible. She was so happy. The stench on her body was unbearable, so she quickly took off her coat, went directly into the bathtub, and washed herself. After Mu Fengyan came out of the bath, she was surprised to find that her skin was as white as snow, and the scars left by the original owner had disappeared completely. Her slender jade fingers were like green onions, and her skin was white and straight. But her figure,
Well,
it's a little small, but fortunately she is also young, only 14 years old, and needs to be taken care of. She quickly changed her clothes, came to the dressing mirror in the clinic, and looked at herself. The skin on her face was like a peeled egg, with big, lively eyes and long eyelashes that flickered with the blinking of her eyes. She was extremely beautiful, with a delicate little nose and a cherry mouth. She looked about 70% like herself in her previous life. No, I should say that she was even more beautiful now than in her previous life. Mu Fengyan tried to practice the Mu Mansion heart method and was pleasantly surprised to find that her physical strength had recovered to 60% or 70%, and her bones had changed a bit. If she strengthened her training in the space, she would soon be able to recover her skills in her previous life. If she practiced her current Qigong and combined it with the ancient martial arts in her previous life, she believed that she should be able to thrive in this world. Mu Fengyan looked at the spiritual spring water outside the house again. She knew that it was its credit. She would also give some to her mother every day in the future. Mu Fengyan poured the bath water into the planted medicinal field. These spring waters were good things. Maybe the medicinal effects would be surprisingly good. Looking at the delicate oval face and fair skin, isn't it a little too eye-catching? It looked a little dull and gray yesterday. After one night, it has changed too much, which will arouse suspicion, especially since so many maids and servants have been bought. She took out the cosmetics from the drawer and darkened her face several shades, looking a little better than yesterday. Well, one change a day wouldn't attract people's attention. After packing up all these, Mu Fengyan left the space, tidied herself up, and then went out. Mu Fengyan now feels that her whole body is as light as a swallow, and she walks as fast as the wind. The feeling of wanting to take a break after walking a few steps yesterday has completely disappeared. Mu Fengyan happily went to have breakfast with her mother. At the Mu Mansion, Prime Minister Mu did not look so good when he woke up early in the morning. He stayed in Aunt Zhao's room last night. Aunt Zhao used to be a proud woman who only sold her art but not her body. She was also very charming and eye-catching, but Aunt Zhao eventually succumbed to Prime Minister Mu's sweet words. Perhaps Prime Minister Mu had given a lot to Aunt Zhao, so he cherishes her so much now. Therefore, Aunt Zhao has always been the thorn in Prime Minister Mu's heart. Last night, Aunt Zhao was beautiful enough and served attentively. Prime Minister Mu was also very devoted at first, but later he found that something was wrong with his body. With the soft and beautiful concubine in his arms, he couldn't. It wasn't. At first, Prime Minister Mu didn't believe it and thought he was too tired. He tried several times, but still couldn't. Prime Minister Mu resisted the desire in his heart, said to Aunt Zhao that he was too tired, and turned around to sleep. Aunt Zhao was a little confused. Did she not serve well? Did she make the master unhappy? It wasn't like this before. What happened today? She tried everything she could, but she didn't please the master. Aunt Zhao didn't believe it, so she got up and hugged Prime Minister Mu. Prime Minister Mu wanted to push Aunt Zhao away, but he didn't want to give up, so he let her go. Aunt Zhao seemed to understand something, but also didn't understand. Finally, she fell asleep with doubts. Prime Minister Mu did not sleep well the whole night, and he hurried to find a doctor outside early in the morning. He was too ashamed to find a doctor in the palace. This was a matter of man's dignity. If it was spread out, would he, Prime Minister Mu, still have face? He dressed himself up tightly and went to find a doctor outside quietly with his old servant Zhongshu. In the city's medicine shop, the apprentice who had just got up heard the sound of knocking on the door before washing up. The apprentice muttered in dissatisfaction, "Who is it, running to the medicine shop early in the morning? Isn't it better to sleep at home?" The impatient apprentice just opened the door and saw a sword in front of him and was immediately frightened and awake. "My lord, let's talk it over." Prime Minister Mu, wearing a black veil hat, asked, "Do you know me?" "Do you know me?" No, I don't know you, sir. Please let me go." Prime Minister Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the apprentice recognized him, and then he would kill him. This matter must not be spread out. "Is the doctor here?" "Yes, I am. Take me there." The apprentice led Prime Minister Mu to the back hall with his trembling body. Dr. Wang had just gotten up and saw this scene when he went out. He directly scolded. "What are you doing? You are sick and you are seeing a doctor. Why are you making things difficult for my apprentice? Swords and knives have no eyes. This will hurt my apprentice." Prime Minister Mu said, "Don't worry, old sir, I will naturally let your apprentice go. But before I let him go, can you help me see if my illness can still be cured?" Dr. Wang looked at the person in front of him and said, "How can I see your face when you are wearing a veil like this? We doctors pay attention to observation, listening, asking, and palpation. All of these are indispensable to determine the condition of the disease. Prime Minister Mu walked directly to Dr. Wang and said, "Just feel my pulse. Hurry up and don't talk nonsense." Dr. Wang had no choice but to lead the man to the lobby of the medicine shop and took his pulse carefully after sitting down. After a while, he said, "I can't treat your illness." Prime Minister Mu was anxious. "Why? Aren't you a doctor? How come I can't treat it? Your pulse is very strange. It seems like an illness, but not like an illness. I've been treating patients for half my life, but I have never seen such a strange pulse as yours. Please forgive my incompetence. You should find another doctor." A guard behind Prime Minister Mu took out a sword and wanted to kill Dr. Wang, but Prime Minister Mu stopped him as he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Dr. Wang said calmly, "Even if you kill me, I can't cure your illness." Prime Minister Mu had no choice but to leave. He found several doctors in the pharmacy, but they all said the same thing. Prime Minister Mu was helpless in the end and could only go back to the mansion first. He couldn't let the people in the mansion know about this matter, otherwise he would lose his dignity as a man. As soon as Prime Minister Mu went out, the harsh screams like slaughtering pigs were heard in Jiaxing Pavilion. The maid outside the door hurried into the second lady's room. When they saw the second lady on the bed, everyone gasped. This person with red pimples on her face, swollen eyelids, and pus in some places, is she really the beautiful second lady? This is too scary, right? They didn't dare to get close. The second lady who got up in Rui Courtyard just sat in front of the dressing mirror. When she saw the face in the mirror clearly, she screamed and fainted. Fortunately, the maid who rushed and caught her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground directly. When the maid saw the second lady's face clearly, she almost threw her out by mistake. It was horrible. Her face was covered with red rashes, and the pimples on the left side were big, and pus was still oozing out, which was very creepy to look at. If Mu Fengyan was here and saw the second lady's face, she would definitely say, "Sorry, the powder was not sprinkled evenly. Too much on the left face." The other concubines in the mansion either had red rashes on their faces, or itchy all over, or exuded a foul odor all over. In short, none of the concubines in the mansion were well. Dr. Zhao was busy all morning. First, he took the pulse of the old lady and changed a prescription. He thought he was fine today, but he was hurriedly called away by the maid in the second lady's room. Then he started to be busy early in the morning and almost went to the rooms of Prime Minister Mu's concubines. In the end, it was useless because he didn't know how to treat it. Mu Fengyan didn't care about the other round of chaos in the Mu mansion. After she and her mother finished breakfast and took a short rest, she called the maids and servants bought yesterday to the courtyard and began to assign tasks. Mu Fengyan looked at the 50 people standing in the courtyard. Standing on the stone steps, she shouted at them, "From today on, you are my people. You will only obey my mother and my orders. No one else is qualified to order you. You must know that your indenture is in my mother's hands. No one else can threaten you. My first and most important requirement for you is absolute loyalty. I don't like betrayers. If there are betrayers, they will be killed on the spot once discovered. I don't like traitors even more. I have tens of thousands of ways to make them feel worse than death." Mu Fengyan looked at the frightened expressions of the people below and was very satisfied. Then she said, "As long as you work diligently, don't be cunning, don't gossip behind people's backs, don't talk about other people's right and wrong, and everyone is united, then as long as you follow me, Mu Fengyan, I will never treat you unfairly. Not only will you get money every month, but if you do well, you can also get rewards. Of course, if you don't do well, there is also a punishment mechanism. I will write down the specific matters and hand them over to Uncle Han, and let Uncle Han and the housekeeper Wang Bo discuss and implement them." When the people below heard this, they all smiled happily. Some of them had worked in several large families and had never encountered such a good thing. Because they sold themselves directly, most of them didn't have to pay money. The young lady from the original mansion that they had protected before was even more shocked and admired. The young lady was unmatched in terms of aura and ability at a young age. Mu Fengyan watched the discussion below become quieter, and then continued, My second request to you is that you must be absolutely obedient. Execute the orders immediately. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, and don't inquire about things that you should know.
This is your duty.
The third request is that you must protect your master. No matter when and where, protecting your master is the first priority, especially my mother. You must be neither humble nor arrogant when you are outside, and don't be bullied by others. If someone bullies us, just fight back. If they don't give in, just come back and tell me. I, Mu Fengyan, will make the decision for you. I will support you even if the sky falls. You don't have to be afraid, but you should not cause trouble everywhere. If I know that you are causing trouble outside in the name of my Prime Minister's mansion, don't blame me for being merciless. When the people below heard the 3 words Prime Minister's mansion, they were all shocked. Could it be that this lady is the lady of Prime Minister Mu's mansion? Mu Fengyan looked at their shocked expressions and explained to them directly, "You don't have to be shocked. Yes, I am Mu Fengyan, the eldest daughter of Prime Minister Mu's mansion. Remember, you only recognize me and my mother as your masters. Do you understand what I mean? Do you remember the few points I just said?" The people below knelt down and shouted in unison, "The servants understand and remember. The servants understand and remember." The people below were thinking that what the young lady meant just now was that the young lady and the lady seemed to be at odds with the other people in the Mu mansion. They only need to obey the orders of the young lady and the lady in the future. Well, good, everyone stand up. I will assign tasks now. Those who can read stand up, and those who have some special skills stand up. Then 7 maids stood up, and a maid in the crowd said, "Young lady, is my strength considered a special skill?" When the others heard the girl's voice, they all laughed. Mu Fengyan looked at the slightly plump maid, nodded and said, "Okay." The plump maid stood up happily. After a while, another maid who could embroider stood up. No one else stood up. Mu Fengyan looked at the 9 maids who stood up and decided to give 5 maids to her mother. She gave the fat maid to her mother and asked her to help her mother guard the courtyard. She selected 4 smart maids for her mother and kept the rest for herself, including the former lady. "Yenner, I don't need so many people. Mother, I'm selecting personal maids now. As for the other maids who sweep the courtyard, let Uncle Han and the housekeeper Wang Bo take care of the arrangements." Uncle Han and Uncle Wang immediately stood up and answered respectfully. "Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, you lead the others down first. Mu Shan, you stay for a while." "Okay, Mississippi." The 2 led everyone else down. Mu Shan also stood still obediently. He admired the young lady for her courage at such a young age. She would definitely not be underestimated when she grows up. Mu Shan had never been so grateful for his original choice. Mu Fengyan looked at the maids and said, "Do you have a name?" They all knelt down. "Please give me a name, young lady." Mu Fengyan was confused. If they already had a name, why did they need to be given another name? Seeing her daughter's puzzled expression, Han explained, "Yenner, they all have rules. The new master will have a new name." Mu Fengyan nodded in understanding. "Mother, I will name my 4 maids, and you can name yours yourself." Naming is what Mu Fengyan is least good at. Han nodded, looked at the 4 smart maids around her, and said from left to right, "I will give each of you a character. From left to right, it is spring, summer, autumn, winter." The 4 maids knelt down and thanked Han for the names. Han looked at the fat maid again and asked, "What was your name before?" "Madam, I used to be Arya." Han thought for a while and said, "Well, you should still be called Arya." Arya was happy. This was the name her mother gave her before. She didn't expect that she could still use it. She was very happy. She knelt down and kowtowed to thank the lady for the name. Mu Fengyan looked at her 4 maids and said, "I will use Chinese herbal medicine to name you. From left to right, it is Angelica de Hurica, Cassia Twig, Red Peony Root Camellia." The 4 of them also knelt down and thanked the lady for the names. "Yenner, mother will go back first. We just moved here, and mother still has some things to sort out." Mu Fengyan nodded. "Mother, you go and do your work first. You don't have to worry about me." Han took the 4 maids and Arya back to sort out. Mu Fengyan looked at the 4 maids kneeling on the ground and said, "You get up. My dear, my family used to be a businessman, and it was considered a wealthy family. Who knew that because of jealousy and secret calculations, we ended up with our family broken up? Bai Ji clenched her hands after she finished speaking, and it was obvious how sad she was when she mentioned her family. After listening to this, Mu Fengyan had no emotion and asked, "Do you know who harmed you?" "I know, but their family has a close relationship with the official. My family is the only merchant. My parents were killed by them. My brother is missing. I can only watch helplessly." "Bai Ji, do you want revenge?" Bai Ji looked up suddenly when she heard the young lady's words, looking at the young lady with disbelief, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Mu Fengyan's light voice sounded, "You heard it right. If you want revenge, tell the truth." Bai Ji knelt down and said with a firm look in her eyes, replied to the young lady, I really want revenge, but I am a weak woman and I don't have the ability." Bai Ji's eyes dimmed after she finished speaking. "Get up. Nothing is impossible with me. Tell me how you want to take revenge first." Bai Ji stood up, no longer panicked just now, but now she is much calmer, as if it is a kind of relief to say what has been suppressed in her heart for so long. "Miss, those people targeted my family because my father had been doing business for many years and had some family wealth, so they plotted against my father in secret. My father refused to accept the result and wanted to seek justice from them, but they beat him to death. My mother couldn't stand the stimulation and followed them. I don't know where they went. After I handled my parents' funeral, they brought government officials to search my house and finally sold everyone in the mansion, including me, to human traffickers. I came here after many twists and turns. I want to fight back and make their business fail so that they can also have a taste of the feeling of having their family destroyed and their loved ones destroyed." Mu Fengyan nodded and asked, "Your family is a merchant. Do you know anything about business?" "Miss, I have been traveling around with my father since I was a child, and I know a lot about business. I often help my father run the shop." "Well, I will give you a chance to take revenge in the future. Just do your current work first." Bai Ji knelt down again to thank her. "Thank you, miss. Thank you." Mississippi Mu Fengyan frowned when she saw Bai Ji kneeling again. Why do these people like to kneel so much? Get up. You don't have to kneel down in front of me all the time. Just say it directly. I just need you to remember one thing, that is loyalty. Remember? After Mu Fengyan finished speaking, she looked at the three maids next to her. "Miss, I remember it."
Well.
Mu Fengyan looked at Mu Shan, who was standing not far away, and said, "Mu Shan, come here." Mu Shan walked forward and bowed. "Miss, do you have anything to tell me?" Mu Fengyan glanced at Mu Shan and saw that his injury should be much better than yesterday. She didn't expect that the pill she gave him at the end was quite effective for him. His injury was almost healed. "Mu Shan, how is your injury recovering?" "Miss, I have recovered to 80%, and I can do other things without any problems."
Mu Shan was very shocked.
What kind of pill did the young lady give him? The effect was so good that he recovered to 80% in one night. He didn't even dare to think about it before. In the past, such an injury would take at least 7 or 8 days in bed. Mu Fengyan took another pill and gave it to him, saying, "Take this pill too, you will basically recover tomorrow." Mu Shan took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Mu Fengyan handed him another 10,000 taels of silver note and said, "Tomorrow you go buy a big house, preferably one near here, close to the mountain. The rest will be arranged after you buy it." Mu Shan took the silver note and replied respectfully, "Yes, Mississippi." "Well, you go down." Mu Shan left with the silver note. Mu Fengyan looked at the 4 maids behind her and said, "You guys follow me first." "I obey your orders," several maids said in unison. Mu Fengyan frowned and said directly, "In the future, just say yes in front of me. You don't need to call yourself a maid." "Okay, I obey your orders." The 4 maids replied in unison. Mu Fengyan was speechless. She gave up directly. She would slowly train her in the future. This kind of deep-rooted thing can't be changed in a short time. Prime Minister Mu, who had returned to the Mu mansion at this time, saw that the mansion was in chaos again and said directly, "Uncle Wang, go and ask what's going on." Before the old servant Uncle Wang could go and ask, a guard appeared and reported, "My lord, the second lady and the second young lady in the mansion suddenly had red spots and pus on their faces overnight. Including the aunt and concubine, everyone also had problems. The palace doctor checked one by one, but there was nothing he could do. Did he say what the problem was? My lord, the palace doctor couldn't find any problems. What a waste. How is the old lady? The old lady is fine. The prescription was changed this morning, and she took the medicine and rested. Prime Minister Mu nodded and said to Uncle Wang, go and call the famous Dr. Wang in the city to the mansion to see what's going on with them. Yes, my lord. Uncle Wang hurriedly went to ask Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang was the first pharmacy that Prime Minister Mu went to this morning. When the second young lady, Mu Shushue, heard that Prime Minister Mu had returned to the mansion, she hurriedly ran to Prime Minister Mu wearing a white veil. Daddy, I have a lot of red spots on my face. Daddy, please ask a good doctor to take a look at my daughter. My daughter is going to marry the third prince. My daughter cannot be disfigured. Daddy, woo woo woo. Prime Minister Mu saw his daughter suddenly running to him. Although she was wearing a veil, he could still vaguely see the red spots on her face. Shuer, take off your veil and let your father see what's going on. Mu Shushue took off her veil obediently. This is too scary. Too disgusting. How could this happen? Could it be that other concubines are also like this? How can I sleep with concubines with red spots on their faces in the future? I am so scared. Prime Minister Mu took 2 steps back unconsciously. Uncle Zhong was also horrified. How could it be so scary? Mu Shushue quickly put on her veil again. Daddy, please help me find a doctor. I don't want to be ugly. I still want to marry the third prince. Prime Minister Mu was instantly awakened when he heard the third prince. Yes, his daughter had to marry the third prince. If his daughter couldn't marry, wouldn't he not be able to become a royal relative? Shuer, don't worry. Dad has asked Uncle Wang to invite a doctor. The doctor will be here soon. You go back to your room and wait. Prime Minister Mu really didn't want to see his daughter's disgusting face. At this time, the second wife's personal maid, Xiao Cui, also hurried over and shouted, Master, it's not good. The second wife is upset and wants to hang herself. The servants can't stop her. After listening to the maid's report, Prime Minister Mu hurried to the second wife's yard, and Mu Shushue followed hurriedly. When the two of them just walked to the gate of the courtyard, they heard crying from the house. Whoa, this lady doesn't want to live anymore. How can I face the master with such an ugly face? The maids advised, Madam, please don't be upset. The master is very good to you, and your face can be cured. When the master comes back, he will definitely ask a doctor to treat you. We all see how much the master loves you. Really?
Whoa.
But the master hasn't come to see you yet, whoa. She cried so heartbroken. Prime Minister Mu outside was moved by what she heard. Mu Shushue curled her lips and said, how could her mother be willing to hang herself? Prime Minister Mu hurriedly took a few steps and entered the room. When he saw the face of the second wife, he hesitated for a moment and obviously felt a little disgusted. But when he saw the second wife's tearful eyes, he couldn't bear it. He could only suppress his nausea, walked over, and said comfortingly, Madam, don't be afraid. I have asked Uncle Wang to invite the best doctor, and the doctor will be here soon. Prime Minister, I don't have the face to see you. I am so ugly now. I'd rather die. Prime Minister Mu scolded directly. What nonsense are you talking about? You are my wife. Can't I let the doctor see you? Don't worry, I will find the best doctor to see you. The second wife threw herself into Prime Minister Mu's arms and said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, Prime Minister. I knew that you care about me the most. Woo woo woo. But the second wife heard from the maid beside her that Aunt Zhao was itching badly, so she asked the maid to invite the Prime Minister to her yard first. Prime Minister Mu resisted the urge to throw the person out and patted the second wife on the back with his hand to comfort her. The second wife calmed down a little and said, Master, how come the Mu mansion has been in turmoil since the eldest daughter came back? After hearing this, Prime Minister Mu fell into deep thought. Yes, since the eldest daughter came back, the entire Mu mansion has been in trouble. The second wife looked up and glanced at Prime Minister Mu, knowing that he had heard it, and then said, Master, has she really been contaminated with something unclean and has impacted the entire Mu mansion? Then will you? The second wife stopped the topic at the right time. What she didn't say next was whether you can keep your official position. Prime Minister Mu cares most about his official position. He will not allow any danger that threatens his official position to exist. Prime Minister Mu naturally thought of it, and thought of his physical impotence, which only occurred after the eldest daughter came back. The murderous intent in Prime Minister Mu's eyes flashed, and anyone who blocked his official career path would be killed, even if it was his own daughter. The second wife clearly saw the murderous intent flashing in Prime Minister Mu's eyes, and she was very happy in her heart. She was also angry in her heart. Since this little witch came back, she has been unlucky one after another. The second wife believes that all this is the bad luck brought to them by Mu Fengyan. And her beautiful daughter now has pus-filled red spots all over her face. This time she was determined to dethrone the First Lady. She wanted to be the only lady in the Prime Minister's mansion, and her daughter the only eldest lady. At this time, another maid came to report, "Master, Aunt Zhao is not feeling well and is itchy all over. Aunt Zhao asks you to come and see her." When the second madam heard about Aunt Zhao, jealousy flashed in her eyes. "Is Aunt Zhao's body itchy only?" "Yes, my lord, Aunt Zhao's body is itchy badly." Prime Minister Mu looked at the second madam with pus all over her face and felt that it would be more comfortable to see Aunt Zhao, who was itchy all over and had no red spots or pus on her face. "Madam, I will go and see Aunt Zhao again to see what's going on over there." The second madam lowered her head, hiding the jealousy in her eyes, and said in a gentle tone, "Okay, Master, you go and see Sister Zhao, and see how the other sisters are doing." Prime Minister Mu was very pleased and said, "I knew that Madam is a sensible person, and I like your magnanimity. Please wait patiently, and I will ask the doctor to come to your courtyard as soon as he arrives."
"Thank you, Master."
Prime Minister Mu hurriedly followed Aunt Zhao's maid out. The second madam behind her clenched her hands in anger, and the jealousy in her eyes could hardly be concealed, but in order to maintain her dignified demeanor of magnanimity and tolerance, she had to endure it. Mu Shushua didn't have such good patience, and said directly, "Mother, how can you let father go?" The second wife calmed down and taught her daughter, "Shuer, you have to be patient when encountering things. Now is not the time to deal with Aunt Zhao. Our main goal is to drive the eldest lady out, and you have to be the only legitimate eldest daughter in the mansion." "But mother, that little witch has been betrothed to the regent. Father will not drive the eldest lady out, will he?" "Humph, we don't know whether she can live to see the wedding. You have to know that your father cares about the official position the most. If we make a big fuss about this, are you afraid that your father will not drive the eldest lady out? Now she doesn't give subsidies to the mansion. Do you think your father will turn a blind eye to her like before?" Mu Shushua wanted to laugh happily, but she was sad again when she thought of the red pimples on her face. "Mother, can you see if my face can be healed?" "Shuer, don't worry, the doctor will be here soon. Don't forget that you are still engaged to the third prince. Your father will not ignore you." Mu Shushue could only nod. Prime Minister Mu came to Aunt Zhao's yard quickly. He first looked at Aunt Zhao's face and was relieved to make sure that there was no red spot or pus. But Aunt Zhao, who was scratching all over, also made Prime Minister Mu feel very annoying. When Aunt Zhao saw Prime Minister Mu coming, she quickly stood up and bowed and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, I feel itchy all over. The court doctor has just come to check my pulse and said that there is nothing wrong with my body, but I am really itchy." Prime Minister Mu quickly stepped forward and hugged Aunt Zhao in his arms. He couldn't bear to see Aunt Zhao's tearful look the most. He comforted her, "Huaner, don't be afraid. I have asked someone to invite a famous doctor outside. I believe he will be here soon. Master, I am really in pain." Aunt Zhao lay in Prime Minister Mu's arms and sobbed. Prime Minister Mu's heart was distressed, and he shouted to the maid outside, "Go and see if the doctor has come. If he has, bring him here immediately. Do you hear me?" After a while, the maid brought Dr. Wang to Aunt Zhao's courtyard. "Your Excellency, Dr. Wang is here. Please ask Dr. Wang to go to the front hall." Dr. Wang was led to the front hall by the maid, and Prime Minister Mu helped Aunt Zhao out of the inner room. Dr. Wang felt Aunt Zhao's pulse, and the more he felt the pulse, the tighter his brows frowned, and finally withdrew his hand. Prime Minister Mu asked hurriedly, "Dr. Wang, what's wrong?" "Prime Minister Mu, I think this lady must have eaten something unclean, which caused her whole body to itch. I will prescribe a prescription to see if the lady will feel better after taking it. If it still doesn't work, we can only think of another way." Aunt Zhao hurriedly thanked him and said, "Thank you, doctor." After Dr. Wang wrote the prescription, Aunt Zhao asked the maid to get the medicine quickly. She was really uncomfortable all over, but she couldn't scratch. Prime Minister Mu was here, so it would be too inappropriate to do so. In Rui Courtyard, the second wife heard that Dr. Wang was coming and was directly called to Aunt Zhao's courtyard by Prime Minister Mu. The second wife's dignified and generous manner over the years was almost broken. Humph, a brothel actor, relying on giving birth to a son for the master, dared to ride on her head. "I will deal with her slowly in the future," she said to the maid Xiao Cui. "Go to Aunt Zhao's courtyard and tell the master that the second young lady's face hurts a lot. If the second young lady's face can't be cured, then the marriage with the third prince may change. I'll go right away." Xiao Cui took the order and left. Xiao Cui came to Aunt Zhao's courtyard and saw Prime Minister Mu comforting Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao's maid stopped Xiao Cui. "Sister Xiao Cui, the master is comforting Aunt Zhao. It would not be a good idea for you to go in and disturb her now." Xiao Cui pushed open the maid guarding the door and said arrogantly, "Can you afford to delay second Mrs. Business?" Xiao Cui ignored the maid and went straight into the front hall. She came to Prime Minister Mu, bowed, and said, "My lord, second Mrs. face hurts a lot. Madam asked me to ask Dr. Wang if he has taken good care of Aunt Zhao. Second Madam said that if second Mrs. face is damaged, it may affect her marriage with the third prince. If second Mrs. face cannot be cured, her engagement with the third prince may change." Prime Minister Mu then remembered the matter of Mu Shushua's face and let go of Aunt Zhao. Yes, Dr. Wang. Please come with me to see the red envelope on second Mrs. face. We must not let anything happen to second Mrs. face." Prime Minister Mu hurried to second Madam's yard with Dr. Wang, followed closely by Xiao Cui. Aunt Zhao was very angry when she saw Prime Minister Mu leaving in a hurry. Every time the master came to her room, the second wife would call him away with various reasons, which made her very angry. At this time, the maid Xiaodai came to Aunt Zhao and complained, "Aunt, that Xiao Cui is too arrogant. I said that the master was comforting me in the room and couldn't go in now. She pushed me away and said that there was something wrong with the second young lady's face. Who is responsible?" Aunt Zhao said angrily, "Who made her the second lady? I am just a small concubine, and even the maid bullied me. Aunt, the master loves you the most. He secretly gives you any good things. Sometimes, even the second lady doesn't get a share. Aunt, since the master can promote the second lady to a co-wife, he can also promote you, Aunt, to a co-wife. You gave birth to a son for the master. In the whole mansion, except for the second lady who gave birth to a son, it is you, Aunt, who gave birth to a son for the master. If you are promoted to a co-wife, the second young master will no longer be a concubine son, but a legitimate son." Aunt Zhao's eyes lit up. Yes, the master can have one concubine, and he can also have a second concubine. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. It seemed that she had to persuade the concubine more, but she still scolded the maid. "In the future, just tell me such things, but don't tell others outside this courtyard. Otherwise others will think I instigated it. Especially if the old lady finds out, it will be more troublesome." "I know, Aunt. I only said it in front of you. I just feel it's not worth it for you. That second lady always puts you down in everything." "Humph, of course. She is the second lady. Although she is a concubine's daughter, she is an official girl from the Shangshu mansion. How can she be compared with me, who came out of a brothel? Didn't you see that even the first lady stood aside? The master hasn't entered the first lady's courtyard for 3 years. Aunt, how can you compare with the first lady? You gave birth to a son for the prime minister, but the first lady only gave birth to a daughter, who is still sickly. She has died once, and I don't know if she can live to marry the regent this time. Okay, this kind of thing is not something you a maid can discuss casually. You go down first and see if my medicine is ready. The maid Xiaodai lowered her head to hide the emotions in her eyes and replied submissively, I will go and see. Xiaodai turned and left quickly, but Aunt Zhao didn't notice the calculation in her eyes because she was thinking about what Xiaodai said just now. For the sake of her son, she could give it a try. When Dr. Wang came to the second lady's yard and saw Mu Shushue's face, he was stunned. Is it so horrible and disgusting? Dr. Wang felt Mu Shushue's pulse again and said directly, Mrs. Condition is something I have never heard of or seen in all my years of practicing medicine. It is very strange. It seems like poisoning but not like it. I can only prescribe some medicine to reduce swelling and suppuration for you. You quack, do you know how to treat diseases? What do you mean by poisoning and not poisoning?
Mushuksu scolded angrily.
Dr. Wang is a famous doctor in Chengdu and has always been respected. How could he be angry with a little girl in front of him? He stood up angrily and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, forgive my poor medical skills. Please seek help from someone else. Dr. Wang carried the medicine box and wanted to leave. Prime Minister Mu quickly advised Dr. Wang calm down. My daughter was a little impatient and spoke without restraint. For my sake, please forgive her this time. Prime Minister Mu scolded Mu Shishue again. Swear, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will not find other doctors to treat you. Seeing Prime Minister Mu's serious look, Mu Shishue was a little scared and sat there much more honestly. Dr. Wang gave the Prime Minister a face and sat down to prescribe medicine for the second wife and Mu Shishue, but the prescriptions were similar. Other concubines in the mansion with similar situations also used this prescription. People in Prime Minister Mu's mansion were in chaos, and Mu Fengyan didn't know. Even if she knew, she would just laugh it off. What did those people have to do with her? Mu Fengyan took the four maids back to the room. Mu Fengyan looked at Guizhi and said, Guizhi, you can do needlework. I'll draw a pattern for you. Can you help me make the clothes according to the pattern? Miss, as long as there is a pattern, I can make it. My mother was once a famous embroiderer in Jiangnan. Later, she fell ill and taught me all her needlework during her lifetime. Mu Fengyan nodded, go to Uncle Han and get a batch of black cloth and tell me to use it. Okay. Mississippi Guizhi hurried to find Uncle Han. Mu Fengyan sat down next to the desk. Baizhi helped Mu Fengyan grind ink, and Qi Xiao and Shan Cha went to guard the door. Mu Fengyan thought about it, picked up the brush, and started to paint. She painted a training suit. At first glance, it looked like the black clothes of the Dark Guards, but many details were processed by Mu Fengyan, and it was much more comfortable to wear than the black clothes of the Dark Guards of this era. After a while, Mu Fengyan finished drawing the clothes. Just waiting for the clothes to be made to see the effect. Qing Feng from the regent's mansion hurried to report, Your Highness, Divine Dr. Sun is back. Oh, he dares to come back? Does he think that the prince will die of poison without him? Your Highness, it's not just Divine Dr. Sun, but also his apprentice Shen Mengru. Yi Lijue frowned. What is she doing here? From what I heard from Divine Dr. Sun, he wants his apprentice Miss Shen to stay in the mansion to help the prince recuperate. The prince has a future princess to help detoxify, so why would he need an unknown apprentice who is not even as good as the master? Your Highness doesn't know, but this apprentice of Divine Dr. Sun is very famous. It is said that many dignitaries have asked her to see a doctor, and her consultation fee is as high as 1,000 taels. Some people even brought 10,000 taels of gold to see her, but she refused to see them. This Miss Shen is very arrogant. But she followed Divine Dr. Sun to the mansion in person, and many people outside saw it. If we kick her out now, I'm afraid it will bring bad reputation to the mansion. Why should a woman decide whether the reputation of my palace is good or not? Get out of here. Qing Feng was about to say something when he heard a voice from outside. Since the two of them were talking without closing the door, Shen Mengru, who had just walked over, heard it clearly. Your Highness is not afraid of the bad reputation of the palace, but now that I have been kicked out, my reputation will be bad. A woman in white stood outside the study, her face covered with a white veil, her eyebrows were like spring mountains, her pupils were like autumn water, and she had an extraordinary temperament. She was also a beauty at first glance, but it was a pity that she met the regent who was not interested in women.
Jeližu fronet indiscust.
When did anyone come into his study casually? What do the dark guards eat? This is not the fault of the dark guards, because everyone in the palace knows that Dr. Sun has always been treating the prince's body. The servants respect Dr. Sun as a distinguished guest, and the apprentices brought by Dr. Sun enjoy the same respect. Qing Feng was sweating coldly. How could this Miss Shen be so bold to break into the vicinity of the prince's study like this? If it were someone else, she would have been hacked to death with a knife. When Shen Mengru saw Yi Lijue, she could hold back her heartbeat. This was not the first time she had met the regent. She had fallen in love with the prince at first sight since the first time she saw him. The world is so noble. Shen Mengru was determined to have a man with handsome features and an innate noble temperament that looked down on the world. It's a pity that at that time, she followed the master and did nothing. In order to have an identity that matches the prince, she studied medical skills hard, and one day she stood at a high place. She studied medical skills painstakingly for so many years just to stand by his side and help him. To regulate her body, her master had read a lot of books on the prince's disease. She had also learned about some of the prince's pathology from her master over the years. Yi Lijue glanced at Shen Mengru indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Thank you very much, Miss Shen, for your kindness, but I already have someone who can help you with your body. You can go back." "It's impossible, Lord. Today the whole except for my master, there is no one in the Purple Saint Kingdom whose medical skills are better than mine." Yi Lijue didn't want to deal with such a self-righteous woman, and when he thought of Mu Fingyan's unfailing little face, his eyes flashed with emotion. An unnoticed tenderness. Shen Mengru happened to see the tenderness in the prince's eyes. She knew it was not for her, but she was even more curious in her heart. Who is it? She walked into the heart of the prince first. She had painstakingly studied medical skills for so many years in order to stand at the same height as him. Qing Feng saw off the guests and also told the people below that anyone who comes within 3 feet of the study without permission will be killed. "Yes, Your Majesty, I obey your orders." Shen Mengru seemed to have been greatly wronged after hearing the prince's words. Like this, he looked at Yi Lijue with tearful eyes. Yi Lijue ignored him and went straight to his desk to handle his official duties. "Miss Shen, please." Shen Mengru asked unwillingly. "Guard Qing, who is conditioning your prince's body?" "Miss Shen, the one who is conditioning the prince's body now is more skilled than Dr. Sun."
"Doctor."
Shen Mengru's eyes widened, and she said with disbelief, "It's impossible. My master's medical skills are the best in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom. No one can surpass him." Qing Feng said with some disdain. "Girl, you have to know that there are people outside the world." Qing Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with her and directly extended his hand. "Miss Shen, please." The posture was like if Miss Shen didn't come out, he would throw her away at any time. Going out. Shen Mengru had no choice but to return to her master's courtyard to discuss countermeasures. Qing Feng looked at Shen Mengru leaving, walked up to the prince, and asked, "Your Majesty, Miss Muda said before that the main reason why the poison in your body has been out of balance for many years is the medicine you have taken recently. Wasn't it the same before? Did Divine Dr. Sun prescribe the medicine for you? Why has he been diligently recuperating the prince's body in the past, but recently he has been uncharacteristically disrupting the balance in the prince's body?" Qing Feng looked at the prince in disbelief. The prince was afraid that the future princess would misunderstand. It turns out that the prince has begun to pay attention to the mood of the future princess, which is a good thing. Qing Feng happily accepted the order and went out. As soon as Qing Feng went out, Qingyan suddenly appeared in front of him. "Qingyan, what are you doing? You scared me to death." "Qing Feng, why are you so happy? What happened in the past few days when I was gone?" "Of course, you don't know that the prince has someone in his heart." Qing Feng happily shared with Qingyun. Qingyun immediately became interested and asked, "Which girl is the prince interested in?" "Of course." Before Qing Feng could finish speaking, he heard a voice coming from inside the house. "Is Qingyun back?" Qing Feng hurried away and left. Did the prince hear their conversation just now? If the prince is unhappy, let Qingyun support him. Qingyun straightened his expression and quickly entered the study. Go back to the prince, my subordinate is back. Well, how did things go? Your Majesty, things went very smoothly. The Red Forest Army has gone into hiding, and Mr. Dongfang has also opened the secret passage for transporting food. As long as 3, there will be no war this year, so there will be no problem. Yi Lijue nodded. Very well, please step aside. It's the prince. Yi Lijue lowered his head and continued with his official duties. At this time, Qing Feng also came to the courtyard of the palace of Sun Divine Doctor. He saw Sun Divine Doctor getting herbal medicine and stepped forward and said, Divine Doctor Sun, excuse me. Sun Divine Doctor saw Qing Feng beside the prince and said with a smile, Guard Qing Feng, what are you doing here? At this time, Shen Mengru, who was going back to the house to get something, also came out. Her eyes were still a little red, and she saw that Qing Feng didn't speak. She didn't take a small guard seriously, let alone the one who had embarrassed her just now. Qing Feng didn't care and continued, Since Divine Doctor Sun and Miss Shen are both here, let me convey the prince's order. The prince asks Miss Shen to leave the palace. Our palace has never allowed female relatives to stay. Of course, in the future, except for our princess. Shen Mengru cried even more aggrievedly. How could this Yi Lijue treat her like this, wasting her infatuation with him? Just as Shen Mengru was about to say something, Divine Doctor Sun grabbed her and said to Qing Feng, Don't worry, guard Qing Feng. I will let Rower stay in and outside immediately. It won't cause trouble to the prince. Qing Feng nodded and said, Shen Doctor Sun said this. Then I can rest assured. Miss Shen only has half the time to burn incense. Please clean up as soon as possible. You. Shen Mengru was so angry at Qing Feng that she said speechless. Qing Feng ignored the two of them and turned around directly to go out.
Master.
Shen Mengru looked at Divine Doctor Sun with tears in her eyes. Okay, good disciple, I know better than you what kind of person the prince is. You go to stay at the inn closest to the prince's palace first. The master will plan the rest for you. I guarantee that you will marry the regent. Rower, please think clearly. The prince already has a wife. If you enter the palace, you can only have a side identity. Master, I understand that I don't care about my status. I just want to marry the prince. Okay, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Okay, pack your things and go to the inn first. Shen Mengru had no choice but to take her things and go to the nearest inn to check in. The messy Prime Minister Mu's mansion ushered in another wave of debtors. Prime Minister Mu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a servant coming to report, Sir, Mother Wang from Suihong Courtyard is here. Prime Minister Mu frowned. A madam from a brothel. Why did she come to the Prime Minister's mansion? Do you know why she came here? She said she was going to settle the bill with the second madam. Just take her to the second madam. You don't need to report this kind of thing to me in the future. But sir, she came from the second madam. The second madam said there was no money in the account, so she asked Madam Wang to come to you, sir. Prime Minister Mu frowned impatiently. In the past, this kind of thing was always asked to the second madam. Why did she push it to him today? If Madam Wang was allowed to leave like this, and if rumors spread that Prime Minister Mu's mansion was in debt and didn't pay it back, it would be a loss of face for the Prime Minister's mansion. Since the second madam is not convenient, let her come. As soon as Madam Wang entered the door, she showed her signature smile, bowed and said, Madam Wang, I have met the Prime Minister. I hope the Prime Minister is well. Prime Minister Mu frowned impatiently and said, Madam Wang, if you have anything to do, just let the servant come and tell him. Why do you have to come in person? Prime Minister Mu meant that it was too embarrassing for an old mother from a brothel to come to the Prime Minister's mansion. Mother Wang was a smart person. Of course, she understood what Prime Minister Mu meant, but she pretended not to understand. After all, Prime Minister Mu was a big customer of their Tsuehong courtyard, spending more than 100,000 taels a month. How could she dare to offend him? Oh, Prime Minister, I didn't want to come either. My servant came twice, but the gatekeeper said that the second wife was sick and couldn't see her. If I couldn't see her, I couldn't pay the money. If I couldn't get the money, my family in Suihong Courtyard would have no food to eat. Prime Minister, I'm also suffering, so I have no choice but to come here in person. Prime Minister Mu was too lazy to listen to Mother Wang's nagging and asked directly, "How much is the account of this month?" Mother Wang handed the account to Prime Minister Mu with a smile. Prime Minister Mu took it and looked at it. The total amount was 140,000 taels. Basically, colleagues were invited to win over the relationship every 2 days, and each time they spent about 10,000 taels. The number of people who went each time gradually increased, and there were about 10 people. But he didn't have the money, and the first wife had left, so he had to ask the second wife. "Uncle Wang, go and invite the second wife." The old servant Uncle Wang immediately went to invite the second wife. After a while, the second wife came wearing a white veil. She walked up to the Prime Minister, bowed and said, "My lord, you are looking for me about money." Prime Minister Mu nodded and said, "Madam, please settle Madam Wang's account. When the First Lady comes back, I will ask her to return it to you." The second wife said embarrassedly, "But my lord, although I am the housekeeper, there is not so much money in the treasury. In the past, the accounts of Kwahongyuan were settled by the First Lady. Now she has gone to the other courtyard, and I have no choice." Prime Minister Mu looked at Madam Wang, whose face was getting uglier and uglier, and he became impatient. He said directly, "Go to the treasury to get the money. No matter what method you use, settle the money for Madam Wang today. The madam of the brothel sees many people every day. If it is reported that the Prime Minister's mansion cannot settle the accounts of Kwahonglu, wouldn't his colleagues laugh at him?" The second madam thought for a while and said, "Master, isn't Hui Tower a property under the name of the first madam? How about letting Uncle Wang go to the first madam's restaurant to get some silver notes first?" Prime Minister Mu's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of that? "Uncle Wang, go to the first madam's restaurant and get 150,000 taels of silver notes. Just say that I need it urgently." Uncle Wang hurried to the restaurant to get the money. Who knew that Uncle Wang would come back in just one stick of incense? Mother Wang of Tsuehong Courtyard had long lost her patience waiting. Why was the Prime Minister's mansion so hesitant this time? In the past, the silver and money were taken away quickly. Could it be that after the first madam left the Prime Minister's mansion, there was no silver and money in the entire mansion? Uncle Wang hurried to the Prime Minister and whispered, "Master, Manager Liu of Hui Tower said that he could only give the silver and money after seeing the first madam's seal." Prime Minister Mu's face suddenly became as gloomy as ink, but he still had to pay the silver and money to Mother Wang. The second wife looked at the bad face of the Prime Minister, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Uncle Wang did not get the banknotes? Before the second wife could figure it out, she saw the Prime Minister looking at her. "Second wife, go to the storehouse to get the silver for Madam Wang. I know that Madam can help me solve the small matter at hand." The fierceness in his eyes frightened the second wife. She knew that the Prime Minister was angry, but because Madam Wang was here, he did not vent his anger. The second wife had no choice but to get up and go to the storehouse to get some silver. After opening the storehouse, the two wives were also very embarrassed. There was not much silver in such a large storehouse. Prime Minister Mu had a shallow foundation and did not have much money in the original shogunate. In addition, Prime Minister Mu spent countless money. The reason why he lived a glamorous life in recent years was that he relied on the dowry of the first wife to subsidize the mansion. She was very cherished in her heart, because those things were the dowry she wanted to leave for her daughter in the future. But this is not enough? Thinking of Prime Minister Mu's stern and somewhat meaningful eyes, the second wife hardened her heart and gritted her teeth. She could only go back to her courtyard and take out her private money of 60,000. Holding these banknotes, the second wife walked heavily to the front hall. The impatient Wang mother saw the second wife slowly walk into the front hall and said, "Oh, second wife, you are finally back. Mom, I am almost asleep waiting." The second wife did not give Wang mother a good face. She didn't take a brothel madam seriously. She was the Prime Minister's wife. What's wrong with asking her to wait? Seeing this, Wang mother was not embarrassed and still looked at the second wife with a smile. The second wife came directly to Prime Minister Mu and gave all the banknotes to him. Prime Minister Mu's face relaxed a little, and he said generously, "Madam, you are my good wife, and the mansion really cannot do without you." The second wife showed a smile that was uglier than crying. When Mother Wang saw the banknotes in the Prime Minister's hand, she immediately smiled and said, "Yes, Prime Minister, you have such a dignified, gentle, considerate, and housekeeping wife to manage your household. I envy you, Prime Minister, because I do everything myself. You are worthy of being the Prime Minister. The wife you married is not an ordinary person. The wives of those high-ranking officials are not as good as the second wife." Prime Minister Mu also smiled a little when he heard Mother Wang's flattery. The second wife, Wang, felt a little better, but when she saw the banknotes, her heart ached like blood. Mother Wang happily left the Prime Minister's mansion with the banknotes. As soon as Mother Wang left, the second lady's eyes immediately turned red, and she said in a choked voice, "Master, there is no money left in the treasury. I even pawned some of the dowry I left for Shuer, the tuition I left for Yuaner and Yuaner's daily expenses. Master, I don't have a penny left." When Prime Minister Mu heard that the second madam had even taken out the money she had left for her son, he knew that the second madam had no private money in her hands. He knew that the second madam was very fond of his son. Prime Minister Mu, who was in a better mood just now, turned gloomy again when he heard the second lady's words. He directly said to the old captive Uncle Wang, "Uncle Wang, go to another courtyard and ask the eldest lady if you still want to be in the eldest lady's position. If you continue to stay here, I will pay you 200,000 taels of silver immediately this month. Otherwise, don't blame the Prime Minister for demoting her to a concubine." "Mr. Xiang, I don't know the location of the eldest lady's annex." The Prime Minister finally became furious. "Aren't you going to look for the Prime Minister's family?" Yes, Prime Minister, I will personally lead people to find him right now." Uncle Wang quickly withdrew. The second lady looked at the angry Prime Minister Mu, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Fortunately, she was covered by her hat. Otherwise, the Prime Minister would have discovered her. "If I use all my private money to squeeze out the eldest lady, it will be worthwhile. Besides, the money is also extracted from the eldest lady's hands. She can extract it once or twice. If the eldest lady becomes concubine, as the only wife of the Prime Minister, she can ask the concubine to hand over the dowry on the pretext of subsidizing the Prime Minister's palace. When she thinks of the dowry in the hands of the First Lady, it is like seeing a large amount of gold and silver treasures rushing towards her. The eyes of the Second Lady, I can barely contain my excitement." At this time, Mu Fengyan in the other courtyard was not in the mood to pay attention to the affairs of Prime Minister Mu's house. She was instructing Guizhi to make the clothes she drew. Guizhi is also very ingenious. According to the lady's instructions, she quickly made the clothes the lady asked for. Mu Fengyan picked up the clothes and looked at them, then nodded with satisfaction. "I didn't expect Guizhi's craftsmanship to be so good. It's just as good as I imagined. Okay, you all go out first, I'll try this outfit on clothes." "Miss, let the captive help you change your clothes." No, go down. No one can come in without my order." "Okay, miss, the captive is waiting at the door." "What's the matter?" "Just call the captive." Baizhi and Guizhi both walked out. Guizhi was a little worried. This young lady is too independent. Why does she have to do everything by herself? Mu Fengyan looked at the two people who were leaving and felt relieved. She didn't have the habit of changing her clothes and letting others admire her. She put on the clothes, tried them on, and stretched her arms and legs. Well, it looked good. It was as comfortable as practicing kung fu in her previous life. After Mu Fengyan changed her clothes again, she opened the door and saw 4 maids standing at the door. She was just about to go to her mother's place to see her when she heard Baizhi say, "Miss, there was a message just now that Mushin has something to do with Mississippi." When Mu Fengyan walked to the front hall, she saw Mu Shan standing there. "Wait there." Mu Shan saw Mu Fengyan come in, stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "I've met you, Mississippi." "Well, what do you want to see me for?" "Miss, I've already bought the courtyard." "Around here?" Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is she so efficient? Is the house big? Are there enough rooms? Miss Hui, it is a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. The original owner of the house was a businessman. Because his business failed, he needed money urgently, so his subordinate bought it for 50,000 taels. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. You have recovered from your injury today. Wait for me in the front room after breakfast tomorrow, and I will tell you what to do next. Yes, Mississippi Mushin turned and left. Mu Fengyan said to the maid behind her, "Let's go to Mother's place to have a look." Several people came to Madame Han's room. Seeing the maids busy with other things, Mu Fengyan asked in confusion, "Mother, what are you busy with?" Mrs. Han was immediately happy when she saw her daughter. "Yenner, come quickly. Mother asked them to prepare some clothes for you. You used to spend most of your time on the bed. I rarely wear these bright and beautiful clothes for my daughter's house. This time, Mother will make you a few of each and wear them interchangeably. She will dress you up beautifully and keep you white and fat. My Yenner is so good-looking. How can she not have nice clothes to wear? I also heard that the Holy City rated some 4 beauties, and I think they are not even half as good as Yenner." Mu Fengyan looked at her mother's eyes full of love and felt warm in my heart. It turns out that the daughter is the most beautiful existence in the mother's heart. Mom, I'm still young and don't need to make so many clothes. I may grow taller next year, and I won't be able to wear these clothes. It doesn't matter. Mom will make them for you again. Mom will do it every year. The pieces of cloth I made for you are all for you to make clothes, so there is no need to be frugal. If you don't have any more, Mother will ask them to send them over." Mu Fengyan looked at the pieces of cloth placed in front of the table, and her mouth was filled with confusion. Consciously, I twitched hard. These cloths are all high-quality cloud brocade and floating brocade, and her mother would make several of them for her every year. For other young ladies from official families, it would be nice to have such a set of clothes every year. Her mother wants to prepare several outfits for her. If they find out, they must not go crazy with jealousy. However, seeing the brilliance in her mother's eyes again, Mu Fengyan was very pleased. As long as her mother was happy, let her go. After a while, a servant came to report, "Madam, there is a man outside the door who claims to be the Prime Minister's mansion, asking to see him." The mother and daughter, who were happy just now, suddenly lost most of their mood when they heard the visitor's report. "Mother, why did people from the Prime Minister's mansion come here?" Mu Fengyan asked in confusion. "Humph, I guess it's Kwahongyuan's mother Wang who went to ask for money. Around this time every month, Kwahongyuan is the day to settle the bill. Now that we are out, I guess they have no money to settle the bill, or they have to pay the bill. There is no money in the treasury," Han said in a cold voice. Now that she mentioned the Prime Minister's mansion, her heart was no longer disturbed. Maybe she didn't care anymore, and she didn't have so much emotion to pay for it. "Mother, will you give the money?" Mu Fengyan asked nervously. She was afraid that her mother would do something stupid again. Han smiled. "Don't worry, Yenner, Mother won't pay anymore. I paid for them before so that you can find a good husband with the Prime Minister's mansion. Now that you have been betrothed to the regent, Mother will naturally not give them any money." Mu Fengyan nodded and felt relieved. It seemed that her mother was giving up that scumbag father step by step. She wanted to completely remove that scumbag father from her mother's heart and not make her sad again. "Then, Mother, shall we meet the people from the Prime Minister's mansion?" "Yes, why not? I want to see what they want to do. But they are capable. They came here in such a short time. I didn't tell them the location of the villa." "Mother, it's easy to find them under the banner of the Prime Minister. Besides, many people saw it that day. There will always be 1 or 2 people who know the news." Han felt that her daughter's words made sense, and then said to the person who came, "Take the person to the front hall. I will be there in a while." "Okay, madam." The servant went out. Mu Fengyan and Han tidied up a bit and walked to the front hall with the maids. Uncle Wang, who was sitting in the front hall waiting for someone, was also tired and panting. Seeing that the Prime Minister was furious, Uncle Wang did not dare to delay and immediately came to the outskirts of the city. After a little inquiry, he found it. It was said that the eldest lady had bought dozens of people that day, and the momentum was so great that it was hard for people around to not notice it. Uncle Wang heard the footsteps outside the door and stood up quickly. When he saw the two people coming to the door and the maids behind them, he was stunned for a moment. It seemed like he saw the eldest lady, who was still a young lady more than 10 years ago. At that time, Han had not yet married the Prime Minister. Han, who grew up in luxury, was surrounded by many maids and was confident. Since arriving in the holy city, he didn't know when the eldest lady became decadent. She took care of the eldest lady all day long and lost her former glory, so the Prime Minister also despised her. Now, seeing the eldest lady who was confident again, and the eldest lady with lively eyes beside her, he really felt that the Prime Minister was wrong. He kept such a good eldest lady, but didn't know how to cherish them. He would definitely regret it in the future. Han and Mu Fengyan had already walked into the front hall. Uncle Wang immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "This old servant has seen the eldest lady." Han and Mu Fengyan sat down.
Han looked at Uncle Wang.
This man also watched her grow up, and she felt emotional. "Uncle Wang, please sit down." "Thank you, madam." Uncle Wang sat down. "Why did you come here, Uncle Wang?" "Yenner is weak and needs to rest. If there is nothing special, I still hope that during this period of time, it is better not to disturb Yenner." "Don't you think so, Uncle Wang?" Uncle Wang quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Yes, madam is right. Miss must rest well." The Prime Minister is also very concerned about Miss's condition. He ordered me to come and see if the villa is ready. Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. As expected of someone who often follows Prime Minister Mu, what she said is more sophisticated than other servants. After hearing what Madam said, Uncle Wang knew that she was angry and very dissatisfied with Prime Minister Mu's actions. However, he had not done the things that the Prime Minister had given him. How could he leave like this? It would be difficult for him to report back. Madam Han looked at Uncle Wang, whose face kept changing, and ignored her. She picked up the tea brought by the maid and drank it slowly. Anyway, she was not in a hurry. Mu Fengyan looked at her mother and then at Uncle Wang. She didn't say anything. She also picked up the tea and started to drink. Uncle Wang couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Madam, I came here to ask you for something. Of course, the Prime Minister also hopes that you can help me solve this matter." Han said with a puzzled look on her face. "Oh, what is it that needs me to solve?" Uncle Wang also knows that although I am the First Lady of the Prime Minister's mansion, I don't have the power to manage the household. The big and small things in the mansion are all handled by the Second Lady. Why don't you go to the Second Lady for something, but come to the other courtyard to find me to solve it? The old servant Uncle Wang looked embarrassed and said, "Madam, you don't know that since you came to the other courtyard, a lot of things have happened in the mansion." Uncle Wang told the First Lady everything that happened in the Prime Minister's mansion in the past few days, especially focusing on the Second Lady, and the concubines in the mansion, who all had various degrees of disfigurement. The mansion doctor had no choice but to ask an outside doctor to check. Uncle Wang described the situation in the mansion as tragic, and his expression was very sad. Mu Fengyan looked at Uncle Wang with a hesitant expression. Not only did she not have any sympathy, but she almost burst out laughing. She didn't expect that the poison she casually used would be so effective. Madam Han felt happy when she heard it. These people deserved it. No one came to care about her daughter during her illness, and they even gloated over her misfortune. Now God has eyes and finally gave them retribution, but it's a pity that Prime Minister Mu didn't have anything to do with it. Of course, Han didn't know because Uncle Wang didn't say that the Prime Minister was already impotent. If Han knew, she would definitely shout that God has eyes. After Uncle Wang finished speaking, although they all have some problems now, at least they are all alive, right? My Yenner died of illness. Did they ever come to visit her?
No.
Fortunately, God has eyes and sent my daughter back. Uncle Wang, don't you think there is anything more heartbreaking than watching your own daughters die? They're just disfigured, they can eat and drink, and are alive and well. It can't be considered that tragic, right? Uncle Wang's forehead was sweating from the words of the eldest lady. He had followed the Prime Minister for so many years and saw how the Prime Minister gradually disliked the eldest lady, but he had no choice. Besides, which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention that he is now the Prime Minister? Mu Fengyan looked at Uncle Wang's changing expressions and probably guessed what he was thinking. She looked at her mother, who was still calm, and she knew that her mother could handle this matter. The reason why her mother was polite to Uncle Wang before was because she still cared about their old relationship. Now that she didn't even care about her scumbag father, how could she care about the servants around him? Mu Fengyan gave her mother a thumbs up in her heart. What her mother said was right. She should respond in such a domineering way. The old servant Wang Shu had no other choice. He had to complete the task assigned by the Prime Minister. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said directly, "Madam, I came here on the orders of the Prime Minister." The Prime Minister said that the madam should take out 200,000 taels of silver notes this month, otherwise the madam's position will be in jeopardy. If the madam does not follow the Prime Minister's instructions, the Prime Minister will demote her to a concubine. After hearing what Uncle Wang said, Madam Han was a little shocked. She did not expect that just because she did not take out silver notes to subsidize the mansion for a month, Prime Minister Mu would demote her to a concubine. She felt sad. She was really blind to think that Prime Minister Mu was a good person. The little affection left in Madam Han's eyes also disappeared with Uncle Wang's words. Before the madam could speak, Mu Fengyan spoke. She really felt that it was not worth it for her mother. When she was capable, the first thing she would clean up was Prime Minister Mu's mansion. Uncle Wang, you have also seen my situation. I am in poor health and need to rest. I originally thought that I would be more peaceful if I hid in the other courtyard, but I didn't expect that I would still be bothered by some things. From now on, all my mother's money will be used to take care of my health. Even if there is any surplus, it will be saved for my dowry. After all, the Emperor has arranged for me to marry the regent. After all, the regent is a member of the royal family. He is a prince who is second only to the Emperor and above millions of people. If the Prime Minister is not afraid of losing his official position, he can demote my mother to a concubine. At that time, I will ask the regent to submit a memorial to the Emperor, saying that the Prime Minister has despised the imperial power and that the Emperor has arranged for me to marry the regent. I made the regent the principal wife, and then Prime Minister Mu demoted my mother to a concubine, so I am naturally a concubine. Letting a concubine marry the prince as the principal wife, isn't that a slap in the face of the Emperor? I'll go back and ask the Prime Minister, how many heads does the Prime Minister have that the Emperor can chop off? And will the regent go to ask for punishment? Uncle Wang looked up, his eyes were sharp, and his tone was as cold as that of the eldest lady. His heart trembled slightly. When did the eldest lady have such a sharp momentum and a terrifying oppression? Since the eldest lady came back to life, she has become a completely different person and even made Uncle Wang feel that she is more frightening than the Prime Minister. Uncle Wang, Yenner's words are my words. Go back and tell the Prime Minister. I'm not afraid that he will demote me to a concubine, but I don't know if he is afraid that the Emperor will chop off his head. After Han finished speaking, she said to the housekeeper at the door, Uncle Wang, send the guest out. When the old servant Uncle Wang heard the words send the guest out, he felt very uncomfortable. Was he already an outsider in the eldest lady's heart? It seems that the Prime Minister has hurt the eldest lady deeply. I just don't know if he can accept the Prime Minister again, because they were childhood sweethearts. Uncle Wang had no choice but to leave the villa and go back to report. As soon as Uncle Wang left, Mu Fengyan looked at Han with some concern. Mother, are you okay? Mu Fengyan's eyes widened when she heard her mother's words. Is her mother so avant-garde? But she supports her mother's idea very much. Han looked at her daughter's expression and thought she was frightened, so she said hurriedly, Yenner, don't worry, I won't divorce you now, at least after you get married. I can't let my daughter become a laughingstock. After you get married and have the protection of the regent, I won't care about those reputations. Mother, you misunderstood. It's not that I disagree. I support your idea very much. I also think you deserve better. Prime Minister Mu is not worthy of mother. Han was amused by her daughter's words. Silly child. Mother will live alone after the divorce. How can a divorced woman get married again? As long as you are fine, Yenner, mother will have no regrets. Mother, don't say that. There are thousands of men in the world. Why can't you find someone who is really good to you? Even if you've been married, it doesn't matter. As long as you meet someone who is really good, mother can't refuse and can try to accept it. Han touched her daughter's head lovingly. Let's talk about this later. Right now, it's important to take good care of your body. Other things are insignificant in mother's eyes. Mu Fengyan knew that some things could only be said after the divorce. In this era, men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but if a woman still thinks about other men, it will be considered unfaithful. If she doesn't follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, she can only be thrown into the pig cage. Thinking about this evil ancient times, it's really unacceptable, but there is no way. Mu Fengyan can only follow the rules here first. Without sufficient power, it is impossible to shake the big tree. Uncle Wang, who hurried back to the Prime Minister's mansion, relayed all the words of the eldest lady and the eldest lady to Prime Minister Mu. Prime Minister Mu was so angry that he smashed several teacups in the study. He knew that his good daughter was telling the truth. If he really did that, even if the emperor didn't make trouble for him, it was hard to say what would happen to the regent who didn't even take the emperor seriously. Who knows if he would get upset and have the prime minister's mansion destroyed. So, he was just smashing some teacups in the study to vent his anger. In the end, Prime Minister Mu had no choice but to ask Uncle Wang to notify the second madam to tighten the belt and save money in the future. After hearing what Uncle Wang said, the second madam was dumbfounded. What happened? The master didn't ask for the banknotes? The first madam didn't even give Uncle Wang face? Uncle Wang is an old man in the Prime Minister's mansion who even the old lady gives some face. In other words, was the first madam demoted to a concubine? The second wife couldn't suppress the excitement in her eyes and asked Uncle Wang, "Does the master have any other instructions?" "No, I have said everything." "What about the first wife?" Uncle Wang said puzzledly, "The first wife is still in the other courtyard, and the eldest daughter is still recuperating." The second wife asked unwillingly, "Didn't the master say before that he would demote her to a concubine?" Second wife, those were all angry words from the master. How could he really demote the first wife to a concubine? The second wife clenched her hands and suppressed her anger. She had taken out all her private money, but she didn't drive the first wife away. How would she live in the future? And how would her sons and daughters live? How long can they survive with the little money in the mansion? The salary of the prime minister is not much. When thinking about her future life, the second lady couldn't help but feel sad. Regent's palace in the study, Yi Lijue had just finished his official duties when he heard Qing Feng coming to report. "Your Highness, Divine Dr. Sun has prepared a medicine to suppress the toxicity for you and brought it over. He also wants to check your pulse." When Yi Lijue heard the name of Dr. Sun, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He used to respect and trust Dr. Sun very much, but he didn't expect that he would betray him in the end. What Yi Lijue hated the most was betrayal. If he hadn't wanted to see what tricks this divine Dr. Sun was going to play, he wouldn't have let him stay in the mansion any longer. Bring the medicine in and let the person go back. Just say I'm handling official business. If I feel unwell, I'll find him. Qing Feng took the order and went out. Not long after, Qing Feng brought in a bowl of medicine. "Your Highness, this is the medicine that divine Dr. Sun brewed. How about I pour it out?" Yi Lijue was about to nod, and heard Qing Feng muttering to himself, "If Miss Mu were here, she would know what's wrong with this medicine." Yi Lijue's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He was just worrying about how to meet people. Isn't this a ready-made excuse? Seeing that Qing Feng was about to take the medicine out and pour it out, he stopped her directly. "Qing Feng, don't pour it yet. Bring the medicine over here." "Your Highness, you must not drink it. Miss Mu said that there is something wrong with Dr. Sun's medicine." Yi Lijue said impatiently, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just bring it over when I told you to." "Who said I want to drink it?" Qing Feng was relieved. As long as the prince didn't drink it, it would be fine. But what did the prince want this medicine for? Yi Lijue looked at the medicine bowl in front of him, and then looked at the sky outside. When did the day become so long? Qing Feng looked at the medicine bowl and the sky outside without knowing why. It was nothing. What was the prince looking at? Yi Lijue saw Qingfeng's actions, endured his impatience, and said, "You go down first." "Yes, Your Highness." Qingfeng, still puzzled, went out. Yi Lijue patiently read a book in the study for a while. When he saw that it was finally dark outside, he stood up, picked up the medicine bowl, left the study, and disappeared in the regent's mansion in a few steps. Even Qingfeng behind him couldn't keep up with the speed of the prince. Mu Fengyan, who had just sent the maid out and was about to enter the space to take a look, felt a very strong force coming to her boudoir. This person's martial arts was definitely not simple, but she didn't know whether he was an enemy or a friend. Mu Fengyan grabbed a handful of poison in her hand. No matter who it was, no matter how strong his martial arts were, as long as he got close to her, she would make sure that he would never come back. The person knocked on the window gently, and Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. Are thieves so polite nowadays? They come here, and they still need to notify me? Mu Fengyan walked to the window, opened the window, and when she saw the face of the person clearly, she retracted her outstretched hand and threw the poison into the space. If it was a second later, the person in front of her would become a corpse. "My prince, what are you doing in my boudoir in the middle of the night? Do you have the hobby of being a thief? Miss Mu, won't you invite me in to sit down? Aren't you afraid that I'll be discovered standing by your window?" Maybe even Yi Lijue himself didn't realize that when facing Mu Fengyan, he unconsciously called himself I, and when facing others, he called himself this king. Mu Fengyan dodged and gave up her position, and Yi Lijue jumped lightly into the room. Qingfeng, who was hurrying, almost fell from the tree when he saw the prince enter Miss Mu's room. The prince came in such a hurry, just to see the future princess? No wonder he didn't want to pour out the medicine. It turned out that he came to ask about the future princess, and it would also be convenient to enhance the relationship between the two. Qingfeng sighed in his heart. The prince was indeed a black-bellied person. Qingfeng felt that he knew the truth instantly. When Mu Fengyan saw someone coming in, she closed the window. As soon as she closed the window, she smelled something. "What did you bring? Why does it smell like medicine? And there is also a herb that will accelerate the onset of your poison." Yi Lijue's mouth corners slightly curled. "It seems that I really found a powerful princess. I didn't expect that you can smell the ingredients in the medicine just by the smell of the medicine." Mu Fengyan looked at the handsome man in front of her. In addition, the distance between the two was very close at this time. Mu Fengyan found that this man was really a monster. Why did a grown man look so good? He almost made her crazy. Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan, who was suddenly a little dazed for a while, and the arc of his mouth corners became bigger. He had never been so satisfied with his appearance before. Mu Fengyan thought of what Yi Lijue said just now, and said with a blushing face, "Who said, I want to marry you? No one can force me to do something I haven't agreed to, not even the emperor." Yi Lijue said confidently, "Princess, please rest assured, I will make you marry me willingly." Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes at Yi Lijue. "This guy is too confident. He wants me to marry him willingly after just a few meetings? This prince has many enemies. Will he let me marry him and set up another target for their palace? I really don't know what this prince grew up eating. Oh, by the way, he grew up eating poison. No wonder his brain is not normal." Mu Fengyan ignored him and sat at the table to drink tea alone. Yi Lijue looked at the little girl's cute, eye-rolling action and the way she didn't take herself seriously at all, which made her feel even more interesting. "Princess, won't you treat me to a cup of tea? I've been flying all the way here, and it's very tiring." Mu Fengyan raised her chin and said, "Hey, isn't there a teacup? If you want a drink, pour it yourself." Yi Lijue sat down on another seat without being polite and poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Mu Fengyan looked at the person who was drinking tea leisurely and asked impatiently, "Your Highness, you have already had a cup of tea. Can you tell me the purpose of your visit this time? You can't come to my boudoir in the middle of the night just to drink a cup of tea. What kind of good tea do you have in your palace?" "Princess, the tea in my palace is not as good as yours." Yi Lijue was telling the truth. He really felt that the best tea in their palace was not as good as the one in this teacup. "Don't call me princess.
We are not married yet."
Besides, I haven't reached the age of marriage yet. Even if I reach the age of marriage, I don't want to get married so early. Even if I want to get married, I don't necessarily want to marry you, right? When Yi Lijua heard that she might not marry him, her eyes turned cold for a moment, but soon returned to her somewhat evil look. Mu Fengyan naturally felt the chill for a moment, but she was not afraid. If he dared to make a move, she would poison him to death. We are married by the Emperor's decree. If we do not obey the decree, we will be guilty of treason. Mu Fengyan glanced at the man opposite calmly and said slowly, I heard that the regent never obeys the Emperor's decree. Well, that depends on what decree it is. I am the regent, and I also have the right to point out the Emperor's mistakes. Besides, the Emperor's decree to grant marriage is very much in line with my wishes. The Emperor did the right thing this time. Of course I have to obey the arrangement. Don't you think so?
Yaner.
Mu Fengyan glanced at the thick-skinned man with displeasure. She didn't let him call her princess, but he called her Yener directly. But it was her mother who called her that. Yi Lijua looked at the somewhat unhappy Mu Fengyan and said quickly, If you don't let me call you princess, I can't call you little girl. Besides, I think it's better to call you Yener. It's more intimate, and we can cultivate our relationship in the future. Yener, can you call me a Jew in the future? Mu Fengyan didn't see the expectation in Yi Lijua's eyes. Because her patience was finally exhausted, she cursed in her heart, Jew, your sister. Did you come to my room in the middle of the night to chat? Yi Lijua saw that Mu Fengyan was about to be furious, and she didn't dare to tease her anymore. She immediately took out the bowl of medicine and put it in front of her, saying, Yener, don't be angry first. I came to you for something. Can you see if there is anything wrong with this bowl of medicine? Mu Fengyan finally suppressed her desire to strangle Yi Lijua to death. She lowered her head and smelled the medicine in front of her, then raised her head and said, This bowl of medicine has an extra medicine. That medicine can cause your poison. Although he only put 2 coins, it is enough for you. Yi Lijua lowered his head. Mu Fengyan couldn't see his expression clearly, so she didn't care anymore and drank tea by herself. The reason why Yi Lijua lowered his head was to cover up the violence and sinisterness in his eyes. He was afraid of scaring the little girl in front of him. He didn't want his bloody and violent side to be seen by the beautiful people in front of him. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, and he was still the somewhat evil prince, and all the emotions in his eyes disappeared completely. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijua, then looked at the bowl on the table, and asked curiously, Prince, how did you bring the bowl here, and the soup in the bowl didn't spill? Yi Lijua looked at the interest in Mu Fengyan's eyes and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his future princess was very interested in martial arts. I came here to learn Qinggong. Why are you interested too? Mu Fengyan nodded quickly and said, Prince, is Qinggong easy to learn? Do you have any secret books on Qinggong? Let me see it. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijua with curiosity. Isn't it said that there were secret books in ancient times? As a prince, he must have some. Since Yener likes it, I will give you a few martial arts secrets that I have collected. If you don't understand something, you can ask me at any time. I can give Yener some pointers. Mu Fengyan's eyes widened. Aren't martial arts secrets all treasured? 1 or 2 are very precious. I didn't expect that the prince actually has several. Could it be fake? Mu Fengyan looked at the monster opposite with some doubt. Alas, it really looks better every time I look at it. It's really beautiful. Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's suspicious eyes, but didn't get angry. She said directly, I'll ask Qingfeng to send it to you tomorrow morning. By the way, I'll also give you some gadgets from the palace, so you can play with them when you're free. Your Highness, there's no need for that. This lady has everything she needs except the martial arts secrets. You just need Qingfeng to send the secrets to me. You don't need anything else. Yi Lijua said disapprovingly, How can that be possible? The entire Purple Saint Kingdom knows that the Emperor has granted you in marriage to me. If I don't say anything, wouldn't it be bad for your reputation? I don't want outsiders to talk about Yener. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijua with a stubborn look in her eyes. She felt that if she didn't agree, she would have to lecture her seriously, so she had to let him do it. Okay, you can do whatever you want, but don't be too ostentatious. I don't want to be the topic of the entire Purple Saint Kingdom. The corners of Yi Lijue's mouth twitched. Doesn't Yena know that she has already become the center of attention? Go out and ask what the hot topics are recently. 9 out of 10 people will tell you about the daughter of Prime Minister Mu, who came back to life from the dead, and the 10th one is deaf. Yi Lijue felt that it was almost time and the little girl should rest, so he said, "Okay, I'll see to the arrangements tomorrow. You should rest early. I'm leaving." He got up and took the medicine away, then came to the bed and opened the window. He looked back at Mu Fengyan, who was still drinking tea. He didn't mean to see her off at all. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Yener, I'm leaving." Unexpectedly, he was met with a big roll of eyes from Mu Fengyan. "Go away, you dawdling. You're affecting my entry into the space." Suddenly, he remembered that Qingfeng would send her a few secret books tomorrow, and he felt it would be bad if he didn't say something back, so he said, "Hey, wait a minute." Yi Lijue's eyes lit up. Could it be that the little girl had a conscience and knew to see him off? Mu Fengyan took out a small bottle of pills from the space under the cover of her sleeves. "This pill is to improve your physique. Although it can't cure the 20 poisons in your body, it can still suppress them. The effect of the pill I gave you last time is not as good as this one. Take 1 pill a day and your body will be fine. This bottle is a thank you gift for your several secret books." After hearing this, Yi Lijue's eyes became brighter and brighter. The effect of that pill was so good, so will this bottle be even better after taking it? "Okay, Yener, I know you are worried about my body. Thank you for the pills. Qingfeng will deliver the things tomorrow morning." After Yi Lijue finished speaking, he tiptoed and flew out. Mu Fengyan behind him rolled his eyes at him again. He was really a conceited man. If Qingfeng and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. Is this still the prince they know? Their prince is very cold and aloof, and he is even more rude to women. Now, he is actually joking with the future princess? They will definitely tell Mu Fengyan to return their cold prince. The prince in front of Mu Fengyan must be fake. Mu Fengyan looked at the rising and falling figures with envy. She was really envious. When she recovered, she would quickly learn martial arts and practice light skills so that she could go far away with just a few jumps. Mu Fengyan waited until she could no longer see anyone before closing the window, slipping into the space, and starting to practice. After returning to the regent's palace, Yi Lijue went straight to the study. Qingfeng, who was hurrying after him, finally arrived back at the door of the prince's study. Qingfeng sighed in his heart. The prince's martial arts had improved again. He clearly felt that this time it was more difficult than the last time he chased the prince.
Qingfeng, come in.
Qingfeng heard the prince's summons and immediately walked into the study. "Prince, do you have any instructions for me? Go to the secret room and get all the books in the second compartment of the second layer of the bookshelf." Qingfeng turned around and went to the secret room immediately after hearing the order. After a while, Qingfeng carefully brought the 5 books. Yi Lijue took a look and found that they were the 5 books. He handed them to Qingfeng and said, "Pack the books and go to the other courtyard to give them to Miss Mu early tomorrow morning." After hearing the prince's words, Qingfeng looked at the prince with disbelief and anxiety and said, "Prince, you have worked hard." Yi Lijue raised his hand to stop him and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Do as I tell you." Qingfeng had no choice but to take the 5 books carefully. He would pack them well later. These are treasures and cannot be damaged. Also, go to the warehouse tomorrow to pick out some rare items and send them over together. Qingfeng was about to respond when he heard Yi Lijue continue, "Forget it, I'll go pick them myself tomorrow morning and send them over together with the book after I've chosen them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qingfeng responded respectfully, but just looking at the book in his hand, he still wanted to persuade the prince to give up the idea of sending the book away. Yi Lijue seemed to see that Qingfeng was hesitant to speak. "Okay, no need to say anything else, you go down first." Qingfeng had no choice but to retreat first. At this time, Shen Mengru, who was living in the inn, looked at the location of Prime Minister Mu's mansion with vicious eyes. It was this resurrected young lady of the shogunate who ruined her good deeds. If it weren't for her, the prince would have no queen. If she married the prince in the future, she would be the queen of the prince's mansion. Since she was dead, why did she come back to life? It would be fine if she came back to life, but why did she come to block her way? The more Shin Mengru thought about it, the more she felt unwilling. She had waited for many years and paid a lot to have her current reputation. Everyone knows the little genius doctor of Purple Saint Country, which nobleman does not respect and look up to her. Early the next morning, Yi Lijua went to the storehouse of the prince's mansion to choose a gift for Mu Fengyan. Inuchli, who was counting things in the storehouse, was shocked to see the prince coming. The prince rarely came to the storehouse, so why did he suddenly think of the storehouse today? Inuchli has been with the prince since he was a child. It can be said that Yi Lijue grew up under the care of Inuchli. Inuchli and Madame Zhao, who took care of the backyard and the mansion, were loyal servants who followed Yi Lijue's mother. Since Yi Lijue's mother passed away, they have been following Yi Lijue. It can be said that they are two of the few people Yi Lijue can trust. Inuchli hurried forward and asked, "Prince, why did you come to the storehouse in person? Just let me get you whatever you want. Uncle Li, I'll pick out a few rare items, you just your thing." "Well, if there's anything you need, just tell me." Yi Lijue nodded and went straight into the storehouse to pick things. He picked a lot of things unconsciously. He felt that many things were suitable for Mu Fengyan. Uncle Li looked at the things that the prince had picked out and raised his eyebrows. Most of these things were suitable for girls. Could it be that the prince had someone in his heart? If so, that would be great. The imperial concubine would definitely be happy to see him in heaven. Qingfeng had already prepared the carriage to see if the prince had made his selection. When he saw the things piled up at the door, Qingfeng's eyes widened. Was the prince going to move all the storehouses in the palace to the princess? Didn't he say that he would only pick out a few rare items? How come he picked so many things while picking? Yi Lijue didn't stop until he saw that there was nothing good left in the storehouse. He walked slowly to the door of the storehouse and was very satisfied when he saw that Qingfeng had already loaded all the things onto the carriage. When he saw that there were 4 carriages, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Did he pick so many things? After thinking about it carefully, he felt that everything was very suitable for Yenner. Qingfeng looked at the prince, then looked at him again and finally couldn't help it. "Prince, aren't there too many things?" Outsiders who don't know would think that the prince is going to propose marriage. If the prince was going to propose marriage, why would he bring so few things? Yi Lijue scolded dissatisfiedly. The subordinate was wrong. But the prince, aren't these things too many? When the third prince and the second lady of the shogunate announced the imperial decree of marriage, the third prince's mansion also gave Miss Mu a cart of things. "Qingfeng, why didn't you tell the prince that the third prince sent things to Prime Minister Mu's mansion, which caused the prince to send things now, and didn't make Yenner suffer for several days of contempt? In the future, such things must be reported in time. When you go to send things to Yenner, you must go around the door of Prime Minister Mu's mansion, and then let all the people in Xingdu see that the prince also sent things to the future princess, so that no one will be angry with Yenner in the future." Qingfeng was a little confused. "Is this the point, prince?" The point he just said was that the prince has too many things. How did it get to the point where everyone in Xingdu knew about it? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make sure to go around the gate of Prime Minister Mu's residence. "Yes, yes, your majesty, I'll do it right away." Qingfeng led the 4 carriages full of things and set off. The 4 carriages came out one after another, and passers-by stopped to look, because there was rarely such a big commotion in the regent's palace. What was going on? Some curious people followed the carriages to see what was going on. The things in these 4 carriages were obviously valuable gifts. Who were they going to give them to? Some people who were curious about the situation began to speculate. "Hey, do you think the prince is dissatisfied with the emperor's marriage? Who is he betrothal gift to? I don't think so. How can a betrothal gift be so small? But if it is a gift, it is too much. It is really confusing. Let's follow and see, won't we know? The regent is not giving a gift to the emperor's granddaughter Lu Lingwei? I think so too. Isn't it going in the right direction? It is said that Miss Lu has been in love with the regent for a long time. Miss Lu is the first of the 4 beauties in the holy city. She is both talented and beautiful and worthy of our war god prince." The people around nodded. They heard that Miss Mu of the shogunate was sickly. How could such a woman be worthy of the patron saint of their purple saint country? Lu Lingwei was sitting in front of the window in the imperial tutor's mansion, staring at the scenery outside. Her grandfather had already asked the emperor for permission to marry her to the third prince as his principal wife, and the emperor had agreed. It would not be long before the imperial decree reached the imperial tutor's mansion. Was she really going to have no chance to be with a regent who was as handsome as a fallen immortal? Was she going to marry a man she didn't like? Lu Lingwei was very sad. Marriage was decided by her parents and the matchmaker, so she had no say in the matter. At this time, a little maid ran in breathlessly, shouting, Mississippi." Lu Lingwei frowned slightly and scolded, "Why are you in such a hurry? How can you yell so loudly? Where are the etiquette standards you learned every day?" The little maid didn't care about the lady's scolding and said hurriedly, "Miss Qingfeng, the personal guard of the regent, is pulling 4 large carts of gifts towards us. Some people say that he is here to give gifts to you." Lu Lingwei, who was originally listless, was full of excitement after hearing the little maid's words. "Really? Is the prince really here to give me a gift?" The little maid nodded happily. "He is walking this way. Many people say that he is here to give it to you, Mississippi. They also say that only a beautiful lady like you, the head of the 4 beauties of the holy city, can be worthy of the prince." Lu Lingwei was very excited and told the little maid, "Hurry up, help me dress up. I want to go to the door to greet you in person." "Okay, miss. I will dress you up right away and make you look beautiful." After a while, the master and servant, who had finished washing and dressed neatly, hurried to the door. Lu Dishi and his son had naturally heard the news, but they were not as excited as Lu Lingwei. Instead, they were a little puzzled. This was not like the regent style of doing things. Could it be that the prince knew that the emperor had granted Lu Lingwei a marriage with the third prince, so he came to stop it? In any case, Lu Dishi would not let anyone from the regent's mansion enter the gate of their imperial master's mansion. Lu Dishi and his son hurried to the door and were lucky to run into Lu Lingwei, who was excited. Lu Lingwei suppressed the excitement in her heart, bowed and shouted, "Grandfather, father." Lu Dishi glanced at his granddaughter. How could he not know what she was thinking? He sighed in his heart. Lu Dishi and his friends had just walked to the door and had no time to speak when they saw Qingfeng had already arrived in front of Lu Dishi's door. Imperial Master Lu nodded with a bad look on his face and was about to say that he should not even think about entering the gate of their Imperial Master's mansion. Qingfeng said directly, "Forgive me, Imperial Master. I have not finished the things that the prince has asked me to do. I will take my leave first." After saying that, Qingfeng passed by Imperial Master Lu's door and led the convoy behind him to drive forward. Although Imperial Master Lu did not say that, he felt that he had lost a lot of face and said angrily, "Humph, close the door. Everyone go back to the mansion." Lu Lingwei looked at the carriage in a daze. Just left like that? Left? Didn't they say that the regent came to give her something? Why did they leave? The little maid next to her tried her best to minimize her presence. If she hadn't misunderstood the outside meaning, the young lady wouldn't have such a disappointed and sad expression. Lu Lingwei took a while to react and saw that it was not given to her, but given to someone else by the prince. Lu Lingwei is the leader of the 4 beauties in the holy city. She is also proud and self-respecting. So many people were watching her just now and saw her laugh. The more proud she was just now, the more embarrassed she is now. Since the regent king humiliated her so much, she might as well not marry. Lu Dishi looked at his granddaughter, who was stunned behind him, and said dissatisfiedly, "Where went back to your room. Places like the gate of the mansion are not places for girls like you to go. Go back quickly." Lu Lingwei restrained her emotions and said firmly to Lu Dishi, "Grandfather, I have thought it through. I will marry the third prince." Lu Dishi thought he had heard it wrong and asked again, "What did you say?" "Grandfather, I said, I have thought it through. I am willing to marry the third prince." The tone was more certain than before. Lu Dishi laughed, and the anger just now disappeared. "Good, good, you are worthy of being my granddaughter, Lu Cheng. You see things clearly and have vision." Lu Lingwei's father Lu Ji was also very happy. His daughter has thought it through, which is a good thing. It is much better than forcing her to marry. Lu Dishi didn't expect that the gift from the regent would have such a good effect. Before, her granddaughter was unwilling to marry the third prince. Lu Lingwei looked at her grandfather and father with a happy smile, and she also smiled slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Since she couldn't get the best man, she had to get the most powerful man in the world. The third prince had the greatest possibility of ascending the throne in the future. With the support of her grandfather, she would be the queen of the entire Purple Saint Kingdom in the future. The regent was still a prince after all. The world was big and belonged to the king. No matter how powerful the regent was, he was not as powerful as the emperor. Today, the regent humiliated her so much, and she would definitely pay it back 100-fold in the future. In the future, Lu Lingwei did bring a lot of troubles to the regent. The innocent regent didn't know that he had made an enemy. Even if he knew, he didn't care. His biggest enemy was the emperor. He even dared to fight the emperor. In his eyes, all others were ants. Qing Feng led his men to continue moving forward. Only then did everyone realize that the regent was not sending gifts to Miss Lu, but to Miss Mu, the future princess. The servant who was working outside hurried back to report to the prime minister. Yili Jue had chosen a good day. Today, the emperor was not feeling well and cancelled the morning court, so the adults in each palace were at home. When the prime minister heard that the prince regent's mansion was coming to the prime minister's mansion to send something to Mu Fengyan, he immediately smiled. The mansion was short of money, and he thought that the prince regent's mansion should not only send gifts, but also money. After all, the prince regent's mansion was very wealthy, many times more than the third prince's mansion. How much did the prince regent's mansion bring? My lord, I saw 4 full carts with my own eyes. Even the second madam and Mu Shushua, who were sitting beside them, showed greed. So many good things? Now that Mu Fengyan was not at home, she could choose the things first. When she had chosen enough, the remaining bad ones would be left to Mu Fengyan. Anyway, she was not at home and had no idea how many things the palace had sent. The second madam and Mu Shushua looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Prime Minister Mu rubbed his hands excitedly. It seemed that he was lucky. His palace had just run out of money, and the regent's palace had sent 4 large carts of good things, which would surely be enough for their palace to use for a while. The old lady of Jifuyuan also heard the news and hurried to the front hall. When she heard that the regent had come to deliver something, her leg pain and body discomfort were gone, and she walked faster than Nanny Li, who was behind her. When Prime Minister Mu saw his mother coming, he quickly stood up and went forward to support the old lady. Mother, why are you here in such a cold weather? Be careful, the floor is slippery. I'm fine, Minger. I heard that the regent's mansion came to deliver something? Good guy. This sentence directly said that the regent's mansion came to deliver something to the Mu Palace, and there was nothing about Mu Fengyan at all. Prime Minister Mu nodded and said, Yes, mother. The servant has seen people from the palace coming to our side with his own eyes. The old lady's eyes lit up. This is really great. Since the death of the first lady, the family's food has been much worse. The high-quality supplements she usually drinks are gone. Now the food and drink expenses are only a little better than those of ordinary officials. Compared with the past, it is really a world of difference. She is old and needs those supplements to nourish her body. She has been like this for so many years. Suddenly she stopped. Now she feels weak all over and uncomfortable. The second wife looked at the old lady with glowing eyes, lowered her head and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Why hasn't this old lady died yet? In the past, good things were always given to her. Now, when she heard that the palace had sent something, she ran faster than anyone else. Wasn't she sick? Why did she get involved? The gatekeeper reported, Prime Minister, the people from the Regent Palace will be at the door soon. Prime Minister Mu said excitedly, Open the door quickly, and I will go to the door to greet them in person. I will go too. Mother, the ground outside is slippery. I will ask them to carry the things to the front hall, and then let you take care of the distribution. The old lady looked at the cold sky outside and the snow that had not melted completely and nodded for the sake of her health. She urged, Minger, then you go and come back quickly. Mother will wait for you here. Ask the people from the Regent Palace to go faster. Prime Minister Mu quickly agreed, Mother, don't worry, I will ask them to go faster. Prime Minister Mu brought the second wife and the second young lady to the door of the mansion to greet them in a hurry. Seeing that the person leading the way was Qing Feng, the personal guard of the regent, and there were 4 carriages full of things behind. The second madam and Mu Shushua's eyes lit up. How could they send so many things? The regent's palace was really rich. Mu Shushua was even more jealous. The third prince only sent her a carriage of things, and the carriage was not full. Unexpectedly, Mu Fengyan, who was betrothed to the regent, received 4 carriages full of things. How could she not be jealous? She had lost all her face. She must select more things and take the best ones to her room. Qingfeng stopped at the door of Prime Minister Mu, bowed and said, My humble servant greets you, Your Excellency. Prime Minister Mu said with a smile on his face, Guard Qingfeng is polite. I have already opened the gate of the mansion. You can come in directly with your carriage. Qingfeng did not dismount, and continued, My Excellency Prime Minister, I am here on the orders of my prince to give a gift to Miss Mu. It was all my fault for being so excited that I forgot that Miss Mu has temporarily moved to the villa. I thought that since I had already arrived at the Prime Minister's door and saw that the gate of the mansion was wide open if you, Your Excellency, came out, I would say hello to you, and then go to the villa. I didn't expect that you really came out, so I won't disturb you anymore. The things that the prince asked me to do have not been done yet. If the prince knew that I was so slow, he would punish me severely. My Excellency, Prime Minister, I am in a hurry, so I'll take my leave now. Qingfeng led the 4 carriages behind him and hurried to the villa. Prime Minister Mu, who had not had time to retract his smile, had a stiff expression on his face, just watching the carriage go further and further away. The surprise in Prime Minister Mu's eyes finally turned into anger. He felt that Qingfeng did it on purpose, deliberately embarrassing their Prime Minister's mansion. He shook his sleeves angrily, turned around and went back to the mansion, and finally did not forget to instruct them to close the door. The second lady and Mu Shushue, at the door, were still staring at this scene in a daze. Why did they leave? Isn't it the same to send them to the other courtyard and send them here? They are all from Prime Minister Mu's mansion. The second lady and Mu Shushue looked at each other and immediately walked towards the mansion. They quickly caught up with Prime Minister Mu. The second wife followed the Prime Minister and said from behind, Master, what's going on with the regent's mansion? Shouldn't the things for the eldest lady be sent to the Prime Minister's mansion? Why should they be sent to the other courtyard? I am still in charge of this family. Why can't I handle it? Prime Minister Mu said dissatisfiedly, How should I know? The regent ordered so, and the people below do it this way. Master, did the eldest lady deliberately let the regent do this? This is too embarrassing for our Prime Minister's mansion. Prime Minister Mu ignored her and just snorted. The second wife continued, Master, the first wife must know about this matter. Why don't you persuade the eldest lady and let her do whatever she wants? Losing face for the Prime Minister's mansion is equivalent to losing face for the master. Sure enough, under the instigation of the second wife, Prime Minister Mu's anger reached its peak. He finally couldn't help it and said, This vicious woman, from today on, she. The words of demoting her to a concubine circled in his mouth for several times, but in the end, he didn't say it. The second madam and Mu Shushue were waiting for Prime Minister Mu to say that sentence, but after waiting for a long time, he still didn't say it. Prime Minister Mu flicked his sleeves again and walked into the front hall angrily. The second madam and Mu Shushue at the back both looked disappointed. Although the swelling on their faces had subsided a little, the red pimples on their faces were still as creepy. Until now, both of them had their faces covered with white scarves, with only their eyes exposed. The anxious old lady waiting in the front hall looked at Prime Minister Mu with empty hands, and there were no servants carrying anything in from the back. He asked anxiously, Minga, where are the things? Where are the things sent by the Regent Palace? Prime Minister Mu stepped forward and said, Mother, Those things were given to Yenner by the regent. When they heard that Yenner was not at home, they sent them to the other courtyard. The old lady's eyes widened, and she said loudly, "What? They took it away again? My things were taken away again?" The old lady was so angry that she closed her eyes and fainted. "Mother, mother, please ask the palace doctor to come." The Prime Minister Mu's mansion was in chaos again because of the old lady's fainting. Qing Feng, who was walking on the avenue with 4 carriages and slowly heading to the other courtyard, suddenly felt that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. He raised his head slightly and saw the 3rd prince and Chung Shitzi on the 2nd floor of the tea house, drinking tea by the window. Qing Feng raised his hand and bowed, which was considered a greeting, and the 2 people upstairs also nodded slightly. After all, he was the personal guard of the regent and had an official position in the army. For the sake of the regent, he had to give him some face. The 2 looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away, and then looked at the boxes on the carriage that were full of things. "Third brother, everyone says that the 9th prince is wealthy. Look at the gifts he sent.
There are really a lot of them."
The 3rd prince curled his lips indifferently and said, "Zicheng, we don't know what's inside. Besides, even if there are really rare items inside, so what? Do you think the 9th prince will marry a woman I broke off the engagement with?" Yi Zicheng said somewhat disapprovingly, "Third brother, don't take it lightly. I heard that Miss Mu has been acting very strange since she came back to life. She is just a weak woman. How capable can she be? If you are really worried, isn't she living in the other courtyard now? Just find a chance to kill her. I guess the 9th uncle may thank you for helping him solve a big problem." Yi Zicheng's mouth also hooked. "Then let's wait for a while. If we find any problems, we will deal with them immediately. Now we must not leave any trouble to block your way." The 3rd prince picked up the folding fan in his hand and fanned it. The folding fan in his hand was actually a weapon made for the 3rd prince by the emperor's special order. It can save his life in a critical moment. It can be seen how much the emperor likes this 3rd prince. The 3rd prince sat by the window, dressed in white, handsome, and his beautiful phoenix eyes looked like his mother. The queen was already beautiful. How could her son be worse? The 3rd prince sitting by the window was already handsome, and with the white folding fan as a foil. It is really true that the man on the road is like jade, and the gentleman is unparalleled in the world. The girls passing by turned their heads frequently to look back. What a handsome face. I just don't know which family he belongs to. Yi Zicheng couldn't stand a 3rd prince like this, and said directly, "Third brother, put away your peacock look. You are engaged now." The 3rd prince said with disdain, "Are you talking about the 2nd daughter of the shogunate? This prince really doesn't like her. If my mother hadn't said that the Prime Minister's mansion could provide me with financial support, I would not agree to marry her as a concubine. Third brother, not the 2nd daughter of the shogunate. I'm talking about the emperor's granddaughter, Lu Lingwei. Didn't her grandfather request a marriage for the 2 of you? You're talking about Miss Lu. I originally thought she was good, but she let the whole holy city know that she liked the 9th uncle. This woman who has someone else in her heart, let my father marry her to me as my principal wife. I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. No matter what, she is not as good as Miss Mu. After all, Miss Mu only has me in her heart. Third brother, what we need now is the support of the Imperial Master. You should know how many retainers the Imperial Master has and how many of the civil servants in the court are his students. His power cannot be underestimated. It can be said that one call can get hundreds of responses. So, it is not a loss for you to marry Lu Lingwei. Even if you marry her and keep her in the mansion, it is better than giving her to the 9th prince. If the 9th prince marries her, it will give him more power. The 3rd prince nodded in agreement. Zicheng, what you said makes sense. Don't worry. It's just that there is one more woman eating in the mansion. I still don't care. I will go to the palace to find my mother and tell her that I agree to this marriage. Let my father directly issue an order. Yi Zicheng nodded. Third brother, just think it through. Qing Feng, who finally arrived at Mu Fengyan's villa, hurried forward and knocked on the door. The servant at the door recognized Qing Feng and immediately went to call the housekeeper. The housekeeper came out in a hurry, bowed, and asked, Guard Qing, what are you doing? Housekeeper Wang, Go inform your young lady and tell her that my prince has sent her a gift. Well, okay, I'll go right away. Mu Fengyan, who had just finished her meal and wanted to go to the front hall, heard the servant come to report that someone from the regent's mansion had come to deliver something and asked the young lady to go and take a look. Mu Fengyan was a little puzzled. Aren't they just a few books? Wouldn't it be fine if they just sent them in? Do they need to go out to greet them? Han also asked someone to invite Mu Fengyan, saying that they should go to the door together. Soon, Mu Fengyan and her mother arrived at the gate of the courtyard. When she saw the 4 full carts of things, Mu Fengyan's mouth twitched fiercely. Didn't she ask Yi Lijue to only bring her martial arts secrets? Just a few things would be enough. Why did this person send so many? When Qingfeng saw Mu Fengyan, he quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Miss Mu, this is what my prince ordered me to send to you, along with these books. Qingfeng carefully took out these martial arts secrets from his arms and gently placed them in Mu Fengyan's hands. Mu Fengyan looked at Qingfeng, who was so careful, raised her eyebrows, and asked directly, Do you treasure these books? Of course, this is the prince. Qingfeng didn't say the rest. He couldn't say anything unless the prince told him to. Anyway, Miss Mu, just keep it carefully. Mu Fengyan looked at Qingfeng's appearance and rolled her eyes in her heart. She didn't need to guess to know that Qingfeng's words were nothing more than Yi Lijue had spent a lot of effort, or even risked his life, to get these secrets, so she was asked to keep them well and not to damage them casually. Okay, don't worry, I will keep them well. Tell your prince that I will treasure these books very much, okay? Qingfeng nodded happily. As long as Miss Mu kept them well, it would be fine. He looked at the 4 carts of things in the back and asked, Miss Mu, where should I put these things? Mu Fengyan was only interested in the books in her hand and had no interest in the things in the cart. So she said casually, just give them to Uncle Wang. Qingfeng looked at Miss Mu with some disappointment. Those were all selected by the prince himself. Why didn't Miss Mu even look at them? Han, who was next to him, saw the meaning of Qingfeng's expression and asked, Did your prince select the things in the cart? Qingfeng's eyes lit up. The eldest lady was still understanding. She nodded quickly and said, Madam, these were all selected by the prince early in the morning. This is the first time that the prince has selected gifts by himself. I hope Miss Mu likes the gifts selected by the prince. Mu Fengyan paused with the book in her hand. These things were actually selected by Yi Lijue himself? As a prince, how could he be so idle? Qingfeng looked at Miss Mu's expression and knew that the prince had a long way to go to pursue the princess. In Qingfeng's opinion, the princess did not understand love at all. Could it be because the princess was still young? Han smiled and said, Then move to the wing room next to Yenner. That room is empty now, just right for storing the things sent by the prince. Let Yenna check out the precious gifts carefully, selected by the prince later. Qingfeng responded happily, Okay. Madam, I will have someone move the things over right away. Han nodded and said to the butler Wangbo, Wangbo, lead the guard Qing to the wing room next to the lady and put all the things away carefully. Okay, madam. Wangbo led Qingfeng and the 4 carriages behind him directly to the ladies' wing room. After they walked away and Ningxuan asked, Mother, isn't there a warehouse? You can put it in the warehouse. Why put it in my wing room? Han touched her daughter's head and said gently, Yenner, you are still young now and you don't understand some things. The prince personally selected the items. No matter what, it is his intention. How can you let him down?
Mu Fengyan touchet her nose.
She had never been in love in her past and present lives, and she had never even touched a boy's hand. Naturally, she didn't understand these love affairs. Although she had never experienced it, she had seen other people fall in love or watch TV when she was bored, and she knew something about it. It was just that she was a little slow to react when it happened to her. Okay, mother, I know. I will also personally select some things to give to the prince. Han nodded with satisfaction. It is impolite not to reciprocate. She hoped that her Yenner would also do well in this regard, not to give people a reason to talk, and she would teach her about these interpersonal relationships in the future. After Qingfeng put all the 4 full carts of things into the wing room, he left. He had to go back to report to the prince. Following her mother's instructions, Mu Fengyan went to the wing room to check out the gifts sent by the regent's palace. She was a little curious in her heart. She wanted to see what precious gifts Yi Lijue had personally selected for her. Mu Fengyan asked the 4 maids to wait at the door first. Wang Bo went to send Qingfeng off, and had not had time to record the things one by one. Mu Fengyan looked at the boxes in the room, and her mouth twitched. How free was Yi Lijue to pick out so many things early in the morning? He, the prince, should be very busy at ordinary times, and he still had time to pick things for her. It seemed that he was really thoughtful. There were too many things, and she didn't know where to start. She could only open a small brocade box beside her. Inside was a set of fine tea sets. This craftsmanship and this porcelain firing technology were obviously from the official kiln. The surface was smooth and delicate, and there was also a beautiful picture of a fairy under the moon, which was also exquisitely carved. Well, she was in need of such a set of tea sets. Did Yi Lijue notice that she needed tea sets when he was drinking tea last night? That observation is too careful. She opened another box casually. Oh wow, there is even a peony mirror? Oh, yes, Yi Lijue often goes out to fight, and he collects a lot of small things outside. Although this thing is fashionable in their eyes, it is an antique in Mu Fengyan's eyes. Alas, it seems that Yi Lijue really treats her as a child, and even gave her this thing to play with. Mu Fengyan opened all the boxes and looked at them. There was also a beauty fan. This beauty fan is exquisite and beautiful, and there is a small peony embroidered on it. The exquisite part is that it is not only a small peony, but also the roots and green leaves of the peony. The style is like a miniature banana fan. The fan handle also has a yellow tassel woven with brocade thread. It is really beautiful. Mu Fengyan picked it up and fanned it twice. Well, the material is light, and the wind is also very cool. This is really a good thing. Mu Fengyan can't let it go, so she put it into the space casually. She looked at the other things, and it was really a treasure. There were all kinds of things, calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, jade for treasures of the study, and some ornaments such as jade carvings, daffodils made of green jade and white jade, and exquisite vases, all of which were large, medium, and small. When she opened the last brocade box, Mu Fengyan was a little stunned. It turned out to be a box of night shining pearls. Mu Fengyan counted them and found that there were 20 of them. One of them was worth 1,000,000 gold in the Purple Sing country, not to mention 20 of them. Mu Fengyan thought her mother was generous enough, but she didn't expect that Yi Lijue was more generous than her mother. Mu Fengyan quickly put these night shining pearls into the space. It was safer to put 2 valuable things in the space. She actually wanted to put everything in the space, but she thought that Wang Bo and her mother had seen the things put in the wing room. If the things were gone suddenly, they would be scared. Mu Fengyan finally picked and chose, putting some valuable and fun things into the space, and leaving some ordinary things that can be found everywhere in the box. Mu Fengyan sighed again. This Yi Lijue is definitely an invisible rich man. She is sure that the emperor is not as rich as Yi Lijue. She will also work hard to make money in the future. Money can do a lot of things. Isn't it true that money makes the devil push the mill? After Mu Fengyan finished the sweep, she left with 4 maids. Not long after she walked away, she saw Wang Bo walking towards the side with a notebook and a brush and inkstone in his hand. Mu Fengyan looked at Uncle Wang and said, "Uncle Wang, you only need to record what is in the box. The empty boxes are because I put the things somewhere else temporarily." Uncle Wang looked at the eldest lady coming out of the wing room, and he didn't doubt it. He directly responded, "I know, young lady." Mu Fengyan went back directly with the 4 maids. She was very excited at the moment. She just wanted to go back and take a look at those secret books. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered that she had told Mu Shan to wait for her in the front hall after breakfast today. Mu Fengyan suppressed her excitement and went to explain the task to Mu Shan before returning to her room. When Mu Fengyan walked to the front hall, she saw Mu Shan waiting there. "Your subordinate greets the young lady. Well, today you go to the human traffickers or those beggars and ask if there are any willing to follow us between the ages of 10 and 14. I will let them have food in the future, but they must be used by us. The details will be discussed after you find the people. If the children have bad character, we will not accept them. We are not their parents and have no obligation to educate them. Do you understand what I mean? Mu Shan was surprised at first, but then calmed down. The young lady was not an ordinary woman, so it was not surprising for her to do anything. Mu Shan nodded, and he had a rough guess in his mind. Well, very good, you go first. Remember to choose children with good character. We will not use children with bad character no matter how capable they are. Such people may ruin our plans in the future. I understand, miss, don't worry, I am very good at judging people. Mu Fengyan nodded with satisfaction. Very good, go. Remember to buy clothes and bedding for them. If you don't have enough silver, tell me, and I will give you more. Miss, I have enough silver. The remaining money after buying the yard last time has not been used. Well, that's good. You can buy a housekeeper and a cook from the human traffickers and cook for these children on a regular basis. Okay, miss. Well, go. Qing Feng took the order and left quickly. Mu Fengyan then walked quickly to her room. When she reached the door, she told the 4 maids that no one could disturb her without her permission. The 4 maids stopped at the door and stood on both sides of the door to guard. Mu Fengyan sat at the table and took out the secret books. Mu Fengyan counted and found that there were 6 of them. Mu Fengyan was a little suspicious. Is this really a secret book? How could there be so many? Or did Yi lead you a search for all the secret books in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom? Mu Fengyan's guess was not wrong at all. Yi Lijue did collect all the martial arts secret books in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom. No, it can be said that all the martial arts secret books in the world on this continent are in his hands. Every book taken out will drive those martial artists crazy. Even the Emperor of the Purple Saint Kingdom did not know that the regent had these secret books in his hands. If he knew, he would be more determined to kill the regent. Mu Fengyan flipped through the 6 books and found some books on Qinggong, Misty Sword, boxing, and acupressure. Mu Fengyan looked at the remaining 2 books, one of which was called Fairy Scattering Flowers. She flipped through the book and read the contents. The more she read, the more excited she became. This was specially made for her. She liked making poison needles the most. Fairy Scattering Flowers was a martial art skill for launching poison needles and poison darts. The last book introduced 2 skills. One was Xiaoyao Fan and the other was Phantom. If the 3rd prince was here, he would definitely recognize this secret book because he had been looking for the secret book of Xiaoyao Fan. He had the book in his hand. She already had the best weapon, the fan, but she lacked this book of skills. Phantom is an extremely fast and strange step, which can approach the opponent at an extremely fast speed, and can also move away from the opponent at an extremely fast speed. The more Mu Fengyan read these secret books, the more she liked them. She already had the foundation of an ancient martial arts family, as well as the Mu family's mental skills. She believed that she would be able to learn these books very quickly. Seeing that it was still early, she also told the 4 maids at the door not to come in casually. She flashed into the space, leaving a trace of her mind to pay attention to the situation outside, and the rest of her mind was concentrating on reading these books of skills. She took a quick look. After reading it over and over again, she had a general idea in her mind. Her most urgent task now was to recover her skills from her previous life first, and then learn these skills. She still knew the principle that more haste makes waste. She came to the spiritual spring pool again, and after drinking a cup of spiritual spring water, she felt refreshed, and her dantian was slightly hot. Mu Fengyan was overjoyed, which meant that her physical condition had recovered. As long as she practiced more, she would be able to recover her skills from her previous life in time. Mu Fengyan no longer hesitated and quickly practiced in the space. The time in the space was 10 times that of the outside, so her practice time was 10 times that of others, so her progress can be said to be rapid. Mu Fengyan was practicing crazily in the space. Shun Mengru, who lived in the inn, left the inn early today. She had an appointment with her master to meet in the tea house this morning. As soon as she left the inn, she heard the voices of the people around her talking. At first she didn't care, but when she heard about the Regent Palace and the princess, she pricked up her ears and listened for a while. After listening, she was jealous and crazy, and she was even more jealous of the sickly Miss Mu of the shogunate. The prince actually gave gifts to the sickly Miss Mu, and he also gave 4 full carriages. Shin Mengru was so angry that she almost crushed the handkerchief in her hand. After enduring for a long time, she calmed down and hurried to the tea house. She asked her master when she could marry the prince. The master promised her that he would let her marry the prince. She wanted to enter the palace earlier than Mu Fengyan, and she wanted to enter the prince's heart first. Shin Mengru hurried up to the 2nd floor of the tea house and looked around. She didn't see her master, but she saw the 3rd prince and Prince Chung. Did they come so early? The reason why Shin Mengru knew these two was entirely because of her master. Dr. Sun used to go in and out of the palace to treat the ladies for difficult and complicated diseases that the imperial doctors couldn't cure. She followed her master into the palace, so she also saw these two beside her master. It's just that she is wearing a white veil hat now, covering her entire face, so they can't recognize her. Shin Mengru didn't say anything and sat down at a table far away from them. Prince Chung and the 3rd prince naturally saw Shin Mengru, but the woman was too well hidden, so neither of them recognized her. The 2nd floor of the tea house was very quiet for a while. Prince Chung winked at the 3rd prince, and the two of them stood up and walked out. Prince Chung and the 3rd prince murmured for a while downstairs before they separated. The 3rd prince went into the palace to find the queen and told the queen that she had agreed to marry the imperial master's granddaughter as his concubine. Prince Chung asked one of his secret guards to stay and check who the woman upstairs was and who she was waiting for. Prince Chung has always been cautious in doing things. If he feels there is something unusual, he will definitely investigate it. After leaving behind the secret guard, he also returned to Prince Sun's mansion. Shin Mengru waited for 3 cups of tea before Divine Dr. Sun came to the 2nd floor of the tea house. When Shin Mengru saw her master coming in, she quickly stood up and helped her sit down. Seeing the master sitting down, he said coquettishly, "Master, why did you come here? I have been waiting for you for a long time." Divine Dr. Sun laughed loudly and said, "It's my master, isn't it? I was delayed for a while because of something, so I'm late." "Master, I don't blame you. On the contrary, my disciple is fine, and the prince won't let him go. My disciple is very bored when he stays in the house." Shin Mengru's final tone was a bit depressing. Divine Dr. Sun suppressed the emotion in his eyes and asked, "Disciple, have you really thought about marrying the prince? You have also heard, right? The prince sent 4 large cars of gifts to the future princess early in the morning. This means that the prince still values this Miss Muda of the shogunate." Shin Mengru said hurriedly, "I heard about it, but master, isn't that Miss Muda even if she is married? My lord, can your frail body help you? Besides, doesn't your lord have a main concubine and 2 concubines? Do you really want to marry the prince as his concubine?" Shin Mengru asked. She nodded firmly. She had worked hard for so long to become the famous little miracle doctor she is today just for her wish to marry the prince. Why should she give up when she was about to succeed? Divine Dr. Sun lowered his eyes to cover the complicated emotions in his eyes and finally looked at his disciple who had always treated her as a daughter. He suppressed the sadness in his heart and finally nodded. "Okay, I will go to the palace to ask for the order. Let the emperor grant you a marriage to the regent as his concubine." Shin Mengru's eyes were excited. As long as the emperor issued an imperial edict, the prince would definitely obey it. Shin Mengru was very confident that as long as she married into the prince's palace and always stayed by his side, she would be able to get into his eyes and heart over time. Shin Mengru was so happy that she didn't even notice the intolerance and sadness in her master's eyes. Dr. Sun felt that he had no choice but to sacrifice his disciple in order to complete the emperor's secret order. In the end, Divine Dr. Sun couldn't bear it anymore and asked again, "Disciple, do you really not regret it?" Shin Mengru nodded happily. "Don't worry, master, I will not regret it. I have confidence that I can get the prince's favor." "My heart." Divine Dr. Sun sighed inwardly. So, what if he got his heart? He is just afraid that the prince will not have that life. Prince Cheng's secret guard waited for Dr. Sun and the two to leave, and then rushed to Prince Sun's mansion. He wanted to tell Prince Cheng everything he had heard. When Prince Cheng heard the secret guard's report, he fell into deep thought. Divine Dr. Sun was a doctor whom the regent trusted quite a lot. It was thanks to divine Dr. Sun's care that Uncle Nine Emperors had lived so long in these years. He had heard from his father that Uncle Nine Emperors had been poisoned since he was a child, and he had been poisoned by several kinds of poisons. At this time, Prince Chung did not know that Dr. Sun had been used by the emperor, and the regent no longer trusted Dr. Sunday. Prince Chung couldn't help but admire Uncle Nine Emperor's abilities. He was poisoned by several kinds of poisons and could still survive so casually. His martial arts skills were still so strong. Even the emperor's hundreds of assassinations failed to kill him. He was really lucky, and the life is also very tough. Now divine Dr. Sun's apprentice, Shin Mengru, who is now famous as a minor miracle doctor in the entire Purple Saint Kingdom, actually wants to become the concubine of the Nine Emperor's uncle. Should this woman continue to nurse the Nine Emperor's uncle's body? This was not the result he wanted to see. If the Nine Emperor's uncle was not eliminated, he believed that the emperor and the three princes would be uneasy. After careful consideration, Prince Chung decided to strike first. Then he whispered a few words to the secret guard. The secret guard nodded, indicating that he knew, and then turned and left. In the study room of the Prince Regent's mansion, Yi Lijue was sitting at the desk handling official business. There were also various secret messages from Songyu Pavilion. Yi Lijue reviewed and annotated them one by one. At this time Qingfeng came in and reported, "Your Majesty, divine Dr. Sun went out to meet his apprentice, Shin Mengru, today." They chatted for a while. After the two separated, divine Dr. Sun went directly to the palace. What did they talk about? Shin Mengru asked Dr. Sun to go to the palace and ask the emperor to marry him. Qingfeng's voice became lower as he said it. "You don't need to think about it to know that the prince is getting cold again because he is angry." Yi Lijue said in a cold tone, "Why does she still want to be my king's concubine? She can't even compare to a finger of Yenner." The prince doesn't know. Shin Mengru still has someone in the Purple Saint Kingdom. The title of the Little Miracle Doctor. Humph, Miracle Dr. Sun claims to be the most amazing doctor in the world. He can't even detect the poisons in my body, let alone his disciples who are just trying to gain fame. Qingfeng. Then he asked, "Then what should we do next, Your Majesty?" What Yi Lijue was thinking was that he must not let this imperial edict reach the palace. If Yenner knew about it, he would definitely not be happy. He had an intuition that if he accepted this imperial edict and really welcomed his concubine in, Yenner would definitely hide as far away as possible with her mother. He would hide as far away as possible in his life. Can't even be found. Don't ask why, because his intuition has always been accurate. Qingfeng looked at the contemplative prince and continued, "Your Majesty, when our people were staring at divine Dr. Sun, they found that Prince Cheng's secret guards were also staring at divine Dr. Sun, and the two of them, and he didn't say a word of the conversation between the two. The subordinates thought that Prince Cheng also knew about Dr. Sun's visit to the palace to ask for the marriage decree." Yi Lijue raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect Prince Cheng to be involved. "Then let's get involved thoroughly." The sinister Yi Lijue thought for a while and said, "Qingfeng, you asked the people in Prince Sun's mansion to deliberately let Prince Cheng know that the purpose of marrying Shin Mengru was to let her nurse him. Physical." Qingfeng didn't understand why, but still obeyed the prince's order. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Lijue said again, "If the Anuch comes out to pass on the imperial edict, find a way to destroy it. You can find a way to destroy it yourself. The content of the imperial edict must not be known to others, otherwise Yenner will be unhappy if it gets to her." Qingfeng looked at the prince in surprise again. When did the prince have such a good relationship with the future princess? Is he afraid that the princess will be jealous? But the prince will eventually marry a concubine. The palace can't have only the princess as the mistress. There are 2 concubines and 4 concubines. If the princess eats the wrong one, what will happen to the other concubines? Yi Lijue looked at Qingfeng, who was still not leaving, and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Qingfeng finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Prince, you are the regent, and you will definitely have to marry a concubine and a concubine in the future. Miss Mu can't be unhappy all the time." As soon as Qingfeng finished speaking, Yi Jue's eyes became even colder, and his tone of voice seemed mixed with frost. Who said that I will marry a concubine and a concubine? Have you ever said such a thing in front of Yenner? Qingfeng looked at the angry prince, and was so scared that he knelt on the ground and said, Prince, I know I was wrong.
I said the wrong thing.
I have never said these words in front of Miss Mu. It's best if you didn't say it. You don't need to worry about the affairs of my harem in the future. Go down, and remember to receive the punishment after you are done. Yes, Your Highness, I will remember this. Qingfeng stood up and left quickly, but he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The prince had not been so angry for a long time. It was all his fault for his big mouth. The prince had not married a wife yet, and now he was talking about concubines. He deserved to be punished. Qingfeng had not realized where he was wrong. He just thought that the prince was very unhappy that he was talking about concubines now because the prince had not married a wife yet. Qingfeng did not think about it anymore. It was important to handle the task assigned by the prince. At this time, in the imperial study of the palace, the emperor dismissed all the servants. Now there were only Dr. Sun and the emperor in the entire imperial study. The two talked for a long time. No one knew what they talked about except the two of them. Not long after, Dr. Sun left the imperial study and left the palace. The emperor called in Nuchuang in, handed the imperial edict in his hand to him, and said, Go to the regent's palace to announce the edict. Yes, we will go to the regent's palace to announce the imperial edict. When Nuchuang heard about the regent's palace, his body trembled unconsciously. The place he least wanted to go to in his life was the regent's palace. He felt like he was skinned every time he went there. The only time he was treated well was when he was granted marriage for the regent. Nuchuang did not dare to delay and took the imperial edict with a few people and left the palace. On the way, Nuchuang was very curious about what the imperial edict of the regent's palace was. He opened it and took a rough look and suddenly smiled. There was no need to be afraid this time. This time the imperial edict was still an imperial edict for granting marriage, and it was an imperial edict for granting marriage to the regent's concubine. Nuchuang was no longer worried when he sat in the carriage, and he was very happy holding the imperial edict. But not long after he was happy, a carriage came towards him. The horse seemed to be crazy, pulling the carriage behind it and running fast. Nuchuang slowly opened his eyes and saw another carriage passing by. Nuchuang saw that there was only a finger's width of distance between the two carriages. Nuchuang immediately looked at the carriage next to him angrily. Unfortunately, the curtain of the carriage was not opened, so Nuchuang did not know who was inside. Nuchuang could only wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. He was really scared just now. He thought he would be hit and injured. He was very angry just thinking about it. He was about to scold the person in the carriage next to him. After all, his carriage was from the palace. Who was the impatient and unruly citizen who saw the carriage from the palace and did not give way first, but instead went straight to meet it, almost causing the two carriages to collide, and almost killed him. At this time, a small dart in the tightly wrapped carriage directly pierced the back of the horse next to it. The horse felt pain and neighed to the sky. It stretched its neck backwards and raised its front hooves very high. It seemed that this could not relieve the pain in its buttocks. It dropped its front hooves and ran forward desperately. Nuchuang's heart, which had just settled down, was raised again. The horse ran like crazy. Nuchuang was swaying in the back carriage. Finally, the horse ran so fast that Nuchuang could not stand the fast bumps. In the end, he was thrown out with the imperial edict. The eunuchs following behind were all panicked. They had been in the palace for a long time and had never seen a horse running like crazy. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Nuchuang, who was thrown out, fell directly to the ground and fainted temporarily. In fact, he fainted from fright. Along with Wang Gonggong, the bright yellow imperial edict was thrown out. It just so happened that it landed in a puddle nearby. The words written by the emperor on it suddenly became hazy, and it was impossible to make out what was written. Qingfeng, who was standing far away, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and twitch his mouth. He looked carefully at the puddle of water and found that the dog he had just seen had peed there and then defecated. Qing Feng was stunned. How could it be such a coincidence? Was it insulting the emperor, or insulting the emperor? Qing Feng looked at the frightened horse, which was about to run to the street, and immediately made a gesture in that direction. They were only a few steps away from the busy streets. This section of the road was specially selected by Qing Feng. It was just out of the palace gate and not yet to the busy streets. There were no merchants or people. Even if the horse ran wildly, it would not hurt innocent people. Qing Feng saw that the task was completed and made another gesture. The people in the dark disappeared immediately, without leaving any trace. Prince Cheng of Xuanwang Mansion did not know what happened at the palace gate. The people planted by the regent prince's mansion in Xuanwang Mansion had consciously revealed the news to the people around Prince Cheng. When Prince Cheng heard the news, he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he guessed it right. The 9th prince married Shinmengru to regulate his body. If this is the case, how can they fulfill their wishes? They all wished that the 9th prince would die immediately. The regent prince's mansion could not do anything, so he could only take action against Shinmengru. He just asked the secret guards to send Shinmengru away and not let her stay in the holy capital, but this does not seem to be the best way. After all, with the imperial edict, even if Shinmengru is elsewhere, she can still come back and continue to fulfill the engagement. We must think of a once-and-for-all solution to solve this problem. Prince Cheng thought for a while and suddenly thought that Lord Wang of Shangshu Mansion liked beauties and was planning to take another concubine recently, so why not send Shinmengru to Wang Shangshu's bed? He had also seen Shinmengru. Although she was not as beautiful as Lu Lingwei, who was the most beautiful among the 4 beauties, she could still be considered a delicate beauty. Wang Shangshu would like this one, and he would definitely be satisfied if she gave it to her. Prince Cheng didn't think that Shinmengru really had the reputation of being a little miracle doctor. Everyone was just treating her a little less favorably for the sake of Miracle Dr. Sunday. Otherwise, they still hadn't heard of her great achievements. Prince Cheng sent 2 more secret guards, and one of them went to inform Wang Shangshu. Wang Shangshu was also the father of the second wife of Prime Minister Mu's house, but the second lady was the concubine of Wang Shangshu. Wang Shangshu also wanted to see Prime Minister Mu. In order to save my daughter's face, I wanted to show my daughter a good face. I didn't even want to see her before. One went to the inn to inform the other secret guard that the plan had changed. Fortunately, Shinmengru was dining on the first floor of the inn at this time, so he didn't have the chance to take her away. It shouldn't be too easy for him to change his plan. At this time, Shinmengru could be said to be in a good mood. She thought that her master would go to meet the emperor and receive the emperor's decree soon. She will soon marry the regent she has longed for, and she is really excited. The maid next to her saw Shinmengru's happiness and asked, "Miss, what good thing are you so happy about?" Shinmengru said happily, "You will know soon." When the maid saw that the young lady was so happy, she was also happy. After all, when the young lady was in a good mood, she would be scolded less. Although the young lady looks gentle and generous on the surface, she often beats and scolds her in private, and beats and scolds her when she doesn't get her way. Many of her body are covered with bruises from being pinched by the young lady. If it weren't for the contract of betrayal was in her hands, and she had long wanted to leave this arrogant and self-righteous young lady. Shinmengru finished her lunch happily and planned to go back to her room to rest for a while. After all, the emperor's decree did not come out so quickly. She still had to wait patiently in the room for a while. As soon as the master and servant returned to the room, they were knocked unconscious by the 2 secret guards who followed. Shinmengru's maid is good at martial arts, but her martial arts skills are not enough against the secret guards. Shinmengru was devoted to the study of medical skills, and she had no martial arts skills at all. Just like that, the 2 secret guards picked up one and ran straight to the Shangshu mansion. Qing Feng, who was following him, looked confused. What was going on? Where were they sent? Prince Sun's informants should have conveyed the news. So, where did Prince Cheng send the people? Qing Feng thought of something, and his eyes widened immediately. It couldn't be what he thought. If that was really the case, then this Prince Cheng was too vicious. Qing Feng followed Prince Cheng's secret guards all the way to the back door of a mansion. It seemed that someone had been waiting at the back door for a long time. When he heard the noise outside, he opened the door directly to let people in, and then closed the back door. Qing Feng jumped to the front door and took a look. It turned out to be the Shangshu mansion. The Prince of Shangshu Palace is a lustful person, and he likes delicate and beautiful women the most, and Shen Mengru's tallness really suits his taste. Unexpectedly, Prince Cheng actually sent someone to the residence of Lord Shangshu. He also heard that Lord Shangshu wanted to take a beautiful concubine recently, and Prince Cheng really liked her. Qing Feng knew that Shen Mengru, who had a reputation as a minor miracle doctor, would be ruined after today. Qing Feng stopped staying and left directly. He had to return his life to the prince, and then he had to go and receive the punishment. Who told him to say the wrong thing today and make the prince unhappy? The prince's father-in-law, who was thrown out of the carriage and fainted, was also awakened by the little father-in-law around him. He slowly opened his eyes and was stunned for a while, as if he was digesting what just happened. After he figured it out, he finally hugged the little father-in-law closest to him and started crying. You, old captive is still alive. This old captive is still alive. It's really the sky that has eyes. God is blessing this old captive. You. It's really not easy for this old captive to live to such a long time, and he didn't get killed. Falling to death is such a blessing.
Whoa.
The little father-in-law next to him looked confused. He had never seen such a rude prince. He always showed off his power in front of them. The young father-in-law said in time, "My lord, this is the imperial edict." The prince remembered that he went out of the palace to announce the edict. Where is the imperial edict? I looked at the edict in my hand and looked around again, but still didn't find it. He asked the person next to him, "Where is the imperial decree?" The young father-in-law next to him raised his hand tremblingly and pointed in the direction of the imperial decree. The prince quickly got up and ran to the imperial edict to take a look. After he saw it clearly, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and cried, "Your Majesty, it's all the old captive's fault. I didn't protect the imperial edict well. It's not as good as just now. I'll throw the old captive to death. If I fall to death, I can apologize with death." In the end, death was inevitable. The more the prince thought about it, the sadder he felt. How could he be so unlucky? What should we do next? The young eunuch pointed at the young father-in-law next to him and said, "Go and wipe off the imperial edict." The young eunuch said in disbelief, "But the young eunuch, even after wiping it clean, there are still traces. Besides, the words on it are already worn. I can't see clearly what's on it." The prince said dissatisfiedly, "There's so much nonsense. Just wipe it if you are told." The little eunuch could only obey the order and pick up the imperial edict. He took out his handkerchief and wiped it vigorously. The prince then said, "Take a handful of soil and sprinkle it on top." The little eunuch did as he was told. The prince looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. He had really fought hard for this small life. If the emperor found out, he would definitely be punished for the crime of deceiving the emperor and then be executed. The prince educated these little eunuchs. "You all listen to me. Today you only saw the horse going crazy, and then I and the imperial edict in my hand were thrown out of the carriage, and I was knocked unconscious. The imperial edict accidentally fell into a puddle and was stained with some mud. I don't know anything else. If you want to survive, just do as I say. Do you understand?" All the young eunuchs nodded in agreement. No one wanted to be beheaded. The prince was quite satisfied with their performance and said to the young father-in-law who was holding the imperial edict, "You take the imperial edict first, and then give it to us when you get to the palace gate." Imperial decree. But in order to survive, he had to put on a show with the emperor. The prince and the eunuchs led a group of young eunuchs towards the palace gate. Mr. Wang from this fashionable bookstore looked at the beauty on the bed. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He picked up a pill and fed it into Shen Mengru's mouth. "This is a good thing." This was given to her by Mrs. Wang from Kwahongyuan.
His.
It is said that it specializes in educating disobedient girls. Wang Xiangshu knows that the beauty in front of him is Shin Mengru, who is known as a minor miracle doctor, but Wang Xiangshu is not afraid. Isn't it just a little famous, a little weak woman with no background and no power, becomes his concubine? It's also easier for her. Besides, her master, divine Dr. Sun, even gave her a bit of face when he saw her, let alone his apprentice. Besides, this was a beautiful concubine given to him by a nobleman. Although Wang Xiangshu didn't know who the nobleman was, he was sure that it was either the prince or the heir apparent. The more Wang Xiangshu saw the beauty, the more impatient he became, and he began to take off her shirt. Wang Xiangshu liked to give women one piece of tunic, and he would get more excited every time he took one piece off, until the innermost little red piece of clothing was revealed. Wang Xiangshu's eyes were filled with desire, and he started stroking her directly. Shin Mengru woke up from the pain of being pinched. She opened her confused eyes and suddenly felt a chill on her body and a pair of disturbing hands. She was about to stretch out her hands to stop him, but found that she couldn't lift them. He turned to look at the owner of the hand angrily. When he saw the person's appearance, his pupils trembled violently, and he felt a chill in his heart. He loudly reprimanded, "You old man, what do you want to do? You know what I am doing? Who is it? Get your dirty hands off." Wang Xiangshu was even happier when he saw the tigress, like Shin Mengru. He liked Little Pepper. After hearing what Shin Mengru said, she was not angry and she smiled and said, "Do you know who I am? You will not suffer any disadvantages as my concubine." Shin Mengru became even more angry and said loudly, "Do you know who I am? I am the little miracle doctor of the Purple Holy Kingdom. After today, I will be the regent's concubine. If you are wise, please send me back to the inn quickly. I will receive the imperial edict soon." After hearing Shin Mengru's words, Wang Xiangshu stopped what he was doing. There was also some calculation in my mind. If what Shin Mengru said was true, then the person who sent her to his bed at this juncture showed that she did not want the regent to marry this little miracle doctor. If the regent really planned to marry this little miracle doctor, why would he leave her alone in the inn without asking anything? Therefore, Mr. Wang came to the conclusion that no matter who he was, he would not be offended by taking the little miracle doctor as his concubine, who knew that the old man not only didn't stop, but even harder. In the end, it was more direct, and even the last bit of shame on her body was torn off by him. Shin Mengru showed a panic expression at this time, with tears streaming down her face, and begged, "I beg you, please let me go. I am the little miracle doctor of the Purple Saint Kingdom, and I will bring you a lot of benefits. As long as you let me go, I will work for you from now on, Mr." Wang lovingly wiped the tears of the little beauty in front of him and said, "Don't cry, little lady. If you cry like this, I will feel sorry for you. Look at your beautiful little face. It won't look good if you cry anymore. You don't have to go out and see those people in public anymore. It's too hard. From now on, I can just take care of you." Shin Mengru looked desperate. Seeing the old man in front of her who was older than her master, and the hands that kept making trouble on her body, she wanted to commit suicide. But her hands were powerless. As a doctor, she knew very well that she had been drugged by the old man in front of her. "Okay, little lady, don't cry. I will pamper you well in the future." Shin Mengru wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide, but she was unwilling to do so. She wanted to find out who knocked her out and sent her to this old man on the bed. Besides, the master has already requested an imperial edict for him. If the father-in-law who promulgated the edict cannot find her, will he send someone to find her? With a glimmer of hope, Shin Mengru endured all kinds of ravages from the old man beside her. Shin Mengru closed her eyes in despair until the bright red color fell on the sheets beneath her. She could never marry the prince again in this life, because she was no longer clean. How could a person like the prince want to marry someone who is like an immortal? What about women who are no longer clean? But she had to take revenge. She had to kill this old man, and she had to find out who sent her here. Only with these resentments in her heart can she survive. In the study room of the Prince Regent's mansion, Yili Jue had just finished handling her official duties and was sitting at the desk staring at a small porcelain vase in a daze. When she was thinking of any reason to go see the little girl again, Qing Feng knocked on the door. Yi Lijue immediately put the small porcelain bottle away and said to the door, "Come," and Qing Feng pushed the door open and told the prince what happened. Yi Lijue nodded and said to Qing Feng, "You do one last thing. Spread the news that Dr. Wang of Shangshu Mansion has taken the young miracle Dr. Shin Mengru as his concubine. The sooner the better, in the end, so that the emperor can know it as soon as possible." "I obey." Qing Feng quickly left to do the things assigned by the prince. At this time, the prince and his father-in-law who walked to the palace gate brewed up their feelings and began to shed tears. He took the imperial edict from the little Anucha's hand and walked to the imperial study room while crying and holding the imperial edict in both hands. Soon everyone in the palace knew that the prince was in a very embarrassed state and was crying all the way, holding the imperial edict in one hand as he walked to the imperial study. The emperor, who had received the news in advance, was very puzzled. Didn't this prince go to deliver the imperial edict? Why did you come back crying? Could it be that he was beaten back by the regent? He knew that Lao Jiao was disobedient and dared not accept imperial orders. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and my determination to kill the regent as soon as possible became more determined. The emperor was no longer interested in approving the memorial. While drinking tea and waiting for the prince, he wanted to see if Lao Ju still paid attention to him as the emperor. After waiting for a long time, I finally saw Inuchuang enter the imperial study. Inuchuang cried even harder at this time. Seeing the emperor, he knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." The emperor looked at the embarrassed Inuchuang and asked dissatisfiedly, "Get up and answer. Did Lao Jiao beat you again?" Inuchuang did not dare to get up. He knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, it was not the regent who beat me. It was not long after I left the palace that the horse went crazy. I was thrown out of the carriage and fainted on the spot. Your Majesty, it was because I have been with you for a long time and have been infected with your dragon spirit that saved me from falling to death. I thank you for saving my life." After speaking, he kowtowed several times. The emperor felt relieved by the flattery of Inuchuang. "Okay, get up and talk. Tell me what happened." Inuchuang stood up tremblingly and said something selectively. He emphasized that he fainted and woke up after a long time. He also emphasized that he did not protect the imperial edict when he was thrown out. "So, the contents of the imperial edict are hazy and can't be seen clearly, right?" "Your Majesty, yes." "Bring it here and show it to me." "But Your Majesty, the imperial edict is dirty, and I'm afraid it will pollute your eyes." "It doesn't matter. I've seen everything. Bring it here and let me see it." Inuchuang handed the imperial edict over again tremblingly. The emperor opened the imperial edict casually and frowned. "What's this smell?" After taking a look, it was indeed hazy. In addition to the stained soil, there were also black and yellow marks. "What is this?" "Your Majesty, this imperial edict fell into a puddle of water and then rolled onto the dirt next to it." The emperor was not sure what the smell was, so he went close to it and smelled it. The emperor threw the imperial edict directly on the ground and ordered the eunuch next to him to bring a basin of water to clean his hands. He felt that the smell was very bad. "Since it is stinking, I will write another one." Inuchuang knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to punish me. It was all because of my poor protection. Your Majesty, please write it again. I am guilty." The emperor looked at the embarrassed Inuchuang and said, "Forget it. I will forgive you this time, but it will not happen again next time." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Inuchuang breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, knowing that he had passed the test this time. The emperor was just about to issue another imperial decree when he heard someone come to report, "Your Majesty, Dr. Sun requests to see you." He said, "He has something urgent to report to Your Majesty." The emperor put down his pen and ink and said, "Call Dr. Sun to see you." Dr. Sun quickly entered the imperial study, knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, my disciple Shin Mengru was kidnapped by Lord Wang of the Shangshu Mansion and is now the mansion's new concubine. The whole holy city knows about this. Your Majesty, please judge for my disciple and hold Lord Wang accountable for the crime of kidnapping. Dr. Sun replied with a choked voice, Your Majesty, it happened this afternoon. My disciple was waiting for your imperial decree at the inn, but was kidnapped by Lord Wang of the Shangshu mansion before she could get it. Now she is already in the Shangshu mansion. I am afraid that my disciple, Your Majesty, please judge for me. After that, he kowtowed again. Dr. Sun didn't say the rest of the words, but the emperor knew what he meant. It was nothing more than that Shin Mengru's innocence was no longer protected. Although the emperor wished that the regent would die, he was still a member of the royal family after all. He could not marry a woman who had lost her innocence into the royal family, otherwise, how could he save his face as the emperor? The emperor thought deeply for a moment, waved his hand, and the hidden guard appeared. Your subordinate greets the emperor. Go to the Shangshu mansion as soon as possible to check whether Shin Mengru is really there. Remember not to alarm anyone. Your subordinate obeys your command. The hidden guard left quickly. The emperor continued to ask in some confusion, Dr. Sun, how do you know that it was the Shangshu mansion that kidnapped you, Shin Mengru? Your Majesty, now the whole Xingdu knows about this matter. My apprentice has some reputation and is known as a little divine doctor, so this matter spread very quickly. The emperor knew what was going on as soon as he thought about it. He had been on the throne for so many years, and he didn't know what dirty things. It was obvious that someone spread it deliberately, otherwise the speed would not be so fast. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Lao Jiu know about his marriage? From Wang Gonggong's horse shock, the destruction of the imperial edict, to Shin Mengru's kidnapping. The mastermind behind all the things pointed to Lao Jiu. But no matter what, he would not punish Lord Wang of the Shangshu mansion for a small civilian. It turned out that the concubine who granted the marriage was the disciple of Sun Shini. It seems that this disciple of Sun Shini is a jinx. He has been passing on the imperial edict for more than 10 years, and this kind of thing has never happened. The old man in the Shangshu mansion actually dared to take Shin Mengru, a jinx, as a concubine. Wang Gonggong suddenly became a little worried. After a while, the emperor's secret guard came back and knelt down to report, Your Majesty, Shin Mengru is indeed in the Shangshu mansion. And the secret guard suddenly blushed and was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to report.
And what?
Just say it directly. The secret guard thought about the wording and replied, Your Majesty, when the servant went there, Shin Mengru and Lord Wang were both in bed and took off their clothes. The emperor coughed awkwardly, which meant that this old man Wang from the Shangshu mansion had defiled the apprentice of the other person's Dr. Sun. The emperor was worried for the old man Wang in his heart. He was so old, but he was still so energetic and was not afraid of dying on a woman. The main reason why the emperor turned a blind eye to Lord Wang's affairs was that when the emperor was still a prince, Lord Wang had always supported him to inherit the throne. It can be said that Lord Wang has the merit of following the dragon. Besides, Lord Wang is old, so he tolerates his absurd behavior. I didn't expect that at such an old age, he would kidnap the disciple of Dr. Sunday. Doesn't this ruin his business? Now, regardless of whether it was Lao Jiu who sent Shin Mengru to Mr. Wang's bed, his plan with divine Dr. Sun could no longer continue. The emperor became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. He waved his hand to the hidden guard, and the hidden guard stepped away. The prince took the order and left, still muttering in his heart, Is the emperor going to exhaust Mr. Wang to death? Can Mr. Wang's old arms and legs return in just 1 month? The emperor deliberately asked Mr. Wang to go. Since he is so energetic in bed, he should go out for a walk more often to relieve his energy. The emperor didn't believe it. Old man Wang, who was tired from traveling and traveling, still had the energy to go to his concubine's bed. Are divine Dr. Sun satisfied with my handling? Chaoman thanks the emperor for making the decision for Cao disciple. What can divine Dr. Sun do? The emperor is clearly protecting Mr. Wang. Dr. Sun was immediately desperate and lay there sobbing. Firstly, he felt sorry for his disciple to marry an old man older than him. Secondly, his secret plan with the emperor was ruined. The emperor promised him the matter is gone. Probably the emperor saw what divine Dr. Sun meant, Dr. Sun, although what you said before cannot be accomplished, you can think of another way on your own. If you achieve your goal, what I promised you will still be valid." In the eyes of divine Dr. Sun, as soon as he lit up, he kowtowed to the emperor again and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The common people will think of other ways, and they will definitely achieve the emperor's wish. The emperor nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go down." Dr. Sun quickly said left the imperial study room. At this time, Mu Fengyan had been in the room for a whole afternoon and half of the morning. The little maid at the door was a little anxious. They didn't know what the young lady was doing in the room, but the young lady didn't have lunch at noon. She just told them to tell the lady, and then there was no movement. It was getting dark soon, and it was almost time for dinner. There was still something in the room. There is no sound. Mu Fengyan was still practicing quickly in the space. The time in the space was 10 times that outside. After one afternoon passed outside, 10 afternoons plus 10 and a half mornings passed in the space. She also didn't expect that the spiritual spring water in the space was so effective. It not only reshaped the bones of the body, but also memorized or learned any technique. I have learned a lot about Sanhua and Phantom. I just need to practice more in the later stage, and it will be fine. Healing Sword Technique and Xiaoyao Fan. She has no weapons in hand right now. She will practice these two techniques after she finds a peerless sword and fan. Mu Fengyan looked at the spiritual spring water again and had to doubt again that this was a special arrangement by God. The most primitive form of this space is a dark stone like a meteorite, which is extremely hard and has been passed down from generation to generation by the ancestors of the Mu family. It has been enshrined in the Mu family ancestral hall. When she was young, her grandfather once told her that this is the inherited treasure of the Mu family, passed down from generation to generation. When she grows up, she must protect it and pass it on. She quietly came to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Before entering the ancestral hall, she fell down for some unknown reason. Her hand was accidentally scratched by a stone outside, and her hand bled a little. Mu Fengyan didn't care at the time and got up to take a look. "There's nothing there. I just don't know why it fell flat on the ground." She didn't care so much, looked around and saw that there was no one around, and quickly went to the ancestral hall to pick up the ink-colored stone from the offering table and started to touch it. The tentacles were very smooth, and the feeling of coldness was very comfortable. She was so frightened that she cried. The grandfather who was looking for her heard the sound and came to the ancestral hall. When he saw this scene, he quickly closed the door of the ancestral hall. He hurried to his granddaughter's side. Then all the colorful rays of light converged on the phoenix birthmark on Mu Fengyan's wrist. The entire ancestral hall returned to its original appearance. Mu Fengyan also fainted. When you open your eyes again, you will be in this space. Later, she only told her grandfather about this matter, and he told her not to tell anyone about space in the future, even if it was rotten in her stomach. Otherwise, the little Mu Fengyan would not only be unable to protect the space, but her life might also be lost. Her grandfather told the servants who were cleaning the ancestral hall that the black stone had been collected. The servants didn't have any doubts. After all, they thought it was just a stone, so the master of the house just put it away. From then on, Mu Fengyan secretly entered the space every night to learn the medical and poisonous techniques. The spring water in the space never came out. She tried many methods, but to no avail. She even used poison, but no water came out in the end. Mu Fengyan looked at the spring water in front of her and wondered if she added some spiritual spring water to her poison, would it be more toxic or would the poison be eliminated directly? Well, I'll try the experiment some other time. Mu Fengyan smelled the sweat on her body due to martial arts training, took out the bathtub, filled some spiritual spring water, and took a comfortable bath. The spiritual spring water in the pool quickly returned to its original water level. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Mu Fengyan felt that her entire body was as light as a swallow. Plus, she had learned Qigong. With a slight jump, she flew far away. Mu Fengyan was extremely satisfied. During the time she stayed in the space, she kept using spiritual spring water to replenish her physical strength. It could be said that Mu Fengyan had been drinking spiritual spring water during her training. Mu Fengyan came out of the space and took a look with the bronze mirror. Hey, it's so blurry. What kind of broken mirror is this? I can't see clearly. Finally, I took out the mirror of later generations from the space and looked at myself. Well, my skin was whiter, my eyes were big, my nose was small. She is really a little beauty embryo with red lips and white teeth. This look is exactly the same as his future self, but he is still a little immature. Mu Fengyan heard some anxious voices from the maids outside the door, so she opened the door and went out. The 4 maids looked at the lady who walked out gracefully and were all stunned. Is this still their lady? Has the lady become so beautiful in one afternoon? Just like a fairy coming out of the room? No. They think the lady is more beautiful than a fairy, with a noble temperament, self-confidence from within, a bright smile, big smart eyes, and a small cherry-like mouth. It really is true that there is a beauty in the north who is peerless and independent. One glance from her can conquer the city, and another glance from her can conquer the country. She was so beautiful that even the maids were attracted by her, let alone others. Mu Fengyan waved at them. Hey, you guys are back to your senses. Several maids knelt hurriedly, feeling that they had been staring at the young lady and offended her. Please forgive us, young lady. We have offended you. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but hold her forehead. She had told them many times not to kneel down at every turn, but they always forgot. Okay, get up quickly. I'm not blaming you. Let's go to Mother's place. It's time for dinner. Qi Xiao was the most lively among the maids. She was also outspoken and said whatever she wanted to say. Young lady, you suddenly become so beautiful. I am attracted to you. Oh, really? Then didn't I attract you before? Young lady, that's not what I meant. I mean that you are more attractive now. Qi Xiao was a little anxious. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I've been researching something in my room for the whole afternoon today. It's something that can whiten the skin. I'll let you use it when I have time. That's great. Thank you, Mississippi. The maids were very happy. They knew that there were some herbs and some strange things in the young lady's room. Their young lady was really amazing. She could use those things to make herself so beautiful. Mu Fengyan looked at the 4 maids with no doubt and full trust in her eyes, and she sighed in her heart. She didn't want to put on the makeup that would make her skin look dull anymore. If she had good skin, of course she had to show it to everyone, to please others and herself. Why hide it? Anyway, she had found a reason to whiten her skin. They soon arrived at Han's room. Han was waiting for Mu Fengyan to come and have dinner together. At noon, the maid came to pass on a message, saying that the young lady was researching something and would come for dinner in the evening. Yenner, come here quickly. You must be hungry. Did you have lunch? It's time for you to rest. You must pay attention to what you eat and don't be careless. Don't worry, mother. I had some cakes for lunch. I'm not hungry at all. How can you only eat cakes? Come quickly for dinner. Mu Fengyan sat next to Han. The doctor once said that you are suffering from severe anemia, so he asked them to buy some more birds' nests. Shopkeeper Lu sent a message a few days ago that he bought some more high-quality tonics from the imperial merchants, which will be delivered when they arrive. Shopkeeper Lu originally wanted to buy them, but who would have thought that the palace also needed them urgently? Shopkeeper Lu had no choice but to persuade them and bought half of them from the imperial merchants. Mu Fengyan almost spit out the food she had just eaten when she listened to her mother's muttering. Did her mother buy half of the things that were shipped to the palace? There are so many people in the palace, so many concubines. Is half enough? Mu Fengyan asked weakly, Mother, how much did Uncle Lu buy in total? Unexpectedly, Han said with regret, Alas, these imperial merchants are really useless. They only collected 10 boxes, and your Uncle Lu only bought 5 boxes. Mu Fengyan was dumbfounded. So there are so many masters in the palace. In addition to the emperor and the empress, there are also many concubines, and they only share 5 boxes of things? Han looked at her daughter's stunned look, with an expression that said, I knew it. Do you also think it's not enough? And Mother also thinks it's not enough. When your Uncle Lu is not busy for a while, Mother will ask him to buy other supplements.
Mu Fengyan.
No, no, mother, it's not less at all. It's too much. She and mother share 5 boxes of things, and the emperor and the concubines in the palace share 5 boxes of things. How dare she complain about it being too little? Mother, it's not too little at all. Don't buy any more for now. Wait until my daughter finishes eating. What if it goes bad after a long time? Han nodded. Yenner is right. It seems that it would be better for mother to buy more things that can be preserved for a long time in the future.
Mufendan.
Mother, that's not what she meant. Yenner, eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold. Mu Fengyan lowered her head and started to eat. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked up and asked her mother again, Mother, don't you find any changes in me? Han looked at her daughter carefully. Well, you are much more beautiful than before. My daughter is the most beautiful daughter in the world, but mother doesn't find anything that happens to Yenna strange. Why, mother? My daughter is a wealthy and powerful person. You are a person who has been instructed by the Buddha. The Buddha is omnipotent, so my Yenner is also omnipotent. Mother will only be happy for you when she sees your changes. Mother will continue to worship the Buddha and burn more incense to the Buddha.
Han lokedrelived. Mufendan.
So the Buddha is taking the blame again? So the Buddha is so powerful? She believed that if she told her mother tomorrow that she could fly, her mother would believe it without a doubt. Well, that's fine. If there are any changes in her in the future, she can attribute them to the Buddha. After all, she is someone who has been instructed by the Buddha. People who have been instructed by the Buddha are definitely the most powerful, right? In any case, as long as her mother accepts it, other people have nothing to do with her. Mu Fengyan said happily, Mom, eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold. The two finished their dinner quickly, and Mu Fengyan chatted with her mother for a while. Yenner, the New Year is coming in a month. You are now betrothed to the regent. Before the New Year's Eve banquet, you will receive an invitation from the palace. You will go to the palace to attend the banquet. Mom, aren't you going? Mom has never been there. Your father always went with the second wife, as well as the second wife Wang's son and daughter. You were not in good health at that time, so your father certainly wouldn't take you to attend. After Han said this, there was a sarcastic smile on her face. A concubine turned into the second wife of the Prime Minister's mansion, and a concubine, and the son and daughter became legitimate sons and daughters. Although she didn't care on the surface, who wouldn't be angry? Every time she came back from the palace to attend a banquet, the second wife would show off in front of her. Even her daughter went to show off in front of the sick Yenna, which made Yenna sad for a long time, every time. How could she not be angry? As for going to the palace to attend the banquet, she didn't care at all. She had seen and eaten all kinds of good things. Why did she care about the things in the palace? What she was unwilling to accept was that everything her daughter had was taken away by the illegitimate children of the concubine. Everyone knew that the second daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, Mu Shushua, was versatile and beautiful, but who knew the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion? When Mu Fengyan heard her mother say this, she had a vague impression in her mind, a little girl dressed up like a peacock in front of the original owner, and the original owner was very envious. Is there still a month left? Will the second lady and her daughter dare to go to the palace to attend the dinner in a month? The pimples on her face won't go away in a month, let alone a month. I'm afraid it won't go away in a year. Her poison is not something that can be cured in this ancient time. Mu Fengyan looked at Han and said, Mother, if you don't go, I won't go either. I don't know anyone, so what if they bully me? Han was in a dilemma. She also wanted to accompany her daughter, but one had to have an invitation to enter the palace. Without an invitation, one could not enter. Mu Fengyan saw her mother's worry. Mother, what are you afraid of? It's just a small invitation to a banquet. Will the regent not come? If he can't even do such a small thing, then I won't marry him. Han's face immediately became serious. Yenner, don't say such things in the future. How can you disobey the emperor's decree? Okay, I know, Mother, I will never say it again. Mu Fengyan hurriedly coaxed her. Only after she made her mother happy did Mu Fengyan breathe a sigh of relief. Even if her mother had avant-garde ideas, she could think of divorce and resistance, which was already very advanced in this ancient time. After all, her mother grew up in such an environment since she was a child and had been influenced by it. If there was something that violated power, her mother would still oppose it. After all, they believed that the emperor was the greatest in the world, and the imperial power was an existence that could not be violated. After all, this is a deep-rooted existence, especially as the wife of a high-ranking official. Thinking of the hatred in her mother's eyes when she mentioned the second madam just now, it seems that the second madam has been showing off in front of her mother before, spending her mother's money and provoking her in front of her mother. Who gave her such a big face? A trace of cunning flashed across Mu Fengyan's eyes. She practiced some martial arts in the space today. Why not go to the Prime Minister's mansion tonight? By the way, see if the protection of the Prime Minister's mansion is strict. Mu Fengyan's eyes were a little excited, and she looked at the sky outside, which was already dark. Mother, you should rest early. I'm a little tired. I'll go back to rest first. Go back quickly. You should rest more now so that your body can recover faster. I know, Mother. You should rest early too. Mu Fengyan said goodbye to her mother and went back directly with the maid. After leaving Han's room for a while, Bai Ji said, Miss, Mushan just sent a message, asking you to go to the courtyard tomorrow. He said there are already 30 people. Let you take a look first. Okay, I know. I'll go after breakfast tomorrow. When they walked to the door, they said to the maids, You don't have to keep watch tonight. Go back and rest. I'm very tired tonight and need to rest early. Don't disturb me at night. No, miss. Why can't you keep watch? In case you are thirsty at night or have something to do, you can ask the servants to do it. The other maids also nodded. Mu Fengyan was a little angry. Why didn't she listen? I'll say it one last time. You are not allowed to keep watch. Whoever doesn't listen again, don't follow me. Seeing that the young lady was really angry, the maids didn't dare to speak anymore. Go back and rest. The 4 maids left quickly, fearing that the young lady would be angry again. After Mu Fengyan entered the room, she looked at the time and it was still early, so she entered the space. She made a training plan in the space and will give it to Mu Shan tomorrow to lead these people to start training. She wants to cultivate her own power and have her own information channels. In this ancient time, the source of information is very important, and she has to adapt to everything here. When Mu Fengyan came out of the space, it was already late at night. Mu Fengyan was excited. The night was dark and windy, and it was a good time for murder and arson. Mu Fengyan changed into a black dress, opened the window, and tiptoed. A petite figure flew out of the room. Yi Lijue, who had just stood on the roof of a nearby house and wanted to see his future princess, suddenly saw a petite figure flying out of the room. He looked carefully and found that the figure was not his little princess. Who else could it be? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What bad thing was this little girl doing in the middle of the night? Yi Lijue followed not far away. Yi Lijue was a little surprised. It had only been a short time, and his princess's martial arts had improved so fast. He has learned at least 80% of this Qinggong, but he lacks practice. However, it has only been 1 day. He learned it for 2 days. He didn't expect that the girl's talent is much better than his. Mu Fengyan felt the presence of a breath behind her, but she didn't notice any malice. She didn't care and continued to rush to the Prime Minister's mansion. She was very happy. This Qinggong was really great, like an elf shuttling in the dark, very cool. It was a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but later it really became more and more agile. It didn't take long to reach the Prime Minister's mansion. Mu Fengyan carefully distinguished the people hiding in the dark. She didn't expect that Prime Minister Mu also raised some secret guards. There are 2 or 3 with relatively high martial arts, and the others are very ordinary. The ones with relatively high martial arts are mainly in the Prime Minister's study. She can't compete with those masters head-on now. She can only enter the Prime Minister's mansion from a relatively weak place first. There is no one guarding the back door. Mu Fengyan hid her breath and quietly came to the back door wall and landed in the yard with her toes. Yi Lijue, who had been following behind, lost her figure for a moment. Yi Lijue was a little confused. Why couldn't he catch the little girl's breath? When he saw a small figure at the back door of the Prime Minister's mansion from a tree not far away, there was a smile in his eyes. Didn't expect his princess to be so good at concealing her breath? Even he couldn't catch it for a moment. After Mu Fengyan entered the yard, she avoided the study and went to the warehouse of the Prime Minister's mansion. The original owner knew the location of the warehouse. She walked towards the warehouse according to her memory. Mu Fengyan came to the door of the warehouse and looked at this ancient lock on the door of the warehouse. It's too simple to open this lock, isn't it? She had studied locks that were more difficult than this in her previous life, not to mention such a simple lock that couldn't be simpler. She took out a thin wire from the space and opened it in just 3 seconds, one of which included taking out the small wire from the space. Mu Fengyan hung the lock aside, gently pushed the door open, slipped into the entrance, and quickly closed the door. She took out a very small flashlight from the space and shone it. Oh my God, is the Prime Minister's mansion so poor? Such a big storehouse, but there are only a few things in the corner? Did Prime Minister Mu really only use her mother's money to spend all these years? He himself has no family background? The more Mu Fengyan thought about it, the angrier she became. It was all thanks to her mother, but she shouldn't be nicer to her mother. No matter what she was, she put it all into the space, even a chair in the storehouse. Even the broom used for sweeping the door and the brand new rag were put into the space. These things might be useful for the small courtyard bought by Mu Shan. Mu Fengyan used the flashlight to illuminate every corner of the warehouse inch by inch. She didn't want to leave anything in the Prime Minister's mansion. Finally, when I found that it was really bald, I left with satisfaction. I closed and locked the door again, and everything returned to its original state. She quietly came to the second wife's yard again. I looked at the maids guarding the door, and they were all asleep, leaning against each other. There is no doubt that Prime Minister Mu is not in the room. After all, the several masters who protect Prime Minister Mu are all in the study, which means that Prime Minister Mu slept in the study tonight. But he is not able to sleep in a woman's room now, right? After all, he is no longer able to do so, right? Mu Fengyan's eyes were full of sly smiles, and it seemed that she was concerned about the Prime Minister's health. Mu Fengyan swaggered into the second wife's room. After all, the maid at the door was sleeping like a dead pig. Even if the second wife was carried away by thieves, they would definitely not know. After Mu Fengyan walked into the room, she looked at the second wife, who was also sleeping like a dead pig inside the gauze tent. She walked over, lifted the gauze curtain, and sprinkled some medicine powder under the second madam's nose. The second madam, Wang, slept even more like a dead pig. Mu Fengyan took out the night-light pearl and shone it on the second madam's face. She almost burst out laughing. Didn't she spread the powder evenly that day? Why did the second madam have so many pimples on one side of her face? Normally, there are fewer pimples on the face, but they are all scary, right? Oh, I really want to pull Prime Minister Mu over to take a look and scare him to death. Mu Fengyan sprinkled some more medicine powder, this time more evenly. These powders had only one effect, which was to make these red envelopes continue to ooze pus, which made her feel sick to death. Only then did Mu Fengyan let down the gauze curtain with satisfaction. She took another look at the things in the room and put all the ones that looked good into the space. Mu Fengyan thought the table and chairs near the door were good, and they might be useful in the courtyard, so she put them directly into the space. In the end, I was too lazy to choose and just put them all into the space. The second madam was also poor. Mu Fengyan searched the entire room, but didn't find many good things, not even banknotes. She only found a few valuable gold and silver jewelry, which she put into her space. I was really satisfied when I couldn't find anything valuable, but there were still things that interested me. He went to Mu Shushua's room again, and did the same thing. However, more powder was put on Mu Shushua's face, because she had shown off in front of the original owner. Let's see how you can show off this time. You have red bumps and disgusting yellow pus all over your face. Let's see how you can show off this time. Mu Fengyan was so angry that she cleared out everything in Mu Shushua's room. Take the bad things back to the kitchen to use as fuel. In the following time, Mu Fengyan was very busy, quietly moving between the courtyards. From the other concubines' rooms, I only took the good things and threw away the bad ones to avoid taking up her space. Besides, those concubines only had some valuable jewelry and Mu Fengyan didn't really like the rest. Finally, we arrived at the old lady's Jifuyuan. Are all the maids in the Prime Minister's mansion so lax? All along the way, these maids slept like dead pigs. She felt like she was walking in a deserted place. The things in the old lady's room were much better than those in the second lady's room, and those in the concubine's room were even better. Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows when she heard the old lady tossing and turning on the bed in the inner room. It seemed that her grandmother had reached the point where she couldn't sleep well at night. Mu Fengyan showed a fox-like smile. It seemed that she had to help her grandmother. It was not a good thing for her to not sleep well at night at such an old age. Otherwise, it would affect her lifespan, right? Mu Fengyan quietly came to the side of the bed, reached into the gauze curtain with a small hand holding a handful of medicine powder, and gently sprinkled it on the old lady's face. The powder fell on the old lady's face, and soon the old lady fell into a deep sleep. Mu Fengyan really helped her grandmother to have a good sleep. The old lady slept for 5 full days before waking up. She was so thin due to hunger. If it weren't for Nanny Lee feeding her water all day long, she would have passed away long ago. Seeing her grandmother sleeping soundly, Mu Fengyan felt relieved. She used the night pearl to shone the furnishings in the room. Well, it was better than other rooms. Every item was of the best quality. It seemed that all the good things in the mansion were first selected by the old lady and then distributed to each room. However, no matter how good it was not even 1/10 of the things in her mother's room. No matter what, Mu Fengyan felt that these things were bought with her mother's money, so there was nothing wrong with her as a daughter taking them back. Next, Mu Fengyan began to collect things. After a while, the old lady's room was really empty. Oh, except for the old lady's bed, Mu Fengyan walked to the bedside and used the night pearl to take a look.
Yeah.
I felt that the gauze curtain on the bed was also very beautiful. The small courtyard should be able to use it. Mu Fengyan did not hesitate to pull down the gauze curtain and put it into the space. The old lady lying on the bed without anything to cover her was exposed. Mu Fengyan used the night pearl to take a look at other things.
Yeah.
I felt that many things could be used in the small courtyard. Then she collected this and that, until finally, only the old lady was left to be put into the space. Mu Fengyan looked at the old lady lying on the bare wooden board in a single piece of clothing.
Yeah.
This didn't seem to be a good look. If she froze to death, her mother would have to go back to the mansion to mourn, right? Oh, it was really troublesome. Then she would mercifully cover her with the quilt that the old lady had just covered. Mu Fengyan looked at the bare bedboard, where the old lady covered herself with a thin quilt, and was finally satisfied. Who told her not to treat her mother well before? It was fine that the illegitimate children of the concubine entered the house, but she also let a concubine be on an equal footing with her mother, and the help of this old woman was indispensable. If it wasn't for the trouble of the old woman's death, she would have wanted to freeze her to death. Mu Fengyan thought about it and visited all the rooms of the masters, big and small, in the Prime Minister's mansion except the study. The study is generally a forbidden area, which will hide all kinds of secrets. She felt itchy and wanted to explore the study of Prime Minister Mu to see if there were any secrets that could not be told. Yi Lijue had been watching the little princess from the tree, busy like a hard-working little bee in the Prime Minister's mansion, running around in various courtyards. I don't know what she was doing. Suddenly, I saw a petite figure walking out of a courtyard and walking in one direction. Yi Lijue looked at the direction she was heading. There were 2 or 3 masters guarding there. That should be where Prime Minister Mu was. That's right, Mu Fengyan decided. She still wanted to check out the study to see if she could find any evidence against Prime Minister Mu. And, by the way, see if there are any secrets in it that she doesn't know. Mu Fengyan held her breath, took advantage of the darkness, and used the space to move closer to the study room step by step. Yi Lijue, who was on the tree, curled the corners of his mouth. Would his little princess not let go of any corner of the Prime Minister's mansion? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Prime Minister's study. She even dared to venture into the forbidden area of the study alone. Yi Lijue felt that this bold little princess was becoming more and more to his liking. As soon as Mu Fengyan approached the study and leaked a little breath, she was discovered by someone in the dark. The man was about to go over to check, but Yi Lijue casually threw two small darts in different directions in the distance, followed by clanging sounds. Two of them thought someone was trying to assassinate them and ran away in two directions at high speed, while the other one continued to guard in secret. Yi Lijue took out a small hidden weapon from his sleeve and hit the man again. The man who was hit on the acupoints fell down and fell straight from the side of the roof. Mu Fengyan, who thought she had escaped the protection of the master, didn't know that someone had already solved her three biggest problems. At this time, she had already entered the study and listened carefully to the noise inside. Prime Minister Mu's snoring directly told Mu Fengyan his current location. Mu Fengyan walked over quietly. This time she took out a drug incense. After lighting it, she placed it directly under Prime Minister Mu's nose and let him smell it for about 10 breaths. She couldn't let Prime Minister Mu sleep too long, so she had to wait until tomorrow morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what happened in the mansion so early in the morning. That would be such a pity. Mu Fengyan had just finished doing all this when she heard some movement at the door, and she flashed into the space. It turned out that the two masters who were lured away by Yi Lijue's hidden weapon just now came to check on Prime Minister Mu's condition. When they discovered that they had been lured away from their mountain base and sensed that something was not right, they immediately rushed to check on Prime Minister Mu's safety. The two of them knocked gently at the door of the study, but did not hear the Prime Minister's voice. The two men felt nervous, thinking that something had happened to the Prime Minister, so they immediately pushed the door open. When they heard the Prime Minister snoring from the inner room, they felt relieved and closed the door and left. Yi Lijue was about to fly over to save the little princess, but when he saw the two people coming out again, he stopped flying.
He was very confused.
Could it be that these two people didn't notice his little princess? With her current skills, it was impossible for her not to be discovered. There was a doting smile in Yi Lijue's eyes, a smile that he himself did not even notice. He muttered in his heart that it seemed that his little princess also had her own secrets. The man who was hit by the hidden weapon and temporarily unconscious broke his leg due to falling from a high place. The pain of the broken leg brought him back to consciousness, and he hurriedly called his companions to help carry him into the room. Suddenly, there were no guards around the study. Mu Fengyan was much more cautious this time, more cautious than in other courtyards. There were two masters guarding outside, so she didn't dare to take out the night pearl to illuminate the place. Fortunately, since she drank the spiritual spring water, her night vision ability has been much better than before. She believes that as long as she drinks the spiritual spring water regularly, in time, the night will be as bright as day to her. Now I can see the items in the room clearly without any problem. Mu Fengyan looked at everything in the room and found that it was similar to the old lady's room. Never mind for now, just put them all into space. I'll check what they are when I get back.
Just like that.
Wherever Mu Fengyan went, it was like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. The back is so clean and the collection is so neat. Mu Fengyan looked behind her and was very satisfied. Suddenly, there was a large half-meter-high porcelain vase in the left corner of the study that could not be put away. Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up with excitement. Could there be a secret room? She quickly ran over and tried to lift the porcelain bottle, but she couldn't lift it. She tried to turn it, and it actually turned. There was a secret door next to the porcelain bottle that slowly opened. Mu Fengyan carefully examined it and sniffed it carefully. The walls on both sides of the secret door were smeared with poison, and the poison extended a full meter inside. Even the protruding mechanism on the wall was no exception, and the protruding mechanism had the most poison. Therefore, if someone who enters for the first time accidentally touches the wall, he will immediately bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Even if you get in, when you come out, you will touch the wall while looking for the mechanism of the secret door, which will inevitably bring you into contact with a deadly poison, and you will still be poisoned to death. Even if you don't touch the wall, but directly press the raised button of the mechanism, you will still bleed from all 7 orifices and die. No matter what, there is no way to escape from this secret room. Anyone who breaks in will end up in failure, and may even lose their life. This kind of design is bound to be poisonous. Fortunately, she is an expert in both medicine and poison, otherwise she would have been poisoned by the poison on the wall. She wants to see what good things are hidden in Prime Minister Mu's painstaking design. Mu Fengyan entered the dark room, and as soon as she walked in, the door of the dark room closed automatically. Now Mu Fengyan didn't have to worry about taking out the flashlight. She even took out an extra large flashlight from the space. The bulb was a 1000-watt one, which made the inside bright and shiny, and every corner was clear. Mu Fengyan looked at the steps under her feet and walked down step by step. I walked to the bottom of the stairs, and there was another door. Mu Fengyan lowered her head and smelled it carefully. There was no poison on the door. There was just a lock on the door.
Oh.
Why was it still that simple ancient lock that couldn't be simpler? Mu Fengyan took out a thin wire from the space and used 2 seconds to open the big lock directly. Put it aside and gently push open the small door. When the flashlight shone clearly on what was inside, Mu Fengyan was dumbfounded. It turns out that all the good things in the Prime Minister's mansion are here. This secret room is quite large, a full 10 square meters, and it is filled to the brim. Gold ingots, silver ingots, and jewelry were all placed here in boxes, shining brightly and dazzlingly. Could it be that Prime Minister Mu came to admire it all day? Otherwise, why didn't the box have a lid closed? Just displaying it in such a blatant way? There was a small box with a lid on it. When Mu Fengyan opened it, she saw that it was full of banknotes. Each one is worth 10,000 taels, and such a thick stack must weigh at least 1,000,000 taels. Mu Fengyan was angry. So has my mother been deceived all these years? Or did the shogunate never fall when it was doing business, but just hid everything? They hid their own things well? Judging from the old lady's expression, it's likely that Prime Minister Mu has deceived even his own mother. So Prime Minister Mu, the filial son praised by everyone, turned out to be a sanctimonious hypocrite? The more Mu Fengyan thought about it, the angrier she became, so she simply put all her things into the space. She said that her mother had left the Prime Minister's mansion, but the Prime Minister was only angry on the surface, and symbolically went to the villa to ask for silver bills. Is this for my mother to see? What a great Prime Minister Mu. He really goes too far. Then don't blame her. After Mu Fengyan put all the things into the space, she used a 1000-watt light bulb to scan every corner like a radar, not missing any corner. After making sure that there was nothing left, she went out and locked the door again. When she reached the top step, she took out a rag from the space, pressed it on the raised button, and the secret door slowly opened again. Mu Fengyan looked at the rag in her hand, which turned black immediately, and threw it directly on the ground. She wanted Prime Minister Mu to see this rag and make him mad to death. Mu Fengyan put the flashlight into the space and quietly walked out of the secret door. She walked to the bed and cleaned up all the things on Prime Minister Mu's bed. She decided to send all these things to the courtyard for the people who had just bought them. After all, the things used by the Prime Minister were not ordinary things, right? Mu Fengyan looked at Prime Minister Mu, who was lying on the wooden board wearing only a single piece of clothing. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes. She would not even leave a quilt for him. It would be best to freeze him to death, but the facts have proved that the disaster has lasted for 1,000 years, and Prime Minister Mu was not frozen to death that night, but it is true that he caught a severe cold. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes and smiled slyly, then took out 2 pills and fed them into Prime Minister Mu's mouth. I wonder what would happen if Prime Minister Mu, who always cares about his reputation, behaves so ugly in front of his colleagues? Mu Fengyan glanced at the empty study again. Well, there was indeed nothing left. If she put more things away, she was afraid that even the spiders on the roof would be taken in. Yi Lijue, who was sitting on the tree outside the study, was really waiting for his little princess to come out. Why didn't she come out yet? Did something happen in there? Do you want to go in and take a look? Yi Lijue, who was thinking, saw that the study door finally opened a little. A small head popped out from inside and looked around. Yi Lijue's mouth curled up slightly. How could his little princess be so cute? Mu Fengyan looked around and saw that there was no sign of any kind, so she quietly walked out. What she didn't know was that the two masters were concealing their breath, and her own aura was exposed instead. The two people in the dark headed towards Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan instinctively felt that there was danger approaching, and that the person's power was extremely strong, which was beyond her ability to deal with at the moment. Among the 36 strategies, the best one is to run away first. Mu Fengyan tiptoed and sped away. In the darkness, it jumps on the houses and trees like an elf. After all, he had only learned Qinggong for a short time and was about to be caught up by the two masters behind him. Mu Fengyan became anxious and landed on a roof, just about to enter the space. Suddenly, someone hugged me around the waist. Just as Mu Fengyan was about to scatter the poison powder in her hand, she heard a familiar voice. With such a short time, you still want to break into the Prime Minister's mansion. This little princess is very courageous. Mu Fengyan silently put the powder back into the space and said unconvincedly, "What do you care?" Yi Lijue chuckled, and his temper was quite hot. Holding Mu Fengyan's waist, he tapped his toes lightly and flew away quickly. After a few rapid jumps, he had already thrown the people behind him away. After a lot of twists and turns, Yi Lijue hugged Mu Fengyan and landed in a mansion. As soon as the two stood up, Mu Fengyan jumped out of Yi Lijue's arms. Yi Lijue felt his hands empty, and for some reason, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. Mu Fengyan looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "It's not good for us to break into someone else's mansion without permission." Yi Lijue curled his lips. "Don't worry. No one dares to chase you away."
Ah?
"This is your mansion? Why did you bring me to your mansion? Also, we haven't gotten married yet. You are not allowed to call me princess." Yi Lijue looked at the fierce and unintimidating little girl and curled his lips slightly. "Okay, I got it, Yenner." Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes at her again.
Korte her Janne soundets trendig smooth.
"Do I know you well?" Yi Lijue looked at her rolling her eyes and finally couldn't help but chuckled. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue, whose smile made the earth pale. She was distracted for a moment and blurted out, "Yi Lijue, you look so beautiful when you smile. Smile more when you have nothing to do in the future." Yi Lijue was stunned when he heard the little princess calling his name.
Yi Lijue?
It has been a long time since anyone called him by this name. Those people either called him the regent, the prince, or the ninth uncle. This was the first time I heard the little princess call him by his name. But the name she called out sounded strangely nice. I wonder how nice it would sound if she called him a Jew, like her mother did. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue, who was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. She raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Yi Lijue came back to his senses instantly, looking at the pretty little face in front of him, and suddenly found that the little princess's skin had become whiter, her eyes were brighter, her big eyes flickered, filled with cunning and agility, and she had grown a little taller. "Yenner, you are much more beautiful than the last 2 days." Mu Fengyan was speechless.
Can you speak?
Listen to what she said. She was much more beautiful than the last 2 days. Wouldn't it be better to just say that she was more beautiful than the last 2 days? Humph, a straight man who can't chat, identified. Mu Fengyan asked in a bad tone, "Wasn't I beautiful before?" Yi Lijue looked at the fierce little princess, not knowing what had offended her again, and told the truth. She is much more beautiful than when she was just dug out of the grave.
Mu Fengyan.
She didn't want to pay attention to this guy. There was no way to chat today. He always poked people's pain. With this mouth that couldn't talk, could he get a wife in the future? At this time, a certain woman seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who was granted marriage. Yi Lijue looked at the villain, whose eyes were almost rolling up to the sky and the corners of his mouth hooked. "Yenner, are you hungry?" Gurgle the stomach made a gurgling sound at the right time. Mu Fengyan was a little embarrassed. "It's all your fault. I wasn't hungry, but you said I was hungry." Okay, blame me. Let's go. I'll take you to eat good food." Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up, wanting to see what delicious food the regent prince of the Purple Saint Kingdom, who was second to none, and above 10,000 people, ate. Yi Lijue took Mu Fengyan to the study and said in a certain direction, "Bring the food to the study." The branches not far away shook. Mu Fengyan was stunned. She didn't even know that there was a person hiding there. Mu Fengyan sighed again in her heart. How could her martial arts value be ranked in the middle? Now it seems that she can't even be ranked in the lower class. She can't even find the guards in a corner of the regent's mansion. What Mu Fengyan didn't know was that the people she met tonight were all masters among masters, including the secret guards of the regent's mansion, who were all selected through layers of selection. So tonight's wrong cognition directly led to Mu Fengyan's hard work and continuous practice in the future, and she practiced the 6 secret books as if engraved into her bones. It was not until later, when she easily defeated a group of masters, that she realized how outrageous her original cognition was. When he finally tied with Yi Lijue, he realized how powerful he was. Of course, this is all a story for later. Mu Fengyan looked around the huge mansion of the regent's palace. Why was it huge? Because Mu Fengyan could not see where the beginning was, nor where the end was. This was specially renovated for Yi Lijue by the order of the late emperor when he was alive. The mansion is luxurious and covers a large area. Apart from the imperial palace, Yi Lijue's mansion is the most magnificent in the entire Zixing kingdom. It can be seen that the late emperor loved Yi Lijue. The current emperor is jealous and fearful of him, so Yi Lijue is constantly assassinated and poisoned by the emperor. At this time, Mu Fengyan asked Yi Lijue beside her in confusion, "Why do you want to go to the study? Isn't the study a forbidden area? Shouldn't you go to the dining hall?" The study is a forbidden area, but not for Yener. Yener can freely enter and leave the study of the palace in the future. The dining hall is too big and empty. I usually eat in the study. Mu Fengyan showed a very sympathetic expression to Yi Lijue. It is quite lonely and cold to eat alone at such a big table in the dining hall, but it doesn't feel empty. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue with great sympathy again, and it was clearly written on her face, "Yi Lijue, you are so pitiful." Yi Lijue looked at the sympathetic expression on the little princess's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. This was the first time someone showed a sympathetic expression to him, and it felt quite strange. "Yi Lijue, why don't you go to my place for dinner in the future? It will be fun for the 3 of us to have dinner together." Mu Fengyan wanted to slap herself hard after she finished speaking, but she forgot that this was in ancient times and men and women could not sit at the same table before getting married. Moreover, how could the high and mighty prince go to her small courtyard for dinner? Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan, who had a regretful expression on her face after she finished speaking, and wanted to tease her. Nodding, she said, "Yener, this is a good idea. I will go to your courtyard for dinner starting tomorrow." Mu Fengyan was petrified. She really went? She just said it casually. Yi Lijue looked at her little expression with a smile in his eyes. "However, if I go, your mother may not be able to eat well." Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up. "Oh, yes, there is also my mother." She quickly said, Yes, you are right. My mother may not be able to eat well. For the sake of my mother's health, you should not go."
Yi Lijue.
Can't you be more tactful in your refusal? The 2 of them soon arrived at the study. Mu Fengyan followed Yi Lijue into the study. Mu Fengyan took a look at the study, which was antique and fragrant. As soon as she entered, she smelled the fragrance of rosewood and the same sandalwood scent as Yi Lijue. The study was simply decorated, but everything in it was luxurious. In addition to the 4 treasures of the study, there were neatly arranged folding papers on the left side of the desk and a thick stack of envelopes next to the folding papers. There was also a large bookshelf on the right side of the desk, with few books on it. Not far from the bookshelf was a guzheng. Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. Could Yi Lijue play the guzheng? There was a small round table on the right side of the study, which should be where Yi Lijue usually had his meals. Looking not far away, there was another door, which seemed to be where Yi Lijue rested. Various valuable ornaments were also placed in the corners of the study. It was not abrupt, but added to the elegance of the study. Yi Lijue looked at the little princess, who was very interested in the study, and asked with a slight smile, "Have you appreciated enough? If you have, come and have some tea." "Simple and generous, very good," Mu Fengyan commented, and then sat next to Yi Lijue. Yi Lijue took two exquisite and beautiful teacups from the table, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup for Mu Fengyan and a cup for himself. Qing Feng, who was carrying the food in, saw this scene and was so shocked that he almost threw the food box in his hand. Qing Feng was shocked. Miss Mu didn't know that the prince had never poured water for anyone except his mother since he was a child, not even the late emperor. It was others who poured tea for him. Some people wanted to pour tea for the prince, but they didn't have the qualifications. Qing Feng gave Mu Fengyan a thumbs up in his heart. Miss Mu was really not an ordinary person. Qing Feng suppressed the shock in his eyes and brought the food in the food box to the table one by one. Mu Fengyan looked at the food and found that the nutrition was very balanced, with both meat and vegetables. There were beef, crystal shrimp, fried liver, lamb, celery, small greens, 2 bowls of chicken soup with some chicken in it, and 2 bowls of rice. Mu Fengyan smelled the chicken soup. It should have been simmered over a low fire for at least 3 hours. The aroma was so strong that it made her drool.
Mu Fengyan sniffed.
It was so fragrant. Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan, whose saliva was about to flow out, and said with a smile in his eyes, "Hurry up and eat." When Mu Fengyan heard the host say that it was time to eat, she immediately picked up a spoon and started drinking the chicken soup. It was really fragrant and rich in taste. This chicken soup was stewed just right. Mu Fengyan tasted the others. Well, they were all delicious. As expected of the regent's mansion, the chef's level is very good. But the food cooked by her Aunt Han in the other courtyard is also very delicious. Well, each has its own merits. Yi Lijue looked at the little man who was eating happily and asked directly, "Is it delicious?" "Yeah, it's delicious. The chef in your palace is really good. The chicken soup is just right. As long as you like it, since you like the food he cooks, I will let the chef go to your villa tomorrow to cook for you."
Mu Fengyan.
So she ate and took it at the same time? No, did she eat and take the chef home at the same time? Mu Fengyan quickly refused. No. Aunt Han cooks in the villa, and her cooking is also delicious. What will you do if I take the chef from your palace back? Besides, Aunt Han will be sad, and she thinks that I think her cooking is not delicious. When I want to drink chicken soup in the future, I will come to your house. Yi Lijue suppressed the smile of success in his eyes and said lightly, "Okay." Mu Fengyan felt something was strange, but she didn't think about it anymore, because the food in front of her had conquered her stomach. Yi Lijue looked at the little princess, whose cheeks were bulging as she ate, like a little hamster. The more he looked at her, the cuter she found her. He picked up some vegetables for Mu Fengyan. Qing Feng was completely confused. Didn't the prince dislike picking up vegetables for others? Didn't he dislike eating at the same table with others? Didn't the prince have a serious misophobia? What about the prince's misophobia? How come he had nothing after meeting his future princess? After Mu Fengyan had eaten and drunk her fill, she finally felt refreshed. Qing Feng saw that the prince and Miss Mu were full, so he quickly put away the dishes and chopsticks and put them in the food box, then left quickly with the food box. He felt that his prince had changed, and he had to go talk to Qing Yin about it. Mu Fengyan sat down and drank a few more cups of tea. Seeing the few books on the bookshelf, she asked directly, "Yi Lijue, where are the books on your bookshelf? Why are there only so few?" "I burned the books after I finished reading them." Mu Fengyan almost spit out the tea in her mouth and asked in confusion, "Why did you burn the books? The palace should not be short of firewood, right?" Yi Lijue's low and magnetic voice slowly sounded, explaining, "If others know what books you read, they will analyze your temperament and character based on the books you read. Then find a way to deal with you. Only by burning the books, they don't know what books you have read, so they have no way of understanding you." Mu Fengyan was stunned. Is that why people in the royal family are cautious in everything? If they are not careful, they will die without a burial place? Wouldn't that mean she would be worried and treading on thin ice all day long? It seems that she has to think carefully about whether to marry the regent in front of her. If she marries him, wouldn't it be very tiring to think about how to keep her head all day long? What she wants is a free and easy life, the kind where the sky is high and I can fly freely. She doesn't want to live in conspiracy theories all day long, that would be too tiring, and she doesn't know how many brain cells will die in a day. In her last life, she was so bored that she poisoned all her enemies to death. When she came here, her requirements were very simple: to make money, eat, drink and have fun, and take her mother around to have fun. Isn't this kind of life sweet? Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's expression and felt a little like shooting himself in the foot. Don't worry, I will protect you after we get married. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes in her heart. How could she protect me? If she hadn't met him who was dug out from the grave, the grass on the grave of this prince might have been very tall. Besides, he was in the 20s and was poisoned. I really didn't know where he got the courage to say he would protect her. Yi Lijua looked at the little girl's doubtful expression, blinked his eyes, and said seriously, Yena, you have to believe me. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijua's expression, which made him say that he would never believe what you said. Yi Lijua was helpless, as if she had just seen his most unlucky time. No wonder he looked like he would never believe what you said. Oh, it seems that I have to behave well in the future. The first step is to gain the trust of the little princess. Mu Fengyan turned her head and suddenly saw a small guardrail in front of her with a sword hanging on it. Why didn't she notice this place just now? Mu Fengyan walked over to take a look, and the more she looked at it, the more she thought that this sword was really beautiful. The sword is red all over. The sword is 3 feet and 2 inches long, and there is a yellow tassel woven with brocade thread more than an inch long on the hilt. I reached out and touched the hilt, and it felt really good. At this time, Yi Lijua also came over. This is the red phoenix sword. The sword edge is sharp, the sword energy is like the wind, and the sword flashes like lightning. When it is unsheathed, blood will be seen, and the sword energy can also hurt people. This sword is also very spiritual. When it encounters a dangerous person, the sword body will shake slightly. The more Mu Fengyan listened, the brighter her eyes became. There was a voice in her heart urging her to pick it up and have a look. Mu Fengyan followed her inner thoughts and took down the red phoenix sword without hesitation, gently removing the scabbard. Yi Lijua was ready to protect the little princess in his arms. But he was stunned by the next scene. At this time, Mu Fengyan had already taken off the scabbard. Looking at Yi Lijua, whose face changed drastically, he was a little confused. Isn't it just a sword? Why not? Is it necessary to be so excited? Xingfeng looked at Miss Mu, who was unharmed after the scabbard was removed, and the fear in his eyes gradually turned into shock. He has been with the prince since he was a child, but he often saw the sword energy of this red phoenix sword injuring people to pieces, bloody, and even losing their lives. When the prince was a child, whoever offended him, he would use this sword to trick the other party into taking off the scabbard, and then the end of those people. None of them was good. At the beginning, no one knew. Who could have thought that a sword could hurt people? It was really hurtful.
Ah.
It's not invisible, it's too visible. Everyone is covered with wounds. Later, the late emperor sent many secret guards to protect the prince, for fear that the prince's red phoenix sword would be snatched away. In fact, the late emperor was really worrying too much. No one would dare to pick up the prince's red phoenix sword if it was thrown on the street. Who is not afraid of death? The more malicious the person is, the more serious the sword energy will hurt people, and they might even lose their lives. Later, everyone gradually understood. Once they saw the prince holding a sword in his hand, they would stay away, no matter what sword the prince had in his hand. Now, everyone in the whole Purple Saint Kingdom knows that the regent has a red phoenix sword in his hand that can hurt people all over the body with just the sword energy. But seeing that Miss Mu is unharmed and looks confused now, how can Xingfeng not be shocked? Yi Lijua, there were few other expressions on his face. At this moment, his eyes were also filled with shock. He looked at Mu Fengyan, and then at the sword in her hand. The Qifeng sword without its scabbard was no longer as cold and awe-inspiring as before. Instead, it emitted a warm light as powerful as pine waves. The more Yi Lijua looked at it, the deeper his eyes became. Mu Fengyan ignored Yi Lijua, who remained silent, and looked directly at the Qifeng sword in his hand. There was a phoenix pattern on the hilt, and the word phoenix was engraved below. The sword body was made of black iron and was very thin. It shone with a faint cold light, appearing extremely majestic. The blade was extremely sharp, and it must be a real blade like autumn frost. I don't know if it was Mu Fengyan's illusion. She felt that the Qifeng sword was emitting a gentle light at this moment. Aren't all swords very sharp? Not to mention, it was the Qifeng sword. The last thing Yi Lijue said was the Qifeng. When the sword met the owner of the Red Phoenix sword, it was like meeting its own owner. The emperor had only told him this secret. He thought he would never meet the owner of the Red Phoenix sword in his life. He didn't expect that his little princess was actually the owner of the Red Phoenix sword. How could he not be shocked and surprised? Mu Fengyan liked the Red Phoenix sword, but she didn't want to have it. Besides, it was obvious that Yi Lijue often used this sword, and she couldn't take away someone's favorite. She wanted a more delicate sword. This sword. It was too manly, and it was obvious that it was a sword used by men. Mu Fengyan put the sword back into the scabbard. After putting it away, she looked at the two people beside her, Qing Feng, who was so shocked that his eyes were about to fall out, and Yi Lijue, who had surprise in his eyes. What was going on? Didn't she just look at a sword? The name was also quite grand, the Red Phoenix sword, but she didn't name it, so why did the two of them look like this? Mu Fengyan yawned in front of the two of them in a very unpresentable manner. She was sleepy. Qing Feng looked at Mu Fengyan, who had no dignified manners of a lady from a noble family, and immediately came back to his senses. Sure enough, Miss Mu was still Miss Mu. Yi Lijue looked at the big eyes that were full of tears and wet like a little deer, and his heart softened. There was an unconscious tenderness in his eyes when he looked at the little princess.
Yi Lijue, me sleepy.
I'm going back to sleep. Mu Fengyan yawned again after she finished speaking. Wouldn't she be tired after being chased by those two people all night? Yenner, I'll take you somewhere. I'm not going. I'm going back to sleep. Be obedient. It won't take you long. Believe me, you won't regret it if you go. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue doubtfully, and just believed this guy once. Okay, I believe you once. Yi Lijue's eyes were full of helplessness. Is it so difficult for Yenner to believe him? So he took her little hand and walked outside the study. Then Yi Lijue pulled Mu Fengyan into his arms, held her waist, tapped his toes lightly, and took Mu Fengyan out of the palace and flew to the destination. Mu Fengyan was startled, and her sleepiness ran away. She turned her head and glared at Yi Lijue fiercely. She thought she was in the palace, but who knew that this guy took her out of the palace without saying a word? Qing Feng was no longer surprised to see the prince's actions. The prince was no longer the arrogant and indifferent person in his mind. In front of the future princess, all his arrogance disappeared. Seeing the two figures disappearing quickly, he hurried to catch up. The prince's martial arts had improved a lot, so he could only desperately chase after them. When Yi Lijue and Mu Fengyan landed on a high platform and stood still, Mu Fengyan first looked around. This high platform was relatively close to the palace. You can see the entire palace and overlook the entire holy city. There was an incense table on the high platform. The things on the table were very complete. It seemed that someone came to clean it every day. Is this a place for sacrifice? Mu Fengyan asked puzzledly. Yenna, you are so smart. This is the sacrificial platform. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes inwardly. Is this still smart? Anyone can see that this is a place for sacrifice. There is an incense table, an incense burner, offerings, and 3 incense sticks. Anyone can see it. This is the place where the emperor comes every year to pray for peace and prosperity for the people. If there is a drought, the emperor will also perform rituals to pray for rain. Mu Fengyan was speechless. How can you pray for rain if God doesn't want it to rain? Does the emperor think he is the Monkey King? He is really deceiving himself. And performing rituals? Isn't it just to find a few people to dance an inexplicable dance? Even if God wants it to rain, he will be scared away by this inexplicable dance. What is Yenner thinking? Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan's expression, as if to say that a group of stupid people are doing stupid things. Oh, I'm not thinking about anything. What are you bringing me here for? It's pitch black, and I can't appreciate the beautiful scenery. Yi Lijue pointed in a direction. I'm bringing you to see this. Mu Fengyan looked in the direction of Yi Lijue's finger, and when she saw what it was, it immediately attracted her attention. She walked over quickly, and there was a sword inserted in the boulder, and the scabbard and the sword were inserted into the boulder at the same time. Next to the sword, there is a small black hole, the size of which is just the size of another sword. Yi Lijue looked at the little princess looking at the hole and explained, "This is the location of the red phoenix sword. I pulled it out when I was young." Young? Can you pull out a sword? Mu Fengyan looked skeptical. Yi Lijue nodded. Yes, the royal family has a rule that as long as you can sit, you can start learning calligraphy and reading, and as long as you can walk, you can practice sword and martial arts. Mu Fengyan clicked her tongue twice. Being a member of the royal family is too hard. As expected, the more you get, the more you pay. If she has a child with Yi Lijue in the future, she can't let the child suffer so much. At least he should learn calligraphy 2 years later. Bah. What are you thinking about? Why do you think about the child with Yi Lijue? It's not certain whether you will marry him in the future. Yi Lijue looked at the little princess whose expression kept changing, and even found it interesting. Mu Fengyan collected her thoughts and asked, "You are the only one who can pull out the red phoenix sword? What about the rest of your royal family? Have you never tried it?" In the palace of every dynasty, as long as the newly born princes are about 5 years old, they are allowed to try. Generations? How many generations? Mu Fengyan was dumbfounded. A broken sword still needs generations to try. If this sword was unfortunately blown up, then no one would have to worry about it. Yi Lijue shook his head. I don't know exactly how many generations it is, but I only know that it is at least 10 generations.
Mu Fengyan roulette her lips.
These people can really bear it? Don't they feel itchy in their hearts? Anyway, when she saw this sword, she wanted to take it for herself. I don't know what happened. Deep down, she thought that this sword was hers and no one else could have it. In short, she couldn't have it, and others couldn't even think about it. Mu Fengyan's sight shifted to the sword again. 2/3 of the sword was inserted into the boulder. Mu Fengyan walked closer and took a closer look at the hilt. The shape was similar to the red phoenix sword, but it was smaller than the red phoenix sword. There was a phoenix pattern engraved on the hilt, and there was a word Huang under the phoenix. Mu Fengyan understood that this was a pair with the red phoenix sword. This sword should be called the red phoenix sword. Sure enough, Yi Lijue said slowly, "This sword is called the red phoenix sword. It is a pair with the red phoenix sword. According to legend, a pair of immortals who loved each other forged this pair of phoenix swords with black iron. Over time, this pair of phoenix swords also became spiritual. After the two ascended to heaven, they inserted the phoenix swords into the boulder, waiting for the destined person to pull them out." Mu Fengyan had an expression on her face, as if she was listening to a perfect and beautiful story. Before she had finished listening, Yi Lijue had stopped. "It's over so quickly? I thought I would hear a love story that would make others envious, but Yi Lijue finished it in just 2 sentences. I didn't feel the sweet love between the two at all. I only knew that a man and a woman made 2 swords, and then they ascended to heaven. Before ascending, they were so bored that they stuck the swords into the stone." Mu Fengyan was stunned. Did this immortal ascend to heaven and no longer need self-defense weapons? Is it not allowed to take swords in the fairy world? Yes, that's roughly it. Yenner, can you try to pull it out now? Mu Fengyan glanced at Yi Lijue, smiled slyly, and asked, "Yi Lijue, if I can't pull it out today, can I take this stone away?" Mu Fengyan suddenly had a better idea in her mind. If she couldn't pull it out, she would even put the entire altar into space and slowly figure out how to get the sword out when she had time. I just don't know how the emperor, who came to worship several times a year, would feel when he saw that the altar was gone. Yi Lijue's mouth twitched fiercely after hearing what Mu Fengyan said. Her little princess really said something shocking. This huge stone was connected to the altar. How could she take the stone away? As long as you can take the stone away, there will be no problem. Mu Fengyan smiled, waiting for you to say this. Anyway, she had already told Yi Lijue in advance. If it was really gone, you couldn't blame her for not saying hello. As for how their royal family would worship in the future, it had nothing to do with her. Mu Fengyan took another step closer, rubbed her hands, and muttered to the red phoenix sword, "Listen to me, you have to come out when I pull you out. If you don't come out, I will use the enhanced corrosion powder to turn you into a pile of powder, and then use the enhanced sulfuric acid to corrode all the powder, leaving you with nothing left." Before Mu Fengyan's little hand touched the hilt of the sword, the red phoenix sword made a deafening buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, a red light flashed in the sky, the sword body flew out of the boulder, and a red light flew out from the hilt. On the altar, a fiery red phoenix phantom spread its wings and flew around. The last cry broke the silence around, and finally turned into a red light hidden in the hilt. The hilt fell steadily into Mu Fengyan's little hand. Qing Feng, who had just arrived, had not yet stood firmly on the edge of the altar. He happened to see this scene and fell down in shock. Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan with a deeper look. The little princess tonight really brought him too many surprises. The phoenix Xiangnu appeared, the phoenix sword rang, the phoenix shadow drew the sword. The world was in chaos, but it would eventually be unified. This was the advice of Mr. Qin, the Xixianjian, to the emperor. The princesses and princesses of the palace were summoned every 3 years to come and pull out the red phoenix sword, but they all failed. After all, the royal family would not allow such a good sword to be lost among the people. Only the royal family would be qualified to try. Mu Fengyan didn't care about their expressions. She was happy at the moment. Finally, she didn't have to put the altar into the space. After all, it took up a lot of space, didn't it? This red phoenix sword was really timid. She just threatened it a little, and it scared itself out. Yes, this red phoenix sword was very much to her liking, but whether this way of appearance was so pretentious. She can start practicing the misty sword technique. With a good sword, she will be able to practice the misty sword technique soon. Mu Fengyan looked at the small and spiritual red phoenix sword in her hand, and she was more and more satisfied. Qing Feng, who had just climbed up, walked quickly to the side of the prince. "Prince, I have sensed masters from all directions." "Yes, I have just noticed it," he said to Mu Fengyan, whose eyes were full of excitement. "Yenner, put away the red phoenix sword. Remember, don't expose it before you have the ability to protect yourself, otherwise it will bring disaster to your life."
Mu Fengyan.
A broken sword? Is it so serious? Is it too late to put it back now? The red phoenix sword in her hand seemed to sense the owner's thoughts, and the hilt was pressed tighter. Mu Fengyan looked at the sword in her hand and was speechless. "I can't throw it away?" Yi Lijua looked at the speechless expression of the little princess, curled his lips, and said, "Let's leave here first, and tell you when we get back." They are almost at the altar. Mu Fengyan could only take the red phoenix sword and nodded, "Then let's go quickly." Yi Lijua put his arm around Mu Fengyan's waist, tapped his toes lightly, and sped away. Qing Feng quickly followed. The 3 of them had just left, and then masters from different places had landed on the altar. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they walked towards the boulder with the red phoenix sword inserted. Sure enough, there was nothing there. The tiny hole in the boulder told them that the red phoenix sword had been taken away. It can be seen that the person who came was very powerful, and there was no trace of pulling it out. No matter how hard they thought, they would not have thought that the red phoenix sword broke out of the stone by itself. In the imperial study of the palace, the emperor was sitting on the dragon throne waiting for the results of the secret guard's investigation. He heard the phoenix cry that just resounded through the sky clearly. Thinking of the rumor, the emperor felt a little irritated. He originally thought it was just a rumor, but he didn't expect it to really happen. Now he can only wait for the secret guards who went to investigate to confirm the matter. At this time, a figure quickly entered the imperial study, came to the emperor, and reported, "Your Majesty, I was a step late. When I arrived, there was no one there. Is the red phoenix sword still there? Your Majesty, it has been pulled out. According to my observation, the person who pulled out the red phoenix sword has profound skills. There is no trace of pulling it out at all, as if the red phoenix sword broke out of the stone by itself." There is such a powerful person? Or a woman? Yes, Your Majesty. Lord Qin said that the Red Phoenix sword only recognizes women as its master. In addition to my subordinates, there are also several other masters who went to investigate, but the time is short and I don't know what forces they represent. The Emperor's expression was gloomy and unclear. I don't know what he was thinking. Finally, he ordered the secret guards, "You must keep a close eye on the regent's palace and see if there is anything unusual there." "I obey your command." The secret guards flashed away. The Emperor sat on the dragon throne for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Yi Lijue held Mu Fengyan in his arms and performed Qinggong, and soon arrived at the regent's palace. The two entered the study. Mu Fengyan looked at the Red Phoenix sword with a hilt tightly pressed against her palm, rolled her eyes in her heart, and said speechlessly, "Don't worry, I won't give up on you, and you will follow me from now on." The Red Phoenix sword seemed to understand what its owner said, and the hilt was not so tight. "Yenner, come and sit." Yi Lijue naturally picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Mu Fengyan. After all this tossing, Mu Fengyan was indeed a little thirsty. Seeing the teacup pushed in front of her by Yi Lijue, she thanked him and drank it. As soon as Mu Fengyan put the Red Phoenix sword on the table, the Red Phoenix sword emitted a faint red light, and the Red Phoenix sword hanging on the guardrail also emitted the same faint red light. Mu Fengyan stood up and quickly took the Red Phoenix sword, put it next to the Red Phoenix sword, looked at Yi Lijue and asked, "Yi Lijue, are they reunited now?" "Look, they are together again." "Yeah, they have sword spirits that are emitting a reddish light. Maybe they haven't seen each other for so long, and they are very happy to see each other." Yi Lijue's mouth twitched fiercely again. The little princess always said, so shockingly. Where did the sword spirits of the two swords get their sword spirits to communicate? Yi Lijue stood up and walked to the secret compartment next to the desk and took out a book and handed it to Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan took the book with some doubts. After holding it in her hand, she saw that the pages of the book were a little yellow. There were 3 words on the cover from top to bottom: Red Phoenix Sword. On the right side of the 3 big words, there were 4 small words from top to bottom: Human Sword Integration. Mu Fengyan opened the contents and took a general look. It was all detailed exercises of the Red Phoenix Sword. The more Mu Fengyan read, the more excited she became, and her eyes became brighter. Is this Red Phoenix Sword so awesome? The highest realm of the Scarlet Phoenix Sword is the unity of man and sword, and the sword is released as the heart desires. When she succeeds in practicing, won't she be very powerful? Yi Lijue looked at the excited little princess, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He thought that this book of the Scarlet Phoenix sword skills would always be hidden in the secret compartment, but he didn't expect that there would be a day when it would meet its owner. He seemed to think of something and reminded, "Yenner, you must not let others know that you have the Scarlet Phoenix sword in your hand, otherwise it will be troublesome if others target you. Your current skills are still shallow, and you are not a match for those people." Mu Fengyan was speechless. Didn't he just say that she was a rookie now, and if she was not careful, her life would be in danger? "Don't worry, I won't take out the Scarlet Phoenix sword until I have the ability to protect myself." "Humph, she has a space, just put it in the space and practice in the space. Who can they know?" "Well, I'll ask Qing Feng to get you another sword later so that you can cover up your identity. After all, you need an excuse to explain that you know swordsmanship." Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue and raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that this guy was so careful and even considered this. She just wanted Mu Shan to go out and buy an ordinary sword to cover up her identity. Yi Lijue helped her think of it, so she could save her trouble. Besides, she still had to prepare the antidote for him, right? This way, they would be offset. "Thank you. Yenner, you, and I don't need to be so polite."
Mu Fengyan.
"Are we that familiar? You haven't told me yet. Why everyone knows that your Qifeng sword is fine. Why can't they know about the Qihuang sword?" Yi Lijue, who was originally smiling, seemed to think of something, and his eyes gradually became cold. When Mu Fengyan saw Yi Lijue's expression, she knew that something must have happened, and it might be quite serious. Yi Lijue opened his thin lips slightly, his voice was a little cold, and he slowly said, when the late emperor was alive, he asked Lord Chen from the Imperial Astronomical Observatory to predict the fate of the Purple Saint Kingdom. Who knew that old man Chen said that when the Phoenix Minister's daughter appeared, the Phoenix sword would ring, and the Phoenix shadow would draw its sword and cry at dawn. The world would be in chaos, but it would eventually be unified. At that time, there were several important officials and several princes in the study room. They all heard it. Later, somehow, it was spread that whoever pulled out the red phoenix sword would be able to unify the world. Mu Fengyan took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, Imperial Astronomical Observatory? Divination? Isn't this just a big charlatan? Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan and said seriously, so Yenner, you must be careful. This rumor is not only known in Xishan country but also in the emperors of the other 3 countries. They may do things like stealing treasures and killing people for some purpose. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue and said seriously, Yi Lijue, I don't care about the rumors. I only say some things to you, and only once. I am not a phoenix girl, and I will not make the world in chaos. I don't think I have the ability to make the world in chaos, and I will not work hard to unify the world. I am not an empress, so why should I unify the world? How free I am to care about the world's affairs. In fact, my requirements are very simple. I live happily with my mother every day, live my own little life, and other people and other things have nothing to do with me. Yi Lijue was shocked by Mu Fengyan's remarks for a while before he came back to his senses, and then laughed. His Yenner was indeed so different, with sharp words, unheard of, clear goals, and happy. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue, who was laughing and rolled her eyes fiercely. Is it so funny? She didn't seem to say anything. Only Yi Lijue knew how contrary to the moral code, how rebellious, and how different her remarks were, but he liked Mu Fengyan like this. He believed that she was the only woman in the world. Deep in his heart, he also liked this straightforward, daring, and unyielding little princess more and more. It seems that the days to come will no longer be boring. Qingfeng was listening to the prince's laughter outside the door, and the whole person was in a mess. Is this their prince? It turns out that the prince can laugh. Qingfeng was so excited that tears flowed down his face. He had to thank Miss Mu so much. Although he didn't know what Miss Mu said, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't know that the prince could laugh and be happy. Qingfeng cried with snot and tears, and Qingyun came over and looked at him with disgust. Qingfeng had a bad feeling, so he looked down. When he saw what it was, his stomach churned. It turned out to be a handkerchief that had been used to wipe pigeon droppings. 2 carrier pigeons had flown to the palace during the day. Qingfeng saw that they were too tired, so he took some food to feed them. One of them couldn't help it. It pooped on the spot, so Qingfeng wiped it with a handkerchief. Because he had other things on hand, he put the handkerchief aside. The one he just took was the one he had put aside. In the study, Yi Lijue, I should go back to bed. Okay, I'll take you there. He said to Qingfeng at the door, Qingfeng, go get a thin and fine sword. Yes, Your Highness. Qingfeng quickly went to the side to clean his hands, washed his face hastily, suppressed the churning in his stomach, and went to get the sword for the prince. Mu Fengyan said to the red phoenix sword on the table, Red phoenix sword, we should go now. I'll show you the red phoenix sword when we have time. Mu Fengyan was about to reach out to take the sword, but the red phoenix sword was directly pressed against her palm.
Mu Fengyan.
How afraid she was to leave it behind. In the end, Mu Fengyan left the regent's mansion with the red phoenix sword and a fine sword given to her by Yi Lijue. The next morning, the maids in the Jifuyuan of Prime Minister Mu's mansion were all up. The maids on duty had gone to rest. Li Ma, who was beside the old lady, was carrying water to the old lady's room to ask her to get up and wash. When she walked into the old lady's room with a smile on her face, she was dumbfounded when she saw the empty room. The wooden basin fell to the ground with a clang, and water splashed all over the floor. The sound of the wooden basin falling to the ground did not wake up the old lady, who was lying on the bed, covered with a thin quilt. It took Li Ma a long time to come back to her senses and began to search for the shadow of the old lady. In fact, there was no need to search. Now, the whole room was just a bedboard and a person on it. There was nothing else. It was just that Li Ma was a little uncomfortable looking at such an empty room. If it weren't for Mu Fengyan's dislike that the bed took up too much space, Li Ma would have definitely seen the old lady lying on the floor. Li Ma staggered to the side of the board and pushed the old lady with trembling hands. The old lady didn't respond. Li Ma's hands trembled even more. She put her trembling hands under the old lady's nose and felt her breathing. Only then did she feel relieved that she was still alive. Li Ma called the old lady to get up, but she couldn't wake her up. She looked at the hard bedboard and quickly ran to the door to call the maids to bring in their bedding first. Although the maids didn't understand, they went back to their rooms to get the bedding. When they came to the old lady's room, they were all petrified. Where are the things in the old lady's room? And the old lady? What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and bring the quilt over. The old lady is almost frozen. Li Mama shouted at the stunned maids. The maids came back to their senses and slowly turned their heads. When they saw the old lady on the bed, they were all stunned again. It was not that they were slow to react, but that they had been serving the old lady for so many years. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The visual impact on the maids was too great. Li Mama was angry again and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and cover the old lady with a quilt." She pointed to one of the maids and said, "Go and invite the Prime Minister to come. Tell him that the old lady is in a coma and has not woken up." The maid hurried to the study to report to the Prime Minister. The second lady of Jingya Courtyard also woke up at this time. Before she opened her eyes, she sat up in a daze and shouted to the door, "Xiao Chui." The personal maid Xiao Chui quickly took the prepared face towel and wooden basin, pushed the door open, and helped the second lady get up and wash. As soon as she pushed the door open, there was no obstruction, and even the screen at the entrance was taken away by Mu Fengyan, so when Xiao Chui entered the room, she first saw the second madam sitting up in a daze, and then, Xiao Chui quickly put the basin down, turned around, and walked out to spit out the sour water. "It's so disgusting, isn't it? What's that on the second lady's face?" "It's yellowish." The more Xiao Chui thought about it, the more nauseous she felt. The more she wanted to retch. She squatted at the door and repeated this over and over again. Could she be pregnant? The second wife turned around and tried to get out of bed. When she saw the empty room, her eyes widened. Was she blind? Why couldn't she see anything? Where were the things in the room? She felt something sticky on her face. She reached out to wipe it off, but she felt something in her palm. She picked it up and saw that it was a small round mirror that was extremely clear. When he saw the face in the mirror clearly, he couldn't bear the shock and fainted. Mu Fengyan spent a long time searching in the space to find this small round mirror. A bronze mirror cannot reflect a person clearly, so she had to let the second madam admire her pretty face that she once took pride in. Otherwise, how would she know how disgusting she was now? At this time, Mu Shushue also ran over in a hurry. She was so scared that she didn't even wear shoes. She ran towards her mother while crying and shouting. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered with pus. No matter how you looked at her, she looked like a crazy woman. She was nowhere near her usual dignified, elegant, and beautiful self. Seeing that her mother had her eyes closed, she kept shaking the second lady's body while crying, hoping that she would wake up soon. When she saw the small mirror in her mother's hand, she picked it up curiously. When she saw the monster in the mirror, she was so scared that she threw the mirror aside and started crying and shaking her mother. The maid who went to the old lady's yard to call the Prime Minister had already run to the door of the study. When she heard the angry voice in the study, she was so scared that she stood still. It turned out that Prime Minister Mu had woken up a long time ago. He felt sore all over and had a dizzy head. He looked at the bare bedboard, and there was not even a quilt on him. When he turned around and saw that the study was empty, he thought he was dazzled. He rubbed his eyes again and again until he was sure that he was not dazzled. An unprecedented terror struck his heart. How come so many valuable things in his study disappeared? There were a lot of confidential documents in it. How come they are gone? He shouted loudly, Uncle Wang. When Uncle Wang heard the Prime Minister's shouting, he felt that there was fear and panic in his voice. Uncle Wang, the old captive, quickly entered the study room. When he saw the empty study room, he was stunned for a long time. Prime Minister Mu's violent rebuke came, "Go and call the 3 secret guards guarding the study room. I spend money to support them so that they can watch my study room being robbed clean." The secret guards who were just about to take a rest were called to the study room. The 2 were stunned when they saw the scene in the study room. The thief didn't take anything from him last night. Prime Minister Mu looked at the 2 people angrily and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Everyone was embarrassed. Although Prime Minister Mu was also a little embarrassed, his anger soon prevailed. He asked loudly again, "Tell me, what happened last night?" After another burst of puff puff puff, the 2 secret guards below were originally very frightened, but now they were uncomfortable holding back their laughter. The old captive Wang Shu wanted to say, "Prime Minister, why don't you go to the toilet first and stop pulling it on the bed?" Prime Minister Mu was about to speak when he drooled again. Prime Minister Mu quickly took the handkerchief from the old captive Wang Shu and wiped the corners of his mouth. Seeing the shaking shoulders of the 2 secret guards in front of him, he was even more furious. He didn't care why he kept farting at the moment and asked loudly and angrily, "I'm asking you a question. Tell me, what happened last night?" The 2 secret guards didn't dare to make trouble again. With the sound of Prime Minister Mu's constant farting, he told the cause and effect of the matter. Finally, he said, "It's just a little thief, short in stature, and looks like he hasn't even reached adulthood. I was about to catch up with him, but he was rescued halfway. The man's martial arts are very high, and I'm no match for him. Please forgive me, Prime Minister." The 2 secret guards knelt down together. Prime Minister Mu was really furious. He shouted angrily, "Forgive me? Look at this empty room. Can it be forgiven with just 1 sentence? Besides, how could a petty thief rob the study? Look carefully with your dog eyes. The broom that the maid put at the door yesterday is gone. Look at my study again. Is it still a study? There is nothing but a wooden bed? You say it was a petty thief? How could a petty thief take so many things? Did you team up to knock me out and secretly take away all the things?" After saying that, Prime Minister Mu farted loudly, as if he was really happy after saying such a long sentence. The 2 secret guards were stunned for a moment, and when they realized what was going on, they dared not laugh anymore, and then kowtowed and said, "Prime Minister, I would not dare to deceive you even if I had 100 guts. It was really done by the little thief alone." Another guard was also injured by the little thief, and fell from the roof and broke his leg. He is still recuperating in bed. Please understand, Prime Minister, I will never lie. Prime Minister Mu was about to speak, and his saliva flowed out again. The old servant Wang Shu quickly handed him the handkerchief. This time, Prime Minister Mu directly pressed the handkerchief to his mouth. Looking at the 2 people kneeling on the ground, they didn't look like they were lying. He couldn't kill them now. After all, they were very skilled in martial arts, and he had to rely on them to get the things in the study back. "I give you 3 days to find everything in the study, otherwise I will kill you." The 2 men kowtowed repeatedly, and one of them said immediately, "Yes, Prime Minister, we will go and find it immediately, and we will do our best to find the things in the Prime Minister's study." The other secret guard glanced at the person who spoke without leaving a trace. "Okay, go down quickly and find it immediately." After the 2 secret guards quickly ran out of the study, they made a unified action and took a deep breath to recover. They were really suffocated just now. What did the Prime Minister eat last night? The empty study is full of the smell of his farts. The 2 men slowed down, and when they recovered, they saw a little maid standing blankly at the door. A secret guard stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing standing here?" The maid came back to her senses and said in a trembling voice, "The old lady is in a coma. Shouldn't we call the court doctor first if she is in a coma? The Prime Minister is angry now. You'd better wait a while before coming back." Another secret guard reminded. But everything in the old lady's room is gone. There is only a wooden bed left. I have to tell the Prime Minister. The two secret guards felt that this scene was inexplicably familiar. Oh, by the way, there is only a wooden bed left in the Prime Minister's study. The two secret guards looked at each other. One of them said to the little maid, "If you want a report, go quickly." The little maid finally plucked up the courage and knocked on the door of the Prime Minister's study. The two secret guards looked at the little maid at the door, turned around and quickly left the study, chatting as they walked. "Brother, can we really find the things in the Prime Minister's study in 3 days?" "Second brother, pack up your things and carry the third brother on your back. Let's go quickly."
Ah?
The second brother was a little bit unable to react to what the eldest brother said. "What? This matter is too weird. It's beyond the ability of you and me to solve it. We saw a figure last night, and he didn't take anything with him. Why are so many things in the study gone? And the things in the old lady's room are gone too. I don't think this is man-made. The things in the Prime Minister's study are probably never going to be found. Even if you chop off the heads of the three of us, we can't find them back." The second brother was horrified. "Big brother, are you saying that what we met last night was a ghost?" The eldest brother patted the second brother's head. "Nonsense. Whether it was a human or a ghost is none of our business. We only know that we can't find it back. Since we can't find it back, let's run away first." "But, big brother, didn't you just promise the Prime Minister that you would swear to find it back at all costs?" "You're stupid. If you didn't say that, the Prime Minister would have taken our lives on the spot. How many heads do you have to chop off?" The second brother immediately realized big brother is smart. "What you said is right. Let's pack up and take the third child away." The three secret guards left the Prime Minister's mansion at lightning speed. No one knew where they went. In the study, the old servant Wang Shu's face was a little black due to the smoke, and his lungs hurt from holding his breath. The old servant Wang Shu didn't understand. The Prime Minister farted to such an extent. Why didn't he go to the toilet? When the old servant Wang Shu heard the knock on the door, he ran to the door as if he saw a savior. He wanted to breathe. When the little girl saw that it was Uncle Wang, she was a little flattered. It was Uncle Wang who opened the door for her personally. But when the door was opened, why was it so smelly? The little maid stepped back reflexively. Uncle Wang looked at the little maid's actions, a little dissatisfied, and asked, "What's the matter?" The little girl took another step back. She felt that Uncle Wang's breath was also smelly when he spoke. Uncle Wang asked with some dissatisfaction what happened. The little maid was so scared that she told the old lady's room again. After listening to it, the old servant Uncle Wang felt more and more unusual and said, "You go back first and serve the old lady well."
Yes.
The maid answered and left quickly. The little maid thought that the Prime Minister must have taken it to the study, otherwise why would it be so smelly? Uncle Wang didn't care how smelly the study was. He quickly entered the study and reported to the Prime Minister what happened in the old lady's yard. The Prime Minister suddenly thought of something, got up quickly, and walked towards the vase in the corner. Seeing the open study door, he said, "Uncle Wang, close the door." Prime Minister Mu quickly came to the corner of the study. When he saw the vase, he felt relieved. It seemed that the thief gave up when he saw that the vase could not be moved. Are all his treasures and money still there? As long as the gold and silver are still there, everything is not a problem. Prime Minister Mu turned the vase, and the secret door slowly opened. The old servant Wang Shu also knew this place, but he had never been in there, so he didn't know how many things were inside. He only knew that the Prime Minister had asked people to move things in several times. Prime Minister Mu asked the old servant to watch at the door, and he went down to take a look. After Prime Minister Mu went in, the secret door slowly closed again. While Prime Minister Mu was going down, he quickly ran to the door to take a breath and then came back quickly. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see the Prime Minister come out, and he had a bad premonition. Turning the vase, the secret door opened, and he went down the stairs directly. Just after Prime Minister Mu came in, he lit the candlestick hanging on the door, instantly illuminating the dark room. When he saw a black rag on the ground, the unprecedented panic came over him again. He knew how strong the poison on the wall was. In order to apply these poisons, the smell alone almost poisoned 3 servants. At first glance, This black rag was used to press the mechanism. He could not care less and ran down the stairs quickly. When he saw the intact lock on the small door, he felt a little relieved. He took out a key from the corner and opened the big lock. He had asked a skilled craftsman to make this lock. He was a famous locksmith in the whole Purple Sane country. The locksmith had confidently told him that without the key, he could not open this lock. At that time, Prime Minister Mu was very satisfied. He wanted a big lock that even a thief could not open. With trembling hands, he opened the big lock. Then he took off the lock and gently pushed open the small door. Was it his illusion? Or was it a little dark inside, and he couldn't see clearly? Why did he feel that there was nothing inside? In the past, the gold and silver would shine when the door was opened. Prime Minister Mu lit the candlestick on the wall of the small room with trembling hands. When he really saw that the dark room was empty, his heart finally couldn't bear it and fainted on the ground. The old servant Wang Shu walked down the stairs and came to the dark room. What he saw was the Prime Minister falling unconscious. He walked forward and quickly pinched the Prime Minister's philtrum. After a while, the Prime Minister woke up faintly, looked at the empty dark room, and felt heartbroken. Those things belonged to him, but to him. Hey! Suddenly there was a hot stream under his ace. The old servant Wang Shu almost fainted. Wang Shu really didn't understand why the Prime Minister didn't go to the toilet early in the morning. Look, he finally urinated in his pants. Prime Minister Mu also realized something and hurriedly said, "Quick, help me up. I want to take a bath and change clothes." Wang Shu held his breath and finally helped Prime Minister Mu up. The two quickly left the underground dark room, and Wang Shu went to order the servant to fetch water for the Prime Minister to take a bath. At this time, the maids in the second lady's courtyard, and the maids in the courtyards of the concubines came to report that all the valuables in their courtyards were lost. The second lady's courtyard was the worst, and there was nothing in the house. Prime Minister Mu, who had just finished bathing, heard these news. The more Prime Minister Mu thought about this matter, the weirder it seemed. He felt that he should report it to the emperor. This situation was beyond human power. Was it a ghost? Was it a demon? No one knew. What if this happened in the palace? He had to go to the palace and report it to the emperor immediately. Maybe Mr. Chen from the Imperial Observatory could help him solve the mystery. In fact, he had selfish motives. If the emperor checked, he might be able to help him find the things he lost. After all, the emperor's power is much greater than his small prime minister's office. Prime Minister Mu instructed the maids to take good care of their master, especially to ask the palace doctor to check on the old lady as soon as possible. Prime Minister Mu hurriedly took a carriage to the palace. Because of a series of events this morning, he had missed the morning court. In the Purple Palace, the morning court session was drawing to a close and most of the matters had been dealt with. At this time, the emperor looked at the ministers and asked, "Why didn't Lord Mu come to court today?" The ministers below looked at each other and no one knew anything. At this time, the imperial censor, Zhao, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Prime Minister has caught a cold and has not had time to report it yet." Several others nodded in agreement. The emperor looked at the people who were talking. They were all officials who were on good terms with Prime Minister Mu. "If you catch a cold again, you should send a servant to the palace gate to tell us." The Prime Minister doesn't take the emperor seriously. The emperor looked and saw that the person who was speaking was Imperial Master Lu. The emperor also heard about the misunderstanding of Imperial Master Lu when the regent sent a gift to Miss Mu a few days ago. The emperor, sitting high above on the dragon throne, was very happy to see their argument. Which emperor likes one minister to be in power? Only when they check and supervise each other, the emperor will feel at ease. The emperor was about to say something when a report came from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Mu requests to see you." Lu Dishi jumped out again. "Your Majesty, you see, the Prime Minister obviously doesn't take you seriously. He is late when the court is about to be dismissed. If he is really sick, he would not come. The Prime Minister did it on purpose." "Yes, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is too much. I ask Your Majesty to punish the Prime Minister." The imperial censor, Zhao, said, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister may have something important to do, and was delayed. Your Majesty can listen to what the Prime Minister has to say before making a decision. I second the motion. I second the motion. Some people on both sides agreed, and some disagreed. The Emperor looked at them and saw that they were almost done with the quarrel, and said, "Okay, my dear ministers, please be patient. I will call in Lord Mu first to see if Lord Mu has anything important to report." When the ministers heard what the Emperor said, they all shut up. Enoch Wang shouted, "Call Lord Mu to see you." Everyone looked towards the door of the hall. Prime Minister Mu was holding a handkerchief and covering his mouth. All the ministers showed puzzled expressions. This Prime Minister usually pays great attention to etiquette and regards face as more important than anything else. What happened today? The Emperor was also a little puzzled. Before Prime Minister Mu knelt down, he asked directly. A series of puff-puff-puff sounds were loud and loud. Prime Minister Mu was almost scared to death. He thought that he would be fine after going to the toilet and taking a shower. Why did he keep farting? How embarrassing it is in front of all the ministers in the court. The ministers reacted for a long time, and even the Emperor was a little confused. The Emperor looked at the ministers and saw that they also looked confused, and then he was sure that he had not heard wrong. This kind of thing has never happened in the court. Could it be that Prime Minister Mu pooped in his pants? Prime Minister Mu was about to speak, but his saliva flowed out again, so he could only quickly hold the corner of his mouth. Prime Minister Mu was anxious and panicked. Imperial Master Lu finally reacted. He glanced at Prime Minister Mu lying on the ground, turned around and bowed to the Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has behaved impolitely in front of Your Majesty. He has no image at all and is disgraced. Please punish Prime Minister Mu. Please punish Prime Minister Mu." Several ministers seconded the motion. The imperial censor Zhao stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, maybe the Prime Minister had a stomachache last night and felt uncomfortable this morning. People have 3 urgent needs, and their body instincts cannot be controlled. I think the Prime Minister did not do it on purpose. He must have something to hide. Yes, Your Majesty, I also think the Prime Minister has something to hide." As soon as they finished speaking, the Prime Minister made another series of puff-puff-puff, and the ministers hurriedly stepped back. The smell was a bit strong. It made the imperial censor Zhao, who was pleading for him, a little embarrassed. The Prime Minister did not look like he had a stomachache, but he wanted to pull it to the court. If he really dared to do this, he would be the first person in the Purple Saint Kingdom since ancient times. The imperial censor was deeply impressed. The Emperor's face was already a little bad. Was Prime Minister Mu here to fumigate him early in the morning? Looking at Prime Minister Mu, he said dissatisfiedly, "My dear Mu, tell me what's going on?" The handkerchief never left his mouth from beginning to end. He quickly told the Emperor everything that happened in Prime Minister Mu's mansion, and finally said, "Your Majesty, I think this is not human work. If that thing came to the palace, wouldn't it sweep away all the things in the palace? I ask Your Majesty to investigate this matter strictly, also for the safety of the palace." The Emperor thought that Prime Minister Mu's words were a bit exaggerated, and such a thing had never been seen before. Even if it was a thief, he would only steal valuable things and would not empty the room. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Enoch Wang, I'm here. Go to the Prime Minister's mansion to check what's missing." Enoch Wang immediately understood that the Emperor just wanted to find out the truth of what Prime Minister Mu said. "I obey your order." Enoch Wang took the order and left quickly. The Emperor felt that the smell in the hall was getting stronger and stronger, and many ministers had covered their mouths and noses. "Lord Mu, I allow you to go to the toilet first." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Prime Minister Mu breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he started to puff quickly and anxiously. The Emperor looked a little angry and scolded loudly, "Lord Prime Minister, go quickly. Go to the toilet." "Yes, yes, Your Majesty, I'll go right away." Prime Minister Mu was so scared that he ran out of the hall. The Emperor and the ministers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the door of the hall was open. Emperor Lu looked at the Emperor's slightly angry face and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, I still request to punish Prime Minister Mu for his misconduct in front of the hall." The Emperor thought about it. He was a little unhappy that Prime Minister Mu made him stink so early in the morning. Without waiting for the Lord Censor to say anything, he said directly, aloud, I also think that Lord Mu is a little presumptuous, so I will punish him with a cane. Go and get the 10 canes after the court is over. Your Majesty is wise. Master Lu finally felt better. Inuchuang came back soon and whispered a few words in the emperor's ear. The emperor frowned. Is there such a thing? It seems weird no matter how you look at it. The emperor looked at the ministers in the palace, and when he saw Mr. Chun from the Imperial Observatory, he said, Mr. Chun. Lord Chun, who was still dozing there, was poked by his colleague next to him. Lord Chun, the emperor is calling you. Lord Chun looked at the emperor on the dragon throne and walked out tremblingly. Your Majesty, I am here. Lord Chun, everything in Prime Minister Mu's mansion disappeared overnight. Even the tables, chairs, and benches no longer exist. It's very strange. Do you know why? The ministers were shocked to hear the emperor's words. Disappeared overnight? It was really strange. Everyone looked at Lord Chun with expectation. Maybe Lord Chun could help them solve the puzzle. Your Majesty, ahem. I don't know. I slept in the mansion last night and have never been to the Prime Minister's mansion. The ministers. The emperor looked at Lord Chun and didn't want to talk anymore. He said angrily, remember to let Prime Minister Mu receive the punishment before leaving the court. Also, let him rest in the mansion for a month before going to court again. The emperor left angrily. This Lord Chun was old, and he couldn't be punished or beaten. He was really angry. He could only transfer his anger to Prime Minister Mu. Besides, the Prime Minister was too smelly now. He should come to court after washing himself. In this way, Prime Minister Mu not only did not let the emperor investigate the matter thoroughly, but was beaten to a pulp and was finally carried back to the Prime Minister's mansion. There was another round of chaos in the Prime Minister's mansion. Mu Fengyan didn't care how chaotic Prime Minister Mu's mansion was. Even if she knew about it, she was very kind not to step on it again. After breakfast, Mu Fengyan came to the courtyard bought by Mu Shan. Today, Mu Fengyan brought 2 maids, Qi Xiao and Shan Cha. The 2 had different personalities. Qi Xiao was lively and Shan Cha was calm. The 2 were just right for coordination. It only takes 1 stick of incense to get from the other courtyard to this courtyard. Mu Fengyan stood at the gate of the courtyard and looked at the place where the plaque was originally placed. Now it was bare. After thinking about it, she came up with a very simple name, Dream Courtyard. Everyone has dreams. Even in this ancient time, although they are slaves and servants, who doesn't have dreams in their hearts, who is willing to be born as a captive, who is willing to be born as a servant, but the environment forces them to wear down their minds, destroy their dreams, and instill the concept of being a captive. The reason why she bought some children who were not very old was because they were less devastated. If they were slightly corrected, there was still hope to get rid of those dross. Mu Fengyan was thinking, and she heard footsteps coming from the original. She looked up and saw that it was Mu Shan. Mu Shan bowed forward and said, Miss, you are here. Well, Mu Shan, our courtyard will be called Dream Courtyard in the future. I will write the name later, and you can find someone to make a plaque and hang it on it. Okay, Mississippi. Mu Shan muttered the name in his heart. Dream Courtyard, what a good name. Miss, I have asked those children to stand in the yard and wait for you. Mu Fengyan walked into the gate and frowned when she saw the empty yard full of boys and girls aged 10-14. These children all bowed their heads, bent over, and exuded inferiority and cowardice all over their bodies, ready to kneel and kowtow at any time. Mu Fengyan quickly stood in front of these people. These children quickly lowered their heads, and no one dared to look up at Mu Fengyan. They were as respectful as they could be, as humble as they could be, as if they were waiting for the master's orders. Mu Fengyan frowned even more tightly. Can they be reformed like this? She looked around and found a high position. She wanted to instill some different ideas in them. She stepped back and stood on the steps leading to the gate of the second courtyard.
Well,
as expected, standing high, you can see far. A certain woman forgot that although she was much taller than the children below after a period of recuperation and the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, her body was still a 14-year-old child. Mu Fengyan glanced at the 30 people, There were 20 boys and 10 girls. The boys gathered together. The girls gathered together, and the two teams were far away, as if they were afraid of touching each other. Mu Fengyan shouted, "Everyone raise your heads." A few people raised their heads, but they still didn't dare to look forward. Their eyes were drooping, and they didn't dare to look straight. The rest of them lowered their heads even more. Mu Fengyan was suffocated and shouted loudly, "If you don't even dare to raise your heads, there is no need for me to keep you here. I will give you one last chance. If you don't raise your heads, leave this yard now and go back to where you came from." After the words fell, all of them raised their heads. They didn't want to go back to the human traffickers, and some didn't want to go back to beg. After they came here yesterday, they had food and drink and slept well. There was no beating or scolding, no ridicule. Who wanted to leave? Mu Fengyan looked at everyone and raised their heads with satisfaction. It seemed that there was still hope. "Everyone, take 2 steps forward." Everyone was so far away, and it was very difficult for her to speak. Wasn't it? Mu Shan directed them to move forward. "Now listen to my instructions and be quick." The 10 little girls at the back come to the front. The 10 little girls quickly ran to the front. Most of these 10 little girls were found from beggars' dens. They knew how to read faces, were smart, and had observed Mu Shan's temperaments. Those bad ones were not wanted. Mu Shan thought these children were okay, so he asked them if they would come. They agreed immediately. They had no parents, no family, and had a home. Who wouldn't want to come? 5 people in a row. The 5 little girls squeezed together and stood up. The 5 little girls at the back also learned from the front and squeezed together and stood up. Mu Fengyan pointed to the 5 people in the front and said, "Open your hands, like me."
Mu Fengyan demonstrated.
It's okay if your hands can touch the fingertips of each other. The 5 little girls in the first row did as they were told and quickly distanced themselves. Those in the second row should do the same. The 20 of you should do the same, and quickly. Soon the team of 30 people was lined up. Mu Fengyan glanced around, and soon someone lowered his head again. This is a habit that has been developed for a long time, and he may not know it himself. "Everyone, stand up straight. From today on, you are neither slaves nor servants, but subordinates of me, Mu Fengyan." 30 people looked up at the eldest lady on the high platform. There was doubt, confusion in their eyes, and some were confused because they didn't understand. Mu Fengyan looked at a few confused people. They were a little young, about 10 or 11 years old, and they didn't understand what she said. But Mu Fengyan found that they had less inferiority and cowardice in their eyes than others. It seems that being young also has its advantages. Mu Fengyan said to them, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just follow Mu Shan. Whatever Mu Shan asks you to do, you do it. If you don't do it well, you'll be driven out." Now they understood and nodded quickly. They didn't want to be driven out. In the future, they just need to follow Mu Shan and learn well. Later, the most outstanding and excellent ones were the youngest ones, because they only remembered the words of the eldest lady in their hearts. If you don't do it well, you'll be driven out. Mu Fengyan looked at the others again and said loudly, "From today on, I am your master. You are no longer slaves and maids, but my subordinates. You will only obey my orders in the future. Remember this. Only obey my orders. Even the King of Heaven cannot do this. Being my subordinate is also conditional. If you fail to meet my requirements, you will be kicked out. In this courtyard, there is no hierarchy, only superiors and subordinates, and you are even equal. I named this courtyard Dream Courtyard. Do you know what a dream is?" The people below looked puzzled. A dream is the thing you want most in your heart to come true. Some of you used to be hungry and cold, living a begging life, being looked down upon, mocked and scolded by others, and some of you were beaten and scolded by the master, and you were not full. Even if they were unhappy, they sold you out. Yes or no? The children below all had red eyes, and some of them didn't know what sad things they thought of, and they were already in tears. Mu Fengyan asked again loudly, "Yes or no?"
Yes.
The voices of each answer were loud. Mu Fengyan shouted again, "Then I'm telling you now, there's none of that here. I can make sure you're well fed and clothed. There's no scorn or ridicule, no beatings or scolding. There's only respect. There's only equality. There's only happiness and relaxation. I won't let you live in fear anymore. I'll let you realize your own value. Everyone has their own strengths. Everyone has their own personality. Here you can be your true self. Are you willing or not? Yes. The voice was louder than before. Mu Fengyan looked at the look in their eyes. Each of them was very excited, and the inferiority complex just now retreated by half. Then he continued to speak loudly. This time they unconsciously straightened their waists, raised their heads slightly, looked forward, looked at Mu Fengyan. There was less timidity in their eyes, and the humility on their bodies retreated completely. Mu Fengyan was satisfied. Then he said, "It will be very hard to be my subordinate. If you don't have strong martial arts and strong abilities, you will have no ability to protect yourself when you leave this courtyard. Your life will be held in the hands of others. Even if you can play the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and are better than the young masters and young ladies of the official family, you will still be easily killed, and all your efforts will be in vain." Mu Fengyan looked at their expressions again, and sure enough, everyone's face showed anxiety. Mu Fengyan said slowly, "Then from now on, Mu Shan will take you to practice martial arts well, learn martial arts, and leave this courtyard. Your life is in your own hands. Anyone who dares to provoke him will be killed directly. Then the premise of all this is to practice martial arts hard, from now on, solidly, not afraid of hardship, not afraid of fatigue. If you want your dream to come true, then from now on, you must not be afraid of hardship. Not afraid of hardship. Not afraid of hardship." The people below shouted together, and hope was lit in everyone's eyes. They must not be afraid of hardship or fatigue. They want that kind of life, and they want to maintain that beauty even more. Mu Shan will lead you. The 30 of you will be divided into 2 groups. There will be evaluations every month. I will give rewards to the first place group. If there are unqualified people, they will be given 2 chances. If they still fail, they will step down and handle the housework in the courtyard. I will check your learning results once a month. While practicing martial arts, you will be given various other studies. The first step is to learn to read. Everyone's eyes were excited. The children's competitive spirit is very strong. No one wants to be stepped down. They are more determined to persist, practice martial arts well, and study hard. Let me tell you one last thing. I don't like betrayal. If there is someone who betrays his master for glory, I will definitely make him die without a burial place. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you back. By the way, I like to study poison. For those who betray, only a small pill is needed, and they will bleed from all 7 orifices, and even their bones will melt. If you don't believe it, you can try it." After saying the last sentence, Mu Fengyan looked at them with sharp eyes, exuding a cold aura. The people below were all frightened, and no one dared to betray. Those who were too young to understand anything else only understood that if they betrayed, they would bleed from all 7 orifices, and their bones would melt. Putting it together, they remembered the 2 words of the master, that if they didn't obey, they would be driven out, and if they betrayed, they would bleed from all 7 orifices, and their bones would melt. These 2 sentences have been engraved in the depths of their souls. The 2 maids beside Mu Fengyan were excited and eager to try. Mu Fengyan glanced at them and asked, "Do you want to learn too?" The 2 maids nodded in unison. "Miss, we also want to be useful to you." How could they not be excited? What the young lady said just now made their blood boil, and they didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Mu Fengyan looked at the 2 of them. It's okay to learn now. Although they are older, they can keep up as long as they work hard. Okay, starting tomorrow, you will also come here. By the way, help Mu Shan deal with some things here. Yes, young lady. The 2 maids thanked the young lady in unison. From now on, you all call me master. There is no such thing as young lady here. Then she said to the people below, "Do you remember?" "Yes, master." The voice was loud. "Okay, you guys go down first. Mu Shan, come here." The others left in an orderly manner, and Mu Shan walked up to Mu Fengyan. "Master." Well, you divide them into 2 teams, 10 girls, 5 in each team, select the captain of each group, and lead them to tidy up the open space in the second courtyard today, and make it a martial arts training ground for everyone. Mu Fengyan took out the training plan she wrote and handed it to Mu Shan. This is the training plan. Take it and implement it according to my plan above. Mu Shan took the plan and took a general look at it. He was really more and more frightened and finally became excited. The master's plan is really perfect. If you do each step according to what is said above, you can succeed as long as you are not too stupid. Okay, let's go back and take a look at it slowly. Tomorrow morning, we will lead them to climb the mountain. First, we need to strengthen our bodies, and then we can talk about other things. Yes, master. You should also follow the plan to exercise this month. Next month, I will give you a set of exercises specifically for you. After you practice well, I guarantee that you will not be so embarrassed by being hunted down like last time.
Thank you, master.
Mu Shan was embarrassed. The last time the master met him, he was being hunted down the most miserably. If it weren't for the master, he would have died long ago.
Mu Fengyan smiled.
She didn't expect that Mu Shan, who had a paralyzed face, would be embarrassed. You're welcome. I'm your master. From now on, you will be protected by the master. Mu Shan was even more embarrassed. Why did these words sound so wrong coming from the master's mouth? Mu Fengyan stopped teasing him. Okay, I'll leave these 2 maids to you. Let them help you deal with the dream courtyard. Okay, master. After Mu Fengyan dealt with the things here, she took the carriage back to the other courtyard. She still had to practice the swordsmanship of the Red Phoenix sword. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, looking at the coarse cloth bedding on the bed, and he felt suffocated again. Now, there was no money in the mansion. How could such a big prime minister's mansion survive? The eldest lady went to the other courtyard again. How to get through the current predicament? The eldest lady would never give money again. The attitude last time was very clear. Prime Minister Mu looked at the concubines crying beside his bed again, and he was even more irritated. The Prime Minister drove all these concubines back. He called the old captive Wang Shu to his side and whispered a few words. After listening to Wang Shu, he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Prime Minister Mu scolded with some dissatisfaction. Why don't you go quickly? Remember not to let anyone know about this. The old captive got up quickly after hearing the scolding and said in a trance, Yes, Prime Minister, I will go now. He was sure that he had heard it correctly. The Prime Minister wanted to sell the concubine. Isn't the Prime Minister afraid that his reputation will spread out and he will lose even a little face? Can the mouth of Madame Wang in Suehong courtyard keep a secret? The old servant Uncle Wang had no choice but to bite the bullet and secretly go to Suehong courtyard to find Madame Wang. At this time, Madame Wang was lecturing the girls, and the gatekeeper came to report that the Prime Minister's personal old servant had something to ask Madame Wang. Madame Wang smiled immediately. Could it be that the Prime Minister invited his colleagues to have a drink again tonight? The Prime Minister is really rich. Even the Prime Minister's mansion was robbed, but he still has money to have a drink. It seems that everyone has misunderstood. The Prime Minister is still very rich. After the morning court today, the ministers went back to the mansion and told the ladies about the strange theft in the Prime Minister's mansion, asking them to keep an eye on everything in the mansion and leave a few more people to guard the warehouse. The wives of the ministers were shocked and told the maids about this strange thing. The maids and servants in every mansion came in and out and spread the news by word of mouth. Soon everyone knew about it. As the most well-informed person, Wang Mama of Kwahongyuan, of course, also knew about it. Wang Mama quickly finished her speech and dismissed the girls to see the old captive Wang Shu. The servant led Wang Mama to the back door. Wang Mama asked puzzledly, "Is this person at the back door?" "Yes," he said. He wanted to see Wang Mama for something. Wang Mama looked puzzled. When did the Prime Minister's old servant come in from the front door, with a proud look? What's the situation today? No matter what, let's meet him first. When Wang Shu saw Wang Mama coming, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Wang Mama, can I have a word with you?" Wang Mama looked at the old captive's face and felt a little embarrassed.
Oh, she understood.
Is the Prime Minister's mansion going to have a concubine again? Mother Wang was happy and said with a smile, Okay, does the Prime Minister want another girl? Don't worry, we have plenty of good girls in Suehong Courtyard. Come on, I'll take you to see some new girls. They are so pretty. After saying that, Mother Wang wanted to pull the old captive Uncle Wang inside. The old captive Uncle Wang quickly said, No, Mother Wang, you misunderstood. I have other things to do. Mother Wang was a little puzzled. When she saw the old captive looking at the gatekeeper, she immediately understood and sent the servant away. There is no one around here. Tell me, what does the Prime Minister want you to find me for? Uncle Wang coughed awkwardly and said, It's like this, Mother Wang. We have too many concubines in our mansion, and the Prime Minister wants to sell some concubines to Suehong Tower, and he hopes that Mother Wang will keep this secret. Mother Wang didn't hear the last sentence clearly, but only heard the first few sentences. What did she hear? The Prime Minister wants to sell concubines? Mother Wang's eyes were as big as copper bells. He asked in disbelief, Say it again. When the old captive Uncle Wang saw Mother Wang's expression, he felt much better. You see, he knew that he was not the only one shocked by this horrifying incident. Uncle Wang spoke more smoothly this time. The Prime Minister said that he wants to sell a few concubines to Kwahongyuan. Please keep it a secret, Mother Wang. Mother Wang was sure that she had heard it correctly. The Prime Minister sold concubines? It was really unheard of and unseen. She believed that the Prime Minister would become the topic of the entire Purple Saint country again. The incident of the concubine turning into a concubine was also the Prime Minister's deeds. Mother Wang had to admire that the Prime Minister was really a god, and his ideas were extraordinary. Mother Wang curled her lips. It seemed that the Prime Minister's mansion was really poor and crazy. Mother Wang, who had been smiling happily just now, immediately changed her face to a mean look. Uncle Wang, you also know that the girls that the Prime Minister took out of here were all innocent. Although they were always pampered in the Prime Minister's mansion, they were concubines after all. The price is not the same as when they were bought in the beginning. Uncle Wang nodded, I know that. Then Mother Wang, how much is one? Mother Wang looked at the old captive Uncle Wang who was determined to sell it, and despised the Prime Minister in her heart, and then said, When the Prime Minister redeemed the girls, they were all innocent girls. We also spent a lot of effort to train them. The price was naturally high, but if we take them back, we will only charge 200 taels of silver for each girl because the Prime Minister often takes care of Kwahongyuan. Uncle Wang was a little angry, Mother Wang, this price is too low. The Prime Minister bought a girl for 5,000 taels of silver, but now it's only 200 taels. Mother Wang thought about it and couldn't offend the Prime Minister too much. After all, she had made a lot of money from him before, and how much more could the Prime Minister's mansion sell for? Then for the Prime Minister's face, we will charge 300 taels each, no more. We have already given the Prime Minister face. Do you know that we only charge 50 taels of silver to buy a girl now, but she is an innocent girl? Uncle Wang looked at Mother Wang angrily. So they bought the girl for 50 taels and sold her to the Prime Minister for 5,000 taels. But there was no way because the Prime Minister at that time didn't take money seriously. Uncle Wang gritted his teeth and said, Okay, 300 taels is 300 taels. Then how many concubines are you going to sell in the Prime Minister's mansion? 20 how many? Mother Wang asked sharply. Mother Wang thought she had heard it wrong again. Uncle Wang said it again, you heard it right, 20. There were a total of 20 concubines in the Prime Minister's mansion. Some of them were redeemed by the Prime Minister himself, and the rest were stuffed into the Prime Minister's mansion by other colleagues. Mother Wang felt that she had lost a lot of money. She thought there were only 2 or 3, but who knew that there were 20? Since it has been said, it cannot be taken back, right? After buying those concubines back, let them entertain guests quickly. How long will it take to earn back the money for buying them? After the two talked, the old servant Uncle Wang took the silver notes and went back. Mother Wang asked the servant to drive the carriage to the Prime Minister's mansion to pick up the concubines. These were all gold nuggets, 300 taels each, so they should be brought back quickly to make money for her. Thinking of the money, Mother Wang felt distressed. Just like that, the news swept the entire holy capital city like a tornado. Before the concubines of the Prime Minister's mansion were taken to Tsuehong Courtyard, the whole news spread everywhere. Not for anything else, just because the news was too shocking, too unexpected, really unheard of, unseen. The Prime Minister is really the best. Soon the Prime Minister became the topic of gossip after dinner. The concubines in other ministers' houses were terrified after hearing the news. They would not be sold by the master. The Queen of Fingi Palace was also listening to Suma telling her about the shocking incident of the Prime Minister selling concubines. Did Prime Minister Mu really sell all the concubines in the mansion? Your Highness, this should be correct. The news has been spread to the palace, which means that people outside have already known it. Is the Prime Minister's mansion really so tight? The Queen pondered. She knew that Prime Minister Mu had accidentally obtained that wealth, and the Emperor also knew it. It was the Emperor who rewarded him, but the Emperor thought that there would be no wealth seized from the house, and most of it had been handed over to the treasury. In fact, it was not the case. A distant relative of her mother's family was at the scene. It was said that Prime Minister Mu found a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, and a large amount of silver bills in another house. At that time, Prime Minister Mu also had selfish motives. He only reported that some gold and silver were found, but not the amount. The search and seizure of the former Prime Minister was under the instruction of the Emperor. The Emperor thought that Prime Minister Mu had made great contributions to overthrowing the former Prime Minister who had a strong influence, and he was relieved for the Emperor. In addition, Prime Minister Mu was indeed talented, so he rewarded him with those things and made him the Prime Minister. If this wealth is also lost, then there is no need for Aoer to marry the second daughter of the shogunate. Recently, I heard that the second daughter was disfigured again. How can such a woman be worthy of his Aoer? Let her find out the truth. If it is true, then find a reason to cancel the marriage. Your Majesty, there is a rumor outside about the mysterious loss of things in the Prime Minister's mansion. Oh, what rumor? It is said that ever since Miss Mu came back to life, strange things have happened one after another in the shogun's mansion. First, the ladies and concubines were disfigured, and then there were strange thefts. According to the maids in the Prime Minister's mansion, the old lady's room was robbed clean. The old lady always slept on the bed, and the old lady in the Prime Minister's mansion has not woken up yet. It is said that the old lady saw the appearance of the thief, who was as scary as a ghost, and was frightened, and has been sleeping until now. Oh, there is such a strange thing? Not only that, Your Majesty, I heard that the Prime Minister's study was also robbed clean. Since the Prime Minister woke up, he has been farting and drooling, and he didn't stop in the court. He was even punished by the Emperor with a cane. After the Queen finished speaking, she giggled, feeling very funny. She asked in disbelief, Madam Su, are you saying that the Prime Minister farted openly in the court? Seeing the Queen laughing, Madam Su also laughed. Yes, madam. I heard from a Nuchwang that the whole court stank and the Emperor was angry. In the end, he ordered him to rest at home for a month before going to court. After hearing this, the Queen covered her mouth with a handkerchief and giggled. Madam Su continued, Madam, I heard that all these things in the Prime Minister's mansion were caused by Miss Mu. It is said that Miss Mu is unlucky and brings a lot of bad luck. She has brought bad luck to the Prime Minister's mansion. After listening to this, the Queen stopped laughing and said, Didn't Lord Qin from the Imperial Observatory say that she was a very evil person? That's why the Emperor granted her marriage to the regent. Yes, Your Majesty, you are wise. Let the Emperor cancel the engagement between the third prince and Miss Mu as soon as possible. The Queen smiled with satisfaction as she thought of something. When Aoer came to visit me 2 days ago, he told me that he agreed to marry Lu Lingwei, the granddaughter of Imperial Teacher Lu, as his principal wife. I have already told the Emperor, and I believe the imperial decree granting the marriage will arrive at the Lu mansion in the next 2 days. Moreover, the Emperor has asked the people from the Imperial Observatory to choose a date. Once the date is set, they can get married. Then, congratulations, Your Majesty. Miss Lu is well educated, gentle, generous, and steady. She will definitely be the third prince's good wife in the future. Besides, Imperial Teacher Lu has many students all over the world, which will be of great help to the third prince in the future. The queen nodded happily. Madam, you are right. I spent a long time selecting this Miss Lu. No matter her appearance or talent, she is worthy of Aoer. Your Majesty has a discerning eye. It is Miss Lu's blessing to be favored by your Majesty. The queen was very pleased by the words of the madam. Inuch Wang of the Lu mansion had just delivered the imperial edict and returned to the palace happily with the silver note given by the Lu mansion. This time when he came out to deliver the imperial edict, he put the imperial edict in his arms and held it tightly, for fear that the last incident would happen again. Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound. Finally, he arrived at the gate of Lu's mansion. He breathed a sigh of relief, gently took out the imperial edict from his arms, lifted the curtain of the carriage, looked around, and made sure there were no puddles or unknown objects. Then he slowly got off the car, stood firmly, and ran quickly to Lu's mansion. The Inuch following behind him didn't know why, so he followed Inuch Wang to Lu's mansion. Lu, who was preparing to receive the imperial edict, was a little surprised when he saw Inuch Wang running hurriedly. He asked, "What's wrong with Inuch Wang?" Inuch Wang was anxious. "Nothing, Master, Imperial Master. Kneel down and listen to the edict." Although Lu was puzzled, he could only receive the imperial edict first. Inuch Wang quickly read the imperial edict and handed it to Lu, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little scared of the imperial edict of marriage now, for fear that the last incident would happen again. If it happened again, his head would really be in danger. Lu Disher held the imperial edict with a smile on his face. He was relieved now. His legitimate granddaughter would be the consort of the third prince in the future. If the third prince could be promoted to that position, his granddaughter would be the queen. Their Lu mansion would also become the queen's mother's family in the future and rise to prominence.
Congratulations to Liu DC. Congratulations to Liu DC.
Miss Lu will have more good fortune in the future. Thank you, Inuch Wang. Lu Disher winked at the housekeeper, who understood and immediately stuffed the banknote into Inuch Wang's hand. Inuch Wang, thank you for your hard work. This is the money for the tea.
Keep it.
Inuch Wang took the banknote and left happily. When he sat in the carriage, he secretly took it out to see that it was only 500 taels. Inuch Wang curled his lips. Lu Disher was too stingy. Prime Minister Mu had given him a banknote of 10,000 taels. Inuch Wang instantly felt that the banknote was not so good. In the Lu mansion, Lu Ling lowered his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Imperial Master Lu said happily, "Where, now the imperial decree has been issued. The emperor has asked the people of the Imperial Observatory to select an auspicious date. When the date is selected, it will be the day for you to get married. I have asked your father and your mother to start preparing your dowry." "Thank you, grandfather." Lu Lingwei's expression did not show whether she was happy or angry. Imperial Master Lu and Lu's father returned to the study, very satisfied. Lu Lingwei looked at her grandfather's back getting farther and farther away, and then looked around to see that there was no one around, and asked the little maid beside her, "Have you spread those rumors?" "Miss, I have spread it word for word according to what you said." "Well, very good." Lu Lingwei's eyes were vicious, and a smug smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Since she heard about what happened in Prime Minister Mu's mansion, she asked the maid to spread rumors, which basically said that the future princess of the regent was a disaster star, and if the regent married Miss Mu, there would be constant disasters. As for whether the regent would kill Miss Mu or cancel the engagement after hearing it, it was none of her business. If Miss Mu was killed secretly, the regent would have a reputation of being unlucky in marriage. If the engagement was cancelled, the regent would be laughed at. Lu Lingwei's goal was to make the regent feel uncomfortable and belittle Mu Fengyan. That night, she heard her grandfather say at the door of the study that Mu Fengyan had no appearance of a phoenix girl. Lu Lingwei sneered at this. If she really had the appearance of a phoenix girl, how could the prime minister's mansion be in such a state? Lord Mu was so poor that he had to sell his concubine. Third brother, Prime Minister Mu's mansion is in a tight spot right now. The Prime Minister has sold all his concubines to Tsuehong Courtyard, and each concubine was sold for 300 taels. I have asked someone to find out about this from Mother Wang of Tsuehong Courtyard, and it is absolutely true. The third prince said sarcastically, "This prime minister is really the first minister in Zixing country to sell a concubine. He must be in such a tight spot to come up with such an idea. If this matter spreads to the other 3 countries, people will think that our Zixing country is so poor that it has to let ministers sell concubines." Has Prime Minister Mu lost his mind recently? He looked quite normal before. Third brother, don't you think this is very unusual? Ever since Miss Mu came back to life, everything that happened in the shogunate has been weird. Although she and the First Lady moved to another courtyard, these things seem to have nothing to do with her, but if you think about it carefully, they are still related to her. Zicheng, have you discovered something? Third brother, not yet, but I feel that things are not that simple. Everyone in the Prime Minister's mansion is in bad luck, but they in the villa are the only ones who are unscathed. It's unusual when you think about it. I will have someone investigate carefully. I always feel that these things are somehow related to Miss Mu. Zicheng, are you overthinking it? Didn't you have someone investigate? It's said that Miss Mu has been recuperating since she came to the villa and seldom goes out. Her mother, the eldest lady, is in charge of buying anything for the villa. The supplements are almost sent to the villa by the truckload. Well, that's the news reported by the spies, but I'm still worried. It seems that I have to have people keep a close eye on the Prime Minister's mansion and the villa in the future. The third prince glanced at Prince Chung and felt that he was really overthinking. Yi Zicheng thought of something and said, "Third brother, congratulations. The Lu mansion has received the imperial decree of marriage from the emperor, and Lu Lingwei is your principal wife. We just need the Imperial Astronomical Observatory to select an auspicious date to complete the marriage." The third prince smiled casually and did not respond. Prince Ching knew that this was because the third brother did not take him seriously. By the way, third brother, I heard that Miss Mu from the Prime Minister's mansion is disfigured, with pus all over her face, which is very creepy. Well, this prince has heard about it too. My mother said before that the Prime Minister's mansion could help me financially. Now the Prime Minister's mansion is so poor, where can it get any money? Let my mother find a reason to cancel the marriage someday. If I marry someone with pus all over his face, will I still be able to eat with him? Prince Cheng looked at the third prince's disgusted look and laughed directly. Zicheng, I heard that Miss Sima, the eldest daughter of the Taiwei mansion, is very much in love with you, and Lord Sima also likes this marriage. You are of the same age as me, and I am about to marry a principal wife. Why don't you marry the crown prince's wife? The smiling eyes of Prince Cheng faded directly. Third brother, you know, I have always had someone hidden in my heart, but I don't want to get married before I find her. Hey, Zicheng, those were all things when we were young. You were 7 years old, and she was only 3 years old at that time. She didn't remember you at all. Besides, you don't even know who she is or what her name is. How can you find her? Zicheng, listen to me, forget it. I think Miss Sima is very good, and she is a good match for you in all aspects. Third brother, don't say any more. I have made up my mind, and I have already told the emperor and my father that I don't want to get married now. The third prince looked at Yi Zicheng's expression and knew that he had made up his mind. The third prince sighed. Zicheng was good in everything except his single-mindedness in relationships. Zicheng didn't even have a concubine except for his maidservants. The third prince stopped talking when he saw that Zicheng didn't want to talk anymore. In the regent's mansion, Yili Jue was busy dealing with news from various places in the study. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Qingyan pushed the door open and walked to the desk to report, Your Highness, I have found out some information about the whereabouts of Dr. Sun in the past 6 months. Please take a look at the details. Yili Jue took the letter handed over by Qingyan, opened it and read it. The more he read, the tighter his brows frowned. Why is Dr. Sun still in contact with people from Nanan country? Qingyun was interrupted by Qingfeng's voice at the door before he could speak. Your Highness, Dr. Sun is here to deliver medicine, and I would like to take your pulse by the way. Yili Jue's eyes lit up and he said, Bring the medicine in, and tell Dr. Sun that I am handling official business. I will take the medicine on time, and there is no need to take your pulse for the time being. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, Qingfeng came in with a bowl of medicine. Yi Lijue took the bowl of medicine, and Qing Feng became anxious. Your Highness, you must not drink this medicine. Yi Lijue carefully put the medicine bowl aside and looked at the sky outside. It was not dark yet. He was in a hurry to go to the villa to show the little princess the medicine. It seems that Dr. Sun is still useful. This gives him an excuse to find the little princess. Well, Dr. Sun can stay for a few more days. Qing Feng went out, looking back every few steps. When the prince brought the medicine, why did he seem to feel a smile in the prince's eyes? It must be his illusion. Qingyan looked at Qing Feng like a fool and rolled his eyes. He couldn't see such an obvious thing. After reading the letter, Yi Lijue said to Qingyun, "Find out why Dr. Sun suddenly had contact with Nan Kingdom and secretly investigate whether the emperor has any deal with Dr. Sunday. Otherwise, Dr. Sun would not rebel so quickly. Remember not to alert the enemy." "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll arrange it right away." Now the whole continent is divided into 4 parts. The Purple Saint Kingdom, Nangon Kingdom, Bailing Kingdom, and Shio Kingdom are located in the south, north, and west of the Purple Saint Kingdom respectively. The Purple Saint Kingdom is the most prosperous and powerful country among the 4 countries. Nangon Kingdom is half the size of the Purple Saint Kingdom, but its economy and national strength are stronger than the other 2 countries. The country that has contact with Dr. Sun is the Nangon Kingdom located in the south of the Purple Saint Kingdom. Yi Lijue looked at Qingyun, who had not moved yet, glanced at him lightly. "Anything else?" Qingyun glanced at the prince and said carefully, "Prince, there are some rumors outside. I don't know if I should tell them. Except for those involving Yenner, there is no need to say anything else." Qingyun glanced at the prince again, stepped back and said cautiously, "It's about the prince and the future princess." Yi Lijue paused with the letter in his hand, looked at Qingyun coldly. "Speak." Under the pressure of the prince's eyes, Qingyun recounted the story of how Mu Fengyan was a disaster star. Yi Lijue felt cold after hearing it. Qingyun was glad that he stepped back just now. The prince's aura was too scary. He felt cold all over and was freezing to death. As expected, when it comes to the matter of the future princess, the prince's emotions are easily out of control. Does the future princess occupy such an important position in the prince's heart? Is she more important than his position? He and Qing Feng have grown up with the prince since childhood, and the prince has only known the princess for a few days? When Qingyun was thinking about it, Yi Lijue's cold voice came. "Have you heard the rumor in the other courtyard as well?" Qingyun. Other courtyard? He didn't know either. Qingyun trembled all over when he saw the prince's cold eyes and said hurriedly, "Your Highness, it should not have been heard yet. This was just spread today, and it should not have been spread to the other courtyard yet." Qingyun was thinking, is that so? Yes, it should be. Well, it's good that it hasn't been spread, so Yenner doesn't think too much. Qingyun. Why do I feel like the prince is overthinking it? Have you found out who is spreading this rumor? Replying to the prince, we found out that it was a little maid of Miss Lu in the imperial tutor's mansion. She asked someone to spread it. In addition, Miss Lu just received the imperial decree to grant her marriage today. It is said that the emperor has asked the people of the imperial observatory to choose an auspicious date. The date will be chosen soon, and she will marry the 3rd prince soon. The granddaughter of imperial tutor Lu? Humph. Considering that imperial tutor Lu once assisted the late emperor wholeheartedly, this prince will give him face. Although the death penalty has been spared, he will not be able to escape the punishment of life. If the rumors about her granddaughter get to Yenner, I wonder how Yenner will feel. Yi Lijue pondered for a while and said, "I remember that the disciple of Master Chen from the Imperial Observatory specializes in calculating auspicious dates?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Well, think of a way to have him choose an auspicious date 1 year later. Also, warn the granddaughter of Master Lu and give her a deadline of today to clarify the rumor, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. If there is such a rumor that slanders my future princess again, she will forget about the position of the 3rd prince's consort and spend the rest of her life praying for the country at Qingxin Temple. Tell her that I keep my word." Qingyun looked bitter. It was easy to warn Master Lu's granddaughter. But 1 year after the auspicious date, how should I tell Master Chen's disciple? Yi Lijua looked at Qingyun and said lightly, "What is the emperor most taboo about?" Qingyun's eyes lit up. Yes, the emperor has been sitting on the dragon throne for a long time, and he is very afraid of illusory things. Your Highness, I will do it right away. Well, go ahead. It's winter now. Let's set the wedding date for the third prince in the winter of tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Qingyun took the order and left. Yi Lijua thought of Qingyun's report just now that the study in the Prime Minister's mansion was robbed clean. Yi Lijua curled his lips. It seemed that his little princess still had secrets, but it didn't matter. He also had secrets, so he was not in a hurry. He believed that one day the two of them would be able to be honest with each other, but this secret could only be known by him. The little princess's martial arts were too weak now, and he would have to give her more protection in the future. It would be best to send a few secret guards to her. Ask her tonight if she needs it. Yi Lijua looked at the medicine bowl and then at the sky. It was getting dark very slowly today. Mu Fengyan returned to the other courtyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Bai Ji and Gui Ji, two maids, quickly came to greet her. "Miss, why don't you wear a cloak? It's very cold outside," Bai Ji said as she quickly took out a cloak from the carriage and tied it on Mu Fengyan. "Yes, miss, it's too cold outside." How did Qi Xiao and Shan Cha do it? Mu Fengyan was speechless. These maids were good in every way, except that they treated her like a child. They were afraid that she would be cold and hungry. They really inherited the true teachings of their mother. You don't have to blame them. From today on, Qi Xiao and Shan Cha will stay with Mu Shan, and they will learn martial arts with him. After Mu Fengyan finished speaking, she looked at their expressions. There was no envy on either of them. "Don't you want to learn?" Baiji replied, "Miss, I know what my physique is like. I am not suitable for martial arts." Guiji also said hurriedly, "Miss, I am the same. I only like embroidery and needlework, not swords." Mu Fengyan took a look at the physiques of the two maids and found that they were indeed not suitable for martial arts. "Okay, then you will stay with me from now on. Are you waiting for me at the door? Is there something wrong?" "Oh, if it weren't for the young lady's reminder, we would have forgotten." Madame asked the young lady to go to her after she came back. The three of them hurried to Han's room. Arya at the door saw Mu Fengyan first and hurriedly saluted. Mississippi Mu Fengyan looked at the freezing weather. Arya was standing here like a door god, her fat face flushed with cold. "Arya, when you have nothing to do during the day, go to the wing room to warm up. Don't freeze yourself." Arya said with a smile, "Miss, I'm not cold. I'm used to standing outside." Mu Fengyan looked at her red hands that were frozen, and she also had frostbite on her hands. "Arya, go to the wing room and warm up by the fire now. I'll ask Guiji to get you some frostbite cream to apply on your hands, otherwise your hands will itch and feel uncomfortable next spring." At this time, Han's maid Mu Chun came out and bowed to Mu Fengyan. "Mrs. here. Well, take Arya to the wing room to warm up. It's too cold outside now, so there's no need to let her stand outside during the day. If mother has something to find her, just tell her to do it. Let her stay in the wing room when you have nothing to do." "Yes, miss, I have also advised Arya, but she is just a little stubborn and insists on standing here." Mu Fengyan turned and looked at Arya and said, "Arya, follow Mu Chun to the wing room to warm up. Stay in the wing room when you have nothing to do during the day. Remember, this is my order." "Thank you, miss." Arya was so moved that she knelt down and kowtowed to Mu Fengyan. The lady was the first person other than her mother who cared about her so much. "Okay, get up, Mu Chun. Take Arya with you." "Okay, miss." Mu Fengyan quickly went to the room to find Han. Baiji took a few quick steps and helped Mu Fengyan open the thick door curtain. As soon as Mu Fengyan entered the room, she felt warm instantly. These rooms were all heated by floor heating, so it was very warm when she entered the room. Mu Fengyan quickly took off her cloak and put it in Guiji's hand. If she was a step slower, Guiji would have to come to help her untie the cloak herself. Mu Fengyan felt that in the eyes of the maid. She was just a big child who couldn't take care of herself, and the only thing missing was to feed her. When Han saw her daughter coming, she shouted happily, "Yenner, come here quickly." When Mu Fengyan saw the things in the room clearly, she was stunned. What is mother going to do again? Yenner, today manager Lu brought the 5 boxes of the best supplements. Mother will keep 1 box, and you can take the rest. I've packed them for you, and you can ask the maid to carry them back later. Mu Fengyan looked at the 4 full boxes and then at the box that was just full and was moved. She knew that her mother was afraid that she would not be able to eat well alone, so she kept some. If possible, her mother would definitely give it all to her. Mom, I don't want so much. 3 boxes for you and 2 boxes for me. If you don't want it, Yenner won't eat it either. Han looked at her daughter's stubborn expression and was very pleased. Her daughter also knew how to love her mother. Well, after she ate the 2 boxes, she would give her the rest. Mu Fengyan saw what her mother meant. Mom, you are not allowed to refuse to eat. I also want you to become beautiful. Such a good mother must deserve to be treated better. Han smiled and patted Mu Fengyan's little head. You silly child. You are talking nonsense again. Come and see the cloth that your mother asked you to bring. Mu Fengyan was not talking nonsense. After getting rid of Prime Minister Mu's family, she must find someone who treats her mother sincerely. Mother deserves better. Lai Yenner, take a look. Which style do you like? The new year is coming soon, and we have to prepare all these. Other young ladies from official families have already started preparing, and they all want to show off their style at the New Year banquet held in the palace, and they also want to find a perfect husband. Mother, I don't want to show off my style, nor do I want to find a perfect husband. Besides, I have been granted marriage. Mother, you just help me prepare. Mu Fengyan looked at the cloths on display, and her mouth twitched fiercely. Yunjin, Fuguangjin, Yujin, Sujin, they are all here. What is mother going to do? She won't buy herself one of each. Sure enough, Yenner, how about this? Mother can't choose. How about I make you one of each, and then see which one you like best, and then you can wear that one. Mother, you don't need so many, just make any one. Child, how can you make just any one? Do you know how glamorously and beautifully the other girls dressed up that night? My daughter is no worse than them. Mother will also dress you up beautifully. My baby daughter is prettier than those 4 beauties. Yes, yes, mother, your daughter is the prettiest, but how can there be a beautiful daughter without a beautiful mother? So mother is more beautiful. Han smiled. Haha, you have such a little mouth, and you only know how to make people happy. When mother was your age, your grandmother made clothes for mother in different styles all day long. Han seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes were a little dim. Mu Fengyan was afraid of causing her mother's sadness again, so she quickly changed the subject and said, Mother, Guizhi makes very good clothes, and her craftsmanship is also good, better than the ones made by Jinsixialu outside. Han was surprised. Guizhi's craftsmanship is amazing. Jinsixialu is the #1 embroidery shop in Shengdecheng, and many of the luxurious clothes of the officials' daughters are embroidered there. Guizhi will take these cloths to your eldest daughter, and I will find 2 maids to help you. Yes, madam. Guizhi was very excited. This was the first time she used good cloth to embroider clothes for her daughter. With the madam's trust, she must make beautiful clothes for her eldest daughter. Guizhi had no idea that in Han's eyes, these rare Yunjin and Fuguangjin, which were rare in the eyes of others, were very ordinary in her eyes. Yenner, mother has asked someone to make you a headpiece. There are gold, silver, and jade materials for each. When the time comes, you can see which one looks good on you and wear it. Mu Fengyan thought about it and thought it was too inconvenient to wear something on her head. Mother, can I not wear it? My dear daughter, you have to wear it. Not only must you wear it, but you must also wear the best-looking one.
Mu Fengyan.
Can she not attend any New Year's banquet? Mu Fengyan looked at her mother and saw that there was nothing to do here, so she said, Mother, there is nothing to do. I will go back to my room to rest for a while. Okay, Yenner, go ahead. I will ask the maid to send these things to you later. Well, okay, mother. Han asked the 2 maids, Baizhi and Guizhi, to go back first, each holding a piece of cloth. After Mu Fengyan returned to the room, she sent Baizhi and Guizhi out and told them not to enter without her permission. Mu Fengyan closed the doors and windows and flashed into the space. Coming to an open grassland, sitting cross-legged, holding the red phoenix sword's technique in his hand and reading it carefully, The red phoenix sword floated beside Mu Fengyan. Yes, it was floating. Since the red phoenix sword entered the space, it seemed to be very satisfied with this place. It has been floating in the space, as if it is full of interest in every place in the space. Just like this, one person and one sword on this green grass, entering a state of selflessness. Until Mu Fengyan carefully read the contents of the whole book, then closed the book, gently closed his eyes, and reviewed every move in the book in his mind like a movie. After a while, Mu Fengyan slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of bright light. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, looking at the red phoenix sword floating in front of him, and smiled evilly. Red phoenix sword, let me try your power. The red phoenix sword shook in the air, and then fell to the ground with a thud.
Mu Fengyan.
So frightened?
What?
Are you scared now? Well, I'll go get the powder now. As soon as Mu Fengyan finished speaking, the red phoenix sword flew up quickly, and with a swish sound, the scabbard fell off without being pulled out, and the bottom of the scabbard was firmly inserted into the grass. Mu Fengyan slightly curled her lips and stretched out her right hand, and the hilt of the sword fell directly into her palm. The smile on Mu Fengyan's lips became bigger and bigger. Looking at the extremely sharp sword blade, it seemed to emit layers of cold light. Mu Fengyan held the hilt of the sword with both hands, her eyes like lightning, and she stood up and leaped to practice the red phoenix sword technique. The red phoenix sword in her hand was like a white snake spitting out its tongue, hissing and breaking the wind, and like a swimming dragon shuttle, moving around, sometimes as light as a swallow, pointing the sword and rising, sometimes as sudden as lightning, flying like a shadow. Gradually, this small world was left with only the afterimage of a person and a sword. There was me in the sword, and there was the sword in me. I don't know if this is what the red phoenix sword said about the unity of man and sword. Finally, Mu Fengyan flew up and slowly fell from a height. She threw the sword in her hand, and the red phoenix sword slowly fell into the scabbard. When the person stood still, the sword fell.
Mu Fengyanes smilagrechuali vaidend.
This red phoenix sword seemed to be specially made for her. Every move was so suitable for her. She didn't expect that this sword technique would be so easy to practice. It seems that the red phoenix sword itself also contributed. Mu Fengyan looked at the red phoenix sword that floated over automatically again, and said, "No wonder so many people want to rob you. You are indeed a peerless sword. It's a pity that they will not get it. You will only belong to me, Mu Fengyan." The red phoenix sword seemed to understand what Mu Fengyan said, and it emitted a reddish light. Mu Fengyan practiced sword for so long, and felt sweaty and uncomfortable. She said to the red phoenix sword, "Stay away. I want to take a shower." The red phoenix sword floated away on its own. Mu Fengyan took a quick shower and left the space. She felt a little hungry. She looked outside and saw that it was dark. Oh, no wonder she felt a little hungry. She drank a cup of spiritual spring water first, then opened the door and asked the maid to bring the food. It was getting late, and her mother had finished her dinner. "Miss, Madam came to see you just now. Seeing that you were sleeping, she went back first. Madam asked the servants to bring all the things over. There are also supplements that Madam asked the servants to stew for you in the small kitchen. She said that she would bring them over as soon as you wake up." Mu Fengyan felt warm in her heart. Her mother always thought about her. "Then bring them all over. I'm hungry too." "Okay, Mississippi." After a while, the table was full.
Mu Fengyan.
How much did her mother prepare for her? She couldn't finish it all in one night. "Miss, Madam said that you should eat a little bit of everything. This way you can get more nutrition, and it's good for your body."
Mu Fengyan.
"Okay, I can't finish it for a while, so I put it in the space. It won't go bad anyway. Okay, you all go down. I'll call you when I have something to do." "Yes, Mississippi." The maids also figured out Mu Fengyan's habits. When the young lady eats, she doesn't like them to serve her. Mu Fengyan looked at the table full of delicious food and her appetite was whetted. She ate a few bites of appetizers first. When she saw a bowl of chicken soup next to it, She instantly remembered the chicken soup she drank at the regent's palace that night. Mu Fengyan immediately took it and tasted it. The taste is a little different from that made at the regent's palace. The hand that was about to pick up the food paused, and she felt a strong pressure coming towards her. In a flash, Mu Fengyan picked up the food and continued to eat. Are you used to jumping out of the window at night? Mu Fengyan ignored him and continued to eat. Mu Fengyan quickly got up and opened the window. She was afraid of attracting the attention of the maids. If her mother knew about it, she would be scared to faint. Mu Fengyan opened the window, looked at the person outside the window, and rolled her eyes fiercely. It's not like there is no door. Why do you have to climb through the window? Isn't it tiring? Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's little action of rolling her eyes, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and her thin lips opened slightly. Yener Mu Fengyan immediately covered her mouth and looked at the two maids guarding the door. Fortunately, they didn't hear it. Turning around, she glared at Yi Lijua with dissatisfaction. Be quiet. You are crazy. Yi Lijua looked at the soft little hand covering his mouth, and a faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose. He had never smelled this kind of fragrance before. It didn't smell like rouge and powder, but more like the fragrance from her body. Mu Fengyan felt the warm breath sprayed on his hand, and saw that his hand was covering Yi Lijua's mouth. She quickly put down her hand, her face slightly red. It was a good thing that she hadn't studied poison just now, otherwise this guy would have been lying here long ago. Come in quickly. Mu Fengyan dodged, and Yi Lijua flew and landed directly in the room. Mu Fengyan quickly closed the window, walked to the door, and said to the two maids guarding the door, You guys go, and do your work first. You don't have to come if I don't call you. Okay, Mississippi. The two maids at the door retreated. Mu Fengyan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Lijua and said, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan with a slightly red face, and the arc of his mouth became even bigger.
Yener, I'm fine.
Can I talk to you? Mu Fengyan glared at Yi Lijua, ignored him, and continued to sit there and eat. Yi Lijua looked at the table full of sumptuous dinner and raised his eyebrows. Yener, can you eat so much food? Mu Fengyan replied directly, Of course I can't. How about you help me eat some? Mu Fengyan regretted it after she said it. Why did she let him eat the food her mother prepared for her? Yi Lijua suppressed the smile in his eyes. Okay, then thank you, Yener. I came to you in a hurry and I haven't had dinner yet. How about I have dinner with Yener?
Mu Fengyan.
I really want to kick this guy out. She just gave way. Alas, she can't beat him now. Mu Fengyan had no choice but to go to the small kitchen and get a set of bowls and chopsticks. After Mu Fengyan handed the bowls and chopsticks to Yi Lijua, she ignored him. She was almost starving to death, so she had to eat first. Yi Lijua looked at the little princess, who ate very quickly but elegantly, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He sat next to Mu Fengyan, constantly picking up dishes that were far from her. Mu Fengyan glared at him at first, but then she realized that he didn't see anything, so she let him do what he wanted. She had to fill her stomach first before eating. Yi Lijua spent the whole time watching the little princess eat and pick up dishes. He was a little shocked by the little princess's appetite. How could such a small person eat so much? But he didn't see how fat she was. It seems that he needs to ask the kitchen of the palace to prepare more food in the future. Yi Lijua looked at the chicken soup in front of him and said, Yener, do you want to drink some more chicken soup? I smell that this chicken soup is very rich. No, it tastes very rich, but not as good as the one cooked by the chef in your mansion. Yi Lijua hooked the corner of his mouth and continued, Then I will ask the chef in the mansion to stew chicken soup early tomorrow morning. Yener can go to taste it at noon or in the evening. Recently, the chef has studied some new dishes, which are said to be unique in the entire holy city. Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up. She loved food the most. In her previous life, she also tasted it wherever she went, and she just loved to drink rich and delicious chicken soup. She was very picky, and the skills of the chef in the regent's mansion were still very much to her taste. But in this ancient time, would it be bad if she rashly ran to the regent's mansion during the day? If she went at night, would the chicken soup taste bad? Mu Fengyan had no idea that she had fallen into the trap of a certain black-bellied prince. Yi Lijua looked at the little princess with sparkling eyes, and the arc of his mouth became bigger. He seemed to have guessed Mu Fengyan's concerns and said, "Yener, don't worry. My palace is in a remote location. You sit in the carriage and let the carriage drive directly into the palace. Who can see that it is you inside?" After an inner struggle, Mu Fengyan finally couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and said, "Okay, I'll go to drink chicken soup at noon tomorrow and try other skills of the chef in your palace." Yi Lijua suppressed the smile in his eyes and said lightly, "Okay, I'll let Qingfeng pick you up then." "No, I'll go there myself tomorrow. I still have to go to the shops on the street to have a look." "Yener, do you want to buy anything? I'll have someone send it to you. It's so cold, don't go out. Be careful of catching a cold." Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes at Yi Lijua. The meaning was very clear. "It was so cold, but you still jumped out of the window. You still have a cold? I didn't realize that I froze you to death. Isn't it colder at night?" Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's cute little movements, chuckled, and said lovingly, "Wear a thick cloak when you go out tomorrow." Mu Fengyan finally nodded with satisfaction. If this guy said that he would not let her go shopping tomorrow, she would never talk to him again. She was a free person and did not like to be controlled, except for her mother. She had been in this tragic ancient time for so long, and she had not gone out for a walk yet. Besides, she had to make a lot of silver needles and weapons. She had mastered the fairy flower scattering, and she renamed the book Poison Needle Flower Scattering, so she needed a lot of silver needles to put in the space. Her 10,000 poisons liquid was already prepared, waiting to soak the silver needles in it. The longer it was soaked, the better the effect. Mu Fengyan finally ate her fill while Yi Lijua picked up all kinds of dishes and helped to carry all kinds of supplements from a distance. Finally, Yi Lijua handed a clean handkerchief to Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan took it and wiped her mouth without paying any attention. When she smelled the sandalwood on the handkerchief after wiping her mouth, she realized whose handkerchief it was. I felt a little embarrassed for a moment and looked down at the oil stain on the handkerchief. I felt even more embarrassed. Why did this guy hand me his own handkerchief, which was already dirty? Mu Fengyan immediately turned up her cuffs. Fortunately, she also had a handkerchief. The patterns on her handkerchiefs were all drawn by her and embroidered by Guizhi. Each one was unique. Mu Fengyan took out her handkerchief, handed it to Yi Lijua and said, "Hey, use this one first. Yours was soiled by me. Let's switch after I wash it." "No, if you don't like that one, just throw it away. I think your handkerchief is very good, so there's no need to switch." After Yi Lijua finished speaking, he quickly stuffed the handkerchief into his sleeve.
Mu Fengyan.
She felt that this guy did it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After Mu Fengyan had eaten and drunk her fill, she asked Yi Lijua, "What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Is it to detoxify, or to save people?" Yi Lijua pushed the dishes and chopsticks on the table aside and then took out the medicine bowl that he had just put there in the corner. As soon as the medicine bowl was brought up, Mu Fengyan smiled directly, looked at Yi Lijua and said, "Who gave you this medicine? He wants you to die so much. If you drink this bowl of medicine today, I dare say that you will go to see the King of Hades within 3 days." "How anxious is he?" "He added too much medicine." "Yi Lijua, who did you offend? He is so anxious to kill you." Yi Lijua looked at the little princess who was laughing heartlessly and said lightly, "Yener, you don't know. The Purple Saint Kingdom has a rule that if the prince dies without an heir, the princess must be buried with him." The smile on Mu Fengyan's face cracked, and she widened her eyes, looking at Yi Lijua in disbelief, and asked, "But we are not married yet. As long as the imperial decree is granted, you will be the princess." Mu Fengyan was stunned. "TNND, is this a burden for herself? Can't she run away?" So he blurted out, "Can I take my mother and run away? Can I just run away if I can't win?" "Of course you can, but your life will not be stable in the future. The royal family will always hunt you down. Even if you can hold on, have you ever thought about your mother? Will she live a life of displacement with you?" Mu Fengyan was in a mess in the wind. "Can't she run away?" Yi Lijua felt relieved when he saw the little princess's expression of despair. Yi Lijua knew that the little princess's Achilles heel was her mother, and it would be very useful as long as she brought her out. Look, the whole person was stunned. Yi Lijua picked up the teacup and gave a cup to himself and Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan saw the tea pushed in front of her and took it up and drank it directly. She had to calm down. This ancient times is really annoying. Which emperor made this broken rule? I hate him so much that I want to dig him out and whip his corpse. Hey, how about finding a mountain to occupy the mountain and be the king? Become a mountain king yourself? You have the final say. But no, what if the imperial court suppresses the bandits? She will be finished? Or poison the current emperor? Become an emperor herself? Oh no, being an emperor is too tiring. What if one day it is found out that she was the one who poisoned the emperor and she is hunted down again? In the end, after thinking about it, there is no good way. There is only one way. Let this guy live longer, then she'll be fine. Besides, Yi Lijua is not dead yet, and she is not yet a hairpin. As long as she ensures that Yi Lijua does not die before she reaches the hairpin, she will investigate whether Yi Lijua is worth marrying before she reaches the hairpin. Anyway, in ancient times, people will get married sooner or later. So far, no one better than this guy has been found. If Yi Lijua is okay, she can consider marrying him. If Yi Lijua is not a good man, she will poison all the royal family members, take her mother away, and find a place where no one knows her. But the price is a bit high. Yi Lijua drank the tea slowly, watching the changing expressions on the little princess' face, which was very interesting. I don't know what the little princess finally figured out, with a look of indignation that she was ready to die. Yenna, you've been thinking for so long. What are you thinking about? Mu Fengyan glared at him fiercely. This guy is a time bomb, and the two of them are tied together. The premise of her self-rescue is to let this guy jump around first. Mu Fengyan said unhappily, I didn't think about anything. Tell me, who gave you this medicine? Yi Lijua pulled the corner of his mouth lightly. Yenna, you don't have to worry. My life is very strong and it's not so easy to die, so you don't have to worry about the problem of burial. Even if I'm dying, I will cancel our engagement first. How can I bear to really let you go to be buried with me? Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijua with a complicated look in her eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She put aside this strange feeling and asked again, who made this medicine for you? But she herself didn't know how much better her tone was than before. The godly doctor's son, who has been treating my body. Godly doctor's son? The one who refused to believe me and insisted on waiting for me that night when I first met you? Yi Lijua twitched his lips. The little princess was quite vindictive, but it seemed that he didn't say anything excessive that night. Yes, it's him. So, this person has betrayed you. Since he can't be trusted, why do you still keep him in your house? Yi Lijua listened to the little princess's straightforward words, and his mouth twitched fiercely, and then replied, Godly doctor's son is involved in many things. Before we find out clearly, let's keep him for a few days. Mu Fengyan understood that the purpose of the person behind the scenes had not been found out yet. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes. Godly doctor? How powerful is this godly doctor? She rolled her eyes, covered her with her sleeves, took out a porcelain bottle from the space, and placed it in front of Yi Lijua. Yi Lijua asked in confusion, Yenner, what is this? This is a good thing for Dr. Sunday, doesn't he call himself a doctor? You can sneak these medicines into the doctor's food, and you will understand in a few days. Yi Lijua looked at the cunning in the little princess's eyes and was sure that this was definitely not a good thing. Yi Lijua looked at the little princess gently and said, okay. Then he put the medicine bottle into his sleeve pocket. Yenner, do you need me to send a few secret guards to protect you? No, I don't go out usually. She didn't need any secret guards, otherwise her secret would be discovered. Yi Lijua looked at the determination in Mu Fengyan's eyes and didn't force it. He followed Yenner's opinion. Yenner, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. By the way, do you like light chicken soup or a little salty?
Mu Fengyan.
Are chefs in ancient times so particular? What's the difference between light and a little salty? Still replied seriously, a little salty. Okay, if it's stewed for too long, it may not taste good. Mu Fengyan nodded, very seriously. Yes, if it's stewed for a long time, it must not be cooked to perfection. So she replied, I will go to your house early after my lunch shopping and bring you the antidote. She took some time to prepare the antidote for this guy. She couldn't let him die, otherwise she would be unlucky. Okay, Yenner, go to bed early. I'll wait for you in the house. I'll go back first. Yi Lijue took the medicine bowl away with him. Mu Fengyan nodded to show that she knew. When Yi Lijue turned around, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, opened the window and flew out. Mu Fengyan yawned as she watched the figure leave quickly. Although she didn't know why Yi Lijue said so much before leaving, she was sleepy and didn't think much about it. She quickly asked the maid to pack up everything. Mu Fengyan washed up and went to rest. After Yi Lijue returned to the palace, he called Qingfeng to him. Qingfeng, go to the kitchen and tell them to stew chicken soup early tomorrow morning, and then study a few foods that the saints don't have. Remember, it must be delicious. If it's done, the king will reward you. Qingfeng. He didn't move. Yi Lijue glanced at Qingfeng impatiently. What? Didn't you understand what the king said? Your subordinate, I understand it now.
Go.
Yes, your highness, I'll go now. Qingfeng walked out of the study quickly. Yi Lijue glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Qingyun, who was outside the study, felt so painful watching this. After a while, Qingfeng came to Qingyun with his hands covering his shoulder and grinning. What did the prince tell you? Are you so excited? Qingfeng rubbed his shoulder and felt less painful. Then he repeated what the prince said to Qingyun. Qingyun looked at Qingfeng with disdain and asked, Did the prince go out just now? Yes. He went to the other courtyard to find Miss Mu just now. Qingyun looked at Qingfeng with disdain again. He still didn't understand what was said even after all this. What a fool. Qingfeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I know. Miss Mu will come to the palace tomorrow.
You are not that stupid.
If you haven't guessed it, you would not be wronged if you were hit to death just now. Qingfeng was unhappy. Qingyun, how can you talk like that? After all, we are brothers who grew up together. Qingyun ignored him, looked at him with disdain, and reminded him before leaving, hurry up and go to the kitchen. After a day and a night of non-stop farting, the Prime Minister of the Prime Minister's mansion finally couldn't stand it anymore. Now he farts every hour. But the saliva at the corners of his mouth still keeps flowing, and the corners of his mouth covered by the handkerchief are also wet and red. The Prime Minister looked at the silver notes brought back by the old servant Wang Shu, and he was upset. 20 concubines were sold for such a small amount of money. This Guohongyuan is really shady. There is still some time before the day of paying the court salary. How can the people in the palace live? The Prime Minister looked at the empty study and felt even more annoyed. At this time, the maid in the old lady's courtyard came to report that the old lady had been sleeping for a day and 2 nights and had not woken up yet. The Prime Minister's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as his mother was woken up and the old lady called the First Lady Han back to the mansion and handed over the housekeeping power to the First Lady, wouldn't all these problems be solved? With the word filial piety pressed down, I don't believe that the First Lady Han would not come back. Now the richest person in the entire Prime Minister's mansion is the First Lady. The mansion has been robbed, and the First Lady should help out. The old captive Wang Shu, who is constipated, looked at the Prime Minister lying on the bed, looking down and thinking about something. He felt so bitter in his heart. He hoped that the Prime Minister would not come up with any unheard of ideas. Now the rumors about the Prime Minister selling concubines were flying all over the sky, and he didn't dare to tell the Prime Minister yet. Wang Shu was about to speak when he ushered in the third wave of stench today. The Prime Minister was much better than yesterday, but he still stank. The Prime Minister was used to his constant farting. Uncle Wang, go tell the court doctor that the old lady must be woken up no matter what, otherwise she might lose her head. The old servant quickly agreed and left the room. The Prime Minister was very pleased with the old servant Uncle Wang's attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Wang immediately went to do it. Uncle Wang walked quickly to the yard, took a deep breath, and then hurried to find the court doctor. This was the most difficult time for him, since he served the Prime Minister. He felt that his hair was smelly. After receiving the message from the Prime Minister, the court doctor felt very embarrassed. He had seen the symptoms of the old lady and found that she had no problem, but she was drowsy. How could he wake her up? He couldn't splash water on her face. What if the old lady woke up and got angry? She would lose her life. The court doctor had no choice but to take some silver needles. He wanted to see if he could wake the old lady up by pricking her feet. How could the drug that Mu Fengyan had given be so easily awakened? The old lady was still sleeping soundly until the doctor had pierced the old lady's feet with needle holes and blisters. Li Mam's feet hurt when she saw this, so she quickly stopped him and said, "Dr. Zhao, your method won't work. Look, the old lady's feet are bleeding, and she's not awake yet. I think you shouldn't pierce her first." Dr. Zhao glared at Li Mam with dissatisfaction. "What do you know? Or you can wake the old lady up." Li Mam shut up immediately. Dr. Zhao's status in the mansion was much higher than hers, and she didn't dare to offend him. Dr. Zhao looked at the 2 feet with blisters and felt helpless. How could he be pierced so hard? But she still didn't wake up. Dr. Zhao looked at Li Mam, who was getting in the way, and said, "Wash the old lady's feet with clean water." Li Mam quickly brought the clean water over and wiped the old lady carefully. After she wiped the old lady's feet, she saw Dr. Zhao's actions. Her eyes were horrified, and her whole body trembled. Would this pierce the old lady to death?
Dr. Zhao, this.
Dr. Zhao looked up and glared at Madame Li, who was speaking. Madame Li immediately shut up, her eyes full of worry. The little maidservant beside her stepped back in fear. Dr. Zhao looked at the old lady with 2 silver needles inserted in each nail. He felt pain himself, but seeing that the old lady was still sleeping soundly, Dr. Zhao finally understood that the old lady was possessed by an unclean thing. He had to report to the Prime Minister and find a master to exorcise the evil spirits. Before leaving, he left a sentence, "Don't touch the old lady." Then he ran out of the empty room quickly. Li Ma and several maids looked at the old lady with silver needles on her hands and felt their hands hurt. Everyone looked at the old lady with worry. Would she be stabbed to death? Probably not. The old lady's expression was still so sweet as she slept. Before leaving, Zhao Fui said not to touch the old lady, so they could only wait for Zhao Fui to come back. On the bustling street, Mu Fengyan was strolling around with Bai Ji and Gui Ji, 2 maids. Mu Fengyan felt that walking on this quaint street was really interesting. Rouge shop, embroidery workshop, ready-made clothing shop, jewelry store, restaurant, plus the shouting of small vendors on the street, the laughter of adults and children. It was really lively. Mu Fengyan saw a yellow triangular flag at the door with the word craftsman written on it. Mu Fengyan knew she had found the place, so she walked in with 2 maids. The shopkeeper came over quickly, and when he saw such a delicate and beautiful girl, he thought she had gone to the wrong place. "Miss, this is where we make weapons." "Yes, this is where I'm looking for." Mu Fengyan took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, can this be made?" After the shopkeeper took the drawing from Mu Fengyan's hand, he was more and more shocked and excited. "Miss, your weapon design is so exquisite, and there are hidden mechanisms inside. May I ask if this dart has a name?" "Flying smoke dart." Okay, the name is so domineering. Anyone hit by this dart will be wiped out. I have been making weapons for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen such a wonderfully designed dart. Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes inwardly. Needless to say, this is her own design, which combines the strengths of various darts in later generations. It is extremely fast and can kill people in the blink of an eye. This dart has 3 sharp blades, each of which is slightly curved with a plum blossom logo in the middle. If it misses the enemy, it will not only quickly return to the hand of the dart sender, but also sprinkle drugs around the opponent. Even if the dart misses, the drugs can still knock the person down. There is a mechanism under the plum blossom logo. If you miss the opponent, the mechanism will automatically open. I will make 10 first. How long will it take to finish? You must make them according to my requirements. I have marked the sizes in detail. Miss, this is the first time we make this kind of dart. To ensure safety, please come back in 10 days to get it. Okay, do you have silver needles here? Yes, the silver needles are already made. How many do you want? Well, how many do you have? We have made more than 100 now.
Mu Fendan.
So few. Then take them all. After hearing this, the shopkeeper's mouth twitched fiercely. What does this lady want so many silver needles for? These silver needles have been in the shop for almost half a year. Except for the medicine shop, few people buy them. The shopkeeper finally sold all the silver needles to Mu Fengyan, although he didn't know what the lady would use them for. After Mu Fengyan paid the silver money and the deposit for making the flying smoke darts, she left the shop. Mu Fengyan was thinking that after a while, she could go to the Regent Palace to drink chicken soup. The young master is the legitimate son of the Duke of Sunday. He is younger than the other illegitimate sons and the only legitimate son of the Duke of Sunday. He is only 20 years old. Although he has not married a wife, he has many concubines. The young master is also the most favored in the Duke's mansion. He has been the wife of the Duke since he was a child. He was raised in the palm of the Duke's wife's hand, so he has developed an arrogant and lawless character. The young master's son looked in the direction of the servant's finger and saw Mu Fengyan, who was strolling and walking towards the tea house. The young master's son's eyes lit up. She is indeed a beautiful beauty, but she is a little young. However, she can be raised in the mansion for a year or two. She will definitely grow up to be graceful. The young master looked at Mu Fengyan's face and felt more and more amazed. All the concubines in his courtyard combined are not as beautiful as the one in front of him. If she grows up in a few years, how stunning she will be. Beauty, this beauty, he must have it. The young master looked at the servile servant in front of him and said, after returning, I will reward you well. Thank you, young master. The young master couldn't wait to say, let's go down and ask who the young lady is from. Mu Fengyan felt a pair of eyes staring at her from above. From her position, she saw a servant, so she ignored it. Mu Fengyan saw the rouge shop and was about to go in to take a look, but suddenly a mountain appeared in front of her. Mu Fengyan stepped back and took a breath when she saw the man's appearance clearly. My God, where did this fat man come from? He must be at least 200 pounds. Baiji and Guizhi saw someone with bad intentions suddenly appear in front of them and immediately stood in front of Mu Fengyan. Baiji stepped forward and said, Please get out of the way, young master. You are blocking my young lady's way. Mu Fengyan almost laughed out loud. Well, such a big guy really blocked the way. How can you talk like that, little maid? Do you know who my master is? Who cares who your master is? You can't block my lady's way. Baiji said angrily. Oh, you're still a little haughty. My master likes people like you. You look pretty. Why don't you become my master's concubine? My master likes people like you the most. Master? The servant turned around and smiled at the young master. The young master took a careful look at Baiji. Well, she was not bad-looking and could be taken as a concubine. However, he was more optimistic about the young lady behind him, so he said directly, This young master can take her as a concubine, but this young master likes the young lady behind him more. Baiji's face turned red with anger at the other party's words. Guizhi also stood up and said angrily, You, a big fat pig, are still coveting my young lady. Do you know who my young lady is? Is she someone a big fat pig like you can covet? Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. The reason why she stood behind was to see how strong the two little girls were. If they only knew how to tolerate each other when they went out, it was not the character of her, Mu Fengyan's maid. If she did not meet her requirements, she would replace her. Now it seems that she is okay, but Baiji still needs training and is not thick-skinned enough. The faces of the servant and the young master changed at the same time. The young master hated it the most when people said he was as fat as a pig. His grandmother and mother said that he was blessed to be like this. Young master's son said angrily, You really don't know what's good for you. It seems that I gave you face. He said to the servants following behind him, Tie up these 3 people and take them back to the Duke's mansion. I will slowly teach them how to speak. The servants behind the young master were about to step forward to tie them up after hearing the order. Although Baiji and Guizhi were a little scared, they still stood in front of Mu Fengyan. Baiji also said to Mu Fengyan anxiously, Miss, we will hold them back. You run quickly. Mu Fengyan was quite satisfied with their performance today. After all, the two of them didn't know that they knew martial arts. Mu Fengyan looked at the servants who were getting closer and closer, and the fat and big-eared young master and the servant with a smirk on their faces behind them, and stepped forward and said, "Wait." Mu Fengyan walked out from behind the two maids. Baizhi and Guizhi looked at Mu Fengyan anxiously, not knowing why the young lady suddenly walked out. The young master was happy. Could it be that the beauty was scared? He said proudly, "Little beauty, have you figured it out? Don't worry, I love you very much. As long as you follow me, I will never treat you badly." Mu Fengyan ignored him and asked directly, "Fatty, where are you from? You are so bold. Who are you talking about?" The young master kicked the servant. "Get out of the way. I'm talking to a beauty. How can you interrupt me?" He turned around and said with a smile, "Miss, I am the young master of the Duke's mansion, and I will be the Duke's mansion in the future. After you follow me, you will be the Duke's wife that everyone envies." Mu Fengyan looked at the greasy pig face in front of him with a smile. He thought he didn't understand and was painting a big cake for himself. Besides, if he was really a lady from an ordinary family, how could the people in the Duke's mansion let him mess around? And the Duke's wife? Okay, I'll remember this. I will definitely go to Duke's son's mansion tonight. The young master was even happier when he heard Mu Fengyan's words. "Beauty, you must keep your word. I'm waiting for you. I'll have someone leave the door open at the back door. My Duke's mansion is easy to find. It's in the second row behind the Prime Minister's mansion. You know the Prime Minister's mansion, right?" Mu Fengyan's smile got bigger. "I know, don't worry. I'll keep my word. We have a deal. Baizhi, Guizhi, we're leaving." Mu Fengyan glanced at the greasy pig face that was smiling so obscenely, turned around and left. The young master was stunned when he saw the beauty smiling. He just stood there motionless. The servant hurried forward and said, "Young master, are you just letting them go? What if they don't go?" The young master said with a smug look on his face, "This young master is very interested in the beauty's eyes. Which woman doesn't covet this young master's status? This little beauty is no exception. Don't worry, she will definitely come tonight. And remember to ask the servant guarding the back door to leave the door open." "Okay, young master." I remember that it's still the young master who is charming. With a handsome and extraordinary temperament like the young master, even the most beautiful beauty is attracted by you. The young master was very comfortable listening to the servant's compliments. Well, it seems that this young master is still very handsome. Yi Lijue, who was handling official business in the regent's mansion, didn't know how many times he looked up and looked out. "Is Qingfeng asleep? Why haven't you come to report whether Yenner has arrived?" "Mu Fengyan hasn't arrived yet. Dongfeng Xian has something to report today." When Yi Lijue felt someone coming to the study, he was delighted. When he confirmed who it was, he lowered his head to handle official business. Dongfeng Xian pushed the door open and saw the joy in Yi Lijue's eyes, but he didn't see the disappointment when Yi Lijue lowered his head. Dongfeng Xian was moved. Did the prince miss him so much? He hadn't seen him for a few days, and he was happy to see him? This is really rare. The regent prince, who always had no expression, also had another expression on his face. He was moved and said from the bottom of his heart, "Prince, please rest assured, I will take good care of these industries and protect them well for you. Our Jilin army will definitely be safe." Yi Lijue raised his head and glanced at Dongfeng Xian lightly, ignored him, and continued to handle official business. Dongfeng Xian. I thought I could see the prince's expression of being touched and happy again, but now he still looks as cold as before. Sure enough, the prince is still the same prince. "Your Highness, I have come all the way here on a fast horse, but I haven't had my meal yet. It's already noon. Can the palace have lunch earlier today?" Yi Lijue finally looked up. "The palace didn't prepare lunch for you today. You can go to the restaurant outside and come back after lunch." Dongfeng Xian. "Also, go for a walk after lunch. I remember that you like listening to music the most. You can come back after listening to a few more songs." Dongfeng Xian. There is no food for him in such a big palace? He has never been like this before. Besides, as soon as he entered the palace, He smelled the strong smell of chicken soup in the palace. Isn't there a small bowl for him? Listen to a few more songs?
It was dark that day.
Before he could figure it out, Qingfeng came to report. Your Highness, Miss Mu is here. Dongfeng Xian didn't care what the prince meant and ran to Qingfeng and asked, Is it Miss Mu from the Prime Minister's mansion? Your future princess? Qingfeng looked at Dongfeng Gongzi, who was more excited than the prince for some reason, and nodded honestly. Dongfeng Xian understood. It turned out that the prince wanted to have dinner with the future princess.
No wonder he was kicked out. Was he so in the way?
Was it not okay for him to eat in a corner? Yi Lijue immediately put down the report in his hand, stood up and walked out. Dongfeng Xian followed behind with gossip in his eyes. He wanted to see what the princess who was dug out of the grave by the prince himself looked like. She actually caught the prince's favor. Yi Lijue turned his head and looked at Dongfeng Xian. His eyes were very clear. Why didn't he leave? Dongfeng Xian was heartbroken when he saw the prince's eyes. His friendship with the prince for so many years was over. Before Yi Lijue could say anything, Mu Fengyan's carriage had stopped not far from the study. Yi Lijue asked Xingyan to lead it in personally. Xingyan got out of the car immediately and said respectfully, Miss Mu, we're here. Mu Fengyan took a nap due to the shaking of the carriage. They finally arrived. After the carriage stopped, Bai Ji and Gui Ji got off first. After getting off, they immediately turned around. One opened the curtain, and the other helped the young lady get off the carriage. Mu Fengyan took Bai Ji's hand and jumped down lightly. After standing firmly, she stretched her body. Yi Lijue ignored Dongfeng Xian and walked quickly to Mu Fengyan and asked, Yener, are you hungry? Mu Fengyan smelled the rich smell of chicken soup in the air and suddenly felt hungry. I've been hungry for a long time, Yi Lijue. I smelled the rich smell of chicken soup as soon as I entered the mansion. The heat is just right. It seems that I came at the right time. Yi Lijue said gently, since Yener is hungry, let's have lunch quickly. Dongfeng Xian, who was already in a mess when he saw this scene, almost popped his eyes out. What did he hear? It would be fine if Miss Mu called the prince by his name, but the tone and expression of the prince when he looked at Miss Mu, he had worked with the prince for so many years, and he had never seen such a prince. Is it sure that the prince has not been replaced? Qingfeng looked at Dongfeng Xian with a wooden expression and gave him a contemptuous look. What's the point? You have never seen anything more terrifying than this. Mu Fengyan turned around and saw that there was another person in the yard. He was also dressed very luxuriously in a white robe, and he was also very handsome, but he was still a little worse than Yi Lijue. He was about the same age as Yi Lijue, but what was wrong with his expression? Why are his eyes so wide open? Is she that scary? He looked down and saw that his clothes were also very decent. Dongfeng Xian had come back to his senses at this time, and quickly ran to Mu Fengyan and said, Princess, I am Dongfeng Xian, a good friend of the prince. Yi Lijue was instantly delighted by Dongfeng Xian's words, princess. Mu Fengyan looked at Dongfeng Xian and raised her eyebrows. Yi Lijue has a good friend? She immediately replied, My name is Mu Fengyan, and the prince and I are not married yet. Please call me Miss Mu. Okay, Miss Mu, I remember it. Yi Lijue saw that the little princess's attention was always on Dongfeng Xian, frowned, and said to Dongfeng Xian, Don't you have something to deal with?
Go quickly.
Dongfeng Xian. He has something to deal with?
How could he not know?
Qingyan immediately understood what the prince meant, and hurried to Dongfeng Xian and said, I'm sending Master Dongfeng. Just like that, Dongfeng Xian was dragged out by Qingyan. Dongfeng Xian, who was confused, could only follow Qingyan out. Yi Lijue gave Qingyan an appreciative look, then turned to Mu Fengyan and said, Yener, come to my study and warm up.
Okay.
Yi Lijue glanced at Qingfeng, who was very discerning, and took the two maids somewhere else. Mu Fengyan followed Yi Lijue into the study and was surrounded by a warm air as soon as she entered the study. Mu Fengyan took off her thick cloak, and Yi Lijue took it and put it on the wooden rack next to the door, which was specially used to hang clothes. His cloak was also placed next to the wooden rack. Dongfeng Xian, who had already reacted at this time, felt cold in his heart. The prince had a princess and didn't want him as a friend anymore, and he didn't even let him have a meal. Qingyan looked at young Master Dongfang with some reluctance and said, "How about young Master Dongfang go to the kitchen and eat something?" Of course, you can't drink the chicken soup, because that's what the prince specially stewed for the future princess. Oh? And you can't touch the new dishes made by the chef, because that's the new product that the prince specially asked the chef to develop for the princess. Dongfang Xian looked at Qingyun, who kept stabbing himself in the chest, and said angrily, "I won't eat anymore. I'm already angry enough with you." After that, he left the palace angrily. He had to listen to more songs to soothe his wounded heart. "Yi Li Jue, these dishes are too many. The two of us can't finish them. It doesn't matter. Yenner can eat as much as she can. What's in front of you is the new dish developed by the chef in the mansion. Try it and see if it suits your taste." Mu Fengyan looked at the dishes in front of her, and her eyes lit up. How come this dish looks so much like the Westlake vinegar fish of later generations? There are even steamed pork with rice flour, longjing shrimps, and braised pork that looks like donpa pork, which is a little different from what she ate last time. Especially the chicken soup in front of her. Just smelling it makes her drool, and the more she looks at the exquisite dishes next to it, the faster her saliva will flow out. Mu Fengyan sighed in her heart. A chef is a chef. Not only is the food he makes beautiful, but it also makes people want to eat it at a glance, which directly whets her appetite. Yi Li Jue looked at the little princess with shining eyes and drooling mouth, and said, "Eat quickly." Mu Fengyan quickly picked up the spoon and tasted a mouthful of chicken soup first. Yi Li Jue picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up some appetizers for Mu Fengyan first. "Yenner, eat some appetizers first, and then eat the rest." Mu Fengyan nodded without even raising her head. This chicken soup was so delicious. It might be because it was just served. The more she drank, the better it tasted. She ate some appetizers that Yi Li Jue picked up for her. Well, it tasted very good. She hurriedly picked up the dishes in front of her, slowly put them into her mouth, and tasted them carefully.
Well,
the taste was rich and delicious. I really want to bring the cook back to the villa and cook for her every day. But I can't do that. That would hurt Aunt Han's heart. Aunt Han is one of the few people that my mother cares about. Yi Li Jue looked at Mu Fengyan's expression and said, "Yenner, after we get married, I will ask the chef in the kitchen to make delicious food for you every day." Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up. That's right. Isn't she going to marry Yi Li Jue in the future? Then she changed her mind and thought that this guy was trying to trick her into marrying him quickly. Humph. She ignored him and continued to eat.
Ye li ju smaut taichet.
The little princess seemed to be difficult to coax. He continued, "When Yenner wants to eat, just let me know in advance, and I will ask them to prepare it in advance." Mu Fengyan finally looked up. Well, this is possible, and nodded. In order to express her gratitude, she also picked up a few chopsticks of food in front of Yi Li Jue. After picking up the food, she felt embarrassed instantly because she used her own chopsticks. She was just about to say that she would change the bowl again. Unexpectedly, Yi Li Jue had already picked up the chopsticks and started eating directly.
Ah.
Those were chopsticks stained with her own saliva, okay. Mu Fengyan hurriedly lowered her head to eat the rice in her bowl, but her red face betrayed her mood at the moment. Yi Li Jue looked at the little princess who almost buried her head in the bowl and whose ears were slightly red, and the smile in his eyes became deeper and deeper. "Yenner, eat slowly. Remember to drink the chicken soup, otherwise it will get cold." "I know, you eat yours quickly." The two finally finished their lunch in Mu Fengyan's embarrassment. After Qingfeng had someone clean up the table, he brought a pot of tea. Yi Li Jue picked up the teacup and poured one for Mu Fengyan and himself. Qingfeng was used to seeing this from the side. If the prince did not pour tea for the future princess, he would feel strange. Mu Fengyan took out a bottle of antidote from her sleeve pocket and handed it to Yi Li Jue. "This is the antidote I prepared for you. Take 1 pill a day, and all the poison in your body will be cleared in 3 days." Qingfeng was very excited when he heard this, and said directly, "Princess, is it true? Can the prince really recover?" Mu Fengyan looked at the excited Qingfeng and nodded. My lord, that's great. You won't be tortured by these poisons anymore. Your lordship is so happy.
Woohoo.
He ran to Mu Fengyan again, knelt down and kowtowed to her several times. Thank you, princess. Thank you, princess. You will be my master in the future. From now on, princess, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Mu Fengyan looked at Qingfeng, who was crying, and her heart was complicated. She could understand Qingfeng's feelings. The terminally ill patients she cured in the future were also so grateful to her, but those people were not as serious as Yi Lijue in front of her. When she suddenly heard the news of detoxification, Yi Lijue was not happy or excited at all, as if she was talking about other people's business. Maybe she was used to being tortured by toxins for so many years. Mu Fengyan was also very happy that Yi Lijue was detoxified so quickly. If it weren't for the addition of Lingquan water, Yi Lijue's poison would not have been detoxified so quickly. Yener, thank you. What Yi Lijue didn't say was, thank you for showing up and saving me from the abyss of darkness. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue with such a gentle look and was a little overwhelmed and hurriedly said, don't be so polite. I will come to your house to eat more often in the future. Unexpectedly, Yi Lijue's eyes were even gentler, and he said with a smile, okay.
Mu Fengyan.
Did she dig a hole for herself? Mu Fengyan looked at Qingfeng, who was crying in front of her, and then looked at Yi Lijue, who was calm and composed. Those who didn't know would think that it was Qingfeng who was detoxified, otherwise why would he be crying and snotting? Yi Lijue said lightly, Qingfeng, you go down first. Yes, your majesty, I will go down now. After speaking, he kowtowed to Mu Fengyan again and quickly got up. He wanted to tell Qingyun the good news.
Mu Fengyan.
Why did he kowtow before leaving? Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue and asked, as if she had thought of something, Yi Lijue, I heard from my mother that there will be a palace banquet in the palace in a month? Yes, there will be a palace banquet every year during the new year. Mu Fengyan had no idea what this palace banquet was, but she knew what it was. They were all similar palace banquets, very boring. Yener, if you don't want to go, you don't have to go. You are now the future princess of this king, and no one will dare to say anything. You also said that you are the future princess, but you haven't married yet, right? There will still be people who will talk about it before you get married, and my mother won't agree. So, Yener can marry me first, and we will have the wedding night after you reach the age of 15. Mu Fengyan was stunned. Is this possible? Her little face turned redder, and she quickly refused. No. I have to accompany my mother more. You can also bring your mother to live in the regent's mansion together, so that you won't be separated. Mu Fengyan stared at Yi Lijue with wide eyes. Is this guy sure he is not from the future? Can I bring my mother-in-law along when I marry a wife? Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue with suspicion.
Ye Liju sikhet inyardli.
He had tried his best to marry the little princess as soon as possible, but why did the little princess still look at him in disbelief? He had a hunch that the little princess would become more and more outstanding, more and more beautiful, and get more and more attention from people. If he didn't quickly move into the palace, and someone better than himself appeared in the future, would that divert the little princess' attention? Yi Lijue looked at Mu Fengyan helplessly and said, Yenna, what I said is true. Mu Fengyan was sure that this guy was not from the future, so was he so anxious to marry her? After thinking for a while, he said, Yi Lijue, my mother won't agree either. Besides, I haven't reached the age of marriage yet. Okay, I'll wait for you. Mu Fengyan quickly changed the subject, really afraid that he would say something shocking again. My mother said that I will definitely be invited to attend the palace banquet. Can my mother go? Of course, didn't I give you a token? As long as you take the token, you can go directly to the palace, without the palace invitation. Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. Is this token so easy to use? Then she must keep it well. Yi Lijue continued. Every year at the annual banquet of Zixing country, people from the other 3 countries will come to congratulate. This year, they are all from the royal family of other countries. Royal family? Yes, the princes, princesses, and princes of other countries. Are they here for marriage? Yi Lijue nodded. This is also a way to maintain temporary peace among the 4 countries.
Mu Fengyan understood.
Temporary peace. Then if the two countries go to war, wouldn't the first one to suffer be the princess who came for marriage? Mu Fengyan suddenly thought of something and asked unhappily, Yi Lijue, they won't marry you, right? For some reason, Mu Fengyan felt uncomfortable when she thought about another woman marrying Yi Lijue. Yi Lijue saw Mu Fengyan's unhappy expression and twitched his lips slightly. No, I will only marry you in this life. Mu Fengyan felt inexplicably relieved when she heard this, but how much truth could his words have? In this ancient time with 3 wives and 4 concubines, could Yi Lijue really stay out of trouble? Yener, I keep my word. Mu Fengyan looked at Yi Lijue's serious expression and believed him for the time being, otherwise even I wouldn't have said it. Mu Fengyan learned about the situation of the other 3 countries and the current situation in the world from Yi Lijue. The emperor sitting on the dragon throne in the imperial study looked at the secret guards below and asked, Is there still no news on the matter of the Red Phoenix sword? Your Majesty, our subordinates have not yet found out clearly. The person who got the Red Phoenix sword disappeared without a trace after that night. Our subordinates have also sent people to the other 3 countries to search for him, but there is no news yet. Have the other 3 countries also known about this news? Yes, Your Majesty. When your subordinates were investigating, they also encountered several secret forces investigating the matter, and they did not find any news. Okay, you continue to investigate and tell me any news. Yes, Your Majesty. Several secret guards left quickly. At this time, the eunuch at the door reported, Your Majesty, the imperial concubine wants to see you. The emperor put down the memorial in his hand and said, Call. Imperial concubine Li, who was dressed in gorgeous palace clothes, walked into the imperial study, came to the emperor and saluted, saying, Your Majesty, please stand up. What can my beloved concubine do for me? I learned that the emperor has been busy with state affairs in the imperial study since he left the court. I am afraid that the emperor is tired, so I ordered the maid to stew tonic for the emperor and specially came to give it to the emperor. I also hope that the emperor can have a rest and not tire himself out. My beloved concubine is thoughtful, Eunuch Wang. After the emperor said this, he looked at Eunuch Wang, and Eunuch Wang understood. Your Majesty, this old servant will bring it to the emperor right away. Eunuch Wang took out the tonic, tested it with a silver needle, and then brought it to the emperor. Your Majesty, you have been reviewing memorials for so long that your hands must be tired. Let me serve you. Then I'll trouble you, my beloved concubine. Concubine Li happily brought the supplements over, stood beside the emperor, and fed him 1 spoonful at a time. It tastes very good. My beloved concubine has put so much effort into it. Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Concubine Li looked at the emperor's face, which was full of smiles, and continued, Your Majesty, there is still a month before the New Year. I am looking forward to the lively New Year palace banquet. Well, this year should be more lively than in previous years. The other 3 countries have come to congratulate this year, especially the princesses of Shio and Nannan, and the Prince of Bailing will also come this time. Concubine Li asked cautiously, Then, Your Majesty, are the princesses and princes of other countries coming to show goodwill to our Purple Saint Kingdom and to take the relationship to the next level? What my beloved concubine said is very true. This time of year is a good time for marriage between the 2 countries. Your Majesty, you are the sky of our Purple Saint Kingdom. Our Purple Saint Kingdom is strong, far surpassing the other 3 countries. The other 3 countries still act according to Your Majesty's wishes. The emperor felt very relieved after hearing what concubine Li said. Ha ha ha, my beloved concubine really knows how to talk. Although our Purple Saint Kingdom is strong, the other 3 countries are not weak either. Your Majesty, I don't understand state affairs. I only know that Your Majesty is the most powerful emperor in the world, and Your Majesty is my heaven. Ha ha ha, my beloved concubine's words make me very happy. Only your little mouth can make me happy. Concubine Li looked at the delighted emperor and immediately said, Your Majesty, you see, the 3rd prince already has a principal wife, and the position of the 4th Prince Junior's principal wife is still vacant. The emperor thought about it and realized that the 4th Prince Yi Chenjun was only 1 year younger than the 3rd prince, and it was time for him to get married. Well, see if there is a suitable minister's daughter at the palace banquet. If there is a suitable one, marry Juner. I thank your majesty on behalf of Juner. Ah, concubine Li sighed. The emperor asked in confusion, My beloved concubine, why are you worried? Your majesty, what should we do if Juner falls in love with a princess from another country at the palace banquet?
I beg your majesty not to blame Juner.
Juner is still young and energetic. What if he falls in love with a princess from another country and the princess is unwilling, which causes discord between the two countries? That would be Juner's fault. The emperor's face changed immediately, and he said angrily, The princesses from other countries came here to marry. Which of my sons is worse? It's not their turn to be willing or not. Concubine Li looked at the angry emperor and quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, calm down. It's all my fault. I made your majesty angry. The emperor looked at Li Guifei, who looked horrified, as if he was a little uneasy because he had said something wrong, with red eyes. The imperial concubine, distressed, quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her up. My beloved, please get up quickly. I am not angry with you. Don't worry, my beloved. If Juner takes a fancy to any princess, you can ask him to tell me, and I will arrange a marriage for him. Imperial concubine Li's eyes were full of surprise, and she looked at the emperor with admiration. Thank you, your majesty. Juner will definitely thank you when he knows about this. The last time Juner came to visit me, he also told me to take good care of your majesty. He said that his father was worried about state affairs all day long, and asked me to take good care of your majesty's health. The emperor's expression softened a lot. Well, Juner is also a thoughtful person. All of my princes are good. They are not picked by princesses of other countries. Before the emperor spoke, imperial concubine Li said, Your majesty, the queen may have something important to ask your majesty, so I will take my leave first. Okay, my beloved concubine is thoughtful. I will go to my beloved concubine for dinner tonight. Imperial concubine Li was delighted because the emperor meant to rest in her palace tonight. Your majesty, I will definitely cook your favorite dishes tonight. I will be waiting for you in Xianlin Palace. Okay, my beloved concubine, please leave. Concubine Li bowed. I will take my leave. Then she left with her maid and the food box. The emperor said to Anuch Wang, announced the queen. The queen, who was waiting outside the imperial study, was very unhappy when she saw concubine Li, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, coming out of the imperial study. However, as the queen, she had to maintain a dignified and generous demeanor at all times. Concubine Li came to the queen and bowed. Your concubine greets the queen. Stand up. Thank you, your majesty. I will not disturb the queen anymore. I will take my leave. Concubine Li left directly with her maid. The queen was so angry that her teeth itched. This concubine Li was always so arrogant in front of her. Isn't it just that her mother's family is a great general who guards the country? The emperor also favors her a little bit. She is really getting more and more arrogant. When the queen heard the Anuch at the door of the imperial study call her to see the emperor, she adjusted her expression before entering the imperial study. Concubine Li turned her head to look at the queen's figure, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She had asked a princess from another country for Juner to marry. She heard that the princess from Shio was the most beloved little princess of the emperor of Shio. If she married this little princess, her Juner's power would be no less than that of the third prince. After entering the imperial study, the queen met the emperor and paid her respects, and then asked, Your Majesty, I came to ask if the wedding date of the third prince has been set? If it has been set, I can also ask the Ministry of Rites to prepare it first. The emperor coughed. He had not yet told the queen the result told by the Imperial Observatory. Lordly of the Imperial Observatory said that the third prince could not get married this year and could only get married on the day of heavy snow next year. Although he was not satisfied at the time, Lordly of the Imperial Observatory said that if the third prince got married before that, it would be disadvantageous to the emperor, and the emperor naturally did not believe it. Lordly also said that there were strange phenomena in the sky and strange things happening in the world, such as the resurrection of Prime Minister Mu's daughter Mu Fengyan, the inexplicable disappearance of the Red Phoenix sword, and the floods in the south. These revealed that there were strange phenomena in the sky, and if they went against the will of heaven, it would be detrimental to the Purple Saint Kingdom, to the Emperor, and to the dragon body. The Emperor immediately decided to choose a good day next winter to hold the wedding, as Lord Li said. The Emperor coughed and said, "Queen, Lord Li of the Imperial Observatory calculated that the auspicious date is next winter. He will tell me the specific date in advance. Queen, go back and wait for news." The Queen looked incredible and asked hurriedly, "Your Majesty, did Lord Li calculate it wrong? Is there no good day in this year?" Lord Li is the apprentice of Lord Chen of the Imperial Observatory. He has received Lord Chen's true teachings and will not be wrong. But, Your Majesty, that time is too long. Is it the same for other princes? Calculate the birth dates of other princes again. The birth dates of the third prince and Miss Liu are like this. The Queen was anxious. How could this be possible? Wouldn't it let the fourth prince get ahead of the third prince? Your Majesty, do you want Lord Chen to calculate it again? After all, Lord Chen is Lord Li's master. A master is always better than a disciple. When the Emperor thought of Lord Chen's trembling walk, he decided to forget it. His divination skills were not as effective as before. "I have made up my mind. Queen, go back and wait for news." "But, Your Majesty." The Queen looked at the slightly angry face of the Emperor and could only suppress her dissatisfaction, bowed and saluted. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will take my leave and return to the palace first." "Well, the Queen will leave first." The Queen went out a little unhappy. The Emperor looked at the Queen's unhappy face and suddenly had a headache. He had no choice. Aoer was also his beloved prince. He also hoped that he would get married as soon as possible, provided that nothing would be unfavorable to him as the Emperor. It was concubine, Li, who made him feel at ease. After reviewing these memorials, she would go to Xianlin Palace. After returning to Fingyi Palace, Queen Su became more and more unwilling to accept it, and she suspected that it was Miss Liu's problem. Why did she have to wait so long for her son? It was just a big wedding. Why couldn't she calculate a good day? Is it that the granddaughter of Emperor Liu is not in harmony with the son? If so, can someone else do it? She got the news that the princesses of Shio and Nanan would come. The purpose of the princesses coming was obvious. Wasn't it to come for marriage? The princess of Shio Kingdom is the most favored by the emperor. If Aoer likes her, she has to find a way to let the emperor marry this princess first. As for Lu Lingwei, we can talk about it next year. Thinking of this, she said to Su Ma, "Ma, let someone tell the third prince that I have something to ask him, and ask him to come to the palace as soon as possible." "Yes, my queen, I will go now." Su Ma quickly went to find someone to tell him. Mu Fengyan, who had eaten and drunk enough in the regent's mansion, should also return to the villa. If she returns later, her mother will be worried. Dr. Sun, who was walking here, only saw the back of a girl getting on the car, but not her face. He thought he was seeing things wrong. When he saw the two maids, he was sure that he was not seeing things wrong. Dr. Sun took 2 quick steps to come forward. He wanted to see which family this lady was. Qingfeng stopped in front of Dr. Sun. "Dr. Sun, please move back a little. Be careful that the carriage hits you." After Mu Fengyan and the 2 maids got on the car, Qingyan looked at the prince, and the prince nodded slightly. Qingyan led the carriage away quickly. Before Mu Fengyan had time to say goodbye to Yi Lijue, the carriage left. Yi Lijue didn't want Dr. Sun to know that Mu Fengyan came to the palace, otherwise the emperor would know what troubles Yener would bring. Dr. Sun saw the prince's unusual behavior and guessed that the girl must be very important to the prince. He stepped forward and asked, "Prince, which girl was it just now?" "I have never seen the prince so concerned about a girl before." Yi Lijue glanced at Dr. Sun coldly. "Why, do I need to report my affairs to Dr. Sun?"
No, I don't mean that.
"I care about the prince, and I am happy for the prince. Just take care of your own business, and the prince reminds you to be careful of your mouth. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask, otherwise you won't know how you died." Dr. Sun saw the prince's sharp eyes and was startled. What does the prince mean? Did the prince know something? Or did he discover something? Dr. Sun's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After Yi Lijue gave the warning, he turned around and went back to the study. No, nothing happened. I just wanted to take the prince's pulse. Then Dr. Sun, please go back. The prince has official business to deal with now. Okay. Guard Qingfeng, who is that girl just now? Qingfeng looked at Dr. Sun coldly and said, Dr. Sun, didn't you hear what the prince said just now? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Be careful of saying something out of your mouth, and you won't even know how you died. Yes, Guard Qingfeng is right. It was I who overstepped my authority. I will go back and make medicine for the prince. Dr. Sun left quickly. He received a secret letter asking him to check who entered the palace. He only saw a woman now, and he didn't know who it was. Should he spread the news? Qingfeng looked at Dr. Sun's back angrily. He was still making medicine? He was really hoping that the prince would die of the poison. If it weren't for the fact that he was still useful, he really wanted to kill this quack with a sword. After Qingyan sent Mu Fengyan to a place not far from the palace, he asked the driver to drive the carriage back. He stayed to deal with the people who were secretly following him and only returned to the palace after they were dealt with. As soon as he rushed back to the gate of the palace, he saw Mr. Dongfang in white clothes, black hair, a neat bun on his head, and an exquisite white jade hair crown. From a distance, he looked like a handsome young man, but he was far inferior to his prince. Holding a jade bone fan, he came to the palace gracefully. The expression on his face was no longer as sad as before he left, but very happy. However, it was very cold, and the fan in his hand kept fanning from time to time. Isn't Mr. Dongfang cold? Young Master Dongfang, you're back? Yes, I have been listening to the ditty for the whole afternoon, and I am very happy. Has your future princess left? She has left. Alas, your prince really forgets his friends for the beauty. We have been friends for so many years, but he is reluctant to give me even a small bowl of chicken soup. Young Master Dongfang, you misunderstood our prince. It's not that our prince doesn't want to give you the soup. It's specially prepared for the future princess. I have already asked the kitchen to prepare it last night. Dongfang Xian. There is nothing wrong with this, but what's wrong? Is it because I came late? Didn't I ask the kitchen to prepare it in advance? Is this what Qingyan meant? It should be. Then I will come earlier next time. Yes, next time you come earlier, the prince will definitely tell the kitchen early. That's what I said. How could the prince forget his friends for the sake of beauty? We have been friends for many years, right? Yes. Okay. I have something to say to your prince. I didn't want to tell him, but now I'll tell him. Dongfang Xian said and turned around and strode towards the palace. Qingyan smiled smugly at Dongfang Xian's back as he walked in. Dongfang Xian might not know that he was confused by what he said just now. Dongfang Xian walked quickly into Yi Lijue's study, pushed the door open, and sat directly opposite Yi Lijue's desk. Yi Lijue said without even raising his head, Dongfang Xian, can you knock on the door next time? Haven't I always been like this? Besides, there is no secret in your study. Do you have a beauty hidden in your room? Dongfang Xian finally teased. Yi Lijue looked up at Dongfang Xian and said in a faint voice, What's the matter? Hey, you are so boring. Is this a joke? I don't know how your little princess can stand your icy face. Dongfang Xian looked at Yi Lijue's increasingly cold eyes. Okay, I won't say anything more. I'm here to tell you something. Yi Lijue continued to look down at the report in his hand. He knew Dongfang Xian. He knew that if he didn't say what he wanted to say, he would suffocate to death. Hey, you're not curious about what I'm talking about. It's so boring. Forget it, I'll give it to you. This matter is related to your little princess. Yi Lijue finally looked up at Dongfang Xian. Go on. Dongfang Xian looked at Yi Lijue's expression and finally had the desire to continue. I have received reliable information. The reason why the Prince of Bailing came to Zixin Kingdom is that he heard about Miss Mu's resurrection from the dead. He was very curious. He also heard that the Emperor gave Miss Mu to the prince in marriage. The prince also knew that the Prince of Bailing had a deep grudge against you. There were constant frictions on the border between the two countries. Every time, the prince led the troops to repel them. The Prince of Bailing hated you very much. What does this have to do with my little princess? Your Highness also knows that the Crown Prince of Bailing is excellent in all aspects. I am afraid that he will lose to you on the battlefield and then go to harass your little princess. And then coax your little princess away. Wouldn't your Highness become a joke of the entire Purple Saint country? Yi Lijue thought that Yenner didn't even take him seriously, let alone the Crown Prince of Bailing, who was inferior to him in appearance and other aspects. If he angered his little princess, wouldn't he give him a handful of poison? Aren't the people in the Prime Minister's mansion a ready-made lesson? Well, it might be miserable. Yes, your Highness, your reputation for life is gone. It's miserable. I mean that the Crown Prince of Bailing will be miserable, and he may be poisoned miserably. Dongfang Xian was dumbfounded. What did the prince mean? Why couldn't he understand? Did he miss something? No. He must go to Qingfeng to ask clearly. What other purpose does the Crown Prince of Bailing have? Oh, another purpose is to see if the Scarlet Phoenix sword has really been taken away. It is said that the person who got the Scarlet Phoenix sword is a very skilled martial artist with profound skills. He can kill people without leaving any trace. Since he took the Scarlet Phoenix sword, he has disappeared. Does your Highness know who took the Scarlet Phoenix sword? I don't know. Even your Highness doesn't know. It seems that this person's martial arts is definitely better than your Highness's. No wonder people from the other 3 countries are also looking for this person's whereabouts. If any country gets this person, it will become a strong backing for that country. Yi Lijue's eyes suddenly turned cold. He also knew about the 3 countries' search for the Scarlet Phoenix sword. Fortunately, he and Yenner left quickly that day, otherwise, if others knew about it, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. Your Highness, there are princesses from other countries coming this time. They must be here to form an alliance. Will the Emperor grant your Highness a princess in marriage? Dongfang Xian's eyes were full of gossip. Yi Lijue glanced at Dongfang Xian calmly. No, the Emperor is not that stupid. He wants to kill me now, so how can he help me? This princess will probably marry the prince. Dongfang Xian looked at Yi Lijue's eyes that looked at him as if he were an idiot, and suddenly felt bored. He was just joking, why take it seriously? It was late at night. Mu Fengyan looked at the inky black night outside. It was really pitch dark. She sent all the maids to sleep and told them not to come in without being called. Mu Fengyan put on her nightgown, opened the window, and flew out with a tiptoe. After practicing in space for this period of time, Qinggong has reached the point of perfection. This is the longest practice of Mu Fengyan, and it is also the one that she has practiced the most than other several skills. It is not for anything else, but because she can't beat the opponent, and the principle of running as fast as possible is to save her life. Space is her last trump card, and she can't expose it to others casually. Mu Fengyan first arrived at a remote corner of the Prime Minister's mansion in a few ups and downs. Hey, why can't I sense the presence of those 2 masters? Could it be that they are so powerful that they have concealed their breath? Mu Fengyan couldn't detect their location, so she deliberately released a little breath. After a long time, there was still no sight of the presence of masters near the Prime Minister's study. Could it be that the Prime Minister's study was empty, so the secret guards also ran away? In any case, since they were gone, it would be convenient for her. The other secret guards raised by the Prime Minister were not as good as her in martial arts. Since I'm here, I'll take a look at what the Prime Minister has been busy with these days. Why is the old lady's Jifuyuan brightly lit? She quietly hid in the tree and looked at it. When she saw what was going on in the courtyard, she was so shocked that she almost fell off the tree. What did she see? The old lady was placed flat in the middle of the fire circle, and there were several people in strange clothes jumping around the fire circle next to her. It didn't look like they were going to burn the old lady to death. These people were still muttering in their mouths. The older man was dressed like a Taoist priest, but he didn't look like a Taoist priest. Forgive her ignorance, she couldn't tell which sect he belonged to. After watching for such a long time, she understood one thing. They were exorcising evil spirits. Did the Prime Minister think that the old lady was possessed by dirty things and was possessed by evil spirits? Mu Fengyan looked at the old lady in the fire circle again, and her eyes almost fell out. Why did the old lady have silver needles inserted in each of her fingers? My God, her hands hurt just looking at it. Mu Fengyan was shocked. She just felt that her grandmother was old and had trouble sleeping, so she just wanted her to rest more. Who would have thought that she would torture the old lady like this? Look, she is so thin now that she is just skin and bones. If she continues like this, she will be tortured to death. Mu Fengyan calculated the time. It's almost time for her to wake up tomorrow. She will have to wake up even if she doesn't want to. This is a bit too much. She can only wrong her grandmother for one more night for the time being. Mu Fengyan came to the study again, jumped onto the roof of the study, and gently lifted a tile. The moment she took off the tile, Mu Fengyan felt that the smell in the room was a bit strong. She immediately covered her mouth and nose and looked down. Prime Minister Mu was still lying on the bed. No wonder he allowed those people to torment the old lady. She couldn't get out of bed. The Prime Minister was talking to the old servant Uncle Wang about things in the mansion. She was not interested, so she left quickly, mainly because the smell here was not good. Mu Fengyan jumped a few more times and came to the roof of the second lady. She untied the tile and looked down and almost burst out laughing. There was a lot of pus on the second lady's face. Xiao Cui, who was serving her next to her, had a pale face. It was obvious that she was holding back the huge nausea and helping her clean it. She looked at the furnishings in the room again. They had brought all the things from the maid's room and were using them temporarily. Mom, what on earth is going on with our faces? Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. Oh, there is another person in the room. I only saw the second madam just now, but I didn't see the second miss was here too. But why is the second young lady wearing a maid's clothes? Oh, that's right. She took away all the second miss's things. And how could this happen to our Prime Minister's mansion? Mother, I am the fourth most beautiful woman in the Purple Saint country, with both talent and beauty. I will marry the third prince in the future. How can I go out and meet people like this? Swear, don't worry. Mother has already informed your uncle and asked her to find a famous doctor. Mother, isn't there a doctor named Sun in the regent's mansion? Ask your uncle to find him. I don't want pus to flow on my face. Mother, I want to return to my former beauty. I want to wear beautiful clothes. I don't want to wear maid's clothes anymore, woo-woo. Swear, don't cry. Mother will find a way. The maid next to Mu Shushue finally couldn't stand it anymore. Ugh. When the second miss cried, the yellow pus on her face and tears flowed down together. It was so disgusting. The maid was so scared that she quickly looked up at the second miss's expression. Believe it or not, I will have people beat you to death with sticks. I'm sorry, second miss. It's all my fault. I'll take care of it right away. Swear, why are you mad at a maid? Now is not the time to be angry. Mu Shushue felt even more upset. She wanted to return to her former beautiful self, but the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and she burst into tears. The second lady looked at her daughter's face and felt a little uncomfortable. Scolding, "Don't cry anymore. If you cry again, your face will be healed, but you'll be disfigured." Mu Shushue was so scared that she immediately shut her mouth. Thinking of something, she said angrily, "Mom, it's all that Mu Fengyan. Since she came back, our Prime Minister's mansion has not had a peaceful day. She is an evil star. She caused my father to be beaten by the Emperor, my grandmother to be unconscious, and our faces are also disfigured. It's all her fault. Everything was fine before, but it became different after she came back. Why did she come back alive when she was dead? And that first lady didn't give the mansion any subsidies." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. The second lady thought carefully about the changes in the Prime Minister's mansion. It really changed after Mu Fengyan came back. No, she had to go to the Prime Minister and talk about this. Also, Mother, Daddy sold 20 concubines to Kwahongyuan, which was supposed to be a happy thing, but look at us now. How can we be happy? Mu Fengyan was shocked. This Prime Minister is amazing. She has heard of selling maids and servants, but this is the first time she has heard of selling concubines. The Prime Minister's idea is really so different. Mu Fengyan looked at the two people in the room, and then looked at the maid who was enduring so hard, and the corners of her mouth hooked. Let's enjoy the disgusting days slowly and make them disgusted for a while first. Mu Fengyan was afraid that she had found the wrong place, so she went around the front door to look at the plaque on the door, Duke's Mansion. This is it. With a light tap of the toes, she flew directly and hid in a big tree with the power of the roof, which was just right for a clear view of the Duke's mansion. In addition to one place with bright lights, there is another place guarded by many secret guards. This place is either a study or a warehouse. Needless to say, the brightly lit courtyard is the place of the young master. Mu Fengyan first wanted to find the storehouse. She was afraid that there might be another expert hiding in secret, like the one in the Prime Minister's mansion, hiding in secret. She couldn't detect it. If she was caught alive, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Mu Fengyan looked at the courtyard under the big tree. It should be the maid's courtyard. Otherwise, how could there be maid's clothes drying in the courtyard? Mu Fengyan rolled her eyes. Since she couldn't check it secretly, she would check it openly. Mu Fengyan took advantage of the concealment of the space and the quick lightness skill and landed in the courtyard. She reached out and touched the clothes.
Ah.
The clothes were frozen stiff. How could she wear them? She reached out and touched the one next to her. Well, this dress was dry. It was obvious that it had been drying for a long time. She picked it up and smelled it. Fortunately, there was no smell. She quickly put it on outside, tidied her hair, and put on simple makeup. You can't tell her real face in the middle of the night. Now she is dressed like a maid. In this way, Mu Fengyan began to walk around the Sun Guogong mansion in a swaggering manner. When she met other maids, she lowered her head as much as possible and bowed slightly, as humble as possible. As soon as the other maids left, she immediately stood up and walked quickly to where there were more secret guards. When they were almost there, they were suddenly stopped by a loud shout. "Stop! What are you doing?" Mu Fengyan looked at the servant guarding the door, lowered her head, pretended to be scared, and said in a low voice, "Hey, young man, I'm a new maid. The master asked me to go to the kitchen to get some food, but I got lost." The servant saw the frightened maid and seemed to understand. This kind of thing has happened before. The new maid couldn't find the way to the master's courtyard, especially at night. "Go back. You've found the wrong place. Go out and ask someone and you'll know." "Okay, thank you, young man. I wanted to ask where this is so that I don't get the wrong place next time." This is an important place in the warehouse. It's not a place for a little maid like you to come. Besides, you are a maid now, so you have to call yourself a captive. "Thank you, young man, I get it." Mu Fengyan left here quickly. She guessed correctly. This was indeed a warehouse, but why were there so many secret guards guarding the warehouse? What Mu Fengyan didn't know was that because of the inexplicable theft in Prime Minister Mu's mansion, other ministers were also afraid that the mansion would be stolen, so they sent most of the secret guards to guard the storehouse. Mu Fengyan was thinking about how to lead away some of the secret guards and how many masters were there in the dark. Mu Fengyan was secretly annoyed. It was urgent to improve her martial arts value, otherwise she would find those masters in the dark. Mu Fengyan thought that the study was an important place in the mansion, wasn't it? Since everyone came to the storehouse, the study must be lax. She wanted to light a fire. She wanted to light the tree next to the study to attract the secret guards. She was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. She would not set fire to the Duke's study. At most, she would tidy up the storehouse of the Duke's mansion. After all, she could raise the young master so fat and big-eared, so there should be a lot of good things in the storehouse. Mu Fengyan put on her maid's clothes and began to wander around the Duke's mansion looking for the study. Finally, with the enthusiastic guidance of other maids, she found the specific location of the study. Mu Fengyan felt it, and felt that there were indeed not many secret guards around the study. Mu Fengyan found a big tree closest to the study, and took out a good thing from the space, white phosphorus. This was something she extracted herself in her previous life, when she was free. She originally wanted to use it to make smoke bombs and incendiary bombs, but now this tree is a good choice. Mu Fengyan piled the white phosphorus under the tree, and sprinkled some on the tree. The temperature was too low now, and the white phosphorus would not spontaneously combust. White phosphorus had one advantage, which was that it produced a lot of smoke, so those who didn't know what was going on thought it was a big fire. This is exactly the effect Mu Fengyan wanted. How could a little bit of smoke attract masters in the dark? After Mu Fengyan lit the white phosphorus, she hid her figure and quickly ran towards the warehouse. Sure enough, the fire here attracted the attention of the secret guards, and several experts quickly rushed towards the study. Although some people did not go, they were distracted and ignored the maid who came to the warehouse door again. The gatekeeper saw the maid coming back again and asked unhappily, "Why did you, the new maid, come back again? Didn't I tell you that this is an important warehouse and you can't just come here casually?" Mu Fengyan said in a panic, "Oh, brother, why am I back again? There's a fire over there." I wanted to tell the master. When the servant heard that there was a fire, he became anxious. Where is the fire? I don't know where it is, but other maids said it was the study. What study is on fire? That's terrible. I have to go to help quickly. The study is the most important place in this duke's mansion. Then, brother, you go quickly. I'll take a rest first. I'm too tired to run. The servant didn't pay any attention to Mu Fengyan and ran away. Mu Fengyan looked at the servant who ran away, smiled triumphantly, looked at the big lock of the warehouse, and was about to open the warehouse with a thin thread in his hand, when he heard the footsteps of the servant running back behind him. Mu Fengyan turned around immediately. Did he find out that he was different? The servant ran to Mu Fengyan breathlessly and said, "By the way, you new maid, there is one thing I forgot to tell you just now. I have told you once, you are a maid now, you have to call yourself a captive, you can't say my or my, do you understand?" The servant said, and ran away quickly. Mu Fengyan nodded woodenly, looking at the servant who ran away again. She cursed in her heart, "MD, you are crazy, you scared her." Mu Fengyan did not dare to dawdle. She finally gained a little time, opened the big lock in 2 seconds, and rushed into the warehouse directly, without looking at what was there specifically. In short, there were a lot of things, so she started to collect from the door and walked all the way to the end to collect everything. Mu Fengyan took out the flashlight and shone it quickly to make sure there was nothing. She could already hear the footsteps of the servant who ran back again. Mu Fengyan quickly walked out of the warehouse, closed the door, and just put the lock on it. Before she could lock it, the servant had already run back. "Hey, what are you doing, maid? Why did you run to the door of the warehouse?" Mu Fengyan looked back at the servant and said, "Little brother, I just wanted to take a look at the lock. It was too dark, so I took a closer look to see if it was locked securely, fearing that another thief might get in. I shook it, and it was indeed secure. Look. Need I tell you? This is of course the most secure lock. The Duke specially asked a locksmith to make it."
Mu Fengyan.
Could it be that the lock was made by the same locksmith as the one in the Prime Minister's mansion? Why did she feel so similar? "Little brother, you go ahead and do your work. I'm leaving now. I have to go find the master." Go ahead, go ahead. How can a new maid wander around the mansion casually? I've told you many times that maids should call themselves slaves. Mu Fengyan ignored the nagging gatekeeper and quickly left the warehouse, casually walking towards the courtyard next door. She was so tired that it only took her a few minutes from entering to coming out. The little maid in front stopped. Mu Fengyan continued to walk forward. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you still walking forward?" Mu Fengyan then realized that she was the one being called, and turned around and lowered her head without saying anything. "Hey, you are new here. You really don't even know the rules. Take this plate of snacks to the young master quickly. He is hungry and needs to eat." After the head maid finished speaking, she put the plate in Mu Fengyan's hands and hurried to do other things. The young master said that he wanted to drink some tonic, so she had to go and see if the stewed tonic was ready. Mu Fengyan looked at the pastries on the plate in her hand and found that she seemed to know why the young master was so fat. It would be strange if he didn't get fat if he ate so much sweet food so late at night. "Hey, considering that you have taken so many things from his family's warehouse, do you want to do something good for the young master, son? He is so fat that he will be prone to illness." Thinking of this, Mu Fengyan took out a strong laxative from the space and sprinkled it on the top piece of pastry for the young master. Well, he will definitely look different within 3 days.
Ah.
She is doing this for the young master's good. Qingfeng of the regent's mansion was reporting a strange thing that a secret guard had just seen. Your Highness, the secret guard just told me that a tree next to the study in the mansion of the Duke's son was on fire. The fire was very strange. The fire was not big, but the smoke was very heavy. Yi Lijue, who was reviewing the memorials, paused for a moment after hearing this. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his little princess. Okay, I understand. You may leave. After Qingfeng left, Yi Lijue quickly left the study and used his Qinggong skills to go to the villa. When he came to Mu Fengyan's window, he did not feel any breath inside. He gently pushed the window open and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one. He gently closed the window again, twitched the corners of his mouth, tapped his toes, used Qinggong skills, and quickly went to the direction of the Duke's mansion. At this time, Mu Fengyan, who was holding pastries, also came to the door of young Master Sun. As soon as she walked to the door, she heard a familiar voice from inside. Yes, it was young Master Sunday. Where is my food? Why haven't you brought it yet? Are maids so slow in doing things nowadays? Young master, don't worry, I'll go and urge them right away. Also, what time is it now? Why hasn't the beauty come yet? Did you tell the servant guarding the back door to let a pretty girl in if she comes? Young master, I have arranged everything. Maybe the girl is shy and embarrassed to come so early. You make sense. I will wait a little longer. The young master looked at the servant who was like a lackey and scolded him directly. What are you still standing there for? Go and see if my food has been delivered. Do you want to starve me to death? Yes, young master, I will go right away. Mu Fengyan had already tidied up her face before the servant ran out. As soon as the servant walked out of the room, he saw Mu Fengyan, who was dressed as a maid, and lowered her head at the door. What's wrong with you, maid? The young master is hungry. Hurry up and send it in. Yes, send it in right away. Mu Fengyan walked in quickly with the food. The young master didn't look at the maid, but just saw the cakes in the maid's hand. He was so hungry that he picked up the top piece and ate it quickly. He took the tea next to him and drank a few sips. He felt very comfortable in his stomach. He drank another sip of tea, then looked up at the maid who had been holding the plate. When he saw the face of the little maid clearly, the tea in his mouth sprayed out directly. Puff, cough, 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 cough. The servant next to him quickly helped the young master to calm down. Mu Fengyan stood there and looked at the young master with a smile. It happened that the young master ate the top piece with a strong laxative and washed it down with water. 3 days later, he was like a completely different person. The young master finally stopped coughing, his face flushed, and he angrily shouted, "Where did such an ugly maid come from? Get out now, you really pollute my eyes." At this time, the servant also looked at Mu Fengyan and took a breath of cold air. She was indeed too ugly. This must be a new maid. The entire Duke's mansion had never seen such an ugly maid. Mu Fengyan was painted according to the later Ruhua, but the painting seemed to be exaggerated. The servant saw that the young master had a face full of despair and quickly scolded, "You are a new maid. You don't know the rules. Get out now. Don't pollute the young master's eyes anymore." Mu Fengyan put down the plate, turned around, and went out. She did what she promised. She promised the young master that she would come tonight, and she was standing in front of him. He asked her to leave, but she couldn't blame her for not coming. She said she would come, but she didn't say what kind of appearance she would stand here. The young master looked at such an impolite maid, who didn't even bow before leaving, and angrily said to the servant beside him, "Tell the housekeeper tomorrow not to recruit those who are too ugly into the mansion in the future. Look at her. Not only is she ugly, but she is also so unruly." Yes, young master, I remember it. Oh, my eyes. Go to the back door quickly to see if the beauty is here. I need to see the beauty's eyes to feel comfortable. After a while, the young master's stomach kept rumbling. He didn't care about the beauty and ran to the toilet in a hurry. Mu Fengyan didn't care about how the young master son was tossing behind her. She now quietly came to a courtyard with fewer guards, pointed her toes, jumped onto the roof, and just stood firm and accidentally leaked a little breath, which was noticed by the secret master, who was patrolling everywhere. "Who is it?"
Mu Fengyan.
"Oh, why is there a secret guard here? It seems that this person's martial arts is better than hers. It's better to run first. The Qigong training and sweat were not in vain. She was running so fast and her posture was so steady. Just when she landed to rest and was about to use Qigong to run again, she was hugged by someone. When she smelled a familiar smell, she quickly said, "I didn't do anything bad. I just went out for a walk after dark and did some small things. I am a trustworthy person. I promised to meet someone tonight, and I will do what I said." Mu Fengyan thought of the expression of Sun Xiaogongi, who was about to cry when he saw her ugly appearance, and her eyes were full of smirks. Yi Lijua looked at the smirk in the eyes of the little princess and pulled the corners of his mouth slightly naughty. Yi Lijua hugged Mu Fengyan by the waist and used Qigong to run away quickly. Mu Fengyan couldn't help but envy Yi Lijua's Qigong, which was much better than hers. It seemed that she still needed to practice hard. The two of them went around and got rid of the masters behind them and returned to the study in front of the regent's mansion. As soon as Mu Fengyan stood still, she felt very thirsty and wanted to drink some spiritual spring water, but she couldn't do that now. She could only look at Yi Lijua beside her. "Yi Lijua, I'm thirsty. Qingfeng, bring a pot of new tea." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qingfeng left quickly. He said gently to Mu Fengyan next to him, "Yenna, let's go to the study." "Okay." Yi Lijua and Mu Fengyan walked into the study together. As soon as they sat down, Qingfeng brought in tea. When Qingfeng saw Mu Fengyan's face clearly, he was stunned. Where did the prince bring back such an ugly woman? When did the prince's taste become so heavy? What about the princess? "Qingfeng, why are you still standing there? Bring the tea over. I'm almost dying of thirst." "Hey, isn't this the voice of the future princess?" Qingfeng didn't think about it anymore and quickly put the tea on the table. Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's face and said to Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, go get a basin of clean water." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Yenner, why did you paint yourself so ugly?" Mu Fengyan thought of the appearance of young Master Sun just now and smiled instantly. "I went out to deal with a little fat guy, but he will be as thin as a bamboo pole in 2 days. Yi Lijua's eyes were cold for a moment and then asked, "Did he provoke you?" Mu Fengyan was still thinking about the way young Master Sun was coughing because of her ugliness just now, and did not notice the instant coldness in Yi Lijua's eyes. "Well, it's not considered provoking, but this guy is too greedy. I will deal with him and help him lose weight." What Mu Fengyan didn't say later was, "By the way, let him eat lighter in the future." Yi Lijua looked at Mu Fengyan's happy look and smiled dotingly. "Yenner, just be happy." At this time, Qingfeng came in with clean water. "Yenner, wash the stuff off your face." Qingfeng finally understood that this was the future princess. How could she make herself look so ugly? He didn't recognize her, and he didn't know how the prince recognized her. Mu Fengyan felt uncomfortable on her face, so she quickly washed it with water. After a while, her delicate and beautiful face was revealed. "Qingfeng. Well, it's much better to look at this way. It was too shocking just now, the kind that was so ugly." Qingfeng saw that Mu Fengyan had finished washing and quickly took it out. "Yi Lijua, I've made up like that. How did you recognize me?" "Yenner, your beauty is in your soul, not in your appearance. Even if you change your face, I can still recognize you."
Mu Fengyan.
Why do I feel like I'm being teased? The two chatted for a while, and Yi Lijua sent Mu Fengyan back. Mu Fengyan was anxious to go back and see the spoils in the space. After receiving the message from his mother, the third prince of the Fengyi Palace in the Imperial Palace quickly came to the Fengyi Palace. When the third prince heard his mother say that the wedding could only be held in the winter of next year, he showed no joy or anger. For him, it doesn't matter who he marries. Of course, he will be willing to marry whoever can help him the most. "Mother, then I will wait until next year for the wedding. I can also take a concubine into the palace first." "My son, there is no rush for the concubine. Have you heard that a princess from another country will come to the annual banquet?" "Mother, I already know the news. Zicheng has received accurate information that the most favored princess of Xio will come." "Well, my son, your mother means that you should marry the princess of Xio, so as not to let the fourth prince get there first. After all, That princess can bring you great help. But, mother, I already have a wife, and a princess from another country can't be a concubine. You don't have to worry about this. Your mother will plan it for you. Besides, we will observe secretly first and make plans carefully for this month. As for Miss Liu, your mother has plenty of ways to cancel this marriage. Mother, wouldn't it be a pity to cancel this marriage? After all, Imperial Master Liu has many disciples. His power in the court is intertwined. Queen Su thought about it and realized that her son was right. The engagement could not be cancelled. Please think carefully and find a way to have the best of both worlds. It would be best to marry both the princess and the granddaughter of Emperor Liu. If the forces behind them both help you, the fourth prince will be at a disadvantage. Don't worry, mother. I will discuss this with Zicheng after I go back. Yes, okay. Zicheng also has his own ideas. If you need your help, please tell me. Okay, mother. I'll take my leave first.
Go.
The palace will be locked soon. Remember to be cautious in everything. Don't worry, mother. I'll remember this. The third prince quickly left the palace and asked the secret guards to call Zicheng to his house to discuss matters. In the fourth prince's house, Yi Chenjun was discussing the visit of the princess of Xiao Kingdom with his aide Lu Fangjie in the study. The fourth prince, Yi Chenjun, is 1 year younger than the third prince, Yi Chenao. He is good at strategy, has means, and has good martial arts. He is the strongest among the princes, but he is still far behind the regent. The eldest prince is sick and weak and has no chance of becoming the emperor. The second prince's mother's family is very weak, and he is not favored by the emperor, so he has no competitiveness. The fifth prince likes to travel around, does not like the intrigues in the court, likes to be free, and is not in Kyoto. The sixth and seventh princes are too young. Now the only one who is as powerful as the third prince is the fourth prince. The fourth prince's mother is the imperial concubine, and his maternal grandfather is a general who guards the country. His strength is very good. The third prince's maternal grandfather is the Su Guogong mansion, which has no real power, but the third prince's mother is the current queen, and the third prince is the legitimate son. Therefore, the secret competition between the third prince and the fourth prince is also very fierce. Fan Jia, today my mother sent me a message saying that after the New Year's banquet, I can go directly to my father and ask to marry the princess of Xiao. My father has already agreed to my mother's request. Then congratulations to the fourth prince. The princess of Xiao is the most favored princess of Emperor Xiao. I heard that the princess came voluntarily. Although Emperor Xiao was reluctant, he still sent a large dowry and a border city, which shows how favored she is. If the fourth prince is able to marry the princess, it will be a great help. Fan Jia, what you said makes sense. Therefore, the queen mother and the third prince must not know about this, so as to prevent them from interfering. What the fourth prince said is very true. There is one more thing. I wonder what the fourth prince thinks of the prime minister's resurrected daughter. This matter is already known to the whole city. It is very strange. I always feel that it is a little unusual. Fan Jia, do you have any different opinions? Fourth prince, I always feel that this matter is unusual, especially the recent experience of the prime minister's mansion. I think it is better to be friends with the regent and Miss Mu rather than enemies. Well, this matter should be considered in the long run. Even if we are friends, we should keep it secret. Father is suspicious by nature and has not appointed a crown prince yet. If he knew that I was close to the ninth prince, it would be equivalent to giving up the crown prince completely. The fourth prince is still thoughtful. We still need to be cautious in this matter. After watching Yi Lijua leave, Mu Fengyan of the other courtyard could not wait to enter the space. She wanted to enter the space to see what treasures she had collected in the Sun Guogong mansion. At that time, she only saw a lot of things. When she saw a corner of the space full of things, she was a little dumbfounded. Is the Sun Guogong mansion so rich? The family background is not ordinary, right? In addition to boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, there is also a piece of yunjin and a piece of shujin. She doesn't care about these two pieces of cloth, because her mother has plenty of them. Mu Fengyan saw another very strange wooden box. After some effort, she finally opened it. When she saw what it was, her eyes lit up. How could this appearance be so similar to the great sage's relics Guqin? But there was a difference. This chain was 130 centimeters long, with a word phoenix engraved on it, and a lifelike phoenix with wings spread out next to it, ready to fly. There was a letter in the box with the one with destiny written on it. Mu Fengyan raised her eyebrows. She opened the wooden box. The letter was in her space, so she was also the one with destiny, so she opened the envelope and took a look. There was a lot written in the letter. The general meaning was that those who got this treasure should treat this chain well. Only the one with destiny could play this chain. This chain could kill people invisibly. If practiced to the 20th level, the sound of the chain could bewitch people's hearts and confuse people's minds. It could also be played in the air, and the sound of the chain was like layers of wind and waves turning into sharp blades, rushing towards the opponent quickly, so it killed people invisibly. Mu Fengyan's eyes lit up. Was she the destined one? Even if she wasn't, she had to find a way. If something came into her hands, it would become destined even if it wasn't destined. This was a must. She quickly ran to the hut, took a scalpel and put it next to the zither, and muttered to the zither, "I'll play it for a while. If it doesn't sound, I'll cut off your strings and use them as a hidden weapon." At this time, the red phoenix sword, which was floating in the space, also flew over and tapped the end of the zither twice with its scabbard. "Go away, red phoenix sword. I'm going to play it. If it doesn't sound, I'll cut it off." The red phoenix sword whizzed away, and the sword body still emitted a reddish light.
Mu Fengyan.
Does this mean that you want to cut the zither quickly? That's right. No matter what, try playing it first. Mu Fengyan touched the phoenix zither lovingly, and it was indeed a treasure. Not only could she play it, but the sound was also so beautiful. She loved this treasure. There is also a secret book under the Guqin. It records the cultivation methods of each level in detail. It is very good. Mu Fengyan looked at other things again. There were also some things bestowed by the emperor. Unfortunately, all the things bestowed by the emperor were marked. She had to find a way to erase the mark, otherwise how could she use them? It would look good if she put a vase in the room, and she could eat one more bowl with this beautiful little bowl. There were a lot of things, and she had to use them all. Mu Fengyan felt that this trip tonight was worth it. She got a rare treasure, and it was not a risk in vain. Then she went to bed happily. What she didn't know was that the Sun Guogong mansion was like a pot of boiling water. When the Duke learned that there was a thief, he immediately sent someone to check the warehouse, and then he was dumbfounded. Now the whole city is catching thieves. The Duke looked at the empty warehouse and almost fainted several times. Fortunately, the palace doctor kept pinching the Duke's philtrum to keep him awake. The Duke was furious. Find it for me. Even if we have to dig deep into the ground, we must find the thief for me. I obey your orders." The secret guards left quickly, searching the city for suspicious people. Duke's son was now looking at the empty storehouse, feeling anxious. The money was not important, but there was a treasure inside, which he was going to present to the emperor at the annual banquet. The emperor also knew about this and praised his loyalty. Now that he was gone, what could he present to the emperor? The emperor also said that he would show this treasure to other countries at the palace banquet. He got this by chance, but unfortunately, he couldn't even open the box. He only knew that it was a treasure. At this time, the servant came to report, "Duke, the young master has been having diarrhea and has been going to the toilet. Now he can't even pull up his pants." The Duke heard that his most beloved youngest son was in trouble, and he finally fainted in a hurry. This time, the doctor couldn't wake him up no matter how hard he tried. The whole night in the Duke's son's mansion was in chaos, and no one rested. Duke's son finally woke up at dawn. The first thing he did when he woke up was to rush to the palace. He wanted to tell the emperor what happened in the mansion. His mansion had suffered a disaster this time. After Mu Fengyan woke up after a good night's sleep, she heard something not so wonderful, and her good mood disappeared instantly. The maid told her that the old lady in the prime minister's mansion was sick and asked the eldest lady to go and serve her. It turned out that the old lady finally woke up under the horrible acupuncture method of the mansion doctor and the bombardment of the exorcist Taoist priest. After she opened her eyes, she felt pain in the soles of her feet and fingers. When she raised her hand and saw the silver needle on her fingertips, she almost fainted again. Nanny Lee quickly pinched the old lady's philtrum. The old lady finally woke up, but she couldn't faint again. The price of the old lady fainting was too high. She was afraid that if she tossed it again, the old lady's life would be completely explained. While pinching the old lady's philtrum, Nanny Lee told her what happened in the mansion in the past few days. When the Prime Minister learned that the old lady had woken up and asked the First Lady Han to come back to take care of her, he couldn't help but feel happy. This was exactly what he wanted. So he sent the old servant Wang Shu to the other courtyard to tell the First Lady that he didn't believe that Han would not come back because the old lady was pressuring him. As long as Han came back, the Prime Minister's mansion would be able to solve the current dilemma. When Han from the other courtyard saw Prime Minister Mu's personal old servant Wang Shu in the front hall, she was surprised. Wang Shu seemed to have lost a lot of weight and was not as energetic as before when he was with the Prime Minister. He seemed to be much more wilted. Han had been busy buying all kinds of supplements for her daughter to nourish her body and making beautiful clothes for her daughter in the other courtyard. She was not only busy but also very happy. In addition, she deliberately didn't want to know anything about the Prime Minister's mansion, so she didn't know what happened in the Prime Minister's mansion now. Uncle Wang glanced at the First Lady. Why did he feel that she was much younger than before, and she exuded a dignified and elegant temperament? The melancholy expression on her face before was gone. Now she looked so gentle and generous, and there was a kind of indifference that saw through everything. It was like a reborn compared to when she was in the Prime Minister's mansion. Uncle Wang sighed again in his heart. The Prime Minister would definitely regret the way he treated the First Lady in the past. He didn't know if the Prime Minister would treat her better and win her back after she returned. The First Lady now was many times stronger than the second wife and those concubines before they were disfigured, not to mention that they were disfigured now. Uncle Wang felt that he should do something for the Prime Minister, so he told the First Lady everything that happened in the Prime Minister's mansion with tears in his eyes. Han was stunned and couldn't believe it. How long has it been since the Prime Minister's mansion became like this? She hasn't made a move yet, and the concubines in the Prime Minister's mansion have begun to self-destruct? And the Prime Minister actually sold his concubine? Han refreshed her understanding of the Prime Minister. How blind she was before that she didn't realize that he was such a person. Uncle Wang, you go back first. I will go to the Prime Minister's mansion after I pack up a little bit. The old captive Uncle Wang didn't listen carefully to what Madame Han meant. He just thought that his crying just now made Madame Han soft-hearted. He knew that Han was kind-hearted. How could she ignore the current situation of the Prime Minister's mansion? Didn't Madame Han pack up and go back to the mansion? He completely ignored that Han said that she would pack up and go back to the Prime Minister's mansion. So she went back to the mansion happily and reported to the Prime Minister. After Uncle Wang left, Han sat there and pondered for a while. After making a decision in her heart, she took the maid back to her room. Back to the room, came to the desk, picked up the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and wrote a few lines of words. When Mu Fengyan hurried over, she saw such a beautiful mother. It seemed that her mother had become young and confident again, and exuded a calm and unworldly temperament. She was a little curious. How could her mother have changed so much in such a short time? Her mother had been staring at the paper on the table in a daze. Mu Fengyan walked over and saw the content on it. Her eyes were full of surprise. She mentioned this matter to her mother several times, but her mother always said to wait until she got married. Her mother had a stubborn temper, and she was helpless. Mu Fengyan wanted to know how her mother suddenly figured it out. What she didn't know was that Uncle Wang had told Han everything about the Prime Minister's mansion. After hearing it, Han didn't want to have anything to do with it at all. How could a Prime Minister who sold a concubine have a good reputation? This incredible thing was probably known to the entire Purple Saint Kingdom. Her daughter couldn't go out and be pointed at and said to have a father who sold a concubine. After weighing the pros and cons, She still felt that it would be best to get rid of the Prime Minister's mansion as soon as possible. Today, the Prime Minister could sell his concubine, but who knows if he would use her daughter to exchange for some benefits in the future. Although Yennefer had been betrothed to the regent, it hadn't happened yet. If it hadn't happened, there would be too many variables. Besides, the Prime Minister's mansion had been robbed by a thief. Didn't the old lady let her go back because she was interested in her money? All her things belonged to her precious daughter. How could they be given away to those insignificant people? She wanted to provide a home for her daughter. She wanted to open the Han Mansion and manage the store business, so as to provide financial support to her daughter. Although her position in business was low, she was granted an imperial decree after all. This was the only benefit she had gained in the Prime Minister's mansion for so many years. That is, the title of a first-class imperial lady bestowed by the emperor. This was the award bestowed upon the Prime Minister by the emperor when he was appointed Prime Minister. Mu Fengyan looked at her mother, who seemed to be in a trance, and wondered what she was thinking. Han looked at her daughter, whose eyebrows and eyes were becoming more and more delicate and beautiful, and she was more determined to get rid of the Prime Minister's mansion. Han knew that her daughter had seen the handwriting on the table and asked, "Yennefer, will you blame me for doing this? Are you talking about the divorce letter you wrote?" "Yes, I am afraid that your reputation will be damaged once I divorce you. I don't want you to be hurt, but I am more afraid that if you stay in the Prime Minister's mansion, your father will have other ideas to use you." "Mother, I am not worried about my reputation. I just hope you're happy. I agree with you getting rid of the Prime Minister's mansion. You deserve better. Besides, I have been arranged to marry the regent. If he dislikes me because of this, I would rather not marry him and take you away. There is no place for us in the world." Han was moved and hugged her daughter in her arms. How could she bear to let her daughter suffer? How could it be so easy to run away? Thinking of the worry in the regent's eyes, as if he thought of something, his eyes became firm. "Yennefer, it's too cold outside. Go back to your room and rest. I'll go to the Prime Minister's mansion." "Mother, I want to go with you." How could she not follow? What if her mother was bullied? What's more, if her mother went to divorce, who knows what the Prime Minister would do? Han looked at the determination in her daughter's eyes and nodded. She felt relieved again that her daughter had grown up. Mu Fengyan and Han quickly packed up, took the maid and got on the carriage and went out. "Let's go to the regent's mansion first." "Yes, ma'am." The servant driving the car agreed.
Mu Fengyan.
If she told her mother now that she had been to the regent's mansion several times at night, and Yi Lijue had also climbed through her window, would her mother faint from fear? She thought it was better not to tell her mother. Soon they arrived at the regent's mansion. Mu Fengyan said to the coachman outside, "Go knock on the gate of the regent's palace." "No, I'll go knock myself." "Mother, just let the coachman go. It's so cold. You just wait in the car for a while." "Yennefer, don't be rude. Besides, we came suddenly, we didn't send a visiting card, and we don't know if the prince is in the palace. To show our sincerity, we'd better go and knock on the door in person. Besides, the prince is the regent who is second only to one person and above everyone else, so we must be careful. Although you have been granted marriage, it's not married after all, so we must understand the rules, so that the prince doesn't think that the future princess is ignorant of the rules." Mu Fengyan looked at her mother's cautious and careful appearance. Okay, mother." Mu Fengyan and her mother were helped off the carriage by the maid. Yi Lijue, who was quickly processing secret reports from various places in the study of the regent's palace, suddenly heard Qingfeng knocking on the door quickly.
Yi Lijue Frovnet.
Qingfeng was becoming more and more unruly. Should he be sent to the Jilin army for further training?
Come in.
Qingfeng pushed the door open quickly and said directly, "Your Majesty, Miss Mu and her mother came to the palace together. They just got off the carriage, and we're about to knock on the door in person." Yi Lijue looked up and asked, "You said Yennefer and her mother came together?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Then why don't you go and open the door in person, and also ask Dr. Sun not to leave his courtyard?" Qingfeng stood still. Yi Lijue glanced at Qingfeng indifferently. "Didn't you understand what the prince said?" "Listen, I understand, I'll do it right away." Qingfeng turned around and left quickly. Why did he feel that he couldn't keep up with the prince's ideas more and more? Why didn't the prince ask other questions, skipped several questions, and directly asked him to open the door in person? No wonder Qingyan always disliked him. Was he really getting stupider and stupider? Yi Lijue watched Qingfeng leave quickly. It was time for Qingfeng to gain some experience, especially to train his brain. Yi Lijue also quickly got up and went to the front hall to wait. He knew how much Yenner valued her mother. Outside the regent's mansion, Mu Fengyan supported her mother. She could feel her mother's body trembling slightly. Although she was afraid, she was still very determined in her heart. "Mom, wait here for a while. I'll go knock on the door." "No, Yenner, mother must go in person." Han was thinking that she had done it all by herself, from beginning to end. If the regent blamed her, it would be her responsibility alone, and she would bear all the punishment. Han walked quickly to the front door, still thinking. She didn't know how long she would have to wait to see the regent. Fortunately, the regent's mansion was in a remote location. There were no pedestrians outside, and no one saw their arrival. Han, with a nervous heart, stretched out her hand. As soon as she touched the door knocker, the door opened quickly from the inside. Mu Fengyan looked at Qingfeng, who was a little out of breath, and raised her eyebrows. Did he run here so fast? Qingfeng sighed for a long time. Could he not open the door quickly? The look the prince gave him just now made him feel very uneasy. He always felt like he was going to be thrown out by the prince, so he came to the door of the mansion at his fastest speed and opened the door himself, which made the guards at the door very curious. Han was a little confused by the sudden opening of the door. Before she could come to her senses, Qingfeng immediately said, "Madam, please come in, Miss Mu." Mu Fengyan nodded and helped her mother, who was still a little dazed, and walked into the mansion with the maid. After Han walked into the mansion, she became somewhat sober. Wasn't it said that the door of the regent's mansion was difficult to open? Before she could come to her senses, Qingfeng immediately said, "Madam, please come in, Miss Mu." Mu Fengyan nodded and helped her mother, who was still a little dazed, and walked into the mansion with the maid. After Han walked into the mansion, she became somewhat sober. I don't know if it is true. Han is still a little scared in her heart. Suddenly, she regretted letting her daughter come with her. What if the prince is unhappy and kills them again? The daughter is still so young. Han was regretful and scared at this time. Her body was shaking, but for her daughter, she had to see the prince. "Mom, don't worry, it's okay." Mu Fengyan held her mother's trembling hand and comforted her. "Yenner, if anything happens later, blame it on mother. If the prince is unhappy, just let him kill me."
Mu Fengyan.
She didn't know what her mother was thinking just now. How could she have such an idea? Qingfeng, who was leading the way in front, twitched his mouth fiercely. What did the mother of the future princess think of the prince? A murder? Otherwise, why did she feel that the prince would kill her? Wouldn't the princess have to poison the prince? Several people soon arrived at the front hall. Yi Lijue was already waiting there and ordered the servants to bring the best tea. "Prince, Madam and Miss Mu are here." She knelt down in front of the prince in a proper manner. "Your Highness, your subject greets you." Mu Fengyan, who was standing aside, wanted to reach out and pull her mother up, but Han said sternly, "Yenner, why don't you kneel down and greet the prince?" Mu Fengyan then looked up at the prince who was sitting in the main seat and thought to herself, this guy is really good at pretending. Yi Lijue smiled as the little princess was scolded by her mother. "Yenner, why don't you kneel down and greet the prince?" Han said again. She was anxious in her heart. What happened to her daughter today? What should she do if she offended the prince? Mu Fengyan glared at the person sitting in the main seat and was about to squat down slowly. Yi Lijue saw the unhappy look on the little princess' face and said quickly, "Madam, please get up quickly. Yenna will be my princess from now on." "Madam, you don't have to be so polite when you see me." Mu Fengyan, who hadn't squatted down yet, bowed quickly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." She helped her mother up and said, "Mom, why don't you get up quickly and thank Your Highness?" Han, who was once again refreshed by the gentle attitude of the regent, began to curse those who spread rumors and slandered the prince. Who said that the prince killed people without blinking an eye? Who said that the prince was difficult to get along with? She felt that the prince was very good, and she couldn't help but relax a little. Mu Fengyan looked at her mother's tense body, relaxed a little, and cast a look at Yi Lijue that said, "You're smart." If this guy scared her mother, she would do her best to fight him. At her daughter's reminder, Han bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." "Madam, you are welcome. Please take a seat and have some tea." Mu Fengyan first helped her mother to take a seat at the lower right side, and then sat next to her. Tea was already placed on the long table between the two of them. Mu Fengyan casually looked around the hall. The hall was large enough and antique. Taking the central axis of the main hall as the reference, the long tables and square chairs were arranged in a symmetrical way in groups. The furniture, couplets, plaques, hanging screens, and calligraphy and painting screens were all arranged symmetrically on both sides of the central axis, which was solemn, noble, and very impressive. The upper square table and the seats on both sides were all made of golden nanmu. Behind the table and chairs was a large solid wood carved floor-to-ceiling hollow screen that was 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. The flowers and birds carved under the screen were lifelike. There were also large vases, more than 1 person tall on both sides of the seats. The vase was well made, and the colors were exquisite. It looked extraordinary. The symmetrical sets of tables and chairs at the lower level were all made of rosewood. Mu Fengyan smelled the sandalwood as soon as she entered the hall. Mu Fengyan's observation lasted only a moment, and finally her eyes fell on Yi Lijue, who was sitting on the upper seat. Yi Lijue had been paying attention to the little princess since she entered the hall. When he saw the little princess looking at the hall with interest, he noticed it. When their eyes met, Yi Lijue glanced at the living room lightly and then looked at Mu Fengyan meaningfully. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident, as if telling Mu Fengyan, "Yener, take whatever you like." Mu Fengyan understood the meaning in Yi Lijue's eyes, but ignored it and quickly lowered her head, looking like a good baby. "My mother is here. I am a good baby." The corners of Yi Lijue's mouth twitched. After some psychological preparation, Han finally looked up and mustered up the courage to say to Yi Lijue, "Your Majesty, I came here today to ask for a favor." "Madam, please tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish." "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. I am not asking you to do anything for me. I only ask you to treat my daughter well in the future. Today I will go to the Prime Minister's mansion to divorce the Prime Minister. The divorce is a voluntary matter by me alone, and it has nothing to do with my daughter and children. If Yener's reputation is damaged because of me, and it implicates Your Majesty, it is all my fault and has nothing to do with my daughter and children. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry about my life after the divorce. When I got married, I had a large dowry, which was all in my hands. Now, apart from my daughter, I only have money, and it will all be my daughter's dowry in the future." Han's meaning was very clear. "My daughter will not be short of money in the future, and may even bring help to Your Majesty in terms of money." Yi Lijue raised his eyebrows when he heard Han's words. He didn't expect Yener's mother to be so strong-willed. The Prime Minister was not a gentleman either. It was better for them to divorce. As for Yener's dowry that Han mentioned, he was a prince with a lot of property, and he didn't need the dowry of the future princess. "Madam, you are too serious. I don't care about those reputations. As long as Yener is not affected by her reputation, I will be fine." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han felt a little relieved and said boldly, "Your Majesty, I have one last request for you." "Madam, please say it." Mu Fengyan looked at her mother's body trembling slightly, but because of her repeated strength, her heart was warm and her eyes were slightly red. She knew that in ancient times, how many mothers could do this for their daughters. Her mother endured the fear in her heart for her and still begged the prince again and again. "I beg you, Your Majesty, for the last time. My daughter is my life. If you take a concubine in the future and get tired of my daughter, I beg you to give my daughter a divorce letter and let me take my daughter back. I am already a mother, and I know how painful it is to not be loved by my husband. I also know how painful it is to see my husband pampering other women. Although my daughter will be a princess in the future and should be magnanimous, my daughter is still a woman and immortal. She also has her own ideas. After all, I am an experienced person, so I know my daughter's heart. What kind of suffering is this? As a mother, I can't bear to see my only daughter suffer, crying alone in an empty room. After saying this, Han stood up and knelt down in front of Yi Lijue. I know that what I said is extremely treasonous, but I can even give up my life for my daughter. If the prince blames me, please blame me alone. It has nothing to do with me and my daughter. Mu Fengyan was deeply shocked by her mother's words. She didn't expect her mother to say such words. Such words in ancient times were not only treasonous, but also criticized by some people as immoral. It is precisely because her mother suffered betrayal and abandonment from her scumbag father that she can see things more open-mindedly, think more, and consider her more comprehensively. Mu Fengyan quickly stood up, kneeled in front of her mother with red eyes, and hugged her mother's trembling body tightly. At this time, her eyes were already filled with tears. Her mother knew how disobedient it was to say these words in front of the prince, but in order for her daughter not to stay alone in an empty room for 3 years like her and suffer the cold eyes of other concubines, she felt sorry for how much suffering and sadness her mother had gone through in those 3 years. Mother, my daughter has grown up. In the future, my daughter will protect you and myself. Yi Lijue, who was sitting in the main seat, was also shocked by Han's words. He had never seen a mother do this to Han's extent. Sure enough, his little princess was not ordinary, and the princess's mother was not an ordinary person. Before he married the little princess, her mother had already made plans for Yenner's future. Yenner was not ready to marry him in the first place. If she was scared by her mother and dared not marry again, how could it be possible? His little princess could only go back to the mansion by herself, and no one else could think about it. Yi Lijue quickly stood up and helped Han. Madam, please stand up quickly and take a seat first, and we will talk in detail. Yi Lijue didn't dare to call himself the king in front of Yenner's mother, and just called himself Wei. Seeing the little princess in tears, he felt very complicated. Looking at Han, who was still trembling, maybe this is what it means to be a mother. Mu Fengyan also wiped her tears, helped her mother to the chair, and took the tea next to her to let her mother calm down. Her mother must be very scared when she said this. Han felt relieved after taking a sip of tea. Then she was calm. Maybe she was not so scared after she finished talking about the most worrying part.